panic meters galore, although I'm not going to pull up the panic meter because to me that was a built-in loss with everybody out. Memphis playing some of the best basketball in the NBA, and I'm not going to put too much stock into that loss last night. It was ugly. Worst deficit or worst loss of the season, losing by 28 points, and Memphis is talking, they're chirping, they're taking pictures, they're tweeting, they're doing all that, and we'll get to it. We'll get to it all. We'll get to Jimmy Garoppolo when the saga continues. As John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have spoken to the media at the NFL owners meeting in West Palm Beach, Florida. You may be interested to hear what they had to say about Jimmy Garoppolo. And then, of course, the Giants have an injury to deal with, another right-handed bat down and out. So we got a jam-packed show here on the Roast on a Tuesday. I'm thinking it's Wednesday. Warriors Wednesday. It's a terrible Tuesday. Feels like a terrible Tuesday today. Not a Detective Tuesday, a terrible Tuesday with the way things are going on with the Bay Area sports teams. What's up, Shasky?
Our pets' heads are falling off. I mean, Longoria's out. He's got a thumb injury. Jimmy Garoppolo might be here for the remainder of his career.
Our pets' heads are falling off.
It's just
Jimmy may be back for 2023, 2022. I mean,
yeah.
Oh yeah, what? What's that?
I just, I'm ready to turn the page.
Well, the 49ers aren't.
Yeah, I know they
The
aren't.
49ers aren't.
I know.
And where's his leadership at? The leadership that everybody. I'm not going to say everybody because that's not everybody, but when I hinted at early in free agency, there's no market for Jimmy Garoppolo. People said, come on, Bonte, he's got leadership. People value his leadership. He's a winner. What's the Niners record with Jimmy Garoppolo under center? And I said, nah. He had surgery on his throwing shoulder, which means he can't throw a football till late June into July. And how much arm strength is going to have? Why would a new team spend a second-round pick on a guy who can't throw until July? Oh, no, Bonte, his leadership, it doesn't matter. It's all good. They know he's going to be healthy. Do we? I don't think so. And now you look at the market dried up, and here we are with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan discussing Jimmy Garoppolo. Hey, you know what? Maybe we have to adjust. Maybe quarterback is a strength of ours. It's a position of strength. Or is it an indictment on Trey Lance not being ready to play quarterback? I have no idea, Shasky, but the saga goes on with Jimmy Garoppolo.
It does. I'm reluctant to embrace it, nor even think about it right now. There's a lot going on that's negative in the world of sports, in the Bay Area specifically. I want to know if there is anything positive out there. Like, what are people optimistic about right now? Because it does feel like for the Warriors, the sky is falling. Yes. It feels like for the 49ers, people are just waiting for the inevitable shoe to drop on the Jimmy Garoppolo news, one way or the other. And then the San Francisco Giants, they're gonna come back and they're gonna be healthier this year. Again, like I led off the show with, Evan Longoria, torn thumb. He's gonna be out for some time. It's not good.
I thought it was right
now.
Index finger. Was it right index
was it finger? Oh, I didn't know. I thought it was thumb, but whatever.
Man,
Still,
I don't know.
Finger. Kobe would have played through it. Longoria will be out months for sure. I want to start here. I want to start with just. I want to ask you a question about the Golden State Warriors.
Okay.
I keep hearing from a lot of the players that it's all about the playoffs. Whether it's Draymond Green, whether it's Andre Iguodala.
Evan Longoria undergoes surgery on his right index finger.
There you go. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah. Apologies on the mistake. Yeah. I keep hearing from the Golden State Warriors, the players, and Steve Kerr and Bob Myers, who we had on yesterday, and the general gist is, it's all about the playoffs. It's all about the playoffs. Now, when we come in here every single day to do a show, we can't just say, none of this stuff matters. It's all about the playoffs. But we're getting to the point where we're at in the season where it is starting to feel like everything is about the playoffs. And it just feels like we're in a really tough spot here where I think they're setting themselves up. If they bow out, and if you bow out in any year in the playoffs, you're going to be critiqued. But I think more so this year, if they bow out, it feels like they're setting themselves up for a lot of criticism. And maybe I'm just looking at it from the now, where everything feels very despair riddled. It's just not good. I feel like they're really trying to thread the needle on staying healthy while getting up to speed in the middle of a marathon, or not even a marathon, in the middle of a sprint. And I don't know if they could pull it off.
So what's your question to me?
My question is this a sound strategy for them as the final month of the season goes through, where we're gonna and I get it, you got to rest a bunch of guys like Otto and Trey and Clay on these specific back-to-backs, but you also have Steph Curry out. You don't have any of your rotations. We don't even know what the playoff rotations are going to look like. We don't even know who the available people is. Maybe this is more by necessity than it is by their design. I just feel like all their eggs are in the trust us when we get to the playoff basket, and I don't know if I'm not really comfortable with that right now.
Well, they
I
don't
don't even know
choice.
if I have a question, B. I'm sorry.
I know. You just kind of quit off and gave me your takes there, which
I know.
is all good.
It's not really a question. It's more of just like I'm perplexed.
All right, well, here's the deal. The plan wasn't to go into the playoffs like this.
I agree with that.
The plan was to go into the playoffs rolling, all right? 18-2, you start off. You've been 30-26 since. Injuries is something that
can't control.
You can't control it at all. And the timing of injuries. The timing of Steph Curry spraining a ligament in his foot off a Marcus Smart dive, it's just bad luck. It's just bad luck. Marcus Smart making a basketball play. Steph Curry gets hurt. The first, 2 games into the Big Three being reunited this season. It stinks. You can't plan for that. You can't plan for Draymond Green on a Sunday afternoon while we're all watching the Dallas Cowboys play the 49ers, and all of a sudden we get to learn about Draymond Green's back. You can't plan for that. You don't know what happens there, so you adjust. Iguodala, we kind of knew that he was going to be off and on, so I don't think he factors into the equation. You knew Klay Thompson was coming back at some point. You didn't know James Wiseman was going to be shut down for the season. You thought James Wiseman was going to be back. He's not back. So the plan got derailed, and now you adjust. Now when you don't have a superstar in Stephen Curry, you're going to have nights like last night. You're going to have nights like last night. And it's really surprising they haven't had more, to be honest with you. Draymond Green doesn't look like himself. He's coming back from a back injury. So this whole, it's about the playoffs, about the playoffs, about the playoffs. They have no choice but to say that now.
That's probably true.
You have no choice.
It just feels like they're setting themselves up for,
Well, the criticism's going to come anyway. If you're talking about criticism on Twitter, let's be real.
No.
95% of Twitter isn't real life.
The criticism is irrelevant at this point. What I'm saying is I think they're set. It feels like because of all the injuries and everything, they're setting themselves up with something that I would deem to be extremely difficult. You're asking for a better version of Klay Thompson, a healthy version of Steph Curry, some semblance of Draymond, because we don't know where he's at when it comes to his health. And then you're hoping the rest of the thing stays duct taped together, whether it's Iggy, Otto Porter Jr., you're hoping that Jordan Poole can continue. There's just a lot of ifs. You know what I mean? There's not a lot of knowns.
And you know what? There is a lot of ifs. And I want to say something about Jordan Poole. 14 straight games with 20-plus points has been really fun. But the next level for him, to me,
is what?
Is making players around him better.
Okay.
Is he doing that?
Fair.
That's the thing with Stephen Curry. And Jordan Poole's only in his third year, but if we expect him to take that leap to being an all-star to start, he's got to make others around him better.
Now, how do you go about doing that if you're him?
You got to be a playmaker, but obviously you got to have talent around you.
Yeah.
This is a talent-based league.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson and him are rolling, but who else is rolling?
No one.
Nobody else is rolling. So I think Steve Kerr has some things to think about. It was good to see Kuminga yesterday get active. It was good to see Moses Moody get active. But they have no choice but to say, hey, let's get ready for the playoffs, because that's all they have. Your franchise, the guy, this whole thing was built around Stephen Curry.
Yeah, there's no question.
Number 30. This thing was built around Steph Curry, not anybody else. It was built around Stephen Curry. When he's not there, things are going to look like this. But let's be honest. It's been on the defensive end as well. Dribble drive penetration has been killing his team for over 2 months now.
I would say almost close to 3.
Maybe close.
There's no doubt about it. And not only that, it does feel like the shots, even when they fall, they're not falling at the same clip that they were falling at earlier this year. Otto Porter Jr. was automatic at times, and he's been better the last couple of weeks. But it just feels collectively like the team, has not been in stride. And Andrew Wiggins, we've seen a game here, but he's been underwhelming, and this was a guy who was a huge part of that early run in the first half. He was an all-star.
Ugly yesterday. 0 for 5 from the three-point line, 5 of 15. It's tough to single him out because...
No, I don't want to do that.
I'm
just saying he's been had a tough run.
Now, what about Steve Kerr? Where does he factor in? Because he's getting a lot of heat. When you say heat, I think when it comes to heat, and we rate the heat that certain people are going to get, Steve Kerr, Bob Myers are going to get the most heat. So I believe it's unfair that Bob Myers and Steve Kerr will get the most heat because Bob Myers as GM has said, I helped construct this team, and I haven't seen them healthy one time all season. I haven't even been to see my roster healthy all season long. And then when you get the head coach, Steve Kerr, again, when Steph Curry comes out, Steph Curry leaves, he's injured, all of a sudden guys got to step up. Draymond gets hurt, all of a sudden Damian Lee has to be somebody other than Damian Lee. You know what I'm saying? Jordan Poole has to be somebody other than Jordan Poole. Andrew Wiggins has to be somebody other than Andrew Wiggins. Kevon Looney has to be somebody other than Kevon Looney.
Yes.
Everybody has to step their game up to a level that they're not accustomed to playing at. So how much can you put on Steve Kerr? You want to play rotations? You want to play minute allotment? All right, I'm here to listen to you. But those two guys are going to get the most heat. And I'm telling you right now, Shasky, to me, that is unfair.
No, I'm totally with you. You keep bringing up an astute point regarding superstars, right? I think it's well documented on this show. When Kevin Durant didn't play, what happened to the Brooklyn Nets?
They faded.
I mean, what were they, 2-13? I forget what the exacts were.
They went on like a 10-11 game losing streak.
Okay, all right, so that's out there. Now, that's a team that, the way they've constructed their roster, they've got the 3 max players in KD, Kyrie, and then Ben Simmons right now because they moved off of Harden. And then it's a bunch of like the veterans or the vet min guys making a very little amount of money, okay?
Right.
The Warriors, when we're talking team construction, they are one of the few teams that has 3 max players. That's number one to start with. But not only do they have the 3 max players, they've got a second guy making pretty good coin in Draymond Green. It makes it difficult to round out the roster.
Right.
So when I hear people say, Steve Kerr can't win games when the stars aren't there, meanwhile other teams are doing so, well, let's dig a little deeper. So, for example, the Phoenix Suns, they've got 2 players on a max contract.
Right.
Booker and CP3. Do you know what the next closest contract number is in terms of highest paid guy on that team?
I would guess DeAndre Ayton because he was the number 1 overall pick.
And he's making less than $13 million a year, which is half of what Draymond makes, who's the 4th highest paid player on the Golden State Warriors. So what I'm getting at is when you look at roster construction, the Warriors are extremely top heavy, which makes it very difficult to round out the bottom end of that roster.
Right.
So everyone's losing their minds about why don't they have more vets? Well, vets don't want to play on a minimum salary, number one.
And when you got the vet in Otto Porter Jr., it's because he's trying to redeem himself because he's been hurt.
And what can that vet only do?
Value goes up.
No, but what can that vet only do throughout the year? Can he play in back-to-backs?
Oh, yeah, no doubt. He can't play in back-to-backs. He's not playing in back-to-backs. They're trying to keep him healthy.
Exactly. And then people were clamoring for the vet and Avery Bradley. Well, let's call it what it is. GP2 was the better player. I was sitting here going, I don't know. Maybe I would have taken Avery Bradley. No, the organization was right.
Avery Bradley's cooked.
Yeah, and GP2 was better.
Right.
So what I'm getting at is when I hear all this criticism about Steve Kerr, all the stars that are making a ton of money are missing tons of time this year. You just said none of them have played together.
Nope.
Okay? Then, when they can't play in back-to-backs, look at who you have out there.
Right.
Name me a coach in the league who's making chicken salad out of the garbage that's on the court.
And please don't tell me Greg Popovich. He hasn't made the playoffs since 2019. No. And they got bounced in the first round.
No, they'll be.
Right? And he still had LaMarcus Aldridge in that San Antonio system, but they stuck. They were a 7 seed, all right? Phil Jackson. They're not winning without Kobe Bryant.
Exactly.
They struggle without Shaq. Hell, they were an 8 seed. All right? So don't give me this thing. The NBA. You can name me a championship team.
I'm with you.
That is one without stars. Call me. Call me. 888-957-9570. Name me an NBA team that has won championships without star players.
And people are losing their mind. You're 100% correct. People are losing their minds about, you should have traded the young guys. Well, here's my thing. I don't want to trade away all the young guys. Do you want to be the Lakers this morning? Because that's what the Lakers are. The Lakers are a team that was all in for the now, and they have zero hope for the future. Correct, Monte?
Absolutely. Zero hope. And don't give me this thing about, oh, man, the Clippers are playing really well. They're the 7th seed in the Western Conference. So now we're giving out medals for 7 seeds? We're giving out medals for 7 seeds?
Look, the Warriors, as frustrating as the final month and a half has been, maybe more, if you want to go 2.5 months or whatever, it's been frustrating. They do have almost 50 wins. All right, they do have almost 50 wins. And if you were to tell me they'd be at 50 wins and Trey, Clay, and Steph would not play a single game together,
And don't give me the Pistons.
I'd sign up for it.
Comcast Business Text Line 510. I knew this would be there.
What's
Detroit Pistons won without stars.
Rasheed
Ben Wallace is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Rasheed Wallace is a borderline Hall of Famer.
Chauncey Billups is one of the biggest shot makers in finals history.
Richard Hamilton was one of the toughest shooting guards to defend because he ran circles around the court.
All 5 guys were an all-star at one time. Remember that?
Don't give me that Pistons thing. I knew it was going to go there. Oh, and by the way, you had a really good coach in Larry Brown. And if the Lakers had their stuff together, Lakers would have won that series in 5. Let's go to Fred in Richmond. Fred, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Good morning, y'all. Hey, Vontae, I need a favor from you before I make this analogy. Tell Bob Myers, I'm one of his number 1 fans. He still ain't hit me. You know what I mean?
All right, we
got
you.
Anyways,
I got you.
All right, yeah, because I thought he was going to be on later on today, but he was on yesterday. But anyways, as far as the Warriors go, I know they're going to, they're looking kind of like not warriorness right now, but once the playoffs start, everything is 0-0. If Steph comes back, Clay continues to rehab his injury, because that's what he's really doing. This is like a preseason to him, and he's doing that during the regular season. And Draymond just needs to relax a little bit. I know he's very passionate, but he's putting his team at a disadvantage when he gets to complaining with the refs. I believe we're going to get Utah in the first round, which will
I like that
be a
matchup.
nice series. But
I like that matchup for
I
the
believe
Warriors.
that. Yeah, I like that matchup too, because Gobert going to get circles ran around him. And then, if we beat Phoenix tomorrow, we do have a better record than them head to head. So
3 out of 4,
why not?
yeah.
It's going to be a gauntlet to make it to the finals anyway. So get Phoenix out the way. Memphis is going to choke somewhere down the line because they too happy right now.
Oh, you know what?
They're young, and they don't know how to win.
Hey, you know what, Fred? Thanks for the phone call. I'm going to play this before we hit to the break. Here's Dillon Brooks last night. After the Grizzlies beat the Warriors for the 3rd time this season.
We all had the vision, and he didn't, which is perfect. Send him back to the Warriors and let him do his thing over there. We were, in the beginning, we were growing a base. We had a base. And we just kept building and building and building, and more guys got on the train, and we were able to, create something like this and keep building this dynasty and this program up.
And that's Dillon Brooks on Andre Iguodala, who spurned the Grizzlies a couple years ago. He didn't show up in Memphis, didn't want to play for them. He gets traded to Miami, he goes to the finals, and Memphis has held that grudge ever since then. Now Dillon Brooks using the word dynasty. Dynasty. Really? Dynasty? And again, if you want to blame Steve Kerr, that's all on you. That's all on you. We pick and choose when we pick the players and the coaches. Garoppolo gets all the heat for the 49ers. Kerr gets all the heat for the Golden State Warriors. Really interesting to me. It's a really strange dynamic there.
Yeah, I don't get it. It doesn't make much sense to me. I do want to get into Iguodala particularly. There were some comments that came out in an Anthony Slater article, and I just think this guy is so out of touch. And he does. No. Yeah, I want to address it on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, there's some things. I thought his post-game presser last night was really good. He was discussing how it's tough to tell people what to do or critique players when they're not playing. I thought that was very interesting. I was like, man, that's really cool. He's like, look, I'm playing now, so maybe I could point out some things. But if I'm on the sideline, who's going to listen to me? I'm not playing. That was a very interesting point. We could get into Iguodala, get into the Golden State Warriors. We will get into Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and what they said at the owners' meetings in West Palm Beach, Florida. Jimmy may be back. Jimmy may be a 49er in 2022. We'll get to that a little bit later. That's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855-MB-JESSE today or online at mbjesse.com.
Nick Ashe with BetQL. Do you want to beat the books?
has patients who drive from miles away for relief. The majority of your treatment can be done in the comfort of your home. Call today, 925-393-0100 to schedule your neuropathy evaluation. We conduct 8 unique tests to calculate your nerve damage. Call 925-393-0100. Only 25 appointments available. Call 925-393-0100 and enjoy life pain-free.
I'm Serena Williams. You watch me live on TV.
And I'm that voice from movies you watch on demand. DirecTV Stream brought us together to save the world.
Maybe not save the world, but DirecTV Stream does bring your live and on-demand favorites together.
Your favorites together.
I just said that.
She just said that.
Introducing DirecTV Stream, the best of live TV and on-demand with no annual contract. Get your TV together at DirecTV.com.
Requires high-speed internet and compatible device. Content varies by package and location. Restrictions apply.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a speed bump. Did you hear what I said? I'm a speed bump. And if you have cut rate car insurance, the cost to reattach your muffler could really be a bump in the road. So switch to Allstate, save money, and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Allstate Bar and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Shout out to Timeless Coffee. How about this stat, Shasky? I almost said Sacky because I'm looking at a text from Sacky, my producer over in NBC
what's he
Sports Bay
saying?
Area. Well, he sent a tweet over yesterday from Joey Lynn, who covers the Clippers. Check this out. Since the start of last season, the Warriors have a 64.6% winning percentage when Steph Curry plays. That ranks 4th in the entire NBA. In that same time frame, they have a 23.8% winning percentage without Stephen Curry, which ranks dead last in the NBA. So no Steph, worst team in the league. With Steph, 4th best team in the league.
That kind of coincides with my stats yesterday regarding the before and afters of LeBron James in Cleveland and Steph Curry, when he misses games for the Warriors. I'm not surprised by that, at all. Again, I know LeBron's up here and Steph's down there. No, they're much closer than people want to give credit for. And when one of those guys is off the court, your organization as a whole and how you just play basketball on both ends of the court, everything changes.
Everything changes.
Everything
changes.
Superstars.
Everything changes. And when you pay, as you mentioned, $26 million for Draymond Green to be a star, well, we've seen that Draymond Green can't carry this roster. Because he doesn't score.
No.
You got to get buckets in the league.
Yeah.
All the intangible stuff goes out the window because you don't have any Stephen Curry.
Well, and even
so you need to step up.
Even the playmakers, so when people say, he's a great point guard, he's a playmaker. Even if you're going to say, he's a playmaker, Chris Paul will hit the 18-footer. He'll hit the three-pointer.
Oh, yeah.
Chris Paul's in
If Chris Paul wanted to score 25 a game, he could score 25 a game.
Exactly, right? So part of being a floor balancer is you got to be able to take a couple of those shots. You cannot just be a passer. That's what makes a guy like Jokic out of the block so deadly. Not only can he score and hit threes, he can pass from all levels.
Right. So you don't have Draymond Green scoring at all.
No.
Klay Thompson, he's coming back. And you can talk about his contract or whatnot and him missing the first 2 years. He's on his coming back, but I'm getting 18 from him. Some of the shot selection is not
worried
good.
with Klay right now.
But Klay,
I'm feeling better.
I'm not mad at Klay.
No, I'm feeling better about Klay.
Andrew Wiggins is a guy where you took on the contract from Minnesota, and since February 1st, Andrew Wiggins has just been, let me just say, he hasn't been an all-star. He hasn't played like an all-star since. Does it coincide with Klay Thompson coming back? Maybe. Does it coincide with Jordan Poole and his ascension? Maybe. But Andrew Wiggins just hasn't been the same player. So, when you think about roster construction, there's a salary cap. And I this is why I don't explain it. I get tired of it because it's something you got to explain every single day to people. Mm-hmm. When you're top heavy and you got big money contracts, how much tax are the Warriors paying?
No.
Nearly $200 million in luxury tax.
They're paying more in luxury tax than almost every other team's roster outside of 2.
Right. So you think about all the tax. Why? Because you're you're top heavy.
Yes.
And they're a repeater
Yes.
of the luxury tax because what Joe Lacob and company did was bring in Kevin Durant, pay all the money to Curry, pay Draymond Green, pay Klay Thompson, gave Iguodala a nice bag to stay here. You gave Sean Livingston some money, and they all deserved it. You won championships. Nobody was complaining about it. But now you're in the tax. And so how many moves can you make?
Well,
you don't have much wiggle room. And so the question is, are you willing to trade some of the young studs for more proven talent?
Or are you willing to trade one of your guys that are on big contracts? That's the other part of this, because the young guys will only fetch you something back that's making a very reduced salary because of their locked-in rookie deals. So the only way to really make a significant move in the NBA to get a veteran is you would have to move off of Steph, Klay, Dre, or Wiggins, because those guys make a lot of money and staple one of the younger players' contracts to that deal.
So Bob Myers and company have helped you find Jordan Poole. Remember the whole narrative about Warriors can't develop talent? Well, Jordan Poole developed.
No, he's been spectacular.
Jonathan Kuminga's developing in front of our eyes.
Absolutely. I feel good about Moody.
I feel really good about Moody.
Yeah.
Now, James Wiseman's a big question mark because of the injuries.
And fair to critique.
Fair to critique. Big question mark. You found GP2, Gary Payton II. Been very solid. You find a minimum deal in... You find a minimum deal at Otto Porter Jr. That's worked out.
Squeeze the lemon for every drop.
Every drop. All right, Damian Lee, he's your 13th man.
Yeah.
But he's giving you moments.
He was good early on.
He's giving you
he
moments.
He hasn't been good lately, but he's good early on.
He gave you a good Miami game.
No, he was good early on.
The only damn win on the 5-game road trip.
Yes.
All right?
Actually, you know what? You're right. You're 100% correct.
JTA is a borderline NBA player. We all know that. But he's not playing much. He's not factoring into anything. Chris Chiozza doesn't look like an NBA player. Chris Chiozza does not look good.
Yes.
But in a game like last night, who else are you going to play? Play through it. Somebody's got to play.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to be the sacrificial lamb.
It's like that pitcher that has to go out there in a 15-1 game and just throw up innings.
Right. So, Kirk cooks out Mo. The Warriors are about to win 50 games. They're about to be a top 4 team in the Western Conference.
Again, they're going to win 50 without Dre, Steph, and Klay playing a single full game together.
One full game.
I mean, would he play 18 minutes?
Washington Wizards.
Yeah.
One full game.
He played, and that was Dre's first game back.
One
18
full
minutes.
game. One full game.
Come on.
So
on your note.
Let's take him to school real quick, Shaska. We got to take him to school.
Yeah.
Taking him to school presented by Evergreen Valley College, home of the highest earning community college graduates in California. Highlight, low light. What you got, Langford?
Poole over to Kuminga. Kuminga holds it. Now waits too long. Dribble drive. Gets the rim and dunked in it.
Now, there's your move of the night.
Wow.
I mean, sensational.
Tim Roy, Jim Barnett, one of the few highlights of the game yesterday. That was taking them to school, which happens morning after every game paid for by our great friends at Evergreen Valley College, home of the highest earning community college graduates in California. A lot of people saying, hey, Bonte, you never come on air complaining about Joe Lacob and Bob Myers. Well, Joe Lacob, again, is paid luxury tax money. The owner is spending money,
and he's shown loyalty to the core. Isn't that what people want?
So, do you want John Fisher? Do you want John Fisher of the Oakland A's, do you want Joe Lacob?
Do you want the Oklahoma City owner?
No, who was his name? Clay Bennett,
who refused to pay $1 of tax and traded James Harden prematurely.
Or do you want Joe Lacob?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Michael Jordan got rid of their point guard because they didn't want to go over the luxury tax.
Well, it was kind of a smart deal, too, because Kimball looks cooked. But I get you.
Yeah, but
I get your premise.
They were pissed, you know?
Yeah, they were pissed.
So real quick on this, because you explained and laid out all the contracts and all of the realistic options that would have been out there. Okay, maybe one vet here or there. Okay, we're talking 1 or 2 spots. What was that vet? Marc Gasol coming out of retirement? Right? No, but I'm being realistic. So, again, you can disagree with me on this, but I'm at the point where I hear and see Andre Iguodala talking at a podium, and I just roll my eyes because to me, he's very out of touch. And again, I'm not outraged. I'm not furious. I'm just kind of like, okay, dude, I got it. He talks about how he said in the Anthony Slater article, we're disrespecting Klay, Dre, and Steph by playing with rookies. There's only 2 rookies on the team. Jordan Poole, a 22-year-old, where would they be without him? Thank God they kept him around.
And where would they be without Jonathan Kuminga? You have somebody who can actually go to the rack and finish, and a guy who has explosion. Even when you watch last night, you watch some of these games without Klay, Steph, and Draymond. they look a lot more athletic.
100%.
With those guys. Now, Steph Curry's still at the top of his, I believe he's at the top of his game. Is he prime Steph Curry? Yeah, he's still giving you 26, 5, and 5. What else do you want? Those are MVP numbers. But the athleticism on his basketball team, Draymond doesn't look athletic right now.
No,
Jonathan Kuminga looks athletic.
Absolutely.
And he actually gives you some pop.
And it's good business to have a future as well as a present. Very few teams can pull it off. The Warriors are trying to pull it off, and we'll see where it ends up at the end of the year. But like Andre Iguodala there's this sentiment I continue to get from him where he's just out of touch with the consumer. The consumer is your average NBA basketball fan, and I just think that he doesn't care about them at times, and it really bugs me.
Well,
That's just me.
What did he say? He said it was disrespectful to the veterans to have these rookies, and it wasn't fair to the rookies to have to be in this situation.
Well, and then at every single turn, anytime he's talking in front of a microphone, it's like, hey, I told Bob and Joe Lacob that, they aren't giving me enough money and they're not paying me to coach. So, I can't coach. Udonis Haslem has been on the bench for the Miami Heat for the entirety of his career.
Right.
Not only defending the honor of his coach, he's been a coach mentor for years. That's what he's getting paid for. Now, Iggy, you've made $185 million in your NBA career.
And by the way,
and the majority from the Warriors. $88 million of that from the Warriors.
Well, Andre Iguodala, he's a smart guy. He's a smart guy.
Almost too smart for his own good at times.
Because he got the Warriors out of another year, $15 million when he signed that 3-year, $45 million contract. I can't be mad at him. I cannot be mad at him.
No, but
he also basically negotiated a deal while the Denver Nuggets were playing the Golden State Warriors, and he was with the Nuggets.
Yes.
And he basically had his way out and was like, I'm coming to Golden State.
It's more me rolling my eyes when he talks. There is a sentiment that I get from him, and at times Draymond Green as well. You people that watch, that are paying all this money for tickets and turning on the television and buying the merchandise, you're idiots and you don't care. And I don't care what you think. And that's just a feeling that I get as a consumer, and it's very off-putting to me. And I'm tired of Iguodala's woe is me act. And it's just like yesterday. For example, he's at the podium, he's on the side, he can't sit down, and he's like, I'm telling y'all too much. I need to save this for my podcast.
Yeah, but
and
you know what?
I'm over it.
You know what, though?
I'm over it.
I will give him this. You could be over it. But what he said in that post-game presser, I thought was very, very interesting. And there was some validity to what he had to say during that post-game presser. Let's get into Iguodala, plus we'll get to Shane and Tamir on the other side. 888-957-9570. How is Dub Nation feeling right now? I see nothing but finger-pointing, doom and gloom. There's 6 games left in the season. Then it's on to the playoffs. Doom and gloom. How is Dub Nation feeling right now? How are you feeling? 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises.
Listen to Steiny and Guru with the Odyssey app.
This is not the Draymond Green that we're accustomed to. He can't challenge shots. He won't even shoot the three. In fear of an air ball, I believe. There is a red carpet for any team that's playing the Warriors right now, and you can't tell me REST is going to fix this. So, my biggest concern is this version of Dre.
The Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Hey, it's Bonte. I'm here to tell you about my great friends at Timeless Coffee, RJ and Paula. What is up? The official coffee of the morning roast. Timeless, that is. Timeless has been a lifesaver for me when I have to wake up early after a long, long night of hosting the pre- and post-game shows on NBC Sports Bay Area. Plus, when your boy wants to sneak in an episode of Winning Time or whatnot, you stay up late. Timeless also has delicious pastries and savories to pair with their blended and single origins coffee. And do you have a celebration coming up and need a cake? Check out the Cake Builder feature on timelesscoffee.com. You can create your ideal cake with their custom cake builder, cheesecake, cupcakes, sheet cakes, you name it. It's so damn cool. The Timeless All-Star team makes everything they sell in-house. And don't forget about the monthly and bi-monthly coffee subscriptions in their online store. The owners of Timeless are true Bay Area locals, and they know their community and welcome all athletes, artists, health enthusiasts, environmental activists, and, of course, coffee experts. So what are you waiting for? Go stop by one of their 3 locations in Oakland or Berkeley, and the new location coming up in days at Jack London Square. Check out all the deliciousness at timelesscoffee.com.
Thunderstruck. Adjective. Shocked and amazed by the power of Carnival Fun. It's what happens when you ride Bolt, the world's first seacoaster. When you island hop till you drop.
Thunderstruck!
When you book 4 massages back to back. Back too bad. Get Thunderstruck starting at $289. Carnival. Choose fun. Cruises are in U.S. dollars per person, double occupancy. Taxes, fees, and port expenses additional. Restrictions apply. Full details on carnival.com. Ships registry, Bahamas.
Hey, Ray Magliozzi here. Have you ever cooked a really fine gourmet meal? Yeah, me neither. But I'm told it all comes down to the ingredients. And when I need ingredients to improve my car, the place I go is eBay Motors. Whether you roasted your last transmission, graded your current floor mats, or pureed your side view mirror on a lamppost, eBay Motors has the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. And by the way, if you recently fired up your grill, don't worry, eBay Motors has grills too. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. It doesn't matter how big or small your business is. If you're a plumber, roofer, electrician, or remodeler, your business earns back when you spend, gets exclusive offers, and paint rewards. It all adds up to help drive your business. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards and Partnership Program today. Minimum purchase required. Earnings and paint rewards awarded as Lowe's e-gift cards. Exclusions, restrictions, and more terms apply. Valid through 12/31/22. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms. Subject to change. U.S. only.
Angelina Loyola, a first-generation college student, took a class at Evergreen Valley College and found her home. She graduated in 2008 and came back to teach.
Growing up, I had no one in my immediate family that attended college, so naturally, I didn't think it was for me. I took a chance and decided to take a college course at EDC. My first class was an Enlace English class, which was designed for Chicanas and Chicanos to succeed. I remember walking into that class and seeing so many brown faces, people that looked like me, including my professor. It was in that moment that I felt validated, accepted, and empowered to pursue my degree.
The CFOs that get it, get it. The CFOs that don't. Behold the CFO, the Chief Financial Officer. This isn't some bean counter. Today's CFO is critical to the strategy, growth, and profitability of the business. But in growing companies, there are two kinds of CFOs. One who's struggling to keep up with spreadsheets everywhere, manual processes, errors, and lack of visibility into the numbers. It takes weeks to close the books. And one who's on top of their game. Automated reports, inventory, e-commerce, and HR flow into the financial model seamlessly. Insights coming with the click of a button. This CFO uses NetSuite by Oracle with visibility and control of your financials, inventory, HR, planning, and budgeting. NetSuite is everything you need to grow all in one place. That's why NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system used by over 29,000 growing businesses. Like I said, the CFOs that get it, get it. The CFOs that don't. Head to netsuite.com/radar for a special one-of-a-kind financing offer. netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
At the United States Postal Service, we deliver packages fast and affordably so you can give your customers what they want when they need it. We're delivering for one-stop shops, mom and pops, pop-ups, startups, retail, wholesale, large scale, small biz, big box, customers, customizers. So no matter what business you're in, we'll always be delivering for you. USPS, delivering for America. Learn more at USPS.com/delivering.
Here at Total Wine & More, you'll find what you love and love what you find.
I really like this Cabernet, but what's something new?
You will love this one.
Wow! You're good.
Find what you love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Explore your new Total Wine & More in Potomac Yard on Richmond Highway. Drink responsibly, B21.
Everyone knows that Nature Valley Crunchy Bars are, well, crunchy. What they don't know is that they're also packed with 16 grams of whole grains, ready to help you get out there. Nature Valley, for every adventure.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo.
This is not a drill. This is not a drill.
DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
888-957-9570. What's going on with the Golden State Warriors? They get blown out in Memphis. They were down by 37 at one point in that basketball game. They made 12 field goals in the first half. 12. They were flirting with the lowest scoring half of the season. They ended up scoring 37, and then Steve Kerr said, you know what? I had enough. I'm getting run. You know what? Fine. To hell with it. Final game of the road trip. Warm up the Jets. It's a wrap. I don't know if Steve Kerr was trying to find motivation. I don't know what the deal was, but he was hot.
Forget the team that you saw last night. ideally, right, if you were in an optimistic mode and you were going to write down all the names, again, barring health, that you're going to be playing in the playoff series in terms of tightening the rotation, this is who truly is going to, in my estimation, this is what I'm looking for. Because we saw a lot of guys playing last night that aren't going to play. So we're talking about ideal situations, playoffs. Right. Steph, Clay, Draymond, it's obviously going to be in there, health barring, Looney, Wiggins, Otto Porter Jr., and then I'm sprinkling, and I said Looney, right? So Looney would be the other one.
You didn't say Poole yet.
And Jordan Poole as well. And then those guys are locked. To me, those are locks that I'm getting.
So Steph, Clay,
yes.
Dre,
yes.
Poole,
yes.
Wiggins,
yep.
Looney, Otto Porter.
And
Gary Payton II, and that's 8.
So I would go GP2 sprinkled in, and then I would go Kuminga sprinkled in. And then that's about it. That's about it. Like I don't.
Iguodala's going to play.
Oh, that's right. Iguodala. Did I not say Iguodala?
That's 10.
But it's easy to me. GP2 and Kuminga are the sprinkles. They're not the full donut. Am I wrong? Am I omitting someone?
I mean,
because even that seems like a lot of players. Like, what are we really talking about? Like,
Steve Kerr likes to go deep into the rotation, though. He
but
does
I'm saying,
go deep into the rotation.
When I look at that roster and I look at that team, that's a veteran-laden team.
That's a very good team.
The only guy that I'm asking heavy contributions from who's under 25 of that entire...
It's down to Kuminga and Jordan Poole.
And even, like, JK to me is not a every game,
right.
I'm going to play him a lot. To me, he's a situational player in the playoffs. If Iggy's available and all those guys are available.
Yep.
So, like, really, the team we saw last night, and I'm not making excuses for anything.
Last night was a wash.
No, but why are we... So why should I be outraged
No,
this morning?
I'm not outraged. I'm not telling you to be outraged.
No, but I see a lot of fans
outraged. Well, that's what fans do. It's short for fanatic.
I'm ticked off.
It's short for fanatic.
Like, it's not like that Kerr's going to be out there playing Chioza and Damian Lee in playoff games.
They beat the Miami Heat and people are still complaining. This is what this era of, I don't know, Twitter heads and fandom and I don't know, something about society right now where all we want to do is complain about everything. Complain, bitch and moan about everything. Nothing's ever good enough. It feels like nothing is ever good enough. I just go to the NFC Championship and I get it. I'm the one sitting on the totem pole saying it's not good enough. But you know what? When you think back, it's like, damn, maybe, the way that season went, that's a damn good season.
Trophy.
So I don't know. I don't get caught up in who's complaining or whatnot, and I'm over that. Let's go to Shane in Richmond. Shane, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast.
What's going on? How you doing?
Good. I can't complain.
Man, hey, I just want to say this. Draymond is trash. Wiggins is trash. Damian Lee is trash. The little guy, Chris, whatever his last name is, who's just as small as the number on his jersey, he is trash. They foul too much. We rush the ball at the wrong time of the game. We not staying focused. Jordan Poole is good, but I feel like he rushed the ball too much at the wrong times. And we foul too much. Looney, he's always looking tired. He don't put in enough effort. He don't score the ball enough. We need to rearrange the bench. Let's be honest. Klay Thompson, he's Klay Thompson, but he's supposed to show up when Curry is out like this. Klay hasn't been showing up like we need him to. Period.
All right, Shane.
To rearrange a lot of things moving into the playoffs.
Shane, other than that, can they still win a championship?
Look, man. I hear the thing about bigs, man. The Warriors need size. During the championship years, now their Hamptons 5 lineup was not small. A lot of people say, small ball 5. Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant was long as hell. Andre Iguodala was long as heck. Draymond Green's long. Kaley Thompson, all that stuff. But when they talk about centers and this and that, like, come on, man. Like, they were banking on James Wiseman. They were banking on Looney. They were banking on Draymond Green being healthy. If those three are healthy, and Looney has been healthy, he's played every game this season, you wouldn't need a center. But they were banking on James Wiseman. Setbacks happen. And then you got to ask your question, okay, if you want a size, who are you going to bring in? We're going to bring in DeMarcus Cousins? We're going to bring in Robin Lopez? Is that putting you over the top? What big out there is going to put you over the top? And don't say,
No,
hey,
that's
you know what?
I think that's a fair point.
But
what
then
big is going to put you over the top?
Also, don't tell me that you're going to trade for Miles Turner. So are you willing to give up Moody and another youngster?
And Turner's hurt again this year.
Yeah, he's out for the season. You're going to give up Kuminga for Miles Turner?
No.
Like, what are we doing here?
Well, it's unrealistic trades that would never materialize because of salary cap restraints or teams unwilling to trade for him. Like right now, if we were to revisit the Pascal Siakam-Wiggins trade, I'm not sure Toronto would do that trade.
No, they wouldn't. He just dropped 40 yesterday.
Yeah, he's played in every game. I mean, he had the torn labrum. We didn't think he was going to start the season. I thought he was going to miss a month of the season.
And I didn't want to do that deal.
No, I didn't either. But in retrospect, maybe I was wrong.
Well, in retrospect, I didn't think Wiggins was going to fall off. I can't recall seeing a slump like this. I can't recall. Everything was going right for Wiggins. He's hitting free throws. Mm-hmm. He's hitting a three.
Attacking.
He's scoring and attacking.
Playing
He's smiling.
Great defense.
I mean, I'm like, damn.
What's the area of his game that is the most concerning heading into the playoffs?
Everything.
There's
everything.
There's not one area he's doing well in.
I mean, he's sometimes playing solid defense. I'm worried about everything with Andrew Wiggins.
Really?
The mentals.
That surprises
because
me.
The mentals affect everything, your decision making.
That's probably
all of a sudden you're jacking up threes because you don't want to go to the rack because if you get fouled, you're going to the free throw line. Last night, no free throws for Andrew Wiggins. No free throws.
Yeah,
Kuminga goes 10 times to the free throw line.
It felt very pickup like last night.
Right. Jordan Poole, 8 free throws. He's not afraid to go to the line.
No.
He's shooting over 90%.
No. Can I ask you a question about Jordan Poole? And
by the way, Siakam 22.5 and 8.
He's having a great year.
22.5, 8 and 5.
He's having a great year. But he had the torn labrum, and I just didn't know. We didn't know where he was going to be at physically. And we're not even sure that trade was real, that people were proposing it. I want to ask you, and this wasn't last night, but this is just more of the body of work. Draymond and Poole, when they're on the court together, why can't they replicate some of what Steph and Draymond do? Why is it so difficult? Is Jordan more of an ISO player?
Yeah, he's not Steph Curry yet.
You know what I'm saying? Like that two-man?
Yeah, that two-man game because Jordan Poole is still in that mode where he knows how to score.
Yeah, he's a
And he
knifer.
knows how to get his.
Yeah.
He'll get you the assist. And look, he's been better at playmaking, but the gravity, like, you got to think about teams are not guarding Jordan Poole the way they're guarding Steph.
No. I'm not
Not even
saying that.
close.
I'm just saying that two-man game, it does feel like when Dre and Jordan Poole are out there together and there is no Steph Curry, it doesn't work that
They don't
well.
have that rapport together. They don't have the rapport together. They don't have the chemistry together. They don't have the practice time together. They don't have the reps together.
Probably
so. Jordan Poole's only in his third year, and Draymond hasn't played a lot with Jordan Poole.
They
you know what
both,
I'm saying?
It seems to be like when Dre has the ball, Jordan looks a little lost, and then when Jordan has the ball, Dre doesn't really know where to go. Offensively, he kind of gets stuck in no man's land.
It feels like Dre can only play with Steph. It feels like that's what it feels like sometimes. Tamir in Oakland. Tamir, you're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm like half and half, though, of my panic meter. I'm like you, Monte, when I'm 5.5 because I believe Curry's coming back, and if Curry comes back, like you dropped the stat, they'll be good. But if he doesn't come back, and he's like, say, not the same Steph he was before, I think we're in trouble because you guys are stating all the stuff right now. Like, I think the only thing I would say, I don't like to critique a coach because I coach basketball, so I don't like to bash and say all this stuff. I used to be like, oh, Curry this, that. I just think, like, certain adjustments, like when, Joe, you talked about it once, when Draymond gets the ball at the top of the key, like, to me, they should somehow move that offense around a little bit and put him on the side because he just stands there. And I think that's why Jordan Poole and Draymond aren't the same as Steph and Draymond, because Jordan's looking at him like, I passed you the ball, it's wide open, you're at a free throw line, do something with it. So he's standing over there after he cuts. But Steph knows, he's not going to shoot that, so I got to keep running off of other screens. Jordan's not at that level yet to wake up on that. So that's just a little adjustments on offense is all I have. And like you said, the rotation, all the fans complain about Chioza and Lee.
They're not going to
play. We're not going to see them in the playoffs.
Right.
Yeah, so, like, I'm fine with that as long as everybody. And then as far as defense, I watched a bunch of games yesterday since, I was just, as coaching, just that. We don't keep guys in front of us, so then our dudes help side a little way too much. That's why those threes on the corner are always wide open, because we got guys trying to help a little way
too much helping.
Because no one can keep a defender, to keep a guy in front of them. So that's where I'm at with the Warriors.
Somebody got to stay in front of somebody.
Keeping a guy in front.
And you know what? The Warriors love to switch everything.
I would
just tell these guys, Stop switching.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Play man-to-man defense.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Have some personal pride. That may be the adjustment Kerr needs to make most to help them out defensively. Because defensively, they can't stay in front of anybody.
Or pick and choose. Like, it drove me nuts when I'd watch teams go up against the Rockets a couple of years ago, and they would just keep screening, and then people would easily do the switch. It's like, why are you giving up the switch and the mismatch right away? Like, stay with your guy. Fight through the screen. You can go over the top. You can go underneath it. But, like, don't just automatically switch and give them what they want. I don't know. I'm with you. I would at least try to mix that up. Yeah. Regarding the offense with Trey.
Now, I did see adjustment against Miami Wednesday night. They ran a little box and one on Duncan Robinson.
No,
they were trying to run a little more zone than we saw earlier in the season. They were running those quote-unquote jump
and a triangle and two.
Right.
They did a couple different random things. I liked it. Regarding the offense with Draymond Green, not the game last night, but the game before that on Sunday night.
Against the Wizards.
They tried to get Draymond the ball on the block and use him as a post player, but not necessarily as a scorer, but as someone who could facilitate out of the block. Then they tried to give him the ball at the mid block. They did. They tried to do it. He kept floating to the top of the key because that's where he's accustomed to being. And I actually think that little wrinkle worked well. They tried to throw Wiggins the ball on the block. They tried to throw Clay the ball on the block. They're trying to do things offensively. Some of these guys are so uncomfortable in those particular roles that they immediately reverted back to the old way.
Well, think about Draymond Green. Tamir brings up Draymond Green as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HG1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified. Gary St. Jean, the St. Louis one at 8 o'clock as we talk a little Warriors here. We will get to the 49ers at 7:20.
Yeah.
There's a lot to get into there. But right now we're going to be running hot about the Golden State Warriors. Tamir brought up Draymond Green at the top of the key. And this is something Mully has said since last season, where it's just like, Draymond Green, here's the mistake he made. And I believe this, and I think a lot of people believe this. When they won 15 games 2 years ago, that to me seemed like a season to where Draymond Green could say, you know what? Let me jack up 6 threes a game. Let me just shoot. Let me just get ready for the next season with Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson. The evolution and the next wave, the next chapter of this dynasty. He's shooting less and less and less, and teams are sitting there saying, well, we know he's not going to shoot. You watch 2 possessions against the Wizards. Back-to-back possessions. Draymond's at the top of the key, and Gafford, the center for the Wizards, is literally camping by the dotted line in the paint.
Yes.
Or he's looking at Klay Thompson saying, you know what, I'm going to help off Klay when he comes off that flare screen and he runs that split action. I'm going to help on Klay because I know Draymond, so I know Draymond's not going to shoot it. Possession later, Draymond's on the baseline. He's got about 10 feet of space. Just shoot it. When you're not aggressive, you're not shooting, and you're holding the ball, and Curry's running around in circles, and Klay's running around in circles, it's too damn predictable. So the adjustment, what adjustment do you want Steve Kerr to make then? Put him on the bench?
Well,
because you can't play him in the post because nobody thinks he's a threat in the post. Draymond Green has to make the adjustment. Draymond Green has to shoot that ball. Yeah. When he's sitting there at the top of the key, wide open space, you're clogging the offense down and you're playing 4-on-5. It's the same thing that's happened to Tony Allen in Memphis. The Warriors exposed Tony Allen, said, go ahead and shoot, Tony. We're going to let you shoot all game long. He bricked it up, and the Warriors won 3 straight in 2015 to win their first championship.
Rajon Rondo, too, at times early in his career, teams would try to force him, but what he would do is at least drive to the hoop.
Right.
You know, he would create. It's funny that you reference this, B, because in my notes, my specific notes from the game from Sunday night, Dre at small ball 5 to start the game. Plays 5-6 minutes, then Looney comes in. Draymond comes back in as the backup point guard on offense when Poole checks out. Using Draymond as a back-to-the-basket passer in the mid and low block. And from my family on YouTube, what does the block mean? It means the post area. There's a little square on the right and left-hand sides of the key toward the bottom of like as you're going toward the baseline, there's these little squares. You call it the block, the post. Everyone's got their own little interpretation of what they call that area. And you try to throw it like your traditional, I'm throwing it to Hakeem Olajuwon or Shaquille O'Neal down low. That's the block. And when you go a little farther out, that's the mid block. You'll see Wiggins at times catch it at the mid block, or maybe Klay Thompson catch it at the mid block. But they're trying, B. They're trying. Time and time again, he's reluctant to take the shot at the top of the key that presents itself. And what ends up happening is it becomes 4-on-5 on defense, and then secondarily, it feels
4
like
or 5 on offense. Yeah.
Excuse me, yeah. The longer the possession goes, the more dramatic everything goes. And then what do they end up doing? Settling for a ball screen and a fadeaway contested double team three. And it's just bad offense.
It's terrible offense, in my opinion, and it's been adjusted. It's different when you have KD, Steph, and Clay. Right now you got Steph and, 4-on-5 to your point about JP and Draymond Green having that two-man game. It took years and years and years and a lot of practice time for Draymond and Steph Curry to build that rapport. Jordan Poole's not on the level off the ball like Steph Curry. Not even close.
You don't even get a play a game.
Yeah, not even close.
It just doesn't seem like you get a play a game.
Steph Curry's one of the most deadly off-the-ball players in the history of the game. Jordan Poole's not even there yet, not even close. He's a lot better with the ball in his hands, not with the ball out of his hands. So that's an adjustment he'll have to make. Now, Jordan Poole does find Steph Curry, does find Klay Thompson, and I think Jordan Poole helps out Klay Thompson and Stephen Curry on offense there. But there's a lot of issues here. 888-957-9570. You want us to rip Steve Kerr? How'd you feel about the ejection? Oh, real quick, let's pause all that. Andre Iguodala, because I want to get back to that. You were bringing up Iguodala and how you're kind of tired of him talking, and he talks to Anthony Slater.
No, it's not tired of him talking. I just think
you roll your eyes when he talks.
Well, there's a sentiment and he's not the only one. Kyrie at times gives this sentiment off. Forget the vaccine stuff. There's just a sentiment where I feel like the consumer doesn't matter. You guys are peons. That's the sentiment I get. Like, I'm smarter than all of you. They have no respect for the fans that are out here spending money and paying. And I'm not saying it's all the time. It's just a general sentiment that I get. And to me, it's very tasteless. And I just think that at times they lack grace and they lack an understanding of the fan that's out there. That's all.
Well, Andre Iguodala spoke to Anthony Slater of The Athletic and our 95.7 The Game Warriors Insider. And Slater, Iguodala's talking about all the injuries. He's battling nerve damage, bulging disc, swelling in the knee or whatnot. He's been in the league forever. That's, he's got a lot of miles on those legs. So Iguodala's only played 27 games now, 27 games this season. And, he's discussing the state of the team and how they need to come together for the playoffs. And then Slater wrote, Iguodala has been cryptically critical of the front office and ownership's shaping of the two-timeline plan, growing the next era while still winning with the Curry core. And Iguodala said, it's just, it kind of disrespects the former era. But I also don't think you're giving the new era the opportunity to grow and be kids. Throwing all that on them, it's not deserving. It's just my perspective. Could be wrong. Again, it's just, it's kind of disrespects the former era, which is Clay, Steph, and Draymond. And, of course, you want to throw Looney in there. But I also don't think you're giving the new era the opportunity to grow and be kids. Throwing that all on them, and it's not deserving. It's just my perspective. Could be wrong. Well, when I look at the new kids on the block, Moody comes from winning programs. Elite Eight with Arkansas, Mount Verde Prep, National Power in high school. I think Moody wants to win. He's mature, too. It doesn't look like he's a normal kid. It doesn't look like he's going out clubbing and flashy and all that stuff. From what I hear with Moody, he's in the house chilling, getting ready for basketball, trying to get better. Jordan Poole comes from Michigan. Played under John Beilein. Michigan has been really good for the last 6 years when it comes to basketball. National championship appearance, whatever. I think Jordan Poole wants to win, but you can still be a kid as well. And they hopefully got that out of the system when they won 15 games, Shasky. Then Jonathan Kuminga. Jonathan Kuminga's living his life. He's living his best life. And he has the confidence of a dude who thinks he's better than Giannis Antetokounmpo. I'm not mad at Jonathan Kuminga. So that quote itself, I wasn't feeling that quote.
Well,
I'm not feeling that quote because as a veteran team, it's like, hey, you're there with Bob Myers and Joe Lacob. What could they have possibly done with the options that was out there to make this team better? You want to sell off the draft picks for Bradley Beal? Really?
Well, no.
Bradley Beal.
But it wouldn't just be, you couldn't have sold off the draft picks for Bradley Beal.
You would have had to give a player up, too, because of the money, no doubt.
You can't have it both ways. Like, you can't have loyalty to these guys and keep everyone because you literally cannot trade for max players or other players making big money because you're paying the big guys, the four dudes, a ton of money. You're over the cap with just three of them. You're paying four of them. Again.
Ben Simmons? You want to trade all that for Ben Simmons?
But forget the trade aspect, B. Just forget the trade aspect for just 1 second. Your stars aren't even healthy to where they could play more than one game together, and they can't even play back-to-backs. How's that disrespectful? How is that on the ownership? Paying the largest luxury tax in the history of sports is disrespectful? Disrespectful to me would be like, you know what? We can't afford to give you that extension, Draymond. We're gonna let you test free agency. Thank you for everything that you've done for us. We appreciate it, but we're gonna let you go. That, to me, would have been more disrespectful. They're trying to do what's best for them as a business. We're trying to have the now. We're going to pay the luxury tax. We're going to try to bring in veterans. And we're also going to try to have some semblance of a future so that we can be similar to what the Spurs were, where a young Kawhi took over and helped that final core get that last title. That's what we're trying to do.
Yep.
You know, do you want to, again, I keep going back to the Lakers because I'm like, the Lakers are the template of everything is old and all about right now, and it's going to fall off the cliff.
And what happened?
Like right now, if you had Bonte, if you didn't have Kuminga and you didn't have Moody, and I gave you veteran player making $4 million a year on the bench right now, are they infinitely better than what they are right now?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
I don't think so.
So, like, name the player making $4 million who has been more impactful in the league right now, than what Kuminga has been for the Warriors this year.
I'll wait on the answer. I'll wait on the answer.
Now, if you want to talk about
right
trading,
now, by the way, the Warriors roster right now, it cost them $334 million.
Come on.
$334 million. Now, could you say it was money well spent? Maybe. Maybe not.
Oh, well,
if
I was running the team and I just did it all.
Green look like he's worth $26 million right now?
No, but it's the price
even
of doing
Klay Thompson,
business.
when he's been hurt for 2 years, you're paying him close to 40.
It's hard.
It's hard.
It's hard to make that payment.
It's hard to make that
payment. And
payment.
nobody wants to say that out loud because everybody loves Klay, but that's the reality. I would have a tough time doing it if I was an owner. The other thing that I keep coming back to, you want results when you pay this kind of tax.
Right.
You want results. And they've gotten some results this year. Ultimately, they're going to be judged by the playoffs. That's why I keep coming back to this. It's the playoffs or bust.
Right. It is playoffs or bust. It is playoffs or bust. That's the way it's shaping up. So I don't agree with Iguodala's comments there at all. But like he said, he could be wrong. It's just his perspective. Because it's never been done in NBA history. Draymond Green said it before. It's like, I don't know if you can win doing it like this. We shall see. 6 more games in the regular season, 888-957-957. So we're going to switch gears for a second and talk a little Niner football because you don't want to miss what John Lynch had to say about the quarterback situation, as well as Kyle Shanahan. That's coming up on the Morning Roast. That's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking. Actually, no. I'm lying. It's coming up, brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855-MB-JESSE today or online at mbjesse.com.
Listening to Willard and Dibs has never been easier with the Odyssey app.
I'm not here to say that what Draymond is doing works. I'm also not here to say that you're supposed to be okay with it. What I'm here to say is you're not gonna get another Draymond. Draymond Green is where he is in life, in large part because of this attitude.
The Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Business owners, are you feeling the pressures of running your business? There's a limit to what you can do and still keep employees engaged, and Insperity can help. They put 30-plus years of HR experience to work, helping you with hiring, training, HR administration, and compliance while giving your employees competitive benefit options. Because you're able to focus on other priorities, your employees can thrive and your business can grow. With Insperity, nothing seems impossible. Full-service HR, employee benefits, HR technology, Insperity, HR that makes a difference.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore life in our solar system and beyond at our new planetarium show, Living Worlds.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Fisher is different? How? Don't you just ride the wave?
Nope. We actively manage client portfolios based on our forward-looking views of the market. In times like these, we understand that clients want proactive communication and guidance.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we get to know our clients so we can tailor their portfolios to their specific goals and needs. We even offer resources on Social Security, Medicare, tax efficiency, and more. Our primary goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interest first.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, our fees are transparent, structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. Welcome to another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Say hello to the Walkers, a family of not one but 4 Gagillionaires, each living up their Gagillionaire life at ludicrous internet speed. First up, Anna Walker. She dominates streaming like the matriarch she is. No show ever goes unwatched under her watch.
Next episode.
Next up, Peter Walker. There's no stopping this dad bod from showing up to his virtual workout sessions.
Let's go leg day.
And finally, the Walker twins. They may look alike but couldn't internet more differently. Harry dominates his fellow online gamers while Heather group video chats with friends.
Ooh, nice background filter, Jess.
Live like a Gagillionaire. Get internet that upgrades everything. AT&T Fiber, now with speeds up to 5 gigs.
Limited availability in select areas. Speeds not guaranteed. Single device wired speed max 4.7 gig per second. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Hey, Becky G, can you play your next hit?
I will, as soon as it's released. But I've got another big hit for you. Did you know that with Xfinity Internet, you get fast, reliable speeds to fit your needs and budget?
Oh, that's nice.
Best of all, you could save up to $400 a year on your wireless bill when you add Xfinity Mobile.
It's official. That's a hit.
Hey, we're on the radio. Now everyone can get the best value with Xfinity. Can your internet do that?
Get started with Xfinity Internet for $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, you could save up to $400 a year on your wireless bill when you also get Xfinity Mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay and 6/30/22. Restrictions apply. New Connect customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After term, regular rates apply. Compares pricing of top carriers. Xfinity Internet required.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents
and Doug.
Check it out, Limu, a roadside carnival.
Step right up, folks. Test your strength. Come see the fire-breathing baby.
Let's fan out and tell people that Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Look, an emu wearing sunglasses.
Limu, you're famous. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Get back to the calls in just a second. Talking a little Dubs. Damon and SF, hang on tight here. By the way, shout out to Timeless Coffee, the official coffee of the Morning Roast. RJ and Paula, thank you very, very much for everything that you do for the roast and everybody at 95.7 The Game. Shasky, you said you had a quick update on something.
All right, quick update, and we're going to go right back out to the calls. Warrior talk. We got some 49er talk, but I've got airplane updates. There's an airplane, a PJ, a private jet, that left Jupiter, Florida, and just landed at Augusta. Tiger Woods! There's rumors he might play in the Masters this week. Not this week, but next week. Come on, bro. We haven't seen him since the Masters 2020. That is cool. He played with his son in the father-son PNC Challenge, but I think he rode a cart. So I guess the rumor is he has not eliminated himself from the Masters. Come on, B, that gets you kind of excited. I didn't think we'd ever see him play golf again.
I'll get excited when I see him on a green.
That's fair.
I mean, that's fine. You're a golf guy. You should be excited. Golf for me, we got March Madness. We got NBA playoffs coming up.
Tiger's private jet landing in Augusta.
People tracking that, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. That's good for Tiger.
Come on.
Good for Tiger. You thought you was going to get a bigger reaction from me?
No, I expected actually you to poo-poo it, and I'm super fired up though.
You should be fired.
46 years old. Can he win the Masters after not playing a competitive, legit round in forever?
The boy done brilliant.
Oh,
good for Tiger. Good.
All right, we can get back into the other stuff.
All right,
my son.
You kind of lost me there. David and SF.
Jet.
David and SF. How excited are you, Damon, about Tiger Woods going to Augusta?
Oh, man, can't wait for Tiger to get back here and do his Stanford thing and bring it and start smacking that ball around.
What's going on?
Listen, bro, I called that because did you not listen to Slater's interview yesterday when he was talking to Damon Ratto? He was trying to displace this thing about how you're representing what those comments that Iguodala made. And he said everybody's plucking one thing out of the air, and he was trying to he was trying to subdue all the ways that Iguodala was not trying to put it on the kids. Like it was all he was trying to say was these kids are under enormous pressure because if they lose, there's going to be pressure on them, right? Because they're the only ones on the floor. All the starters are not playing on the floor,
right?
And so they're supposed to be the heir apparent, and they're not making their, all we're doing is putting them out there to take all the heat. Fast forward, all I'm saying is, I kind of expect Shasky to go down that road and go pull this thing out, but you're like toe to the company line sometimes, and I didn't expect you.
Wait. Who's towing the company line? Damon. Let's have a conversation. Don't cut him off.
Okay,
who's jumping the code? You believe that I told a company line? What company line do I toe?
No. What I mean by this, I'm sorry, buddy. What I'm trying to say is that I believe that you know some of the insides and outs. That's what I mean by company line, right? And that you would know some more of the backstories of what's happened on it. Instead of picking headlines out of stories. And this is like one comment out of the story. And again, what did Anthony Slater say yesterday? Did you guys listen to it? I guess I'm asking that question. And before I leave, Jackie, are you not pissed off as I am that the Niners are not making any moves in the offseason?
Again, what moves do you want them to do, though?
What moves?
What moves?
Chandler Jones.
Chandler Jones is not coming here.
Why not?
Why would he come here?
Why not?
Why would he come here, Shasky?
Why not?
Why not go to Vegas?
Well, no, Vegas is great, and then it's a tax-free state. But
exactly.
He's only making $8 million next year.
But it's a better fit possibly for him.
But maybe. I mean, I can make the same argument about him.
He just played for the Arizona Cardinals. Maybe he doesn't like the Niners. Maybe he's like Bay Area, Vegas. I'd rather live in Vegas.
I mean, I'd at least like them to try.
Right. How do you know they didn't try?
Well, because it seems like they didn't.
How do you know? There could have been a phone call made to his agent.
There were no connections to Chandler Jones and the Niners.
You know, there could have been because you don't know the news doesn't mean that they didn't try.
Well, I would still like them. I would still like them more involved. You want them
to come out publicly? Hey, we tried for Chandler Jones.
Well, no,
you don't know that. Nobody knows that.
Bonte, I wanted a pass rusher. That's what I wanted. They've lost their left guard.
Who says they didn't try?
And they've lost their defensive tackle, who was better than their rookie, who we're hoping can get back to health.
I kind of like their moves, though. Their D line is still vicious.
No, it is, but I want Chandler Jones.
The guy from Philadelphia, Ridgeway, not bad.
They finally admitted yesterday too that D Ford is probably done.
D Ford's probably done.
Yeah, well.
The company line, his definition, Damon's, was a little different. When people say, "Oh, you're throwing a company line," that means that you're not going to say anything bad about the company.
Yeah, but don't be mad at me because of that.
His definition was, "Oh, well, you know the ins and outs, so I'm surprised." That's not company line.
Let it go.
No, I'm not mad about that. I'm just explaining it.
You think that the Niners offseason has been actually great.
I didn't say that.
Oh,
I didn't say that at all.
So
why
you're
you guys
happy?
all put words in my mouth now?
Are you happy with the offseason?
I want to see how it plays out.
Great.
They still right now.
Yeah, right now.
Right now, the 49ers will be a top 4 team in the NFC.
Yeah, but
now.
But they had a great roster last year. But do you think that their
they
off-season right
would
now
be
is
a
good?
top 4 team in the NFC? Think about that.
Oh, okay. But they were one of the top 2 teams in the NFC last year when it was all said and done.
And they could still possibly be the top team in the NFC.
And there's been a big exodus in the NFC.
Right now, on paper, they're a top 4 team in the NFC.
I'm not asking you where they stack up. I'm asking you about the offseason.
So, okay, what about it? They didn't get rid of Jimmy, which I told everybody here. Now you guys all got me fired up. Since we're here, we're here.
Okay.
Day one, when Garoppolo got the surgery.
Okay.
When he got the surgery, 888-957-9570. What did everybody tell me? He has value. You guys all threw these teams at me, and I explained every last one of these teams on why Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't a good fit. And then he got the surgery on his shoulder. And people say, well, you know what, Bonte, he's a leader in the locker room. They love him in the locker room. He's a great locker room guy. He wins. And I said, I don't care. He can't throw a football. There's no trade value there. And then Peter King talking about you get a 1. You got people making up rumors about them getting 2-2s. How this played out is not a surprise to me with Jimmy Garoppolo.
No, but
because the Niners just don't want to cut him.
I get you're not surprised, and you have been saying it from the beginning.
I'm indifferent.
You're indifferent. Okay.
The draft is still. We haven't had a draft yet, have we?
No, but right now
training camp hasn't started yet. The offseason technically isn't over. Until week 1 of the NFL season.
Agreed.
Because then you got all the cuts on Labor Day weekend. You still got to fill out your roster. There's a lot happening here. And right now, again, all you Niner fans, 888-957-9570. If you look at the NFC, you look at the NFC West, Seattle's done. They have no Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
They're cooked. All right, the NFC North stinks. Who's Aaron Rodgers going to throw to? We'll find out. We'll wait. The Niners are a top 4 team right now. Right now in the NFC.
I agree with that, but
to me,
the number one
I'm
rival,
okay with that.
The number one rival, the LA Rams, continue to bolster their position. They brought in another receiver who's a stud in Allen Robinson. They re-signed their quarterback.
They also got rid of Robert Woods.
They did, and
they
he tore his ACL, and they still beat you without him.
Right,
so,
and they may not have Odell Beckham Jr.
Well, he's a free agent, so he
may not be there, but still.
My point being is they got.
Did they get that much better?
Well, they lost
a
Von Miller.
linebacker. Yeah, they lost
Von
Miller.
But, he was a late season acquisition. He made plays in that NFC Championship game.
And they lost him.
I look at the 49ers, and I'm like, are they a better team today than what they were at the end of that NFC Championship game? You don't have your left guard. You don't have your D tackle and DJ Jones, who I thought was playing at a high level. I don't know where Kinlaw's at. D Ford is now done with the team from what John Lynch said yesterday. It sounds like they're going to release him post June 1, and that was just, we can go through that particular acquisition. They upgraded cornerback, absolutely. They don't have a safety right now because Tart is still a free agent. They haven't brought in another safety. I don't think they have that backup tight end. We don't know where they're at with their center, and there's no clarity on the quarterback situation. So right now, I think they're slightly worse than what they were at the beginning of the NFC Championship. They're
a top 4 team in the NFC right now.
Agreed.
So what are we bitching about?
I want them to be better. I want them to bolster their position.
Oh, they will. They will. There's a draft coming up, Shasky.
Oh, no doubt.
There's moves to be made.
No doubt.
There's moves to be made.
And they lost Mostert.
Debo's going to be better.
Last year.
Brandon Ayuk's going to be better.
Yes.
You still have George Kittle.
Yes.
We'll see about Adam Banks. We'll see what they do in the running back room. We'll see what they do in the tight end
I don't know
room.
about Aaron Banks.
Right?
We'll see with Aaron Banks.
Right?
I don't know.
See.
Who knows? He didn't play at all.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We're going to make conclusions on a player after 1 year. Same thing with James Wiseman.
No.
Same thing with James Wiseman. We're going to make conclusions about James Wiseman after 2 years.
Well, we just said we don't know. What I'm saying is I wanted the Jimmy Garoppolo domino to already fall. I would have liked that clarity because I think it would have given them some fluidity in terms of whether they want to give out contract extensions, whether they want to go in and go get another edge rusher. Because like right now, you're telling me there's no D Ford, right? Ibukam, I don't feel that comfortable with opposite Bosa as a starter.
Ibukam played well.
He did. And I want to slide Armstead inside because I feel like that's where he's his
Armstead will
best.
Play inside.
He's making $20 million.
He will play inside.
Whew.
He's going to play inside with Javon Kinlaw.
So who's your opposite Bosa?
It's going to be a combination. It's going to be Ibukam. It could be somebody they draft. Hell, they may make a trade. We don't know what's going to happen.
Right now,
the offseason's far from over. It's far from over. Has the market dried up? No doubt about it. No doubt about it. But man, the special teams is a lot better on paper.
That is no. You know what? You're right.
You know what? Special teams is a lot better on paper. So I don't like this whole thing about Chandler Jones. We don't know who they called. We don't know who all these teams called. They call the agents. The agents are not leaking information. Teams are not going to leak information.
No, but they don't have 4 starters. Like right now, they don't have their left guard. We don't know about their center. That's up in the air. They lost their D tackle who was starting, and they lost their safety. Right. So I think it's fair to be man, they got some holes.
Was Tart a big loss? Jaquaski Tart?
I don't know what the drop-off is with Tart off the field, because when he plays, it does feel like he's a good player. Not a great player, but a good player. And, that is a spot. Secondary was already weak, and I do think they've upgraded their cornerback spot.
Jaquaski Tart's God. Didn't we all want him out of town by the end of the NFC Championship game?
Well, when he didn't catch that ball.
Right, so now...
But that doesn't take away from the
You're not a fan of
Hufanga?
Hufanga's going to be back.
I don't know what to make of Hufanga. I mean, they played him in the 3 safety sets. I don't know. We'll see.
All right. Kerry Hyder is back.
Yeah, Kerry Hyder's back. He's a situational pass rusher.
Let me ask the Niner
not necessarily a bookend.
All right. I know how you're feeling about the 49ers. 888-957.
I just want a little more.
9570. Don't we all? 888-957-9570. How are you feeling about the 49ers? We're going to play a couple cuts. One from John Lynch, one from Kyle Shanahan on the Jimmy Garoppolo situation. Here's what Shanahan had to say about possibly cutting Jimmy Garoppolo.
I don't foresee that. He's too good a player, so I don't foresee that. And, I think Jimmy will be playing for us, or he'll be playing for someone else. He's too good a player not to be.
Quarterback situation. Is it going to be awkward if Jimmy comes back?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think it ever was awkward last year. I don't want to speak for those guys. I think Jimmy at the end, when he was saying his farewell, he may have indicated that, but I never felt awkward. I think I give both those guys credit for that. I give the lines of communication between Kyle and Rich Scangarelli, who was the quarterback coach, all that credit for. I don't think it ever felt awkward. And like I said, I think when you have strength at that position, it's a good thing for your team.
Awkward.
It never felt awkward? It was a little clunky. I wouldn't say awkward.
It's only awkward to us out here. It's not awkward in the locker room.
No, I'm saying in terms of the production throughout the year, it was a little clunky. I don't think it was the most seamless. But I think that's more a byproduct of Jimmy Garoppolo is not a great quarterback. He's solid and can have ups and downs, and I think that provided more of the clunkiness this year.
Kind of like Mac Jones in the draft. Part of me wanted Mac Jones drafted in San Francisco just to see you go crazy all season long. Part of me wants to see Jimmy Garoppolo back in the locker room just to see you lose your bit every single day during training camp.
I just think it'd be bad business.
It'd be great content, though.
It would.
Oh, buddy, would it be great content?
It would.
Aren't we in the content business?
If he comes back, how would you feel about that?
I'd laugh, and I'd be interested to see if he came back. Is it going to be an open competition for the starting quarterback job? Are both players, Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance, going to get a shot to start? I thought it was a competition last year, but I really thought Jimmy had the upper hand because he had been here and he was the veteran. Mm-hmm. But what if Kyle Shanahan comes out first day of training camp and Jimmy's here and he's like, yep, open competition. Well, Jimmy's back. He's taking us to 2 NFC championships.
I think you have to do that if he's here.
Right.
No, I think you do. I think you have to do that if he's here. Because that way the kid can earn the job, not be handed the job. When you're handed something, everyone looks at you a different way. I think that's just a reality in any profession. So if Jimmy does come back, I may not like it, but it might end up actually endearing Trey to his teammates because he would have to go out and earn the job.
Yep. Now here's Kyle Shanahan. I'm Jimmy Garoppolo. Of course, they're at their owners' meeting in West Palm Beach, Florida. Here's what Shanahan had to say about getting rid of Jimmy Garoppolo.
What you saw from Trey is a natural progression for him to be a starter? Is that something that he's going to have to prove this offseason?
Well, I mean, that's why we looked into trading Jimmy, because we obviously believe that Trey can be a starter, and we're ready to do that. But if we can't upgrade our team in another way, we're not just going to get rid of a good quarterback because we have other quarterbacks on the roster. I mean, quarterbacks are really hard to come by. Some teams don't have any at all. And the fact that we have 3 that we're happy with, that is a good thing. You always want to upgrade your team, and usually only one guy can play. And we know we have all guys that are capable of starting, which Jimmy's done a great job for us. We brought Trey here to be that eventually, and I think that'll be sooner than later. But when Jimmy gets his surgery, and we can't upgrade our team by getting some good picks until people feel good about that, I'm all right with that. I mean, we're not just getting rid of him to get rid of him. I mean, Jimmy's a good player that we all really like as a person and as a teammate, and we're going to wait to see whatever helps the Niners the most.
Trey value went down the drain when he got the surgery.
So was that an indication of him not throwing a shot, but I guess identifying that Don Yee and Jimmy kind of, not misplayed their hand, but forced them into this spot that they're in right now?
Maybe Jimmy didn't want to leave. And he's like, if I get the surgery, they can't move me.
Well, there's an injury settlement that's involved in this.
No
where
doubt.
He
so
gets a couple extra, extra million.
I get $7.5, $8 million if they do decide to cut me here. But, Jimmy did play it. And this is something I told you. Don Yee and Jimmy played their hands correctly. Don Yee's doing the best he can for his client. We don't want to go to Cleveland. We don't want to go to Indy. We don't want to go to New Orleans. We want to stay here.
Deshaun Watson didn't want to go to Cleveland, and they gave him, almost $230 million. Yeah. So, but he's a different player. Let me ask you about something he said at the front end of that conversation. He said some teams in the NFL don't have any starting quarterbacks. Right now, what you would deem to be a starting quarterback who is better than worse than Jimmy Garoppolo, how many teams are there in the league right now? If you look around and forget fit, forget all those other things. I'm just saying, flat out, this guy is not better than Jimmy Garoppolo. How many of those teams are actually available right now in the NFL?
Teams that have better quarterbacks than Jimmy Garoppolo or
teams that do not have, apologies. Teams that do not have better quarterback. Forget fit, forget scheme, forget weather and arm strength and all those things. I'm just asking straight up. Their quarterback is not better, whoever their starter is, not better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Can't be more than 5 teams.
Yeah, I had a hard time thinking of 3.
Can't be more than 5
Carolina.
teams. Sam Darnold.
Right. Carolina's the top of my list. And then Seattle, which doesn't seem like
don't have a quarterback right now.
Doesn't seem like a trade location, but I would still trade with them.
That's 2.
And then I think you can argue New Orleans. I would take Jameis.
But I would take Jameis over Jimmy.
That's what it is. Yeah, I would take Jameis, but I think there's an argument to be made for Jimmy Garoppolo as well. We can argue about that one. Davis Mills, I think I would probably lean Davis Mills, but there's an argument to be made for Jimmy Garoppolo. Who else? Am I omitting someone?
There's not many teams here.
New York Giants.
New York Giants, good call.
Daniel Jones.
Good call. Yeah. Good call. Jimmy is better than Daniel Jones.
Even the Miami Dolphins, depending on how you feel about Tua.
Maybe.
Okay, so 6, maybe, and there's some ties to the Niners there.
Yeah, but
maybe, that's us stretching 6.
But here's the deal. You have to talk about fit. You have to talk about scheme.
No, I know. I'm just asking in a vacuum.
You have to talk about all these variables. The offensive coordinator, the head coach, what kind of offense you're running, what kind of scheme you got, what kind of wide receivers you have. Do you want to push the ball down the field? Do you not want to push the ball down the field? All that matters.
No question.
All that matters.
No, what I'm saying is, even if none of that matters, we only have like 4 legit landing spots. And if you don't factor in those things, now when you factor in those things, is there even one?
And John Lynch mentioned yesterday.
Right? Now, do you get where I'm going with that?
John Lynch mentioned yesterday, not one team called.
Do you believe that?
Absolutely, I believe that.
You don't think one team picked up the phone
They probably
to call?
said, you know what are you thinking about Jimmy Garoppolo? We'll give you a 5th.
Well, that's calling.
If that. I think the phone was dead. I think the phone lines are dead. I really do. I kind of believe John Lynch there. We all overrated Jimmy Garoppolo, and I told you that. We're in this bubble here nationally. How people look at Jimmy is a lot different than how we look at Jimmy out here.
I agree.
And once that surgery happened, I said it from day one, Shasky, there's no value for Jimmy. There's no fit.
You don't think Washington picked the phones like 7th? Like at least threw out a random... Because there's always that guy in fantasy, I'm usually that guy, who will send you the horrible trade proposals.
I don't know, because you know what? Washington decided to take on the entire contract of Carson Wentz.
Well,
that's how much they thought of Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, but before they did that, they didn't survey the land and get a second opinion on other guys.
When you watch Jimmy Garoppolo in the playoffs, would you make the call?
Hey, look, again, price is everything, right? So, I don't know. Maybe there was a 7th rounder that
honestly,
you could have
you're running a team.
Well, I wanted Jimmy gone after 2019.
Yeah, but it's not about that. I'm asking you about the playoff run.
Yeah.
You watch Jimmy Garoppolo against Dallas, Green Bay, and LA.
Oh, yeah.
And you're a team that wants to take the next step, get to the playoffs.
Well,
and
so
win.
if I was Carolina and I'm trying to keep my job and I'm Matt Rule, yeah, I would take
Jimmy's
Jimmy Garoppolo.
not helping you keep your job.
Well, he's better than Sam Darnold.
You trade for Jimmy Garoppolo and don't make the playoffs, you're fired anyway.
No, I agree with that. But if you keep Sam Darnold and you stay pat, you're done. Sam Darnold's already crushed multiple careers. Like, I'm Matt Rule. This might be my last opportunity to coach in the NFL.
So you're gonna go
you asked me and I answered that one spot.
So you're going to swing big on Jimmy Garoppolo.
Not swing big, but if the price was right, I would absolutely be calling the Niners. If I'm Matt Rule and this is my last straw and there's nothing else out there and I don't like the crop of quarterbacks or think that I can move up in the draft to get one of them, then yeah, I would probably pick up the phone and at least see what it's worth. I'm not saying I'm executing the deal. Here's 6 first-rounders. No, I'm picking up the phone, be like, hey, I'll give you a 6 for him. You eat some of the contract.
Well, here you go. This is the one I want to get to.
Yeah, okay.
Shanahan today asked if there would be a quarterback competition if Jimmy Garoppolo was a 49er at the start of 2022.
Okay.
If Jimmy is on the roster when you get to camp, how do you envision that playing out? I mean, would it be a competition, or have you got that far?
Definitely haven't got that far. But yeah, we'd figure that out. It'd be something. I mean, he'd be on our team, so you'd have to. I mean, Jimmy's a good quarterback, so he's not easy for anyone to beat out, and that was tough. Trey wasn't ready to beat him out last year. It'll be definitely closer to that this year if it happens, but it's something that we won't have to worry about in training camp. And usually when you have a situation like that, it makes everyone better anyways.
So, Shanahan admits that there was a quarterback competition last year, and apparently Trey wasn't ready to beat him out. Now, he's closer to doing that, but it's going to be harder. It's going to be harder because Jimmy's a good player.
Do you believe they had an open competition last year? It felt like it was not a fully open competition.
I believe there was some competition, and the 49ers thought about making a move. But once Trey injured that finger in the last preseason game, all bets were off.
Okay.
Jim Trotter said that last year, right?
Okay.
However, it's interesting to hear Shanahan say that, Jimmy Garoppolo's a really good player. If this is a really good player, why'd you trade for Trey Lance in the first place?
Why are you not going for it on 4th and 1 or whatever it was?
Not going for it on 4th and 2 at your own 43-yard line.
With the season on the line.
So Lions season is here. And that's why I don't believe Shanahan. That's why in this situation where, it's funny. We look at the Warriors, we blame Steve Kerr. I'm saying as a fan base, most of the blame goes to Steve Kerr, not the players. The 49ers, all the blame goes to Jimmy Garoppolo, not Shanahan. Shanahan has as much to do with the Jimmy Garoppolo crap as anybody out there. And I warmed up to Shanahan. I think he's a very good play caller. He's got some work to do as a head coach. He's got some work to do on the head coach.
I think he's damn good.
But he's got some work to do as a head coach. You just mentioned it, not going for it on 4th and 2 from the 43-yard line in the NFC title game. I'm watching Zach Taylor of the Cincinnati Bengals go for it on 4th down on the first possession.
A lot better.
I don't care.
No, I agree in that situation they should have gone for it.
But here's the thing. If you really thought he was a good quarterback, why don't you go for it there?
Well,
if you thought Jimmy Garoppolo was a good quarterback, why did you call timeout in the first half of the Super Bowl?
I don't believe him at the podium. But I do think that the parallel between NBA coaching and NFL coaching does boil down to, we talk about it in the NBA, stars. Got to have stars. Just look at who won every division. The best quarterback in each division won that division last year. Every one of them, right? And so when you have the better quarterback, you're more inclined to win games, go for it in crucial situations, and succeed in general.
That's an excuse, though.
It is. It is an excuse, but it's also baked into the game.
Go for it and show the GM, hey, I can't win with this guy. I can't win with this guy. Go for it.
In that situation, I agree with you.
He's showed multiple times that he won't go for it with Jimmy Garoppolo. But yet you're sitting here telling us at the owners' meeting, we got a really good quarterback.
Well, that's something doesn't add up there.
Bay Rob in the city. Rob,
we know that.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, man?
Hey, I'm with y'all, man. I'm definitely with y'all with Shanahan, man. Shanahan is screwing up on this one. And to tell the truth, we should have got rid of Jimmy after Super Bowl 2019.
Exactly.
We should have got rid of Jimmy. He shouldn't even let Jimmy got this far for Jimmy to get hurt. He knew what was going on. You know what I'm saying? And we can't keep wasting time with Trey Lance, man. What is we doing? You know what I'm saying? And right now, everybody playing the poker face on quarterbacks and what they need right now. So everybody's trying to hold up and see who gonna break down and who gonna give up what. Now, if we give up Jimmy, just like you said, put your boy for a 5th-round trade, something like that, they'll do it, yeah, if we give them away. But Shanahan don't want to give them away. But at the same time, when it was time for us to bust moves, Jimmy was hurt. So we couldn't do nothing. And Deshaun Watson screwed up a whole lot of stuff, bro.
Yeah.
When he went to Cleveland, he screwed up everything. Believe it or not, he screwed up everything. Because I think everybody had different intentions until that dude took that 230, which I would have took it too, but he screwed up everything, bro. Well, Shanahan got some work to do, bro.
Well, let's
real talk on what y'all talking about.
You know, good call, Bay-Rob. I just think that they're two different things. One is in-game trying to win the game. And B, I hear you. If you trusted your quarterback, then why did you go? You're trying to win the game, right? That's his logic behind that. Separate, completely independent.
Was idiotic.
What?
The logic has been
we can agree
not
on
been
that.
good.
We can
it has
agree
not
on
been
that.
good in 5 years. All right?
Agreed. Right,
but
you do get credit for running the ball down the throat and taking out.
Oh, now he gets credit for that.
Well, against Green Bay, you did that on third down.
Now he gets credit for that.
And 3rd and 7. No, I'm saying the coach. On 3rd and 7 against Green Bay, when you needed to have a first down to put yourself in field goal position, you didn't throw the ball and you ran it and you won. So, we could pick apart a singular play here and there on 4th down that I don't agree with all day until we're blue in the face. But the logic that he's using to win games, in-game strategy, is not the same as he's trying to do when it comes to leveraging the best trade for the organization. Those are two separate things. So whatever he says at the podium regarding the value of Jimmy Garoppolo has no connection whatsoever to how he's coaching during the game. There are two different things. The guy lying at the podium right now, or what I believe to be lying, is trying to boost up their trade value.
I have a problem with that. The trade value is shot.
Well, I agree with that.
The trade value is shot.
Bonte, I agree with you.
So stop trying to double down on it and stop lying to us.
Well, they're trying to do the best they can to salvage it.
There's no salvaging it. Cut him and move on. And give the job to Trey.
This is why I'm frustrated with the offseason, B. But this is why, what you just said is why I'm frustrated.
I'm not, but hold on. Maybe Trey Lance ain't ready. Maybe the 49ers are trying to tell us that Trey Lance ain't ready. Maybe they're trying to tell us that. I don't believe it.
Okay.
I don't believe it.
Because I'm trying to keep up with
the
this,
49ers.
with
maybe
the
49ers keep up with what's it. They're putting us through the circle, not me.
No, I'm trying to follow your logic on this. So
my logic.
On this one. So now you're saying you think that they think.
No, I don't think that. I'm saying maybe they're trying to tell us. Maybe they're trying to tell us that Trey Lance ain't ready. It's not my words. I'm not saying that. I believe Trey Lance is ready. I believe Trey Lance should have started week 1. But what I'm proposing to you here, Sasky, it's maybe the 49ers are not. They're indirectly trying to tell us that Trey Lance ain't ready, so we're going to hold on to Jimmy Garoppolo.
But again, that's
your boy Shanahan, man.
And then you wonder why fans are furious. This is why. The guy that you traded all this to go get, the guy that you were deemed and tasked with trying to develop, is now not ready a year later. So I think there's a large segment of people like myself that would say, would he have been better served playing then? I mean, that's where we're at. This is what I feared heading into last year when he didn't play, is, hey, we're going to go a whole year. He's going to go now 2 full seasons without playing. And he's not ready. So, and you expect me to be happy with the offseason right now? This is why Niner fans are frustrated and ready to pull their hair out.
Number one, I don't expect you to be anything. I don't. Nobody's happy about the 49ers offseason.
Well,
I can't help anybody with that.
Yeah, I know.
Am I ecstatic about it? No. Am I depressed about it? No. I get what they're trying to do, and they're in this holding pattern, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody wants Chandler Jones. They want the Justin Reed. They want. All right, whatever.
I'll take Honey Badger at this point. A playmaker.
May come.
Yeah, I'd take him.
Be here.
I think he thought his value was what it was, and I think it's less than what he thought it was. And I'd love to have Honey, but he's a playoff-proven playmaker. I'd love to have him. Not perfect player. I'd take him, though. You wouldn't take Honey Badger?
I never said I wouldn't. Of course I would take Honey Badger.
You know, there's tight ends out there I would take.
Words in my mouth today, man. Like I'm not this or I think this and that. Here's the deal. Here's the deal with the 49ers.
I don't think I'm a lot dumber than you thought that I thought I was once.
As Guru would say. As Guru would say.
How long you been holding on to that one? Because that is so good for today.
I just grabbed this.
As Guru would say, the rat on the table is the 49ers have botched the quarterback situation from day number 1 when Shanahan and Lynch got here. You know why? Because they took Solomon Thomas, number 3 overall, and didn't take Watson. And now we're still talking about the damn quarterback in year number 6. How many coaches and GMs get that type of leeway when you continue to poo-poo around the quarterback spot? The most important quarterback spot in all the sport, and yet we're in year number 6, and we're still talking about Jimmy Garoppolo and whether or not Trey Lance is a starter. Oh, he may not be ready, even though we traded all these picks for Trey Lance. Year number 6, and we're still talking about the goddamn quarterback.
On some level,
that's embarrassing. That is embarrassing, Shasky. I don't care how you spin it.
Well, it's
I don't
not
care
spinning
what
it.
you
No,
say.
it's not spinning it. Like,
they botched the quarterback situation.
They've won 4 playoff games in those 6 years. They've been to the NFC Championship game twice, a Super Bowl once, and they have the 22-year-old, 21-year-old quarterback who has yet to show himself. Like, they've basically gotten this situation up where they've got pillars of the organization in Debo and Bosa. They've got studs, George Kittle. I mean, we're talking about weaponry this team hasn't seen since the 90s. Since the 90s.
Shasky, I understand all that.
And you have a quarterback who we all are excited about, and we're ready to see. You're as hyped as I am.
No, I
and
understand all that because you're telling me all this
it
stuff.
Will be a grand
I just
slam.
told you they're a top 4 team in the NFC because of all those things.
Okay.
You're just regurgitating that. What I'm saying is they've botched the quarterback situation from day one, and we're still talking about the quarterback. Forget everything else.
Okay.
The quarterback, we still don't know who's going to start in 2022. Jimmy may be back. Think about that. Jimmy may be back.
I've been thinking about it, and that's why I've been very disappointed with this offseason. I want to see them turn the page, if for no other thing than to create clarity in the organization. And maybe there's something to be said for competing and the kid earning a spot, but don't you want to see him just get an opportunity and let him fly?
And if Shanahan is lying there about Jimmy being a real good quarterback because he wants to, quote unquote, salvage his value.
What he's going to kick him down? Jimmy's not that good. He's a backup.
Shasky, the film don't lie.
Well, that's
You don't
obvious.
think the other 31 teams understand who Jimmy Garoppolo is?
I know.
Everybody watches this film.
I'm with you.
Hey, our guys, Tyler Miller, Ron Father, everybody on YouTube, they watch the film. We all see the film. We all see the all-22s. That's why this whole thing about, don't say anything bad about Abate because you're going to lessen his value. Those other teams know what time it is.
But they have to have
Don't knock us for watching film.
They game plan for Jimmy Garoppolo.
You can't just trash a guy on the way out the door.
I'm not saying trash him, but don't sit here and lie to me saying you think he's a real good quarterback, because if you thought he was a real good quarterback, Trey Lance wouldn't be here.
Well, they wouldn't have made the trade. Yeah, they wouldn't have made the trade for the 3 picks to go get the kid. There's no doubt. Look, coaches say ridiculous things that make no sense. That's
I'm tired of being lied to. I don't want to be lied to.
Anybody at a podium is going to lie to you, whether it's a politician, whether it's
that's why I don't listen to politicians.
Whether
so I don't listen to school boards.
Coaches.
So I don't listen to owners. So I don't listen to the stuff. Because they're all liars. Scott Belvedere. Scott, what's going on, man? I'm not chilling right now. Because we're still talking about Jimmy Garoppolo, for crying out loud. And it's March 29th. And we're still talking about the damn quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. It's still not settled.
Could you imagine him week 1 jogging out there at the starters, doing his
Since the NFL draft in 2017, we're still talking about the quarterback of the 49ers 6 years later. Good Lord. Scott Belvedere. I'm fired up right now, man.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, thank God I'm a Raiders fan, because every day the Raiders pick up someone new and exciting, and the Niners are going into the same old thing, like you say. Is it Jimmy? Is it Trey? How boring of an offseason is this going to be? And who wants to buy tickets to watch that game again, right?
Thanks for the call.
I would have a hard time watching Jimmy Garoppolo be the week 1 starter. That would be very frustrated. From an organizational standpoint.
From a show standpoint.
No, but from an organizational standpoint, if you can't get the kid up to speed, meanwhile, all these other rookies are out here playing. Like, Justin Fields didn't light the world on fire last year, right? And they had no weapons and no offensive line. But you saw a glimpse here and there. As bad as it looked throughout the year. Right, B? Wouldn't you agree? You saw a glimpse here and there. You can't give the keys to Trey Lance in an offense that requires the least amount of productivity from their quarterback, the least amount of scanning the field. It is the most quarterback-friendly offense you could play in. You have weapons galore. If he can't survive in this one, this is it. On a prospect level, it's an ultimate failure, identifying the wrong prospect. And then from a developmental standpoint, it would be an ultimate failure.
Then we got Shanahan saying that Brian Greasy's been the smartest football guy he's ever been around.
Oh.
So there's that.
So do you believe that? I thought Mike McDaniels was the smartest football mind he'd ever been around.
Maybe, probably, but maybe not.
Yeah. Did you see the team photo yesterday of all the coaches?
He did.
Yeah. Did you notice anything interesting?
No Belichick. He never takes a photo.
Yeah.
No McCarthy.
I didn't see Andy Reid.
Andy Reid was there.
Was he there? I was zooming in. It was a very distorted photo.
He had a Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah, I didn't see him. And I noticed Kyle's in great shape compared to some of these other guys. And McVay looked, boy, did he look glorious. Talk about winning the offseason. McVay, huh?
If Trey doesn't start week 1.
Matt Rule was my favorite from that picture. He looks like a kindergartner that's forced to take a class picture.
You know what? I honestly don't even care about the photo. I can't even laugh right now.
Why?
I know you guys want to have fun. Because if Trey's not starting by week 1, it's an indictment on Shanahan. It's an indictment on this organization. That's what they should be crushed for. Honest to God.
No, they will. And they will. You don't think they're going to be like? You don't think they're going to get crushed, Ponte?
If Jimmy Garoppolo starting week 1,
we'll lose our mind.
Shanahan. No, well, I'm not going to lose my mind. I'm going to be all over Shanahan's
talking about the
ass.
fans will lose.
I'm going to be all over Shanahan and Lynch.
Okay.
If he's starting week 1. Jimmy Garoppolo, after all the things they've said, the exit presser, he's been a great 49er. Yeah, we're trying to trade him. Yeah, we flirted with Garoppolo. Yeah, we flirted with this. Yeah, we flirted with that. And if Garoppolo happens to be here in August for training camp, oh my gosh. You know what? I'm already, Matt Nahigan, our program director, I'm going to pull a Draymond Green. Draymond Green said that he's going to take a day off to go watch LeBron James take the record. Matt Nahigan, our program director, if Jimmy Garoppolo is still a 49er by training camp, I ain't taking the entire month of August off. I'm telling you that right now, Matt Nahigan. I'm taking it off. I'm out. I can't do it. I'm out.
Monte, calm down.
I can't do it.
Okay, so we have a Boxer and Gerson injury update coming up in just 1 second. So why don't you hit me with the open?
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
650 BS. This offense ain't quarterback friendly. Why didn't Nick Mullins or Beathard do anything?
Actually, Nick Mullins had the most yards in the first 16 games in the history of the NFL.
Don't insult my intelligence with that.
I know, but it is quarterback. He did suck.
He sucks.
This is not the Nick Mullins report. This is the injury report, please.
Today's injury report, the Warriors are now looking to try and hold on to the 3 seed in the West, and one of the teams they're looking to fend off is the Dallas Mavericks. You sit a game and a half back of the Warriors, 1 game back in the loss column. Warriors will have to take the 3 seed without the services of Tim Hardaway Jr., who's out with the foot injury. Head coach Jason Kidd said that Hardaway Jr. is unlikely to be able to contribute to any playoff run by the Dallas Mavericks. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Gary St. Jean, sprinkle some positivity out to the show.
And my dad's healthy. He got out of his surgery. Another Boxer and Gerson update.
There you go. Thank you, Pops. I'm glad you're healthy. Glad the hip is doing well. Gary St. Jean to talk about the Warriors. Jimmy Garoppolo. I can't believe this. I really can't.
Listen to Steiny and Guru with the Odyssey app.
This is not the Draymond Green that we're accustomed to. He can't challenge shots. He won't even shoot the 3, in fear of an air ball, I believe. There is a red carpet for any team that's playing the Warriors right now, and you can't tell me REST is going to fix this. So, my biggest concern is this version of Dre.
The Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
To learn more about our programs and to donate, go to carsforkids.com. That's Cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and maximum tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Ready, fight!
Bellator MMA returns to SAP Center at San Jose on Friday, April 15th, and we got a stacked card, folks. Not 1, but 2 World Championship fights. The first one, AJ McKee versus Patricio Pitbull in a featherweight title bout. This is going to be a dandy. And last but not least, Vadim Nemkov versus Corey Anderson in a light heavyweight title fight. Tickets are available at Ticketmaster.com, and for additional information, go to Bellator.com.
When it comes to cybersecurity, the biggest threats don't always strike the biggest targets. Almost half of all cyber attacks target small businesses, so help protect yours with Comcast Business Security Edge. It's advanced security that continuously scans for threats and helps protect every connected device. On the largest, fastest, reliable network with speeds up to 10 gigs to the most small businesses. So switch today and get cutting-edge speed with advanced security and be ready for what's next. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get fast and reliable internet and voice for just $64.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. And ask how to add Security Edge. Or ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com today to learn more. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 35 megabits per second internet and one voice line customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Prepaid card offer ends 4/11/22.
Neuropathy can be a dark place with constant pain and suffering. Symptoms can include numbness, pain, tingling in your hands, legs, and feet, or balance issues. If not treated, neuropathy could result in confinement to a walker, wheelchair, or even amputation. Has your doctor prescribed Lyrica, Cymbalta, gabapentin, or even dangerous opioids, and told you to just live with the pain? These drugs only mask the pain. They never fix the problem. Finally, there is a solution. SF Bay Wellness, the leader in neuropathy reversal, uses FDA-cleared non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 90% success rate, and SF Bay Wellness has patients who drive from miles away for relief. The majority of your treatment can be done in the comfort of your home. Call today, 925-393-0100 to schedule your neuropathy evaluation. We conduct 8 unique tests to calculate your nerve damage. Call 925-393-0100. Only 25 appointments available. Call 925-393-0100 and enjoy life pain-free. Attention facility professionals, property managers, and building owners. Earn free education credits and network with the best professionals by attending the West Coast Buildings and Facilities Management Conference this May 17th and 18th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Sponsored by BOMA San Francisco, BOMA Oakland East Bay, and IFMA East Bay. This event is your one-stop shop for all things buildings and facilities throughout the Bay Area. Register to attend today and get free lunch and parking. This event is free for all qualified professionals. Register online at proexpos.com. That's PROEXPOS.com.
It's March. Bring on the brackets. It's time for the tourney on Odyssey. Check out podcasts for local insider info on each team with the Locked On Podcast Network. Hear guest appearances from the biggest names in basketball on CBS Sports Radio. Plus, listen to live play-by-play for every game throughout the tournament, from the first 4 to the national championship with the Odyssey app. Everything you need for the college basketball tournament lives on Odyssey.
Welcome to Allstate, where you can save just by being you. DriveWise in the Allstate mobile app gives you personalized driving feedback, and by adding it to your policy, you can save for driving safe just by being yourself. Allstate. Here, better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click, call, or visit allstate.com to save today.
Not available in every state. Savings based on DriveWise and other safe driving discounts. Savings vary. Subject to terms and conditions. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
My sweet cheeks feeling squeaky clean. When Charmin's rolling behind the scenes. Charmin TP gives me those cheeky clean feels. That ultra strong hype is all for reals. Those TP rolls got me a Charmin clean took-es. Cheek to cheek feeling oh so shooketh.
Charmin Ultra Strong just cleans better. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Millions of people use Zoom Phone, the innovative and feature-rich cloud phone system for businesses of any size. Zoom Phone is simple to use, whether you're on a mobile device, desktop, laptop, or desk phone. And because every call is important to your business, Zoom Phone was built with reliability in mind, using geographic redundancy to keep your communications online. Empower your workforce with Zoom Phone. Visit zoom.com/phone system. Zoom, how the world connects.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7
All right, good morning, everybody out there. Getting off your graveyard shift, getting off the roadways, or being safe on the roadways, driving to work. Good morning, everybody on YouTube, Twitch, and the Comcast Business text line, always open at 888-957-9570. And good morning to Gary St. Jean, former GM of the Golden State Warriors, of course, head coach of the Sacramento Kings, longtime assistant with the Warriors and the Milwaukee Bucks. And, you know, Saintly, I need to smile. I need to smile because something about talking about the quarterback position of the 49ers, it really annoys me. It just gets to me. I just want a Tom Brady in my life.
Really?
I want a quarterback. I want a position. I want the quarterback position to be in San Francisco to just be stable. And it hasn't been under Shanahan, so it doesn't make me happy, Saintly. But when I hear your voice, I get a smile on my face ear to ear. So make me smile, Saintly. Good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday. And look, I would say let's smile about the Golden State Warriors, but things are a bit rocky right now, Saintly. Now, I'm going to throw last night out of the window. We know the uphill challenge playing against a tough Memphis team, and we'll talk about them. They're talking a little bit here. But boy, have you ever envisioned or seen a scenario in which an NBA team has been this beat up, yet has the star power to where they have to flip the switch in the playoffs and not the regular season? Because that's the situation the Warriors are in. We don't know when Curry's coming back. Draymond's compromised right now. Clay's trying to work himself back. Wiggins has been lost since the All-Star break. This is a weird situation. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in the NBA.
Well, you're talking to the wrong guy as far as NBA history. I can't even remember what that day it is. But I got to share with you guys. This is kind of odd, but you can't get down on this stuff. This is just the way things happen in the NBA, and I'm looking at their schedule the rest of the way. A lot of these teams have injuries now, not to this magnitude, but there's time here, and time is the key. And you're dealing with veteran guys, so it isn't like you got like first, second, third year guys who aren't playoff tested. These guys are. So here's the good news. You play Phoenix. That's going to be tough. You play Utah. Then Sacramento's on sabbatical. Then you got the Lakers. LeBron's about done. But between Sacramento and the Lakers, they've got 3 days rest. And when they finish the 10th, because they're in the upper half, they're going to get some time. And those practices are going to be really, really important. If, in fact, you are going to get Steph back and Draymond feeling good and getting all these guys going again, you're going to have about 5 days, maybe 6, to get going. And I think we got to keep the focus on that and not get down about the road trip and the way certain guys are playing. This can all come together, and it can be a great story.
Well, how does that happen without playing games, Saintly?
No, I got to tell you, Seth. This can happen because you got veteran guys in practice.
Gotcha.
You really can get this done because, in the NBA today, practices really don't happen that often. They do a lot of skill work, individual work, maybe 2 or 3 on 3, but not a lot of 5 on 5. But the Warriors, because of all these injuries, it'll be like a mini training camp. It really will be. And that's what I'm looking forward to, hearing the just some good feedback on how these guys are doing, and then it's going to happen. And guys, look I don't know how this is going to go down. The Warriors are a game up on the Mavericks. I think they can stay in front of the Mavericks because the Mavericks play at home tonight against the Lakers. Then they go on the road for 4. If they can go 2-2 there, they're going to be lucky. So I think they're going to wind up playing the Jazz in 4 or 5. I think the Warriors are staring the Joker right in the face.
Yeah.
And with that said, you're going to need all hands on deck to battle with him. The good news hit with them, you don't have Porter and you don't have Murray. So what the Joker's done leading that team, to me, is all about MVP, because I don't think that team, the individual pieces, are that good.
I'm with you.
They've had a terrific year. So I'm fast-forwarding, but I get people up. This is going to be okay. It's going to come together.
I love you, Saintly. Like, I needed this morning. How can they get their defensive effort up in terms of staying in front of people? Is that something that is just more being conscientious about it? Is that having the better personnel out there? Because it feels like the dribble drive penetration and being flat-footed has been a problem for a couple months, and it wasn't at the beginning of the year. How do they get back to that?
That's a very, very good observation and a good question. That to me is all about focus and effort. And there's been a lot of slippage. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. But at the end of the day, when you get Draymond out there, and hey, listen, we know he's not all the way back. It's very evident. So, again, he's a guy. You're going to have 2.5 weeks here. What do they start, the 16th or 17th, Monte, the first round?
Yeah, 16th, April 16th.
So there's time there. And get him going. He's got to have his own training camp. I'm sure he's doing work before and after. I talked to you guys about this. Back injuries are really temperamental. Yep. So let's hope he's feeling good, and he's going to be the key. I'm not going to put it any other way. He's the key to the defense. When he's locked in and playing at a high level, that defense then becomes elite, and they follow a game plan.
The Saintly one here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Gary St. Jean trying to break down the Golden State Warriors here. Andrew Wiggins, that's the guy that I'm looking at, Saintly, where, man, he has all the talent in the world, and he got off to such a great start. And he's shown signs of breaking out of the slump. Had a really good game against Milwaukee a few Saturdays ago. Had a really good game in Miami the second half, especially with 20 points in that second half as the Warriors won their only game on a road trip in South Beach. What, as a coach, as an assistant, what would you tell Andrew Wiggins right now? I know, Saintly, you probably put his arm around him and say, hey, let's go out there and play, but is it that easy to get him going again?
No, it's not. This whole thing is about communication and trusting each other and holding each other accountable. And it's player to player. It's coach to players. It's assistant coaches to players. And everybody's got to, circle the wagons here and find out why he's had a struggling period of time. Because he played, he was an all-star player. He was terrific. He was the guy in the first half of the year that I thought he could be. I didn't think he played terrific up in Minnesota, but he really played great the first half of the year. And when a guy like him misses that many free throws, it's got to be something that's bothering him. And, find out what's going on. You okay off the court? And, and all those little things that you talk to about your family and business and all that, friends, where are you at? And how can we help you? And with that said, he's a big key piece because I think he's one of the keys on defense because I think he guards the best perimeter player on the opposition. Can't ask Clay to do that now. It's got to fall on him, and we need him to be at top form.
Saintly, I'm looking at the Draymond Green situation right now, and I just want your perspective. We know that he has to play with a certain fire to be Draymond Green. But then it feels like he goes over the line in very specific circumstances because he lacks that emotional discipline. How do you balance it out? And how do you have these conversations with them so that, they're not the fire isn't costing the team momentum in specific games that are winnable?
You guys know this. Social media, these podcasts, and the microphones in front of you, morning, noon, and night. and I'm telling you, that's got to grow old. And he seems like he likes it. He's got guys all around the NBA and on his podcast. That's okay. But when you're talking about the team, I did like the way this week he took accountability. He said, I didn't play good, and I'm not there, and I need to be there mentally and physically. Well, I like the way he did that instead of just jumping out at his teammates. And he's a smart veteran. Let's not put any sugarcoat in here. He's a terrific player, and you guys are right. He's just probably got to address this thing like it's the start of the year and get going here. If I was him, I'd throw the microphone away. I put it away for a couple of weeks just to get myself in the right frame of mind.
Like LeBron does the little like social media blackout when the playoffs start?
Right, zero dark 30.
Kind of, sort of. Yeah, I mean, and look at what he's been through. I mean, he had a bad ankle sprain the other day, and I don't know if he's even going to play tonight. And maybe he'll shut it down. I mean, you talk about a mess. That's a big mess down there.
It's true. They're going to fall out to play a tournament. Spurs are a game behind them.
Hey, but you got the Spurs and you got the Pelicans, and they're flying around. They're coming after them, and it's you know what, Anthony Davis.
Oh boy.
Oh brother.
Oh,
let's talk some more about the Warriors. I don't want to be talking about them.
Yeah, no, the Lakers. And the Warriors to see the Lakers in a week, Saintly. They're going to see the Lakers at Chase Center. And that's the thing. You bring up the Pelicans and the Spurs. They're now playing for something. Well, that's where the Warriors in their season. In San Antonio, on the road for back-to-back in New Orleans and San Antonio. So you look at these last 6. Phoenix, Utah, the Sacramento Kings, who are basically playing for pride. You should be able to get that one. The Lakers, who may shut down LeBron James, that'd benefit to go to St. Warriors as they chase 50 wins here and hopefully lock up that 3 seed. And then the last 2 games, San Antonio, New Orleans. So it's imperative to get some type of rhythm here. I'm scratching my head because I think Steve Kerr's running out of answers. He's trying all these different lineups. He's trying all these different rotations. Maybe he tries to dummy it down, but they haven't been healthy all season long. How tough is that on a coach or a GM to not have your roster full, not one game all season?
This is really, really hard. You got guys on other teams just shutting it down, but this team, you got legitimate injuries. And I like the way they've been prudent in back-to-backs. You can beat the Kings, even if some guys don't play on the back-to-back.
Mm-hmm.
And then those last 2 games, here's Steve. He's got his 2 pals. He's got Pop in San Antonio, and he's got Willie Green in New Orleans, scratching to get into playoffs, which would be a great accomplishment after the way they started the year.
Mm-hmm.
And the Warriors this year have had a history of not playing some guys back-to-back. So what do you do in that last 2 games? I'm looking to that. I think that's going to be interesting.
We'd probably try to get
to Steve's credit. He's the voice of experience. He's been there. I know. I read this week. He said, "I've never been through anything like this season." But you know what? He's not. Poor me and oh gosh, what are we going to do and all that. He's a voice that remains stable, and I think that's important for your team. And he's got a great staff, and this team, they know how to win. So I just really believe that this is going to come together. I got a lot of people asking me, what the heck's going to happen? It's going to be okay. It really is.
All right, I want to ask you, Saintly, you've always been into the wine, and, I'm not a wine guy. I had my first glass of wine, born and raised in San Francisco, had a family cabin in the Russian River my entire life. We've been very blessed, and I'm just not a wine guy, but I had my first glass of Chardonnay last summer. I've had a couple of glasses throughout the years. Throughout this year, if I were to start getting into wine, where should I start and why? Like, what is the white, red? Is there a particular kind? Like, how do I get myself into being an expert when it comes to wine so I can sound like I know what I'm talking about?
Buckley's heard me say this. My wife, MJ?
Oh, yeah. MJ the Great.
She calls me a sewer, not a connoisseur.
Oh. Why?
So basically, I'll drink anything.
Oh.
And so you're talking to the wrong guy.
We need to get MJ on the line.
What is your wife like?
Is MJ still in bed?
Well, no, MJ loves white. And, women, I don't know, women have gone a little bit away from the heavy, oaky, woody Chardonnays and more white, that kind of thing. And on the red side, people are more Pinot and Merlot.
My girl Anna loves the Pinot.
So the Pinot?
That's all she drinks. Yeah, she loves the Pinot.
Here's what I've noticed on the white, and again, I've only had it a few times, but I drank a little too much, and your boy was very dehydrated the next day, and I was hurting.
That's what it does.
That Chardonnay made me hurt. I mean, I hadn't hurt like that in a long time.
Yeah, but you know what? You had a great time with your friends and had great conversation, or as my grandson William would say, Papa, let's have a chat. So I'm sure you had a great chat with your friends and all that kind of thing, and that's the price you pay. So,
I love it.
Hey, you know what? A Russian River, my gosh, it doesn't get any better than that.
You're telling me.
You know what? You don't have to jump in 2 feet, but have a little. Just try a little.
And you got to tell them to go to Lenardi's too and grab some selections as well.
Lenardi sandwiches, so good.
I was over there the other day. MJ sent me to get some lettuce, right?
Uh-huh.
So I'm getting the lettuce, and me.
Romaine or regular head lettuce?
Well, I got some romaine because I wanted a Caesar, but then I got some bib and some other kinds, the red lettuce.
Mm-hmm.
So then I'm talking to the nice guy. He's trimming stuff up. I said, "Where are the croutons?" and unbelievable, they were right in front of me at eye level.
Oh.
The guy started laughing. He said, "Coach, look straight ahead." And there were the croutons. So I got to tell you, but when you walk by that meat section at Lenardi's, I'm going to tell you guys something. That's special. That really is.
It is special. I have one now, St. Lee, 4 blocks away from me.
Oh, the top of the skyline?
Yeah. Don't tell everybody where I live, but 4 blocks away from me, St. Lee.
My bad.
And you know what Anna told me? She goes, "The heck with this other store. We're shopping at Lenardi's.
Yeah,
we're going to Lenardi's all the time now, so I'm hooked on it. We talked about it so much over the years, St. Lee. Now I'm all in on Lenardi's. You weren't lying about that.
It's terrific, but I got to tell you what my life is relegated to now. I get to chat with you guys once in a while, but I go to Trader Joe's, great people there. I go down the road, I go to Safeway, then I go to Lenardi. I mean, hey, I got big jobs. I got a lot of pressure out here in Denver.
Coach, thank you for perking me up. Bonte was screaming at me about Jimmy G, and I'm sad about the Warriors. I needed your uplifting spirit this morning.
We all did.
Thank you.
We all did.
I mean it, Coach.
Hey, fellas, let's talk again when we get going here. And we'll have a little glass of wine at 8 o'clock in the morning. We're going to salute the Warriors because they're going to do it.
Yeah, you know what's funny, St. Lee? I was thinking about you yesterday because I asked Mullen, "What's your keys to the second half?" He said, "Just get home safe." I don't know how you work some of those post-game shows where they're down 30 at the half, but that's smart right there to get through a power post-game.
But you know what? You got to have a few stories to tell. That's the big key.
Spin a yarn, as they say.
Tell MJ we said hi. And we may be seeing your son in the first round. The Mavericks are coming.
Yeah.
1 game behind the Warriors for that 3rd spot.
Don't worry. Gregory's my son. Greg's not listening. Cavs are going to catch the Warriors, but they've had an overachieving year, and Luka's been great, and I'll probably go. I don't know. Maybe he'll invite me down to watch. Who knows?
There you go. American Airlines Arena. Here comes a St. Lee one. St. Lee, always a pleasure to talk to you. You got us smiling again.
Hey, guys, don't remember 3 letters. Remember 3 letters. PMA. Positive mental attitude.
Hey.
Love it.
I love that.
Love it. And with that, we say goodbye to the St. Lee one, and we'll catch up with them right before the playoffs. PMA. We needed that.
Yeah.
But can we use PMA when it comes to Garoppolo and Shanahan? I don't even want to go back to I don't even want to talk about them anymore. They've seriously, it's just the exit interview.
Mm-hmm. Can we
off season? I mean,
can we admit, here, as you start to lay out everything, the backdrop of this has been one of the weirdest, most unique quarterback, coach, front office, guy in the wings situation I can ever think of. I thought the Kaepernick thing at the end was wow, it just all over. Blaine Gabbert's going to get moments, and then Cap's going to go to the bench. He's recovering from the injury. He comes back, and they got Jeremy Curley as the number 1, and obviously he's kneeling, and then the entire country starts going crazy. I thought that was about as crazy. This, in a very different way, this is wild to me. You get the guy in a trade. He's the savior. He rips his knee up. He comes back. He can do no wrong in 2019. Oh, my God, he's the greatest. They lose in heartbreaking fashion. Half the fan base thinks it's his fault. The other half thinks that they should run it back, which is totally fine. They do run it back. He gets hurt again. It's a COVID year. He's hurt all year. High ankle sprain. Yeah. They trade heaven and earth to get his replacement.
So you're laying this all out. You cut me off to lay it out.
It's just nuts. Is it not?
It's wild, but
I mean, it's
I'm in
nuts.
the laughing. I'm happy again because I see a tweet or a text from the 650 Comcast Business text line. PMA equals please mute Andre.
Oh, Iguodala?
Yeah.
Well, look, I think
good.
Iguodala gives you
right leg for it.
He gives you profound statements. Like he was talking last night about how the game now, because of the lack of practice and all the young guys,
and the defense, there's no fundamentals
Right.
with defense. It's a dummy down game,
and it feels more like a pickup game, which I agree with. Right? Like he'll give you.
Well, let's hear it from Andre. Let's hear it.
Okay.
The NBA as a whole has gotten away from the fundamentals. It's more of a pickup game. I don't want to be one of those old guys that kind of nitpick at the game, but just the reality of it. And, the great players are very fundamentally sound. You just go down the line. LeBron, fundamentally sound. KD, as skilled as they come. Kyrie, as skilled as they come. Steph, as skilled as they come. And then they have a work ethic to them as well. So I don't think I'm nitpicking at it. It's just the true essence of the game. Your bottom isn't really that low. That bottom's still high. And I feel like now we're at a point where the bottom is getting lower and lower. And we got to keep, as gatekeepers of the game, we got to do a better job of making sure that we're taking care of the game. I'm giving y'all too much. It should be on my podcast, by the way.
Yeah. So that was a funny throwaway line, but it's a constant theme for him at the end where it's just, to me, it's an eye roll for me as a fan. But I love the profound stuff he said on the front end because that's what's more important. Forget the opposite stuff at the end.
I think the podcast thing was fine. Hey, I'm going to say more on my podcast. Get viewers up, get clicks up. You got to take care of your brand.
We could disagree on that.
They all do that.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a good podcast. It gives us content on a daily basis.
I don't care what Evan Turner thinks. Like, I'm just being real. Like, and most people don't. But
Andre Iguodala, you do.
Not really.
It's a good financial advisor, too.
Are you subscribing to that podcast?
I don't subscribe to many podcasts.
It's on Meadowlark. Yeah, so there you go.
I don't even know if I subscribe to Odyssey.
Well, I do. And I have it on my phone, and I listen to our podcast.
I'm kidding, Langford.
But the part about one and dones, because what he's saying is insinuating one and dones in the NBA. You have a younger league. You have a lot of younger players. Look at the Warriors, for example. They got 4 guys under 22. When you had guys staying 2, 3, 4 years, you get a more mature player who has more of a base in terms of the fundamentals, more of that rawness coached out of them, if you will. You have way more player movement now, especially with the 4-year max and 5-year max contracts. It used to be 6-7 years in terms of maxes. So you have player movement all throughout the league. So you just have an instability of continuity. And then you have a lot of guys on the back end of these rosters who just don't know how to play basketball at a fundamental level like that and at a cerebral level like that. It makes a lot of sense.
Well,
and
it starts with a lot of one and dones.
Yes.
A lot of one and dones. You're in and out of college. You're in the AAU circuit. They're just telling you to bomb threes and hit layups. There's no fundamentals being taught there.
Well, and you've dominated because of your physique. Your physique has allowed you to dominate.
You're an athletic freak, so you just go up and go score over everybody.
Plus, you're emotionally 19 years old.
Right.
Like, think about you, B. When you were 19, were you the same emotionally as you were at 24?
That's why we're watching Jonathan Kuminga try to play defense, and at times he has blunders.
You can't even get a beer.
But I think he's ahead of schedule.
Agreed.
He is ahead of schedule. So 707 Mikey Dubs, Comcast Business Sex Line. So are the Giants going to platoon third base now? Longo out with a finger ligament surgery. They're platooning all over the place. But it doesn't matter, right? Platooning's fine. That's what they do. Platooning's fine. I don't even want to talk about the Giants right now.
Longoria hit his finger.
Got to platoon third base. Who is it? Wilmer? Is Wilmer Flores still on the roster?
Did I not tell you Longoria is like the most obvious thing?
Is Wilmer Flores still playing third base?
Wilmer cannot defensively play third base. Let's just he's a second baseman, first baseman in a platoon. Base.
Tyro Estrada?
Will probably be parts. Yeah, it'll probably be Estrada. And then the other, are we going to bring up one of the youngsters? They had the 2nd round pick with Matt
Ramos
Swag.
Just got sit back down.
No, Ramos outfielder. I told you, Ramos isn't that good.
Yeah, just bring it up.
I'm first to that trough. But the second part of this is, maybe Luciano. Like, maybe we see Luciano. I'm telling you, Ramos is not that good. He's just a dude.
He's first.
No one has the guts to say
it. You know what? I'm going to start writing receipts when I'm first on
No one has the guts to say it.
So I can get my damn credit around here. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570.
Here's who
we would not talk about Ramos' prospects.
Trade for him.
We're not. Yeah, that's
trade for him.
Yeah, that's going to happen. Again, this ain't fantasy baseball. This is real life. And in real life, the Guardians are not going to just trade Jose Ramirez for anybody.
Would you do it for Joey Bart?
Like for hit the breaker. Hit the breaker.
Listening to Willard and Dibs has never been easier with the Odyssey app.
I'm not here to say that what Draymond is doing works. I'm also not here to say that you're supposed to be okay with it. What I'm here to say is you're not gonna get another Draymond. Draymond Green is where he is in life, in large part because of this attitude.
The Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Business owners, are you feeling the pressures of running your business? There's a limit to what you can do and still keep employees engaged. Insperity can help. They put 30-plus years of HR experience to work, helping you with hiring, training, HR administration, and compliance while giving your employees competitive benefit options. Because you are able to focus on other priorities, your employees can thrive and your business can grow. With Insperity, nothing seems impossible. Full-service HR, employee benefits, HR technology, Insperity, HR that makes a difference.
Welcome back. Today, our question is for all our listeners out there. Which internet provider has the fastest top speeds? Is it A, Xfinity? There is only one answer, and it's the right one. A, Xfinity. That's right, Xfinity has the fastest top speeds. Plus, gig speed Wi-Fi on the largest gig speed network.
I love this show! Restrictions apply. Gig speed Wi-Fi requires gigabit internet and compatible X-Fi gateway. Actual speeds vary.
Do make your life easier. Novo is powerfully simple business checking. And unlike the traditional banking model, Novo has no minimum balances, no transaction limits, and no hidden fees. Novo is customized to your business with seamless integrations to Stripe, Shopify, QuickBooks Online, and more. Sign up for Novo for free and join the community of over 150,000 fearless small businesses who found the customizable business checking solution that admires their brave. Sign up for your free business checking account right now at novo.co/prime. Prime. Plus, our listeners get access to over $5,000 in perks and discounts. Go to novo.co/prime to sign up for free. novo.co/prime.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
You're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibs are on deck starting at 9 a.m. Who's on Deck is brought to you by On Deck, America's largest online small business lender. Apply today. OnDeck.com.
Now, back to The Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Langford's in a good mood. You know why? I figured it out. I figured out why Langford is all happy. He's all smiles.
I'm always in a good mood.
No, you're not. That's a lie.
I just bring out the positivity in him.
You know what? Instead of saying that's a lie, I'm going to start saying that's a Shanahan. That's a Shanahan. Shanahan likes to lie to us all the time.
Maybe, probably, but maybe not.
He lies to us about Jimmy being a really good quarterback. That's a lie.
Well, didn't Harbaugh lie too?
Yeah, but you know what? Harbaugh's not here anymore. Harbaugh's not here anymore.
Michael Crabtree's got the greatest hands in the history of the NFL.
Crabtree did have good hands.
Yeah, but not the history of the NFL.
You prop up your players. So Langford's in a good mood because the Raiders are making all kind of moves. They have Chandler Jones. They have Devontae Adams. They're loading up in the backfield. Derek Carr's happy. Mike McDaniel looks like he knows what he's doing. They've got a stable front office. Raiders are making moves. And so I think Raider fans, like Langford, they love to see 49er fans all pissy and whiny and complaining about everything. Makes them feel good that it's not them for once. And that's why Langford's been in a good mood, man. Raiders look good. Look good.
Well, for now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Until they get to December, that's what I need to see from Carr.
Well, you're not a Niner hater, though, are you?
No.
Yeah.
I'm in a good mood just because I'm in a good mood. It's Tuesday morning, sports talk radio. I'm not allowed to be in a good mood.
I'm right there with you.
And plus, that song makes me happy. Like finding samples from songs. I had no idea that was the sample that was used for that Biggie song. Yeah. And then I found that and I said, damn.
That is
got to play that on the show tomorrow.
And it's funny because I was playing Biggie on the way in.
Oh, were you?
Honestly, look, I'm not even lying to you.
Yeah.
iTunes.
Life After Death. Ready to
Life
Die.
After Death. Yeah, Life After Death. Look, going back to Cali, right there. I was bumping a lot of Biggie.
Oh, yeah?
So I heard that. I was like, man, it's pretty good. Langford knows his music.
Commandments.
Langford knows his music. All right. 888-957-9570. Is there any good into bringing back Jimmy Garoppolo? And what I mean by that is, like, is this a good thing to bring back a veteran quarterback who's helped you win go to 2 NFC championships and a Super Bowl? Is there any positivity, any good in bringing back number 10 to the 49ers?
Well, of course there's some good. I mean,
which is?
Well, like on a surface level, having a deep quarterback room is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. But again, this goes back to my roster construction thing when it comes to salary cap leagues. If you're going to allocate the 20-something million that Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be getting to be a backup, I mean, you might as well just restructure him. Why give him that kind of money to not be the number one guy? Mm-hmm. Like, that's just bad allocation of funds. That's the way I would view that, because you could spread that money around. Again, backup tight end, another cornerback, another safety, right guard. I mean, Brunskill didn't kill it last year. Right tackle. Love to get an upgrade from McGlinchey or whoever the heck's out there at right tackle. So, it's not the greatest allocation of funds, but from a quarterback room bolstering, sure, why not? In terms of having somebody in the room with Trey Lance to bounce things off of, sure, why not? In case Trey Lance gets dinged up because he's been hurt before, sure, why not? But all the other reasons in terms of team building, it makes no financial sense whatsoever.
Would you be good with it?
If he restructured his deal, I would be good with it. At his current price tag, I would not be good with it.
Okay, this is just a question for me, and I'm sure some listeners are having this too, but when it comes to restructuring contracts, doesn't that have to do with players who are on multi-year deals? Like he's on the last year of his deal. What is just going to say? Yeah, we're going to pay you less money. They could just do that.
You tell him, hey, we're either going to cut you, which is what they could do if they get to training camp with no money attached to him, or we're going to give you a reduced salary. So you're reworking his deal.
Well, Jimmy will probably and Donnie will say, well, cut me then. Well, and we could pick wherever we go.
But that money has to be allocated elsewhere, right? When they restructure that contract, that the money that you're not
paying over multiple years.
Yeah, the money that they're not paying him. I mean, that'd probably have to count against dead cap the next couple of years or whatever.
He has no guaranteed money, from what Kyle Madsen was just telling me when we were talking at the break. If they can get to the training camp and week 1 of the preseason, there's no guaranteed money attached to him because he will be healthy. There'll be no injury settlement, and they owe him no guaranteed money. So at that point, you can release him and bring him back at a cheaper deal or rework the deal so where you don't have to pay him that kind of money because that's what he's on the books for. Now, what I would say is on Bonte's thing, they'll just go somewhere else. I don't know, and this is the thing I keep saying to Mark Willard, I just don't know what team is absorbing $27 million of Jimmy Garoppolo.
That's what I was saying the whole time.
Like, I just don't know. So unless the 49ers are going to eat part of that salary, a restructuring, a reworking, a totally new deal altogether is in the cards for Jimmy Garoppolo at some level. No team is working off the contract he's currently using.
650 Comcast Business Text Line. Jimmy G is the number one guy. Lance can't beat him out.
Number one.
415 Comcast Business Text Line. Only good thing about bringing Jimmy G back is great for sports radio. I would say it's not great for sports radio. I would say that I'm fatigued from talking about Jimmy Garoppolo, the quarterback situation for the 49ers. Seriously.
You don't say.
Yeah, you don't say. And I know you're being sarcastic.
Yeah,
honest to God, like I'm tired of it.
Yeah, I think the fans are too.
No, I don't think so. I think some people want Jimmy back.
Maybe.
Who wants Jimmy back? 888-957-9570. Who wants Jimmy Garoppolo back with the 49ers? Because here's what John Lynch had to say yesterday about possibly cutting Jimmy Garoppolo.
I don't foresee that. He's too good a player, so I don't foresee that. And, I think Jimmy will be playing for us, so he'll be playing for someone else. He's too good a player not to be.
And would it be awkward if he was back with the 49ers?
I don't think it ever was awkward last year. I don't want to speak for those guys. I think Jimmy at the end, when he was saying his farewell, he may have indicated that, but I never felt awkward. I think I give both those guys credit for that. I give the lines of communication between Kyle and Rich Scangarelli, who was the quarterback coach, all that credit for. I don't think it ever felt awkward. And like I said, I think when you have strength at that position, it's a good thing for your team.
Hey, Kyle Shanahan, would there be a competition if Jimmy Garoppolo was to come back with the 49ers?
If Jimmy is on the roster when you get to camp, how do you envision that playing out? I mean, would it be a competition, or have you got that far?
Definitely haven't got that far. But, yeah, we'd figure that out. It would be something. I mean, he'd be on our team, so you'd have to Jimmy's a good quarterback, so that he's not easy for anyone to beat out, and that was tough. Trey wasn't ready to beat him out last year. We'll be definitely closer to that this year if it happens, but it's something that we want to have to worry about in training camp, and usually when you have a situation like that, it makes everyone better anyways.
There's so much double talk and hedging, Bonte, that's going on all these sides for Lynch and Shanahan.
You think there's an
It's like they're selling me on a shack down near Ocean Beach for $6 million that we all know isn't worth anywhere near $800,000. That needs all new floors, new roof, new everything. It's just I hate being sold bologna when they're trying to tell me it's filet mignon. This is filet mignon. No, it's bologna. It's always been bologna. Stop selling me on filet mignon and charging me filet mignon prices.
Shanahan. We're not just going to get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo. No.
What you saw from Trey is a natural progression for him to be a starter? Is that something that he's going to have to prove this offseason?
Well, I mean, that's why we looked into trading Jimmy, because we obviously believe that Trey can be a starter, and we're ready to do that. But if we can't upgrade our team in another way, we're not just going to get rid of a good quarterback because we have other quarterbacks on the roster. I mean, quarterbacks are really hard to come by. Some teams don't have any at all. And the fact that we have 3 that we're happy with, that is a good thing. You always want to upgrade your team, and usually only one guy can play. And we know we have all guys that are capable of starting, which Jimmy's done a great job for us. We brought Trey here to be that eventually, and I think that'll be sooner than later. But when Jimmy gets his surgery, and we can't upgrade our team by getting some good picks until surgery, until people feel good about that, I'm all right with that. I mean, we're not just getting rid of him to get rid of him. I mean, Jimmy's a good player that we all really like as a person and as a teammate, and we're going to wait to see whatever helps the Niners the most.
There's picks.
I was just going to say, they're so married to the picks.
Right, the picks.
Isn't that just to save face?
The picks. You spent the second-round pick
You
to
won
get
the
Jimmy
Trey.
Garoppolo.
You won the Trey.
You won the Trey by a landslide. Move on.
But what are they trying to salvage?
I don't know what the picks and more picks.
Who cares?
What team out there is going to give the 49ers a first-round pick for Jimmy Garoppolo?
Well, that's not happening.
Second-round pick?
Well, no. I don't see how. If Carson Wentz went for 2/3 and Carson had an infinitely better season overall, even though he's not one of the great quarterbacks, how is Jimmy Garoppolo worth more than Carson Wentz, Monte?
Yeah, he's not.
Carson Wentz's highs have been higher than Jimmy. Right? And
Yeah.
I think his standard play week to week has actually been better than Jimmy Garoppolo. Does he do head scratching things? Absolutely. He's infinitely more talented physically.
Carson Wentz is not the sole reason why the Colts didn't make the playoffs.
No.
COVID, injuries, defensively, offensively, wide receivers. There are a lot of reasons why the Colts didn't make the playoffs. Carson Wentz is like the 10th reason why they didn't make the playoffs.
He was 27-7 last year.
I know, and touchdown interceptions.
Yeah, and played in a monsoon game and looked infinitely more talented than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Got sacked 6 times in week number 18 against the Jaguars. Sacked 6 times. They had nothing cooking down in Jacksonville. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Gene, what's happening? You're on the roast. Gene, what's up?
First, can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Am I on?
Yep, we got you.
Okay. First of all, love to hear the coach, the Saint there. He's a breath of fresh air. We really needed him this morning.
We did.
Agreed.
I wanted to say, one of the things on my bucket list is to sit down with him and Tim Roy someday in a English style pub.
Ooh, I like that.
And just reminisce about our days following the Celtics when we were
nice.
Anyways, turning to the Jimmy thing. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm actually totally aligned with you, Joe, on Garoppolo for a change. I agree. I mean, why not keep him if you can restructure, get him down around whatever, 10, 12 million, and have 2 quality quarterbacks, I mean, neither of us want to relive the Nick Mullins and C.J. Beathard days. I mean, those guys couldn't win worth a damn, right?
Nope. Yeah, that's why it drives me crazy, Gene. That's why it drives me crazy. Well, Nick Mullins threw for X amount of yards, and it was the most yards. Yeah, how many garbage time yards did he throw for?
I agree with that.
Meaningless passing yards.
Yeah.
Don't throw that in my face with Nick Mullins. He was a pumpkin. All right, sorry.
Exactly.
It's just that.
And I'm sure he's better than Sudfeld. So, and this talk about maybe there being tension in the locker room, I don't see that. So, yeah, I'm with you there. If they can restructure it, keep them.
Yeah.
Yep, no doubt. No doubt. Let's go to Steve in Fremont. Steve, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, morning, guys. Long-time listener. Love your show.
Thank you.
I think the issue with Jimmy G is, it's smoke and mirrors, right? These other quarterbacks, they have better stats. The thing that Jimmy presents is he has the winning record. And we know that's not necessarily Jimmy's doing, it's the team around him. So I think that's why they're holding up on, we need these high draft picks. He's a winner. But you throw him on any of these other weaker teams, is he going to have that record? No way. So I just want to make that comment.
It's true. You throw Russell Wilson out of the Seahawks, and what did we say about the Seahawks?
Well, we saw when Russell Wilson was out.
They're done.
They were toast.
Yeah, but when he's there, they don't win any less than 10 games. You know what I mean? Like, that's what they are. And I know we're Jimmy Garoppolo nauseated. Just a quick aside, Monte. MLB.com put out an article today. Giants, 6th best rotation. 6th best rotation.
Number 6
in baseball. Just a tease.
Am I supposed to jump up for joy?
No, just a little something we're going to talk about later this week.
Am I supposed to jump up? What is
the strength of the team?
6th best rotation with Rodon and Webb and who else? DeSclafani.
Well, right now this is what they've got penciled in: Logan Webb, Carlos Rodon, Anthony DeSclafani, Alex Wood, and don't forget about Alex Cobb. They had the third best ERA last year, Bonte. Hey, I know Longoria's out, but I'm telling you, these Gigantes, they got pitching. That's the strength of the team this year. Now, Tyler Rogers took one off the foot the other day. I hope he's okay because they need a setup, man. He had a monster year last year. Can Doval take the step forward? 40 saves? 30 saves? Duggar in center? 888-957-9570. What about Joey Bart? Jose Ramirez? Trade on deck? Feeling that? They're talking about Patrick Bailey being the most pro-ready prospect that they've got at the catching system. And don't sleep on my boy Auerbach, who can play like 8 positions. They also made a trade for a 25-year-old, Luke Williams or whatever his name is. Played in 8 positions in one game. Giants making moves. I'm starting to like it. Come on, doggy. The opening season. We play the Marlins next Friday. Oh. Jazz Chisholm. What?
As good of a salesman as you are.
I tried so hard right there.
As good of a salesman as you are.
I tried so hard right there.
You are such a sucker for these articles.
I loved it.
You're such a
best
sucker.
Rotation.
We could sell you anything. You're a great salesman.
Hey.
But, man, you'd be my best client. I could sell you anything.
Don't forget about the other guy they got, Matthew Boyd and Carlos Martinez.
Oh, they just
They're
sold
6th and 7th guys. They're balling.
They literally just sold you.
What?
6th best rotation, man. They just sold you.
6th best on paper. On paper.
On paper.
If we were just doing the...
When you read that, were you smiling ear to ear?
Oh, I was like, ooh.
Oh, my gosh. And then they're opening the season
Well, this
against
is how
the
they get me. So MLB.com sends me an email every morning.
I get the same email. They go straight to the trash.
Well, I don't. I click on every article, right? And it'll be like, Ohtani did this. You know, and I'm like, okay, let's see what Ohtani did. And then this one was the top 10 Major League Baseball rotations. And I was like, a list? Let's go. Click. I clicked on it. Who's number 1? The Mets. So it makes sense. You got the Blue Jays, I believe, at number 3. And I'm just looking, I'm like, where are the Giants? Where are the Giants? Boom, 6th. 6th best rotation.
That's unbelievable.
What, you think that's too high?
Hell yeah.
I'll give you here they are right here. In order.
Yeah.
Okay. Ready? Your number 1 rotation in baseball, the Mets. DeGrom, Scherzer, Bassett, Carrasco, Walker. I mean, loaded. Number 2, Milwaukee Brewers. Your team. You love them. You know, Corbin Burns, Woodruff.
I can hear Mark Willard right now in 10 minutes say, well, that's too low for the Giants. They should be number 4.
No, 6 is fine.
You see Farhad, 6th best rotation on paper.
Well, this is where I get sad. The
who
Blue
wrote
Jays.
this article? Can I ask you who wrote this article?
On MLB.com. I'm going to give it to
author?
you. Anthony Castrovince.
Who the hell is that?
I have no idea, but you know what? At Castro Vince on Twitter, you can follow him, and I'll share the article with you, and I'll send it to you. Yeah, Brewers number 2, number 3, Blue Jays with Kevin Gosman in the 2 slot for them after signing a 5-year deal.
Wait. Blue Jays at the number 3 rotation.
Yes.
And Gosman is there too?
Yes.
In the AL East.
It's a little overrated.
At Toronto.
Yeah.
Why should I read the rest of this article?
White Sox 4. We obviously took one of their pitchers. 5 is the Astros. Verlander back again as the ace. Kind of surprising. And then Giants number 6. As you scroll down, Dodgers number 7. Now, I like the Dodgers rotation in terms of what they've done more so than the Giants, but we'll see how this thing shakes out. 8, your World Series champion Braves. 9, the Yankees, the $300 million man, Garrett Cole, who has been underwhelming, quite frankly. And then the Phillies, ex-Giants prospect Zach Wheeler, heading out that rotation. What do you think of that top 10?
Hell of a top 10.
Giants 6.
So that means the Giants will be back in the playoffs.
Well, there's a lot of playoff spots, so yeah, they might be back there. I mean, they could win 89 games and get in the playoffs.
6-5-0. Bontelli likes talking about pain, a.k.a. the Niners and the Dubs. I'm telling you, 2 months into the season, I love Kai Correa. I love Alyssa Nacken. We're gonna have Dave Fleming on all the time. You know, we're gonna have other Giants
contributors. That's number 92,
contributors.
Alyssa Nacken to you.
Yeah, number 92, Alyssa Nacken.
Yep.
We're gonna have a lot of people that talk Giants baseball. Last year, the motto was get us to August. They got us to October.
Get me to Luciano. That's my argument this year.
Dude.
So they said Patrick Bailey. Patrick Bailey, they said, might have an opportunity at some point this year to come up.
Yeah, let me say this.
He looked good. I watched his at-bat over the weekend. He looks like a ball player.
Before we get to the Xfinity Flex moment of the show, I'll just say this. I'm not going to make any predictions about the Giants. I'm watching this team with an open book.
Good.
I don't expect them to suck. I don't expect them to be great.
Okay.
I'm just going to watch baseball.
Oh.
I'm going to watch them game by game.
Okay.
And I'll comment game by game.
Oh.
And maybe by July we'll have a feel of what this team will be like or what this team will do during the season. 6 best rotation, I need to see it.
I agree with you.
When I hear a guy write about the Toronto Blue Jays having a 3rd best rotation and they just lost Robbie Ray.
Yeah.
I have a problem.
And they added Gosman, who fell off the map at the end of last year.
I have an issue with that. I'm saying, well, who is this guy writing this article? Blue Jays number 3 rotation?
It's just throwing it out there. You can react. It's like King of the Hill.
Wow. Maybe we'll bring King of the Hill back. Maybe we'll bring King of the Hill back for baseball.
I'm kind of feeling that.
Yeah, I am too.
I'm kind of feeling.
Should have done it for basketball.
But instead of 8, maybe we dial it down to 4.
Do 5.
So okay, we're here. Evan Longoria got hurt. Now you have one guy at shortstop who's every day. That's Crawford. Another guy across the diamond at first base who I call him Mr. 2/3. He's good for 2/3 of a season.
Wow.
Okay, Brandon Bell, who now is the captain and is chirping like crazy.
Wow.
Every other spot in the entire everyday lineup is going to be a platoon or a sub situation. It's insane. I can't remember a season like this.
No, I can't either.
I mean, there's nobody locked in. I don't even have Fred Lewison left to think about.
I came out at 6 in the morning and said it's a terrible Tuesday, and now I'm just depressed. I mean, I'm officially depressed. I need a Warriors win in a worse way.
Hey,
I need the Niners to move off of Jimmy. I am depressed. When you just named all those names at the Giants, and you brought up all the rotation, you brought up the lineup, and you bring up, I'm officially depressed when it comes to baseball. Come on, man. They're playing the Marlins for opening day.
It's going to be awesome. I went to a Tampa Bay Rays opening day for the Giants a couple of years ago in the rain, and there were 2 Rays fans. You want to talk about sacrilegious? I mean, on opening day, the Tampa Bay Rays visiting Pac Bell? Ridiculous.
I've got Kyle Shanahan saying that Jimmy Garoppolo is a really good quarterback, and he may be back. We're not just going to cut him.
Your boy Evan Longoria hurt his finger?
This has been a depressing morning.
Yeah.
I'm depressed.
I heard he hurt his finger trying to type out a tweet about getting angry at Major League Baseball for going on strike.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that was a bad joke.
I'm too depressed to laugh right now. I'm sorry. I'm too depressed to laugh. Maybe the flex moment of the show brought to you by Xfinity will make me laugh. Langford, what do you have?
So what I'm getting at is when I hear all this criticism about Steve Kerr, all the stars that are making a ton of money are missing tons of time this year. You just said none of them have played together.
Nope.
Okay? Then, when they can't play in back-to-backs, look at who you have out there.
Right.
Name me a coach in the league who's making chicken salad out of the garbage that's on the court.
And please don't tell me Greg Popovich. He hasn't made the playoffs since 2019.
No.
And they got bounced in the first round.
No, they'll be...
Right? And he still had LaMarcus Aldridge in that San Antonio system, but they stuck. They were a 7 seed, all right? Phil Jackson. They're not winning without Kobe Bryant.
Exactly.
They struggle without Shaq. Hell, they were an 8 seed. All right? So don't give me this thing, the NBA. You can name me a championship team.
I'm with you.
That is one without stars. Call me.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Flex moment of the show is a good flex. 408 Comcast Business Text Line. Matt, do you have Jimmy or Trey as a quarterback?
Well, Bonte traded Jimmy immediately.
Oh, yeah, I traded him to the Raiders for a 3rd-round pick. And I got back Mariota as well as the backup.
Oh, what a deal.
Nice. Madden. Man, it's been a minute since I played Madden. I am playing this game on my phone called Retro Bowl. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's a clear bite on Tecmo Bowl.
Oh.
But you can build, it's a very basic, rudimentary, swipe and release kind of passing game. But
I like that.
It passes the time,
I like that. By the way, MLB, I believe the show comes out today.
Does it?
PS5.
Still featuring Damon Bruce?
I don't know.
Or that was the NBA game.
That was the NBA game, NBA 2K.
He actually got me hooked up to be a voice of a game back in like 07
Really?
at a previous job that we both had. Well, here's the story. So I go up to Novato, Hamilton Air Force Base. Shout out Novato. No, this is way north
but the
of
company
Tiburon.
was named Tiburon.
I don't believe it was. I believe it was EA Sports.
Well, yeah,
something
so they
like
bought
that.
Tiburon, and it was, anyway, long story, but it's a subsidiary of it.
So basically, I go up there, and they're having me voice the halftime, like the halftime show mode. So you go through and you read all the names, one after the other. Sharif Abdur-Rahim.
Right.
Do that one again. Sharif Abdur-Rahim. Next. And you're there for hours.
Wow.
Hours. Pays pretty darn well, by the way. Game comes out. Dibber on the cutting room floor.
What?
Oh.
Check didn't bounce, though.
Oh, that's good.
Check didn't bounce. Check was there.
Check was nice.
But it was still a little disappointing,
A
right?
little bit, especially when you hear, Damon's all over, and Damon is great, and he's done a ton of it, but that's my one brush with video game fame.
Wasn't it Tony Bruno who was on the Madden game and his radio show? They had created a fake radio show on the old Madden game, or am I misremembering this?
Yeah, I don't remember about Bruno.
Yeah.
I don't really talk about Bruno these days.
You know what? Fair enough.
Leave
My
him
bad.
alone.
You gotta Google it.
Yeah, Google it. Yeah, if you want to know about Tony Bruno.
There's my guy in the background, Mark Willard, joining us.
Oh, Mark Willard.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Is he there?
Look,
I'm
he's
right
there.
here, boys. I'm
You
right
know he's here.
Are you mourning
I'm
the
right
loss
here.
of Evan Longoria's finger?
Yeah, I'm looking for ligaments, man. I'm out on the street, with one of those metal detectors, just looking for ligaments, anything that we could patch these boys together. No, I appreciate my guy Dibs and everybody. I got an 8-year-old with a stomach thing in the other room. He's fine. He's had oatmeal this morning. I had leftover meatloaf and fried eggs. Number 1 ranked breakfast in my book. We're fine. Everything is fine. I'm sad to hear you guys are depressed. I don't think are we really are we really in a moment of depression? Really? Or what is that?
I mean,
I want to
at
psychoanalyze you guys right now.
6th best rotation by MLB.com standard with the Giants. I'm feeling optimistic. We got the Marlins next Friday.
By some writer nobody knows who
That's
had the
okay.
Blue Jays rotation at number 3.
Patrick Bailey's closer than I thought.
Blue Jays rotation number 3, and they lost.
Yeah, but
Robbie
that's
Ray.
all a bunch of everybody's
I know.
0-0.
Yeah, I
Let's
know.
watch the games, right?
That's what I just said. Yeah, I just said that. I'm watching the Giants with an open book. I'm not predicting anything. I'm not going to say they stink. I'm not going to say they're great. I just want to see it.
No, but I'm talking everything. Not
I'm
just
depressed.
Giants
Yeah,
baseball.
Shanahan continues to lie to us about Jimmy Garoppolo. Oh, I really think he's a good quarterback. But yet you went to go trade for Trey Lance. Everything you've done with your actions when it comes to flirting with other quarterbacks, making a trade for Trey Lance, everything, your play calling, not going for it on 4th and 2 at the NFC Championship game, not calling the timeout in Super Bowl 54 in the first half. Oh, don't tell me that you're worried about giving Patrick Mahomes the ball back. It's a 10-10 game. Scared money don't make money. Everything you've done has told us that you don't believe Jimmy Garoppolo is a good quarterback. And yes, I am long-winded here, Chasky. I'm going to keep damn talking here for a second.
No, I love it.
Talk as long as you
Speaking
want.
of which, yeah, I'll talk 10 straight minutes right now if I
Stretch
want
5.
to. You know what I'm saying? Everything Shanahan has done is told us all that he doesn't think Jimmy Garoppolo's a good quarterback. And yet he's sitting there telling us that he's a good quarterback. And he may be back by training camp. So yes, I'm depressed because it's another 4 months I may have to talk about Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm tired of talking about Garoppolo.
What do you want him to say? I'm so glad you're saying it that way because it's actually something Dibs and I are going to get into right off the top. Because I understand why people are tired of Jimmy. We all understand Jimmy fatigue. Would you like the 49ers to do something about your Jimmy fatigue, or would you like them to take care of the 49ers? What exactly
Take care of the 49ers.
Say? Okay,
by cutting him. Take care of the 49ers by cutting him, Mark.
I'm so glad you said that because
you picks for him.
Because you just got a bunch of laughs from people driving around because you're picking a scab and you're speaking to the emotions
Mark,
of the
did I not
fans.
tell you that there was no value for Jimmy Garoppolo? Did I not tell you that Indianapolis, Cleveland, New Orleans, Atlanta, Carolina, Washington wasn't a fit for him? And we're still sitting here talking about Jimmy Garoppolo.
I'm going to corner you.
For picks.
I'm going to corner you. Give me the one good thing that happens today when you cut Jimmy. Be the exec in the room. And when someone says, why did you cut Jimmy today? Your answer is?
because we freed up some cash and we let Trey Lance know this is his operation and it's Trey time.
They already answered that yesterday. They already answered that and told you, and I believe them, by the way, that Jimmy Garoppolo's contract has not stopped them from doing one thing they wanted to do in free agency. Okay.
I was born yesterday then. I was born yesterday then. You telling me that they couldn't free that money up and be a more lucrative attraction, a better attraction for other free agents out there if they didn't free that money up? Are you telling me that, hey?
No. I want you to go through the books of the Los Angeles Rams the last 2 years and explain to me how it is that you can't free up the money you want to free up in the cap almost any time you want. If they wanted somebody or somebody wanted them, they could have had him, and Jimmy's contract didn't stop him. I promise you. Can I say this any firmer? I promise you from the depths of my soul and every conversation I've had with NFL execs and NFL agents, I promise you, if they wanted someone and someone wanted them, they could have had him, Jimmy or not. I promise.
Okay. I'm going to take your word for it. I'm going to take your word. So they could have had Chandler Jones then?
Absolutely. I mean,
so they just didn't want Chandler Jones. So they could have had Devontae Adams.
Yeah, they
could have had Amari Cooper.
Sure.
They could have had Deshaun Watson. Okay, cool.
Deshaun Watson.
So then,
$250 million
Mark, what
guaranteed.
you're telling me, the 49ers look worse. They look worse by not doing this. If they could have had anybody, they should have went out to go get anybody. They're on the cusp of the Super Bowl. So if they would have wanted anybody, why not go anybody? That makes them look even sillier.
How does that tango? You're acting like Chandler would have come. Maybe Chandler wanted to be a Raider.
I'm not saying he did. I said that earlier.
So
he may have been a Raider.
They got to want to come, and are the 49ers correct or incorrect that their roster is already one of the top 7 or 8 rosters in the NFL?
It's very good.
Correct or incorrect?
No,
I already said the Niners have them right now today. They're a top 4 team in the NFC. Right now today they are.
But you still need to get better. Like they don't have us right now. We don't know that Alex Mack is coming back. Right guard was a massive hole. Right tackle is a spot that I have no idea what McGlinchey's going to look like. Left guard, you're playing a kid who did not take a snap last year. Okay, safety, you haven't addressed that situation. You have no bookend, legitimate starting pass rusher opposite Nick Bosa. You lost your left guard. You lost your D tackle. You lost your starting safety. There are holes. There are. So don't tell me, yes, they're a good roster, but there are holes.
I didn't say that there aren't holes, but we could do that with every roster. This is what fans do. We understand each position on the field, and we go, wait a minute, what about this? You address safety with someone we've never heard of from the Colts. I don't know how that guy's going to play. Maybe he's going to fill. We fill every single position. You're not going to do that. No team does that. No team can fill a hole. We can't.
He's cutting out.
We can assess what they did.
Yeah, but part of the beauty of having a quarterback on a rookie deal.
Before I get in here, is it March 29th, or did I fall asleep and wake up on July 29th? Just answer that.
Yeah, but this has been the wildest
Joe, just answer
ever.
that question.
It's not.
We're not
1st,
even through the draft. And the thing that Mark was saying about the roster, you're not going to look 1 through 54, 1 through 45 and go, just mwah, perfect 45. You look where they are now. They tell you that they could have gotten free agents if they wanted. They chose to do more of a Farhan approach, and I got it, Mark, for the next couple seconds here. They backfilled the roster. They didn't go for the marquee big names. They backfilled it. Just give them time to get through the draft before we all go crazy about what their holes are. That's, to me, March 29th.
Dibley,
I've got 99 problems, and the Niners roster isn't one of them.
And that's something I said to Shasky in the 7 o'clock hour.
Well, we just
it's only March 29th.
Yeah, I know, but they don't have a first-round draft pick.
But
I'm more concerned about the Warriors' inability to defend.
That's obvious.
The Giants maybe having to platoon another spot. If Longoria, who was good last year when healthy, now he's hurt. We can run through. Stanford Cardinal. Do they have enough to beat Geno, who's trying to channel his inner Coach K? That to me is a bigger problem than the left guards never played.
No, it's just the Jimmy
on March
Garoppolo.
29th.
But it's the quarterback of the Niners. So no one gives two damns about Chioza in comparison to
here's
Jimmy
the thing
G.
about Jimmy G. He's here until July. So now we can all take Jimmy G, much like our Christmas decorations, put him away. because they're
talking about him today.
But yes, and it's
so.
But to me, the subject matter is they're definitive. He's going to be a 49er for 100 more days. We're actually going to talk to the one person most affected by this today at 11 o'clock.
Nate Sudfeld.
No. Yeah, that's called the tease, Joe.
Yeah, well,
you know the young artist who draws a Jimmy G picture? We're going to have her on at 11 o'clock.
Wow.
Rita is the one. Well, when you work as hard as we do on our show, you're able to pull global guests.
Wow.
But
those are some sheepish looks on those faces.
I thought Rita was coming on our show last week.
We were on this account like 3 weeks ago, so that's fine.
It's called determination. And what's funny is we will speak to the one individual most affected by Jimmy G staying, and that is young Rita, who now is going to have to draw another 100 drawings.
Oh,
at least.
How many drawings are you going to make, Mark, for the platoon situation that is the Giants? Right now, you've got Mr. Two-Thirds at first,
Mark,
and you've got Mr. Everyday at short.
That's depressing.
This team
the Giants platooning everywhere. It's just platoon.
Charlie Sheen is here. Martin Sheen is here. It's a platoon special.
It's gonna be depressing. It's gonna be depressing when they're 20-33 because of it. Evan Longoria missed half the year last year.
81
Wilmer
games.
Flores went over there and looked really good, and they played fine without him. Like one of the definitions of that team last year that was mind-boggling. I'll grant you. Do I think it's going to happen? I have no idea, but it was mind-boggling that when someone would get hurt, someone else would come in and they would lose nothing. Like their productivity never dipped. So you hope for that again. I'll get depressed when I see the record reflect the issues that we're talking about today. It's not good that he's hurt, but I mean, let's see it. Let's see it. They did it last year.
Warriors, Draymond, Iggy, Kerr, health. One game up on the Mavericks for the 4th spot. It's a little depressing right now. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah.
I'm getting a little depressed.
My only advice to you is to take it as seriously and emotionally as they are. Because right now, they could give two blanks about wins and or losses. All they care about, Steve Kerr gets thrown out because he's tired of watching this. Wake me in April. So for me right now, Bonte, and I've been beyond the on the Bonte panic meter for a long time, but nothing matters until you get to the off.
Can I ask you a question,
Dib? Of course you can, Joe.
You were first at this, and now I'm sipping from the trough water as well. Iguodala will say profound things at times, and I'm like, wow, it's really fascinating. And then at other times, he leaves me rolling my eyes because he's so out of touch with the basic consumer. And it's just certain things that he says, the way he goes about things. I feel a big disconnect, and it's not just him. There's lots of guys in the NBA, but like Trey and him, they'll say things at times where I'm like, do you realize how that lands on your consumer base? And it makes me roll my eyes. I don't hate him. I'm not like out on him all completely, but I feel like he's so out of touch with who the consumer of the product is these days.
I just don't think that at times they have much of a thought or a concern for it, which is fine. It's your prerogative, you know?
Agreed.
The whole vet min thing was rubbed me the wrong way.
Oh, my God. And I don't get paid to coach.
Right, but at the same time, all of these guys will be judged by one singular thing. Can you win 16 games when you need 16? Are you going to win one game or 16? 0 or 16? Somewhere in between. If you win 11 games, okay, fine, a nice run. If you win 14, you were almost there.
Yeah.
If you win 2 playoff games and you get bounced to the ounce in that first round, well, now it's a different conversation on the post game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That is a good point. Pain.
All right, boys. I'll be listening. I'm ready to hear all these takes today. What are we starting with?
We're starting with the one thing that teams cannot afford to have, and right now the Warriors have it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Holy mackerel.
Thank you,
out of here. Thanks, Saint.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, get settled, my man. Get settled. Get all tucked into your spot there and get ready to go. We have got ourselves some work to do. Evan Longoria is hurt again. Alex Pavlovich, 10 o'clock. The Warriors are mailing in things on a Monday night. Rick Barry at 10:30. And Jimmy Garoppolo is not going anywhere. Rita Oak, get your, I don't know if she's a righty or a lefty, but get your artiste hands together. You have got work to do for at least 100 more days because Jimmy is not going anywhere. We'd love your participation. 888-957-9570. That is our Comcast business text line as well. Willard and Dibs is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. My brother, good morning.
How you doing, Mark? I thought for a minute you were going with the do-rag, but it's just a backwards hat, because normally you go front. Yeah, what?
Yep. No, I'm showing it to you. I'm giving you
beautiful,
the bill.
Normally you go front
bill's
hat.
on the back.
Yeah, but the back hat is a little bit of a departure. I thought you went do-rag, which would have been exciting, but today this show is not about excitement. It's about the antithesis, David, of excitement, which is the one thing that the Warriors have right now.
Which leads, of course, to our song of the day. Let's go. Song of the day.
Yep.
That's Blink-182 making
Yeah,
its
it is.
second appearance on Song of the Day in the last 2 weeks. And this song is called Bored to Death.
Oh,
Dibs,
God.
go ahead. Let us know what point was it that you, what time was it? You know what time it is. What time was it when you turned that game off last night?
Oh, God, it was probably almost at halftime, late second quarter, where, even the hardiest defense chants in my living room couldn't coax them into getting a stop. So you start to see that thing slip away, and you realize that the cavalry's not coming because the cavalry is in street clothes. At that point, you realize, okay, the baby Dubs maybe don't have it tonight. Iguodala already hit his triple. Pay the over on field goals, by the way, at 1.5. Pay the over. You win. Steiny and I lose. So luckily there was no stakes involved. But, yeah, I'd say late second I'd had about enough, especially coming off of that Women's Elite 8 game. I mean, now that's basketball, Mark. You talk about UConn and NC State. That was an electrifying basketball game, not this Warrior snoozer.
Would it have been as electrifying? And I'll grant you that it would have been. I'll answer it for you, but I wonder your perspective because that was your pick your battle selection.
Yeah.
And you had essentially twice you had the right pick. And you got hosed, Dibs. You got hosed. This is what calls. This was a bad beat because what'd you have? NC State +4?
Yeah.
And they went to overtime, which means you were right, but you were wrong. And then they went to double overtime, which means you were right, but you were wrong. And then in the end, you pushed, which would have been fine in a regular casino, but this house isn't a regular casino. And you take what was a very unfortunate L.
Yeah.
But my gosh, like that, you're right. I mean, how often do we switch from a Warriors basketball to a women's college hoop game? But I was like, get off of this Warrior game.
Right.
Give me UConn and NC State.
Actual offensive efficiency and some defensive tenacity. And this is not to say that Memphis didn't play great, and that team continues to be scary. Nightmare on Beale Street, starring Freddy Krueger. But that may not even come to pass because the Warriors are sinking. They're plummeting in the standings, and they are the one thing you can't be right now, Mark, and that is they're kind of dull. You've got, other than Kerr getting ejected and a little offensive flash here and there, they are a bad team. They're not compelling. They're not defending, and I know that this is just the dog days, but the one thing this Warrior team has almost always been is at least exciting.
Well, it is interesting because you're, first of all, 100% right. I think we've made this statement before. I would rather my team is bad than boring. And there are examples of this. Take a look around the NFL and the way teams have said, okay, we'll take that quarterback. It's like you know that it's not going to be good enough to win the whole thing, but you'll be more interesting. Take the Washington Commanders as this year's example, or the first one that can pop to my mind. Is Carson Wentz your brand new acquisition? Is he going to go win the Super Bowl for you? Ludicrous. Of course he's not. But Luda, it's a lot more interesting, even though that Heineke kid, first of all, his last name sounds like a beer or a body part, which are both fun. And
I landed on my Heineke.
Hey, give me another Heineke. I'm thirsty. But anyway, he's interesting because he's got chutzpah. He runs around in circles and, he does what you don't think he can do. But come on, be a real football team. So they're like, fine, let's go get Carson Wentz. Is Carson Wentz winning the NFC next year? Of course he's not. But it makes you more interesting. You've got to have, and that's why I still, to all roads lead to Jimmy. Somebody will take Jimmy because Jimmy is at least an NFL quarterback. There are teams who are still throwing out, we have no idea. Like Drew Lock, I mean, come on, it's completely uninteresting. So you can't be uninteresting. And I actually think the Warriors right now, most nights, they're not. But if you're going to sit all your stars and then you're going to be plucky for one quarter and then let the other team go on a 20-0 run or whatever that was there in the second quarter, yeah, I'm with you. I'm out. That was it was an opportunity to go cook dinner for the family. Right. I'm like, yep, guys, you ready to eat? I'll go make dinner because I don't even need to watch this anymore.
Yeah, trout and some veggies for us. And it was, nice to be able to eat that and enjoy some good hoop on the college side of the docket. But
how did the trout get prepared? I'm interested in this because there are a number of ways to do that.
Just basic salt and pepper, a little bit of lemon and garlic, and in the oven on a sheet pan with foil so as to not soil said sheet pan. Just bake it for a cool 10 at whatever temperature. I was conferenced out of the process, but it was delicious. I can tell you that.
I'm just glad you're back eating food, bud. I'm really glad you're eating food. It's a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
Your cheeks look rosy.
Eating smarter, though, is the thing. After 5 days of the Prolon cleanse, it really does give you a sense of a reset. You can start over and not feel like it's an uphill battle.
The boredom idea is at the front of our brains on a number of fronts, though. It's not just that the NBA has a load management issue and the Warriors right now don't feel like they could beat anybody. I mean, if they ended up in some sort of weird playoff tournament against Washington, it feels like they would lose right now. But we also know in the back of our minds that the cavalry might be coming. But that game last night fell into a boredom trap. I remember you saying many times, and many are with you, as we were approaching baseball and CBA negotiations, which are no fun, but a lot of the topics around baseball center around the idea that to many, the younger fan, all the stuff we say, baseball's boring. I don't really get that. That's not my thing. I get that it is for some. It's too slow. And then same thing, one of the reasons I come in and sort of challenge Bonte and Joe on this every day right now is I feel like even the Jimmy trade conversation is based on boredom. You have a very, very hard time legitimately telling anybody right now why the 49ers must trade or release Jimmy today. Like every time I ask that, there are two answers that people give, right, and both of them are ridiculous. They're both ridiculous. One is, well, then they're to free up cap space and they're going to go make an amazing roster. They could have gotten anybody they wanted if they really wanted and they wanted them. And the second reason people say is, well, it lets Trey know that he's the starter. 3 first-round draft picks were traded for Trey. Kyle said yesterday he speaks to Trey almost every day. Trey knows that he's going to be the starting quarterback of this football team. The reason people want Jimmy released now, they're bored. They're bored. They've been waiting for that thing to happen, and it hasn't happened yet. And we lose when it comes to attention span. That, to me, that's the only reason we're still talking about this right now.
And people want closure, Mark, and we've talked about this many times on this and many shows. You always want to know how it ends. How does the movie end? How does the book end? How does anything, quote-unquote, end, whether it's a TV show or a miniseries or whatever? We always want to know how something ends. That's why The Sopranos ending is so unfulfilling to so many, because they didn't tell you definitively how it ended. In this Jimmy Garoppolo saga, yes, it's partly boredom because we as sports fans, you want to talk about something. The Warriors' collapse is always there. The Giants' injuries and what are they going to be is fascinating. But for the 49ers, you're not going to talk about the new corner that they acquired or other incremental roster backfilling moves. Hey, it's the return of Kerry Hyder Jr. How's that going to affect the D-line? It's the shiny object, always the quarterback that is compelling. But to me, they told you definitively this whole, what are you going to do about Jimmy? This conversation just got moved by 3 months. When he's healthy, we can ask again. So for me, the Jimmy G fatigue, it ends today.
Well, it ends today, or it not going to end for at least 3 months. I mean, that's for each person to decide whether this bothers you, whether it bores you, whether you want to disagree with the way the 49ers are handling it. That's all fine, but the bottom line is, you're right. He's not going anywhere right now. And my message to anybody who thinks, A, they botched it, they told you yesterday they've literally had 0 options on the table. So they didn't botch anything. There's literally, factually no way to say that they botched it unless you wanted him traded last year, which I think the playoffs proved would have been the wrong thing to do. And to release him now, I don't know any other way to say this. I've had the conversations with people I trust. I've talked to people who have been in NFL front offices. Releasing him now does a whole bucket full of nothing. And it's simply to placate an audience that wants that tweet to come out. And it's not going to. And the 49ers aren't going to blink that way. They don't operate that way, because if they did, you could just put a big S on their forehead for being stupid. Yeah. It's not the way you handle having an
Or
asset.
an S for Trey Lance for being soft. Because think about that part of it, Mark. Think about it in this hypothetical, which is Trey Lance is sitting there, and Kyle talks to him every day, and Kyle says, Trey, how you doing? Kyle, I got to be honest. The fact that Jimmy is still on the roster, I'm insecure. I can't sleep at night. Point. When I drop back to throw the ball, all I can think about is Jimmy G is still in town. I can't train. I can't eat. I can't sleep. I'm an emotional wreck, Kyle. Could you please, would you please just cut this guy? I need him gone, Kyle.
It's unbelievable.
I mean,
the
think
way
about that.
We believe. No, you're 100% right. We look at. I mean, every.
I could have used the Sally Struthers there,
of
Spadoni. I could have really run with it.
We could always use that. I mean,
for just a fifth-round pick. That's too late.
I'm telling you, we seem to think that these professional teams are run like the way that we would run our little league team, right. Or let's be honest, the way that we would run our households. Households are sensitive places, okay? You've got male energy, female energy, young energy, old energy, kids, teens,
cats and
queens,
dogs
whatever.
And goldfish.
Right. And so everybody's coming at life. That's right. Can you see Penny? Ian Penny is laid out behind me. We got all this energy. And everybody comes at it from a different angle.
Big
a different
dog
time
energy.
In life, different gender, what have you. And so you've got to manage all of those different perspectives and feelings and all this. Professional sports has one feeling, at least in the NFL, okay? It's all adult, male, energy, and competition. If you can't handle that, you gots to go. Like Kyle Shanahan has been asked 100 times, it feels like, just since the season ended, well, how do you envision this going at the beginning of camp? It doesn't matter who's in there. It doesn't matter if Sudfeld's the only one there. A coach is going to tell you it's a competition. If somebody plays better than the other person, they play. That's the deal all the time. You can't handle that, you're 100% right. If Trey can't handle that, my gosh, he certainly can't handle a franchise.
Right, and the whole notion, the second piece of your argument that I will also bolster is the notion that they couldn't do anything in free agency. In fact, they did do a lot in free agency. What they were telling you is they didn't want to spend a boatload for one of these big-name marquee free agents. They believe in their roster to where you just need a complimentary piece on the O-line, a complimentary piece on the D-line. Your linebacking core is pretty good. You needed help in the secondary, you got it. Wide receiver-wise, You don't run 4 receiver sets, so why would you want to bring in a big receiver? You run 21 personnel more than anyone, which is only 2 receivers. You don't run a ton of 3 receiver sets. So they addressed what they needed to. They were never going to go for a big high-priced guy. So that's the other falsehood that's tied to the cut Jimmy now argument.
Well, they are telling you they're going to sign 2 big names. Their names are Tebow Samuel and Nick Bosa. There's your 2 big contracts. Everybody. It is all sponsored by Whole Foods Market. We'll let you hear directly from Kyle Shanahan coming up next. We've got What Are You Doing? 20 minutes away. Going to get it off our chests. We're going to let it out. And also, Dibs, this show has a job today. A very specific job. And when I say this show, I don't just mean us, I mean our listeners. All of us are going to gather together because one San Francisco Giant has asked for help. And damn it, when you put that bat signal up, we are here to help. So we will help one of our newest San Francisco Giants this morning as well. Alex Pavlovich joins us in 33 minutes. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Kick off mango season with velvety soft and juicy mangoes from Whole Foods Market. Get 5 yellow mangoes for $5 through April 5th.
AutoZone.
It's the 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs, presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
I will hear from Kyle shortly, possibly our Kyle too. I mean, I just figure shortly he'll weigh in with something. But Kyle Shanahan is mainly the one I'm talking about. Also, what are you doing? Is 10 minutes away. Let it out. Get it off your chest. You'll feel better. We promise. We do it every day. Sometimes we do it twice a day. Sometimes after the show, we call each other. We're like, I got something to get off my chest.
What are you doing?
We get it off our chest, and you do. You feel better. So you can join us in that with calls or text to the Comcast Business text line coming up in 10 minutes. What are you doing? And then if you can't do it at 9:45, round the clock, 24/7, 415-951-2304. 415-951-2304. That is the What Are You Doing hotline.
Just place your call today. What happened? You started it, and I just tried to close it.
I don't like any of it. No, I started it.
Boom,
and then you expanded it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know.
I'm mad at you.
And we will eventually check the recorded line, I'm being told.
Yes, like sometime in the calendar year of 2022, checking the What Are You Doing hotline is kind of going like trading Jimmy. Like, we're going to do it, but we're going to do it on our damn timetable, okay? So that's out there. But before we do anything, Dibs, apparently we've got breaking news.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. Quack! DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
It is a final, and here's what I mean by that. That Bills-Chiefs playoff game that forever to be remembered, forever to change the National Football League. It's not fair. We need both teams to get the ball. Well, that's the deal. Owners have approved a modified overtime rule, postseason only, but a modified overtime rule that will ensure both teams get the ball.
So if a team goes down and scores a touchdown, the other team has the chance to get the ball and also go score a touchdown. This is good, and they're getting close to the Dibber solution that has been talked about in many circles, which is just play a damn period, okay? You put 10 minutes on the clock, and you play 10 minutes. And at the end of said 10 minutes, whoever's ahead wins the game. And if no one's ahead, then you can get into your secondary overtime formats. But just play 10 minutes. Make it like real football is and should be.
Do you really, conceptually I hear you, but you know the players will never agree to that because of what you just said, which is that now you potentially have a fifth quarter, and in the postseason, if you're still tied, now what do? I mean, you know that they're going to get into player fatigue, player safety issues being on the field for that long.
But regular season, you can just call it a tie after 10 minutes because it doesn't really matter. Postseason, how many games in NFL history have gone to double overtime? I believe it's less than 0.5% of all postseason games, probably 1/10 of 1%. So you're dealing with 99.9% of playoff games have been one overtime or fewer. So we can, put all these crazy things in to avoid something that almost never, ever happens. But to me, the purity of just you put 10 on the clock and you play. NBA, 5-minute overtime. We saw it in the NCAA last night. They played 2 5-minute overtimes. It wasn't, both teams need to possess the ball. Just play time like you do the rest of the time.
Well, in basketball, obviously, it works a little bit easier. I hear you. Conceptually, I hear you. I think functionally, it's just not something that the players will ever agree to. And even if it is just one playoff game, that can change the world. That's what just happened. The Chiefs played the Bills. We ended up with 2 elite quarterbacks, both playing at the height of their powers. And it changed the rules for forevermore because we walked away from that one game going, that didn't feel right. So that's all it takes, especially in the postseason when the whole NFL world is watching.
As far as I can tell in a quick search here, there has never been a double overtime NFL playoff game. Now, that's partly because of the rules, the sudden death, and then, the only one possession. How many overtime games do you think there have been in NFL playoff history? Just regular single overtime.
Spadoni, if you would please.
Let's play How Many Overtimes Have There Been in NFL Playoff History?
Jeez.
Starring Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
Also featuring occasionally Dan Dibley, but that's fine.
I mean, what...
you talk blocking.
I bet it's less than we think.
There is a little bit of a trick here because he did say NFL playoff history, so you got to go back before the Super Bowl era.
1958.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, 1958. So we're talking about a total of
before 58.
60,
they just drew pistols
61.
at the end of regulation.
Yeah, okay.
Muskets. Seriously.
That's right.
Night.
That's right. Okay, so about 60 plus years.
66.
I'm gonna go with.
No, you're wrong.
33.
That's one every 2 years. That's actually a phenomenal over-under. Oh, my God. But there's been so many more playoff games. I'm going to go with Hines, 57.
Yeah, you guys are both short. 78 is the correct answer.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah. And how many of those have gone double overtime?
Zero of them. But it is worth noting how many of them since 2000. It's well over half since 2000.
Right. Double overtime, though, especially until recently, it was sudden death. Any score and the game was over. For it to go double overtime would have to mean that you went what? You went 10 to 15 full minutes without any points at all. So that's pretty rare. This sort of lends us to
I'm seeing actually 1971 double overtime divisional playoffs. Yeah. Dolphins over the Chiefs. 1962. That's AFL. But 86 Browns over the Jets in the second overtime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Pretty rare, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no. All right.
Clean up on aisle Kyle.
Good guesses by both of you because I'm just noticing this is listing both teams.
Oh,
so we're at 39 is the correct answer.
I remember my first game show.
That's very good. Yeah.
So I was only up
Let's
by
move
6.
on. I've destroyed this bit. Sorry, guys.
All right.
Wow.
That's okay.
Yeah, Panthers
that's okay.
Rams.
You've made
2 overtimes. 3.
In 4 minutes, we scream, "What are you doing?" at Kyle. All right,
Draymond Green.
So that's coming up in a few. But first, let's do as promised. Let's let you hear from Kyle Shanahan, who spoke today at a table with a white tablecloth. Did you see this sound? Not only did you hear it, did you see it?
Yeah. Kyle
looked like it looked like somebody caught him right in the middle of a fruit salad brunch or something like that. But they surrounded him with microphones, and here's what he had to say. He was asked if there would be a competition at the quarterback position if Jimmy is still on the team come September.
If Jimmy is on the roster when you get to camp, how do you envision that playing out? I mean, would it be a competition, or have you got that far?
Definitely haven't got that far. But, yeah, we'd figure that out. It'd be something. I mean, he'd be on our team, so you'd have to Jimmy's a good quarterback, so he's not easy for anyone to beat out, and that was tough. Trey wasn't ready to beat him out last year. It'll be definitely closer to that this year if it happens, but that's something that we won't have to worry about in training camp, and usually when you have a situation like that, it makes everyone better anyways.
You know what I wanted to say real quick about Kyle, and this is kind of a bleed over from what we were talking about in the crossover. I hear a lot of people getting real triggered about what Kyle Shanahan is saying, what John Lynch said yesterday. They're lying to us. Oh my gosh, do they take us for fools? This is ridiculous. What do you want him to say? What precisely is it you'd like them to say? Yes, fans, we're like you. We're triggered by Jimmy. We're ticked at him for overthrowing Emmanuel Sanders. And 3 years later, even though his arm is barely dangling off of his torso, we would like to put him under our cleat and smash his face into the ground. So we're going to release him because we're mad at him. We like Trey better. Okay, let's move on to Cincinnati. What the hell do you want these people to say?
Well, and it's not lying to you, quote unquote. It's the business. There's the lying season, and then there's coach speak, and then there's the GMs and all the rest of it. The fact that we don't demand, but we basically expect them to speak at all times, before the game, during the week leading up to the game, after the game, at halftime, going to the locker room, or coming out, the Monday presser, the Tuesday recap, the Wednesday update. It goes on and on and on. So the idea that they're going to be honest and forthright and tell you the complete truth all the time, it's not happening, especially in a sport like football where you need to keep those edges. Edges such as, how's Jimmy's knee doing? I'll tell you what, he's wrecked. I don't think he's going to play. Or, we're taking it day by day. Right. We'll see what the week brings. You know what I'm saying? And this is the exact same vein. There's no edge given by him coming out yesterday and saying, we all know what Jimmy is. He's average at best. We wanted to deal him, but this ill-timed surgery kind of blocked us there. So we're stuck with him until July. But you know what? Come July, we're either going to chop him free or we're going to trade him for a bag of footballs. I mean,
can you imagine?
Can you imagine that?
Seriously,
it's not the way this goes, guys.
No,
Okay.
They don't. First of all, they don't see it like you see it, and I don't mean you. I mean, the fan base. They don't see it like you see it. Number one, and number two, they have to and should have a lot more tact than that. You know what I mean? Like they can't speak about this the way that a fan speaks about this. And by the way, I love that we all get mad at Kyle Shanahan for lying. Oh, it's lying season in the NFL. It's always lying season. Not just in the NFL. It's always lying season everywhere by every human being every day. What are the stats about how many lies we tell per day? Hey, Dibs, how you doing right now? What's going on? How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great, Mark.
That's a lie. Okay, so there you go. There's a lie right there. I mean, we do this constantly. We do it constantly. One more from Shanahan, who he does put his foot in the ground here. We are not just dumping this guy Garoppolo.
What you saw from Trey is the natural progression for him to be a starter, or is that something that he's going to have to prove this offseason?
Well, I mean, that's why we looked into trading Jimmy, because we obviously believe that Trey can be a starter, and we're ready to do that. But if we can't upgrade our team in another way, we're not just going to get rid of a good quarterback because we have other quarterbacks on the roster. I mean, quarterbacks are really hard to come by. Some teams don't have any at all. And the fact that we have three that we're happy with, that is a good thing. You always want to upgrade your team, and usually only one guy can play. And we know we have all guys that are capable of starting, which Jimmy's done a great job for us. We brought Trey here to be that eventually, and I think that'll be sooner than later. But when Jimmy gets his surgery and we can't upgrade our team by getting some good picks until surgery, until people feel good about that, I'm all right with that. I mean, we're not just getting rid of him to get rid of him. I mean, Jimmy's a good player that we all really like as a person and as a teammate, and we're going to wait to see whatever helps the Niners the most.
That thing he said there at the end is something that I know I've heard. I've listened to a lot of people over the last few hours be like, that's a lie, when he goes, Jimmy's a good quarterback. Think about the way he said this. Jimmy's a good quarterback who we really like as a person and a teammate. He didn't say Jimmy's a great quarterback. He didn't say Jimmy's the one who drove us down the field in Green Bay, or all the things that get people all upset. That's a fact, what he just said. Jimmy's good. Jimmy's a good person, and Jimmy's a good teammate. This is their teammate. This is their coworker. It feels like the fan base wants the 49er brass to just squat on this guy. Why would they do that?
No.
It's a very odd thought.
It's very odd, and it comes to the need for closure and also the need to avoid that boredom that we talked about. But really, if Kyle was to address the fan base yesterday during all that, you know what, Mark? He would have said, hey, fans, what are you doing?
Willard and Dibs have a lot to say.
My only weapon was my mouth.
But they just have one big question.
What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, what are you doing? 9:45 is here. 9:48, whatever. Close enough. Give us a call. Give us a text. Fire away. Hashtag WAYD. It looks like Wade, but it stands for what are you doing? Do you got a good one today? I got one that I need to ramp up a little bit and build the emotion. So if you want to take the baton, it's yours, brother.
I'll lead off, and I'm going to borrow from Aaron Hoff on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/957thegame. Also on Twitch at the same twitch.tv/957thegame. Aaron Hoff says, people who wait in the middle of a parking lot for someone to vacate a closer spot when there's plenty of spots 50 feet away. Hey, parking squatter, what are you doing? And
I love that one.
This happens at Costco all the time. I love Costco, but you go, and I try to park as far away as I possibly can because I don't mind the stroll. I don't mind the walk, but if you get caught in if you get caught in an alley where someone's just squatting on a spot and it's like that person still is unloading 8 boxes and 75 rolls of toilet paper, it's going to be 8 minutes. What are you doing?
Oh, God. Yeah, you love people who are waiting for a parking spot when the person they're waiting for just brought one of those orange wheelies out filled with, it's like, this is going to be a while. And yeah, get your steps in. I dig it. But I'll tell you what, I got a biggie today because it's two-pronged, and it is pointed both at my son and whoever it was that done my son wrong. Got a call yesterday, Dibs, right about 5 minutes after 3. So I'm picking up little guys. So I'm in the car line picking up my second grader. And they've all got dentist appointments tomorrow. So big guy is going to ride his bike over to the house. I'll bring little guy back to the house, pick up big guy, and we're going to head on over to the dentist office and do the darn dentist thing. But the phone rings. That's never a good sign. So, yeah, big guy, what's going on? Hey, Dad, I think my bike has been stolen.
Oh.
Okay. But I mentioned this is a two-pronged, what are you doing? I understand there's a lot of desperation in our world right now, so I actually try to calm myself and just breathe through when someone takes something that isn't theirs, and I try to think to myself, you know what? Maybe they're desperate. Maybe they actually really, really need it, and so that helps me kind of work through the frustration of it instead of just thinking that they're an awful human being. But kindly, as possible, whoever took my son's bike, yo, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? That's not your bike. But the other side to it is my son. Because I said, well, okay, tell me what's going on with the bike. He's like, well, Mom picked me up on Friday so I could go to golf, and so the bike had to be left at school on Friday, and then, I just forgot to ever go back and get it. Oh, so we left it there all weekend long. Gone. Son, gone. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Was it locked?
What are you doing?
Oh, totally locked. Locked with a thick lock, too. But, over the weekend when there's no on-site, someone's going to come in and cut those things in half. Gone.
Yeah, nice
Frustrating.
Bike. Great
Frustrating.
bike.
Really nice bike. Brand new, really nice bike.
Yeah, that's tough. That's a tough one. We've all had bicycles stolen ad nauseum. It's got to be one of the most thefted items. You think about your car stereo, your bike, your purses. I've had golf clubs stolen. Whatever. It's the badge of living in Oakland, sadly. But I famously got my brother Mike's bike stolen in Santa Fe. It was a nice Schwinn 10-speed, and I wasn't supposed to borrow it. Borrowed it, and instead of bringing it in the Santa Fe house, I just left it out front by the steps because I was just going to be in and out in a moment. Well, nature calls. Next thing you know, 10 minutes later, after a thorough washing of one's hands, you go out to ride the bike and gone. Yeah. So there you go.
Come on, 415 just texted in, Willard, thanks for the bike. It runs great. So there you go.
That's a tough one.
Oh, gosh.
That's a toughie.
It's tough. But, he's got 2 feet. And he gonna be using them for the next few weeks at least. That's the way it goes. Let's go live to the hazmat room where I'm told that Kyle has a good. What are you doing?
Yeah, I got married last weekend, as you guys know. You guys dragged me all week on the show. Yeah, thanks. Every time I'd tune in, I'd be like, oh, hey, they're talking about... Oh, it's how much I suck. Great, cool. Moving on. Anyways, Kyle, what are you doing listening?
Totally.
No, so get married and, people give you advice and everybody wants to give you their thoughts. I think it's great. Having that support group from people close to me and not close to me has been great. But the people who immediately are like, oh, big mistake. Like, what are you doing? Especially the people I don't know. Like, don't do that. That's rude. That's mean. This is a happy thing in my life. And you're like, oh, biggest mistake of my life was getting married. Like, yeah, that's you. That's a you thing.
This is really funny.
What are you doing?
It's, by the way,
I'm talking to you,
married,
Mark.
Thank you.
Don't be disrespectful.
I did not say that to you. But I will say this. Get ready, because when this happens again is as soon as she gets pregnant, Kyle. As soon as she gets pregnant, that everybody wants to weigh in. You'll be like, oh, yeah, we're having a baby. Within 3 seconds, it goes from, oh, that's so great. Congratulations. Okay, you're never going to sleep again. It's absolutely everything that you enjoy about your life, gone, never going to happen again. And people will start coaching you through it, and they think you're coaching. And then the next thing you know, they're just depressing. They're making you feel like your life is over.
Right.
So just be prepared.
Your life is over. That life is over, but a new life begins. And that's the crazy thing, because you think about, what I thought about when I had my son back in 2001 is you realize how much time you had to just basically do nothing, waste it watching either meaningless show after show or whatever your time squandering activity is. That is certainly gone. So your life is over, but a new life begins anew.
And then once you have one kid, you'll go through the whole, oh my gosh, and the sleep deprivation, and we can't do anything. We don't go out anymore. What happened? And then you have the second kid, and you'll crack up looking back on the fact that you thought having one kid was difficult. That's the process of life. So Kyle, yeah, man, just get ready. This is the rest of your life, which is people going, what are you doing? And then you'll be like, what are you doing?
You know what? Then I'm out.
Yeah, well, the other thing is when are you going to have kids camp versus the other camp of the I can't believe you're going to have a kid camp. Your life
Why
is
are
over.
you having kids?
Right. Yeah, so that's all to come. It's exciting.
When people ask when I have some very uncomfortable answers made up that I will be dishing out post haste.
Nice.
Oh, well, can we try one out right now?
No, not safe for air.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Pretty much.
All right.
One has to do with with a weapon without ammunition, I'm sure. So
don't talk about that.
I didn't, Jim.
Let's not.
I alluded.
We're not going to talk about that.
Instead, let's talk about
Back to
Evan
Wiseman.
Longoria's ligaments, Alex Pavlovich. And did Lamont Wade get hurt yesterday, too? Weird day at camp, not necessarily a good one. Alex Pavlovich, our Giants insider, joins us next. 888-957-9570 is the number on Willard and Dibs.
You're the one everyone looks to for answers. Come rain or shine, the job must get done. And you're the one who makes it happen.
for the most part, they want him out there every day against lefties. I mean, he absolutely crushed him last year and really his whole career. And the glove has come. I don't know what was going on the first few weeks when he got traded to the Giants. It was a little weird, but I think the last year or two he has been back to the guy he was in Tampa Bay, and really a very strong defender there at third base. And you saw that at the end of the year last year when, even though he was maybe not his old self at the plate, there was a preference to have him out there defensively and have him there alongside Crawford. So they wanted him out there all the time, and that really is the big drop-off for me. Wilmer Flores is the guy who fills in first and foremost. It's just not the same defensively. And I think Wilmer is, at this point of their careers, probably about a pretty similar hitter and somebody that they really trust at the plate. But defensively, there's a huge drop-off, and you start looking at the other guys who could fill in. A lot of them are middle infielders who are not necessarily third basemen. So that's where I think they'll miss them a lot.
Alex, what happened with Lamont Wade yesterday?
Just a knee thing. Another one of those, one thing we've learned about the Giants is they don't necessarily give you the timetable right away. It didn't sound too concerning, but again, you're looking at opening day is next Friday. So you start to get a little bit worried when guys come out of games.
Logan Webb going to get the opening day start. Is it safe to say that the rotation is the strength of this team?
I think so, yeah. I think you look at the five and then you look at the guys they have behind them and in the options. I really, I'm kind of doing some work this morning, some season preview work. I don't think enough has been made of how good Rodon was last year and how good potentially those two are at the top of the rotation. And that's the 1-2 that, maybe you take Scherzer and DeGrom and put them in a different category. But other than that, that's the 1-2 that's as good as any in the National League if they're still out there. And then Alex Woods had a terrific spring. DeSclafani very quietly had a really good year last year, and you can count on him for the most part, maybe except for the Dodgers. But other than that, you can count on him every 5 days to give you a really good chance to win. And then Alex Cobb just kind of feels like the latest in this line of guys who belonged in San Francisco and belong with this pitching staff. So I think the rotation is what they're counting on. I think the depth they've built, they're counting on that to help get them through 162 games and keep them competitive. Because there are some question marks in the lineup, and you can especially look at what they do against left-handed pitching. But pitching-wise, they should be okay. And the bullpen, too. I mean, the bullpen was one of the top two in the National League last year and should be right there again.
Alex Pavlovich, our Giants insider, on with Willard and Dibs here, 95.7 The Game. You mentioned it right there, Alex, the lineup, especially against left-handed pitching. We look at it, other than Jock Peterson, there really wasn't a major offensive acquisition. Fair criticism of the Giants to say you were too quiet in the offseason, or based on what happened last year, should a fan wait and see the trade deadline and all of that, because we know he's always tinkering? Which side do you kind of take?
Yeah, a little bit of both. I think I've made the criticism. I asked Farhan right after the lockout ended how they're going to address their hole against left-handed pitching and what they were going to do. And he said, look, I think we're in better shape there than people give us credit for. And I understand that. I think Darren Ruff's in line for a huge year. I really think Thairo Estrada is going to be kind of the breakout this year. Austin Slater's really good against lefties. They have Wilmer Flores is very underrated. Like, they have guys who can get the job done. For me, the concern was always that you were relying on older guys, and you're relying on guys who maybe broke out last year. You saw signs the last couple of years to keep that going. And there's just not, for an organization that is still built on depth, I don't know that there's the depth of right-handed hitting. And so to me, there's a lot of question marks there. I think it is fair to criticize, and they've earned the benefit of the doubt. I mean, Luke Williams or Alex Blandino or somebody else can come in and be this year's breakout star, and they will be proven correct. And I think they've earned that ability to say that. At the same time, you can look at this offseason and go, man, especially with what's going on with Longoria, you'd feel a lot better right now if there was one more right-handed bat in the middle of that order, because you're looking at this team right now, and you're going into an opening day without Buster Posey, without Chris Bryant, without Evan Longoria, without Donovan Solano. So it's just a lot to ask, I think, of some other guys.
The power's most likely to come down, second most homers in baseball last year, but you don't want it to fall too far. The closer question, it felt like it was going to be Doval for sure, leaving last year, but now in camp and entering the season. Is there a chance that Camilo's not even on the roster?
That would surprise me. He's just such an electric arm, and even if you don't have him in the ninth inning, and I don't think they will have him in the ninth inning to start the year, he still is potentially one of the better relievers in the National League. So I understand things come down to roster management this time of year. There's not as much of a crunch in the bullpen, especially with the 2 additional spots. So I don't think they will need that spot. For me, it's more about challenging him and not, anointing him the closer. And that's something they didn't do at the start of the camp. We asked Gabe Kapler a couple weeks ago, and he said, "Look, I have good options back there. I have 3 good options with McGee and Tyler Rogers." And so I think we've seen that over and over again. They haven't done that with Joey Bart either. They're never going to name somebody the guy. They're never going to name him the closer, the opening day starter, until they absolutely have to, until he absolutely earns it. So I think it's going to be a situation where they're going to wait and see with Camilo. But I wouldn't be surprised if the first few weeks, at least, it's Jake McGee there in the ninth inning, just mixing and matching with Camilo when you get an opportunity. But long term, for me, I think this team's best if he is the guy who he was in September and in October, and you have McGee and a really interesting right-hander in Rogers ahead of him.
Alex, you mentioned a key name there in Joey Bart. They won't anoint him, but is he the opening day starter? And what do you expect from him this year, both as a hitter and defensively?
I think he should be the opening day starter. They don't really do symbolism there, but I think for me, it'd be a cool moment for, a lot has changed here. But the Giants have always had that homegrown pitcher. They've always had that homegrown catcher for the most part. So to start the year with Logan Webb and Joey Bart back there, for me, would be a cool moment. And I think Joey has earned that and done a good job this spring of proving that he's a different guy than he was 2 years ago. And for me, it's just what you see behind the scenes and what coaches are saying, just more confident, more comfortable. And if he can get that first home run out of the way early on in the season, I think he's going to have a really good year.
Alex, seems like a key day to have you on, so we really appreciate you talking it out with us. Thank you so much, as always.
Of course, guys. Anytime.
All right, there he goes, Alex Pavlovich, Giants insider. And, I think he strikes the chord. We talk about, oh, gosh, what are they going to do against left-handed pitching? It is a fair concern, but their response would be, what is it that you haven't seen from Wilmer Flores and Austin Slater? And, now who knows what Joey Bart, in theory, should be somebody who hits well. Tyro Estrada actually had numbers in less at-bats, had better numbers than Chris Bryant last year. The name value's not there, but they'll tell you that the production is, and they've got a track record to prove it. So I'm not saying it looks great on paper, but I'm going to at least wait for a couple of weeks into the season before I sound any alarms on that.
Absolutely no alarm sounding, no alarm readying, other than you're going to make sure that there are batteries in your alarm, so when the alarm needs to get sounded, you've got some fresh batteries, usually a 9-volt if we're talking smoke alarms. Alex made a great point, though, about bats you don't have. No Donovan Solano, no Chris Bryant, no Buster Posey, no Evan Longoria. So just from a raw paper versus paper, not Kramer versus Kramer, paper versus paper standpoint, this paper doesn't look as good as that paper did. Now, does that mean you're going to hit 130 home runs? Probably not. They were over 240 last year. I set the over-under at 200, and you still like the over for total home runs. Yep. And, they're going to need to be up around that mark unless their pitching really is among the best in baseball. And I like their rotation, but he kind of floored me with, it's not Scherzer and DeGrom. Scherzer and DeGrom? That's a pretty nasty one, too. Good Lord.
Well, their rotation is good. And it's deep. I mean, if you think about some of the guys we're not even thinking about, it'll be halfway through the year before Matthew Boyd throws. But they do have a very clear starting 5 coming out and then options behind them. And so I don't know how well everyone will perform. I don't know how healthy they'll be. I will say this. If you want to play games on paper, their rotation this year on opening day looks way better than the rotation did last year on opening day, in my opinion.
They don't want to play on
Johnny
paper.
Cueto returning. Yeah, we don't want to do that.
Well,
but I
because
mean,
if
if
you
we're going
play
to
on
say the
paper,
lineup,
they're probably a 78-win team, according to the majority of the paper that's
Correct.
out there. Your various Pacotas and your other analyses. Your paper standings, I don't even know if the Giants can make this expanded, bloated, need a gastric bypass playoff structure.
Rick Barry is going to join us here in just about 15 minutes, but we have a job to do first. We have a very clear job to do. This happened at about 8:45 last night. This came out, and I thought, well, I know the two people, in fact, four, because Kyle and Spadone are jumping in on this too for sure. I know the four people who are up for this job. Jock Peterson, Bay Area born and bred just like us, Dibs. He is now finally a Giant, and he said at 8:45 last night on Twitter, I need a walkout song, ... question mark. He went with the 4 dots over the 3 dots. It's controversial, but I'm okay with it. But he said, need a walkout song. And I immediately said, we're up for the job.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we have such a great breadth of musical tastes and knowledge, from my old school R&B and hip-hop to the young whippersnappers and their modern tunes, and your Blink-182s and your various other grunges that you love. I'm going hungry, and all of the various Pearl Jams and associated music. So, Jock, I hope you're out there listening, and I know you are on the Odyssey app, but get ready to be wowed.
Well, so what we did, you've got to pick, I've got to pick, Kyle's got to pick, and then you as the listener, I think, can help us weigh in a little bit which one, or maybe even go off the board. You can add something to the list, but tell us which one you like the best. We'll get this information to Jock. How cool would it be if we actually are the ones who can bring Jock Peterson's walk-up music into the fold? So I'll bring this in. I'll play the Rennell Brooks Moon if you want.
Please.
Kyle, do you want to do your song first? Here it is. Batting fourth, the designated hitter, number 23, Jock Peterson.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is H to the OV. I used to move snowflakes by the OC. I guess even back then you can call me CEO of the ROC.
Yep.
Fresh out the frying pan into the fire.
Into the fire, yeah. Now, let me go, Kyle. Let's hear it. Why is this your selection?
Because this is a Bay Area kid making his return home. He was once a Dodger, a member of the hated Dodgers. He is a 2-time World Series champion, and now he's back. He's in a Giants uniform in the Bay, and he's here to reintroduce himself.
I love it. I love it. It's a good track. I think Jock would love that. That is candidate 1. All right, let's go now to Dibs and his suggestion, if you will, for Jock Peterson once again. Batting fourth, the designated hitter, number 23, Jock Peterson.
Meet me in the trail, it's going down. Meet me in the mall, it's going down. Meet me in the club, it's going down. Anywhere you meet me, guaranteed to go down. Meet me in the trail, it's going down. Meet me in the mall.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Young Jock. It's going down. And by the way, it's going down in McCovey Cove after I smack it with this piece of lumber, babe. Okay? That's where it's going down, although we know that baseballs float.
They do float, yes.
Right. So there you have it. Young Jock.
But McCovey Cove Dave, even if they didn't float, he would make it there in time in order to make sure that that ball does not go down. But yes, he is still Young Jock because for, I think, 23 more days, he's still in his 20s. That's my one question about that. Can we still call him Young Jock once he turns 30?
It's all relative, absolutely. He's young to me.
Good point.
I mean, I can't even remember being 30 for crying out loud.
Right. Okay. And then one more, if you will, a selection courtesy of yours truly. Here we go. Batting fourth, the designated hitter, number 23, Jock Peterson.
Y'all ready for this?
I love it.
I mean, not only are we maybe getting the people of Oracle Park up, Tookus is up. Let's go. Get out your seat. Let's move around. Let's shake it out a little bit. Let's stop making baseball so stodgy. But this selection was easy for me. I didn't even care what the song was. As soon as I saw Jock ask, I thought, well, we should probably go to Jock Jams. And that is song 1 during edition 1 of Jock Jams. I don't know how many CDs have come out over the years of Jock Jams, but the very first Jock Jams album, that is track 1. So Jock, that would be my suggestion and selection.
And that's a good one, and it's a little bit of a throwback, and it's evocative of more NBA games to me. Like, that's always kind of the last song that used to be played right before the tip, and as soon as the ball goes up in the tip, then the music dies, and you get to play actual basketball. But it's a very vibrant, electrifying walk-up song for sure.
Yeah, so I think we're open for business as far as the Comcast business text line. You can tweet at us all of this. I want to gather as much feedback as possible, and we will put it in Google Doc form and then share it with the San Francisco Giants.
Yes, and I think we're going to have a Twitter poll out there so people can vote upon which of those 3 is the best. And we're going to add an other as well. And if you choose other at Willard and Dibs, go ahead and tell us what that other would be, and we'll pass that along as well.
Okay, and already on the text line, we're getting, 1650. I like number 3, moving on up. And then another 650. Your song is embarrassing, Willard. So, yeah, absolutely. This is music, and all opinions are welcome here. 925 likes Kyle's the best. By the way, if we're just talking musically, like if I just wanted to beat on something on the way to the game, yeah, I'm going with Kyle. I'm going with Jay-Z. But I don't know what Jock's music tastes are. I have no idea what his tastes are. We came at that from a few different angles. 510 says the song that I threw out there gets played a lot at A's games. I mean, I don't know. Do the A's own Jock Jams? I don't know. I don't have a problem if something gets played in the East Bay and gets played over at Oracle Park as well.
Jock Peterson in the past has walked up to "Way Too Sexy" by Drake, Future, and Young Thug. So that makes me think that he perhaps will like my Young Jock nod a touch more than Jock Jams. And Jay-Z, of course, a classic, but if you're 29, Jay-Z is an old school rapper, which is kind of humbling for those of us older guys.
I hate that. Like, now you're making me think about the halftime of the Super Bowl where we're like, boy, older people aren't going to like this. And you were like, yeah, they are. Those rappers have been around since the old people were young.
Exactly.
And I mean, like, yeah, you don't even think about it that way. You're like, oh, Snoop, they're really going for the younger crowd. You're like, not really.
Right.
Actually going for old people. That old people know Snoop.
Yeah, and that's where it starts to humble you, because every time we go take this trip around the sun and we get older and they stay the same age, Yes, they do. That's the thing about these sluggers.
Oh, man. I think I need to watch that movie again. It's been too long.
It's definitely Dazed and Confused. It's one of those movies, if it's on TV, I'll give it 15. I mean, there's so many movies that you've seen that, will you give it 15? Like The Godfather. When that comes on, I'm going to give it 15 or even 20. I mean, you might get lost and spend 3 hours watching part of that again because there's so many good scenes, Mark. It's a rich movie, and I don't know if you saw us at the Oscars. We had a special homage. Marlon wasn't there. He's dead. But Bobby was there. And Al was there. And Francis was there. And remember, it was Francis, the artist, who made it such a special film. And I'll tell you what, The Godfather, 50 years, Mark. 50 years. And Al was there. And Bobby De Niro. And they look old, which means one thing. We're old too, Mark. It's The Godfather, 50 years. God bless us all.
Godfather couldn't believe that Will only slapped Chris Rock. Exactly. It's like, why did you put a cap in that guy?
Pretend he's Sonny.
Gosh.
They shot my boy.
Look how they massacred my boy.
Thank you, Spadoni. I knew I butchered it.
Unbelievable. Oh, gosh. Yeah, there's a few movies and Dazed and Confused is on the list. Friday night, Saturday night, flipping through the guide, and I'm like, I'm good here. I'm good. Throw the remote away. Dazed and Confused, Ocean's 11, Shawshank Redemption, Zihuatanejo. That's it. Like, I mean, there's a very short list. Dazed and Confused is definitely on it. I've been a part of radio shows before that have walked away dazed and confused once Rick Barry comes on. But luckily, Rob Parker's not here today, so I think Rick's actually going to complete this interview with us. What is going on with the Warriors? Is it embarrassing? Is it understandable? Somewhere in between. We know Rick will speak on that. That is for sure. Remember, Rita Oak, the very the
wickedly talented.
Yeah, the just forward-thinking artist who's doing all the Jimmy G work is coming up.
Talented.
We got to come up with something that's not Rita Oak that sort of kind of maybe sounds like it.
Adele
Dazim, Rita Wache, I don't know, something. But she's coming up at 11. Rick Barry is next. 888-957-9570 is our number. That's our Comcast business text line as well on Willard and Dibs.
The Morning Roast is the best way to start your day.
Kind of like Mac Jones in the draft. Part of me wanted Mac Jones drafted.
What they don't know is that they're also packed with 16 grams of whole grains, ready to help you get out there. Nature Valley, for every adventure.
Football is back, and there's a new cat in town, the Bay Area Panthers. Hard-hitting, fast-paced, in-your-face football. Catch all the Bay Area Panthers games on 95.7 The Game, home of the Panthers. To learn more, visit BayAreaPanthers.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, rolling on a Tuesday, and the Hall of Famer Rick Barry is coming up in mere moments. I do want to pass along something tweeted by our own Giants insider, Alex Pavlovich, shortly after he got done with our conversation, and that is that the Giants say Lamont Wade Jr. had an MRI and revealed inflammation and a bone bruise. He will not be reevaluated for another 10 days, which knocks him out of the opening day lineup. He was going to be the opening day left fielder, which I don't know how many years we're at now. Is it 17 in a row?
14.
Ever since Barry Bonds left, new left fielder every single year, but maybe not. Maybe Slater will be back out there this time. I don't know. Right-handed starter is the assumption for the Marlins next week. Lamont Wade will not be the left fielder. But let's get to the Hall of Famer, Rick Barry. Get in on a little Warrior basketball here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Rick, what's cooking? How are you?
Well, I tell everybody if I was doing any better, I'd be making a comeback in the NBA.
Well, you know what? The Warriors would probably put you out there if you did. I mean, what's your take right now on some of the lineups they're putting out, the sort of the way they're handling getting everybody back to health in this phase as they get ready for the playoffs?
Well, obviously they're not getting everybody. With Wiseman not coming back, I thought that was going to be a possibly big factor for them to get somebody with some size and athleticism, but that didn't work out. That's the strangest thing in the world. I can't believe that somebody who just had supposedly a cartilage situation could miss this much time. There has to be more to it than that, but I guess only the powers to be know what the real deal is, but that was unfortunate. Steph being out is not good. The only thing you can hope is that maybe like he had the other time when he was out a bunch of games and came back and played exceptionally well late, getting into the playoffs a year or so ago, whatever it was. Maybe he'll do that again. Certainly he's going to get rested. It's just a matter of how sharp he's going to be. But it's going to be difficult, very difficult for the Warriors. They're not playing good basketball right now. They're struggling mightily, and it doesn't bode well. I think even if he comes back and plays well, I find it very difficult to conceive of how they're going to be able to come away with winning the Western Conference and going to the finals again. It's going to be a tough road.
Yeah, 12 wins in the postseason needed to win the Western Conference. And how much of this is predicated on Draymond Green's ability to get back to that defensive vibrancy that we've seen throughout his career?
Well, yeah, they need him to be able to play the defense, facilitate. I mean, get you 10 to 15 points, get you double digits in rebounds, and high in the assist. Maybe even sometimes get a triple double or something like that. They need that kind of performance from him, which he's capable of doing. Without that, their chances are basically nil. They've got to get production out of him to be able to have a chance in the playoffs.
Rick, I wonder what your experience was here. I totally get that as players are moving into a part of their career when it's late in their career, they're maybe gonna start getting things ready for what they're doing post career. Draymond Green and Andre Iguodala are talking so much right now about their podcasts, and they're starting to do more in the media realm, and it's making some fans question whether their focus is in the right place. What's your take on that? How did you handle the last few years of your career on that end?
Well, I worked on it and did it during the off season, obviously. But I don't have any problem with that. I think both of them are professional enough and the type of players who, when they put their uniform on, you're going to get the best that they have to offer. I don't think that it's going to be something where they would allow that to distract from the focus they need to have in order to help the team win. I think both of them are about winning.
When you look at what this Warrior team's going to have to do, they're going to go into the postseason off a struggle. Whether or not they turn it around before the end of the regular season or not, the last 20 games have been a struggle. How difficult is it, Rick, when you're at this stage in your career, all in your early to mid-30s, to, quote, flip the switch and really ramp it up come playoff time?
Well, it's easy to get ready for the playoffs because you know the importance of them. It's just a matter of how well everything's going. It's not just how you're playing, it's how the team is playing. And right now, the team is not playing well. They have to find a way. Hopefully, you could step back to play some games before the season ends to get some sort of rhythm back and get an idea of how things are going to play out. It's a total unknown right now. Nobody knows what's going to really happen. It's a difficult situation for them to be in after the great start that they had, but that's what pro sports is about. It's the team that's playing best going into the playoffs, the team that's healthiest going into the playoffs, that's going to have the best chance. And right now, the Warriors are not that team.
Rick Barry with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Rick, you've said a couple times already, and I think we're all with you, that it's hard to conceive the idea that this is suddenly going to look so much different a month from now. But in the back of, I think, the minds of most Warrior fans is, hey, maybe Draymond will be ramped up. Maybe Steph will be healthy. Maybe this will suddenly look different and a switch can get flipped. Is that in the back of your mind too, or is that just not the way it works?
No, anything can happen. I mean, my God. I mean, I know that firsthand. I mean, come on, our team, when we were able to do that whole particular season, nobody expected anything of it. Anything can happen in sports. That's the beauty of it. That's why you have to play the games. And, if the Warriors can get it back, if Steph comes back and plays at the MVP level that we know he's capable of playing, which I think it's going to require, and if Clay can play consistently with some of the performances he's had, that's going to be a big factor in Draymond. As we remember, they won with those three guys. They didn't have Kevin Durant playing at the time, and they were able to win some championships. Although I think the teams are better now. There's a lot of good teams in the NBA right now. I mean, nobody's a dominant team. God, anything's going to happen. It's going to be a very interesting playoff to me to see who steps up and who gets the job done, because I've never seen anything like it. I mean, in the Eastern Conference especially, I can't ever remember at this late in the season having three teams tied with the same record and one team 1 game behind and another team only 4 games behind, and 2 other teams 4 games behind, fighting for a playoff spot. I mean, it's pretty cool. I mean, I think the league's got to be thrilled about that. The fans have to be happy about it. So it's going to be an exciting finish to the season to see what happens in the playoffs.
You think they're really thrilled? Because I think about the days when it was just Magic and Bird. You pretty much knew they were going to be in the NBA Finals. And to your point, it's kind of a crapshoot between 8 teams as far as who's going to make it to the end. Is this really good for the sport or just good for the basketball heads like us who love it?
Well, I think it's good for the sport, actually. I mean, it gives fans something to cheer for and to hope for, and because, as I say, anything can happen. I mean, 75, we were, a miracle what took place there. I mean, it's the greatest upset in the history of the NBA, which we're in the process of finally getting to, or a documentary, hopefully going to be coming out sometime this year about our team and tell the story of that remarkable accomplishment. But, yeah, anything can happen. That's what I'm saying. I love it when it's like this, because it's one thing to play well during the regular season. It's another thing to play well in the playoffs. And I always said that. And I said, well, I better look up and see how I did if I played better in the playoffs, which fortunately I did. But it's one of those things where you have to step up, and it's harder, mainly because they let the defense get away with so much more. The game becomes so much more physical, and that's the one thing about the NBA that drives me nuts, and it has forever, ever since I played, ever since I've watched it. It's just insane that the officials allow the game to become overly physical, because all you're doing is giving an advantage to the defensive player when you do that, because it takes no skill or talent to hold and grab and shove and push. It's nuts. And I go crazy when I watch that. And, then on top of it, they 2 guys crash and both of them hit the floor, and there's not even a call. I'm sorry. I mean, it's got to be a charge or a block. And then the way they're calling the games now, I almost puke when I watch sometimes. In fact, I actually just recorded the game last night. I'm going to go through it, and I'm going to go through and find out how many traveling violations, how many moving screens. Carrying the ball, forget it. I mean, they all carry the ball so much, it's ridiculous. But the officials do not call the game according to the rules anymore. And it's very difficult as a player to try to adjust to that, because you just don't know what the hell they're going to do from game to game.
What do you make of Draymond Green's relationship with the officials in that vein? Because I think Draymond sees a lot of what you see, yet he takes a different approach to his confrontations. How does that rub you, Rick?
Well, it's always been a case with him. I mean, losing him in that playoff when he responded to LeBron stepping over and getting it, that cost him a championship. There's no doubt in my mind. That and the fact that the Warriors only shot 3-point shots in the last 4 minutes and 20 seconds of Game 7. But if Draymond doesn't get suspended, there's no way that Cleveland wins that championship. So he's an important element to the team, and he can't afford to lose his composure. I think he's gotten better as he's gotten older. You get a little bit more mature, and you realize that this is something that you can't do, because not only is it detrimental, to yourself, it's totally detrimental to the team, especially in his case.
Rick, does seeding matter at all in your mind? Right now we're looking at, 3 seed, 4 seed. What's the opponent? Do they have home court? For a team like this, how much does that matter?
Well, certainly having the home court for the Warriors is a big factor, but I always like playing on the road. And I mean, it's actually easier to play on the road in the playoffs, because when you're at home, you got everybody in the world, especially if you got a family and you got kids to worry about and stuff. On the road, you can just go and focus on playing the game. And so I don't think necessarily that the home court advantage is as big a deal during the playoffs, mainly because you're not having back-to-back games. Teams aren't playing 3 games in 4 nights, and so you get a chance to rest, you get a chance to prepare. So I don't really look at that much. Certainly it could help some teams possibly psychologically, that they know they were able to beat the team during the regular season and handle them well, but that doesn't mean it's going to play out that way. It's the same way everybody said, it's going to be a sweep. The Bullets are going to beat us, because I think they beat us 3 out of 4 games or whatever. But what you do in the regular season doesn't mean anything. It's a whole new season. It's a whole new approach to it. It's basically a whole new game, the way the game is called. So you can take that stuff, as far as I'm concerned, and throw it out the window. It means absolutely nothing, because it's in the past. I mean, the past does not dictate what's going to take place in the present or the future.
Rick, great stuff. We love having your perspective, so thanks so much for doing it today.
Real quickly, get a plug-in for people that go to GoSleeves.com, GoSleeves.com. The code is RB24. Check it out. Awesome products. And Medicaleaf, MEDICILEAF, Medicaleaf.com. The code is number 24. The other one's RB24 for Go Sleeves, and for Medicaleaf, it's 24. Get a nice discount with some products that I use regularly, and I hope they work as well for everybody as they work for me.
Rick, beautiful. Thank you, sir.
All right, go Warriors. See you guys.
All right, we'll talk to you again soon. There it is, the Hall of Famer Rick Barry, who strikes a couple of chords, and I think one of them is that, yes, you're validated Warrior fan. It is very hard to imagine this working out, ... but this is sports. The surprise happens.
Yeah.
And they certainly do. It's not like they don't have the star power to find the magic in a bottle. So I don't know. I think Rick sounds a lot like a lot of us do, which is that it doesn't. You're right. It doesn't look good, but it's not out of the realm of possibility right now. Not with these guys.
No, but 12 wins is going to be hard, as Rick was laying out, and I'm looking forward to that doc on the 74 team. I had so many questions about that, but I wanted to get his thoughts on Draymond first and foremost, because that 74 team, they did come out of nowhere. Now, this Warrior team won't come out of nowhere, but if they're able to turn this around, it would mean a number of things all happen. Draymond Green is vibrant and healthy. Steph Curry plays like an MVP, and he's healthy. Klay Thompson, more often than not, resembles old Klay as opposed to recovering Klay. Vet Min contributes in a meaningful way. Andrew Wiggins plays like a number 1 overall. And then the rest of the supporting cast, they chip in here and there. You're going to need a lot of things to be better than they currently are, which is why I think it's a bit of a stretch to think of them winning 12 games and going to the NBA Finals.
I agree, but it's still a team that you don't want to face if you are now the favorite going against them. Like if Phoenix gets Golden State in the second round, let's say, that's I could think of better options for Phoenix. You don't want that much star power, that much playoff experience coming to your house in the second round if you're the 1 seed. I mean, maybe it's a pushover.
You cannot wait to get that smoke. And that's what I think is interesting about last night's beatdown in particular is, I don't think that they're thinking in Tennessee like, as I borrow from Goo, wither the day we face this Warrior team in the playoffs. They want the Warriors. They need the Warriors.
Well, you're right, but that's because they kind of come at it from a completely different place. Like they are a fascinating team, the Memphis Grizzlies. Did I hear last night it's the second youngest team in the NBA? Yet look at what they're doing. Look at what they're building. Look how good they are when their star is out. It's a fascinating group. I'll say right here today, this group wins a championship in the next 3 to 4 years, and I wouldn't be shocked if it was this year.
Put it in the cap.
What's that?
Put it in the cap.
Yeah, put it in the cap.
Time capsule.
This group, I'm fascinated by them because they do it in a little bit of a different way than what we're used to, which is like we've got these two people who are superstars, and then we sprinkle in around and do that. Like they're very much, I mean, to borrow the Warriors' old phrase, and I think they did, was it Jaren Jackson who tweeted out yesterday, strength in numbers? Like this team actually has it. They're very, very deep, and they have a huge attitude. Take a listen to Dillon Brooks, who after the game yesterday was still thinking about Andre Iguodala.
We all had the vision and he didn't, which is perfect. Send him back to the Warriors and let him do his thing over there. We were in the beginning, we were growing a base. We had a base and we just kept building and building and building, and more guys got on the train, and we were able to, create something like this and keep building this dynasty and this program up.
What? I mean, obviously, yeah. What he said there at the end is going to, he used the wrong word there.
You keep building this dynasty up. Yeah, I'm going to have to check the number of times they've appeared in the NBA Finals. Oh, wait, that's 0. How many times have they appeared in the Western Conference Finals? That would also be 0. Western Conference semis, though, we've got a nice little run. We've been in the semis before.
What if he had said it this way? We're going to keep building up what we hope to be a dynasty.
Still, take my dynasty out your mouth is what I'm saying. Win a title, okay? Win a title, and then we can start to talk about how you're thinking about building a dynasty. It's like you live in your parents' house and you live in their basement. You're not thinking about, I'm going to go out and find an apartment I can rent. No, you're talking about building a mansion and owning a summer home as well. Slow your roll, bro. You live in grandma's basement. You have a nice little room to yourself. But until you go out and do something, don't talk to me about a dynasty.
Well, see, now you and I see that the different way, because what he said yesterday, you're right. I knew it was going to grab everybody. We're going to keep. It's almost like he speaks as if it's already a dynasty, which, spoiler alert, it is wildly not, and we all know that. But a lot of amazing businesses do start in grandma's garage. We have that story all the time, and I don't ever want to feel like I'm getting in the way of someone's vision or dream. That was the whole point of what he was saying. The reason that they're so triggered by Andre Iguodala is not because he's a bad guy, not because he said something wrong, but I think to the Grizzlies, Andre felt like a dream crusher. They had a vision, and Andre didn't share it. And that's personal to people. And it's fine. Maybe it won't ever win a championship. I think it will, but maybe it won't. And so Andre didn't share it, and they didn't want that there. When you're in a part of a startup company, if you bring somebody over to grandma's garage and you're like, here's my idea, and you're so fired up about it, and the person you're talking to looks at you and goes, yeah, okay. I mean, that's nice, but you're like, fine, forget it, get out.
Fine.
I want people.
I see that part of it,
right?
But you're not. You're not Apple. Okay, you have a nice little startup in grandma's basement. You're not Apple,
but you might be someday, and the Grizzlies might be someday.
Great, you've made 11 playoff appearances in your franchise's history. 8 times you've been a first round ouster. You've made no conference. You've made the conference finals once. You've made the NBA finals 0 times. So you can be a cute little startup, but until you stack wins in the same postseason, don't talk to me about a dynasty.
No, I disagree. The man's 26 years old, Dibs. Like, people have I love it when people are like, I don't have little dreams, I have big dreams. He spoke out of turn with the way he presented it, but the fact that they see this of themselves in the future, I think that's amazing. That's great. And by the way, that is absolutely a characteristic of almost every professional athlete. What you're saying to Dillon right now is exactly the straw that stirred Steph Curry's drink. He was told 1 billion times, young fella, you're adorable. You're adorable with your baby face and your three-point shot. But you should go to Davidson. You can't come to a big school. You can't come to Duke. You should go to the other D. Go to Davidson. And oh, by the way, Johnny Flynn is going to be a better NBA player than you. That fire in that belly is what builds greatness, and you have to have that vision early. So I'm not getting in Dillon Brooks' way. He used the word dynasty too early. I get it.
That's why he gets rebuked.
Well, but the fact that he sees that in the future is great, and it helps me understand, because truly, Dibs, I wondered going into this game last night, why are y'all so triggered by Andre? Like, what is it about that? Why are they so mad?
He didn't even show up.
So that happens all the time with veterans in the NBA.
You know what that is, Mark?
What's that?
That's disrespectful.
Here we go.
You didn't even give him the courtesy of showing up and saying in person, guys, this is what I'm thinking. No offense to you guys, but career-wise, I'm not in a spot where this is a fit for me. You know how this goes, so I'm going to, politely exit the situation. I'm going to wait for my buyout. I'm going to go to Miami. I'm going to fall short. Then I'm going to retread one more time in Golden State. It's not you, it's me. He didn't even bother to show up. That's disrespectful.
But it's not
Thank you.
It's not the way it works. Let's look around the league. Did Anthony Davis have that talk with his New Orleans teammates? Did James Harden have that talk with
these are not the
all of his teammates?
These are not the gold standards of good guys either.
Well, I don't think anybody's got a problem with Anthony Davis. I mean, this is business in the NBA. If you're a veteran and you don't think that a team fits with who you are and what you're doing at that time, you beg off of it. We don't have to like it, but this is the way it works. So I wondered, in that player fraternity, what is it that Andre did that triggered them so much? This quote from Dillon last night helped me understand. He took it as a personal affront that Andre didn't believe in them. It's not that he didn't talk to them. It's that he looked at them as a group and went, y'all are rebuilding. And they see themselves as great. And by the way, based on their record right now, they haven't won anything yet. But their vision, it is becoming a reality.
No, they're a dynasty, Mark. I see it the way he does. They're a dynasty.
No. Dibs, don't take it there. Like, look at what he's saying.
Iguodala when Joe Lacob bought the team and he said, I'm going to hang banners. I mocked him, and he deserved to be mocked. Until you do it, don't talk about it.
No, disagree 1,000%. I mean, that's not the way visions work. And secondly, you're as triggered by Andre Iguodala as anybody.
Right.
You should be the first one in the planet who's on Dillon Brooks' side.
No, I agree with what he said right up until he talks about continuing to build this dynasty. Young man, win one chip, and then we can start talking about your place in history. Right now, you're a one-off also ran in a Western Conference where you've never won the conference, and you're not favored to this year.
They're certainly favored to beat the tar out of Andre Iguodala if they end up facing in the playoffs, I'll tell you that. And I think that's his point. I'm with you. The dynasty word was phrased incorrectly, but if they see that as their future, good on them. Now go do it and see if they'll be right. I mean, we watch that in sports all the time, where the vision that we tell people is not possible then suddenly becomes reality. We watch it also not happen, but I've got no issue if that's his goal and that's their collective goal. By the way, that's not just Dillon. We know Ja Morant. Nobody's more confident and cocky than Ja Morant. This is collectively what they think, and there's no team in basketball, no team in the NBA over the next 5 years that scares me more than that team.
Well, if you're the Warriors, you don't have to worry about that team until you get by the first team, which is the first team you have to worry about. And right now you're steamrolling toward a possible 4-5, at which point you'd have to take on the Suns, assuming that they advance. If you're in that 3-6, then, and only then, can you worry about Memphis. But the fortunate part of this for the Golden State Warriors right now is you can't think about any possible scenario other than getting out of the first round, because right now you're in shambles relative to where you've been. You've got injuries, you've got question marks, you've got a porous defense, which once was your calling card. So you can't think about Memphis for even 1 second because you have other hurdles in front of you.
That's fair. 888-957-9570 is the number. Comcast Business text line as well. Dibs, you were the one who introduced me to the artwork of Rita Oak, who every day has been putting out a different Jimmy G drawing and promised to do it until he's no longer a 49er, which, whoops, going to be a little bit longer than we thought. So she has been busy, and she joins us coming up next. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
The NBA playoffs are just 2 weeks away.
We can still find it. I know that.
Will the Warriors be able to overcome their...
Apply.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
Block heartburn all day and all night with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Hey, Becky G, can you play your next hit?
I will, as soon as it's released. But I've got another big hit for you. Did you know that with Xfinity Internet, you get fast, reliable speeds to fit your needs and budget?
Ooh, that's nice.
Best of all, you could save up to $400 a year on your wireless bill when you add Xfinity Mobile.
It's official. That's a hit.
Hey, we're on the radio. Now everyone can get the best value with Xfinity. Can your internet do that?
Get started with Xfinity Internet for $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, you could save up to $400 a year on your wireless bill when you also get Xfinity Mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay and 6/30/22. Restrictions apply. New Connect customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After term, regular rates apply. Compares pricing of top carriers. Xfinity Internet required.
The easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Oh my God.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, here we go. Kyle Shanahan just said more about the Jimmy and Trey situation that is an absolute must-hear. We'll have that for you in a few. Willard and Dibs brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Dibs, also in our Dillon Brooks conversation, we mentioned Jaren Jackson real quick, but maybe not enough. Not only did he tweet strength in numbers, but he changed his profile pic on social media to Kevon Looney getting dunked on. So here's one thing that I think is good. The Warriors right now are actually, I don't want to say in need of, but we could use a little bit more rivalry across the board in the NBA. The Lakers are certainly not going to hold up their end of the bargain come playoff time. The Brooklyn Nets obviously in the East, and who knows what's going on with either of these teams. The Rockets don't exist anymore in the form that used to get under our skin. Like, I love that the Memphis Grizzlies are leaning into this because maybe this series does happen. I think the Warriors got a lot of work to do, as you said, before they could even get to round two. But if this series can happen, man, it gets spicy. And that's good. Definitely. I love what these two sides are building.
And, go ahead and do all you can on social media right now, Jared, because, if that's what gets you motivated, if that's what gets you fired up, go do it. The Warriors are one of the oldest teams in the association, and the Grizzlies are the second youngest. So it would be a nice clash in styles. It would be the been there, done that against the talking about it, think that we're already there group. And, to be the champ, you got to beat the champ. And the Warriors aren't defending champions, but they are the team with the most gravitas. And you mentioned it before. If you go across the Western Conference and you talk about the top players in the association in the Western Conference, how many of them have rings? And almost none of them have rings outside of the Warriors' big three. You could throw in Iguodala if you so desire. So Memphis and Phoenix, Utah, and Denver, they want what the Warriors have. And one of those teams is going to have the opportunity to take it from Golden State. And you know what? The Warriors might go through all four of those teams. There's a possibility that they have to go, well, only three of them really in the West because three series, but Utah, Denver, Memphis, and Phoenix, three of those teams may have a crack at the Warriors if the Warriors are able to knock off two of them.
Yeah, that's if it goes well, obviously. We'll let you hear what Kyle Shanahan had to say in just a few minutes. But first, we welcome in Rita Oak to the show, drawing Jimmy G every day until he's traded. I can't wait for this conversation because this has been a fun development. And again, Dibs, you were the one who introduced me to Rita's work. And Rita hops on now with us here on Willard and Dibs. Rita, great to have you. And first and foremost, where are you talking to us from right now? Where are you?
Hi, I'm actually in Portugal, in Porto.
Okay, amazing.
Love
So
it.
we're all the way global across the world talking to you. And the first question is, where did this idea come from? What made you want to start drawing Jimmy G every day?
Well, actually, it's a funny story because the idea was just to do a goodbye and thank you illustration for Jimmy and post it on Reddit. And actually, it became drawing Jimmy G every day. I mean, people really liked my first one and asked me to do Jimmy G drawing every day until he's traded. So I did, and here we are.
And here we are indeed. And now you're looking at perhaps another 3 or 4 months of it. I don't know how closely you follow the news, but it seems that Kyle Shanahan, I mean, it looks like maybe another 100 drawings. Do you have enough inspiration to continue this great project going forward?
I mean, it gets difficult every day, but people really have been sending messaging with things they would like to see, and I really take that into consideration. Today's actually was a suggestion that someone messaged me with a picture of the movie, and I did that one because ideas are running short these days, so yeah.
Rita Oak is in Portugal, an artist who has signed up apparently to draw Jimmy G every day until he's traded, and that's turned into something much more difficult, as you say, Rita. Like, I mean, what other things do you have going on that basically are now getting shelved because you've got to do this every day?
Yeah, I mean, actually, I took this year like a gap year because I graduated college last year, and this year I really wanted to just do my art and put my art out there in social media. So it really started very well with the Jimmy G drawing. So I couldn't be more happier. People are loving it and are supporting me. So I couldn't be happier.
And I couldn't be happier either because my partner Mark is a Jimmy G lover, and now I'm on your page shopping for coffee mugs, and I'm not sure if the Jimmy G slapping 3 of the teams is going to be the purchase, or the recently depicted Jimmy G as Marilyn Monroe with the vent blowing the skirt up. Which of those two should I get for my friend Mark?
Well, you don't have to choose. You can purchase both if you want to.
That's exactly the correct answer. I mean, so Rita, I need background here because we've got a question we always ask people on this show, which is, what are you doing? And it's just ringing in my head right now because you're in Portugal, you're a recent college grad, and I feel like we're just spilled into you drawing Jimmy every day. Where did this come from? Where is your 49er fandom from? Why Jimmy G?
Yeah, I mean, it all came down to when I started dating my boyfriend. He's a 49ers fan, and it has been for a long time now. And he introduced me to the 49ers and to the American football world. And we started watching the games, and he told me about Jimmy G. And when he was leaving the team, he told me to do this illustration, and he knew that I liked Jimmy, obviously, because he's handsome, but I'm really a fan now. So I just decided to do the illustration, and then it all evolved to drawing Jimmy G every day, yeah. But it all came down to his fan. He was a fan of 49ers already, so he showed me that, and now I am a 49ers fan too.
I just constantly go to your page, and I'm looking at the one of the subway now with Ronald McDonald and Colonel Sanders, both really upset that he's endorsing Subway, and also the one where Trey Lance dunks on Jimmy Garoppolo. Any sneak preview into what might be ahead, or any other ideas that might be going around your head for another 100 days maybe of Jimmy drawing?
I mean, I have an idea for tomorrow, but I mean, I was actually doing it yesterday, but after the Will Smith thing, I mean, I had to do that because it was a reference that could not wait. So I'm actually doing a meme from Toy Story next, I think.
Oh my gosh,
that's a great tease right there.
I mean, that's
so you'll have to wait to see.
Rita Oak is with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Rita in Portugal is doing social media drawings, an artist. Social media drawings of Jimmy Garoppolo every day until he gets traded. Today is day 55. You've just put out artwork of what looks like him kicking Aaron Rodgers. Can you tell us what the concept is here?
Yeah, it's about the movie, I think it's called 300.
Yes.
The part where he kicks the guy into a tunnel. So Jimmy is the one kicking, and Aaron Rodgers is the one falling. I don't know if you know the movie.
I know the movie. I didn't see the movie, but yeah.
Yeah, I think he says this is Sparta or something like that, and he kicks the guy. So that's the reference from today's drawing.
It's incredible, and I'm definitely looking at purchasing some of these coffee mugs, and you've got T-shirts, and you can follow her at @RitaOak_art on Twitter and get the link to her store that way. What's the traffic been like for some of these? I mean, they're not tchotchkes. These are real, like, Jimmy G artistic keepsakes. Are you seeing good traffic for your site?
Yeah. I'm very grateful. People being really supportive and buying, and I have great reviews from people who already gotten their things. So yeah, I'm very, very happy and very, very grateful.
Rita, how long do each of these drawings take?
About an hour.
Wow, that's it.
To an hour.
And what's the medium you use? Is it just like pencils and paper? Is it done on the computer? How do you go about bringing these things to life?
Yeah, I use my iPad. I draw them on Procreate. It's an app, and I draw them directly on my iPad.
Unbelievable. This is a whole lot of fun. Hey, Rita, we really appreciate you taking the time, especially since it sounds like you don't have a lot of time because you've got 100 more drawings to do. So thank you so much for hopping on. That was fun.
Hello?
Yes, Rita, thank you for joining us all the way from Portugal. And
Thanks, Rita.
Yes, we can't wait for the next one, Rita. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks, Rita Oak. That was that was a treat.
Incredible.
Yeah, this whole thing,
Hello.
like that is, I don't know necessarily what I was expecting, but I was not expecting a Portuguese grad from last year in college.
Right.
I mean, I wanted to know, how did you become a 49er fan? And there you go.
Perfect.
A boyfriend who's a 49er fan, and then she looked at Jimmy, just like the rest of us, fell in love immediately, and the rest was history.
And I don't think that she would imagine in her wildest dreams a year ago, if you would have said to her, hey, Rita, in a year, you're going to be on San Francisco Sports Talk discussing your daily Jimmy Garoppolo homage art that is going to turn into a side business for you. Wait, what?
What?
And I don't know how far back she goes as a Jimmy G or a Niner fan. It's from her boyfriend. But, Mark, you go to the Twitter page at Rita Oak, like the tree, _art. There's a link to her store, coffee mug for $20, T-shirts, and you can get a signed artwork from her as well. It's turned into a little bit of a business for her. It's incredible.
No doubt. And she's gone up about 150 followers just since we had that conversation. But I'm hearing apparently 3 years ago, we're going to try to track down the audio. About 3 years ago, Rita said, I'm going to continue to keep building this artwork dynasty. And then here it is. This happened. I can't believe that this took place.
That's a nice try, Willard. It's a really good try. Had there been proof of that, I might have bought into it a little deeper. But
we don't have the audio, I'm being told. It's unfortunate.
Yes, the humility from the artist for living in Porto is obvious. I wanted to ask her questions about Kaká and the rest of the Portuguese national team as they're facing a tough one today, Mark, against North Macedonia. I don't need to tell you that.
Oh, my gosh. I've been counting the minutes.
Thank you.
Winner gets to qualify for the World Cup. It's huge.
Are we rocking Pick Your Battle soccer today? Is that what I'm hearing?
Unfortunately, all the matches start just before
11:45.
But tomorrow we got the CONCACAF. It's the final game for all of the CONCACAF World Cup qualifying.
CONCACAF.
U.S., as long as they don't lose 5-0 to Costa Rica, they will qualify for the World Cup.
Yeah, like it looks like the U.S. is in and Italy was out. That's exactly what I was expecting.
I'm no longer Italian, unfortunately.
You know what? By the way, can I, right here in the middle of the show, I would like to propose a new rule. I don't like that you can't do something that starts at 11:45 just because the wagers are coming 6 or 7 minutes later. Kyle was even talking about this the other day. Let's do like they do on the game shows, right? Like Jeopardy. Think about Jeopardy. What do you got? You have to write that answer down and then put it in a little slot, and then it pops up on your screen later. Like, let's just submit the bids at 11:30, and then we can share them with the audience at 11:50 or whatever. But
that's fine.
I want you, Spanone, if you want to bet on that, I want you to bet on that.
I don't really feel good about North Macedonia or Portugal, to be honest.
No, but to have the option, and I think
The
that's
option.
especially when we get to Champions League, because some of those do occasionally start 11:45. Most of the time, they're straight up noon, but I like what you're saying there, Mark.
Yeah,
Well, especially with baseball
guys,
season coming around too, we'll have some East Coast time, so
True.
yeah, that could work.
Yeah, like go with your sweet spot, man. Like go do your thing. You don't hear me leave the NBA very often. Go with your sweet
No,
spot.
the coin flip's working though, guys. We're on a heater.
It is on a
row.
one-game winning streak. Very good. All right. So pick your battles looming later on this hour. We were almost, Spadone got exactly what he needed yesterday, which was the lone green check. Me, Dibs, Kyle, we were all losers last night, so it tightens up a little bit. And Spadone and I are bringing up the rear. We'll see if we can figure that out and get back on the horse later on this hour. But I do want to let everybody hear what Kyle Shanahan just said, because for me, Dibs, if maybe it'll work better to let him say it rather than me. For me, the argument I've been trying to make in favor of the 49ers, I think Kyle just spoke to it here. All of the ideas of you got to get rid of Jimmy now. Trey Lance's entire mental makeup is going to break and fall apart if you don't get Jimmy off of this team. He's not going to know that he's the starter. Like, he's the starter, but he needs to know that he's the starter. You need to prove it to him. This whole idea just came up to Kyle Shanahan, and I'd like everybody to listen to this answer.
Yeah, you got to make sure that you're not hindering his development, and I think that's what we work at all the time. I understand the question and the perception how it be, but nothing's going on with his development. Trey's working his tail off. He knows how I feel about him. He knows what our expectations are for him, and I think he's got a lot of respect for Jimmy. But I think the situation's clear. We were trying to make a move to add some draft picks and get him back, and I think we were pretty close to it. And then Jimmy ended up getting the surgery, which changes things. And I think Trey will understand all that. I had to talk to him about it, but I think it makes sense to all these guys. And Trey's not an insecure guy. I think this situation makes sense, so there's nothing sneaky going on about it. And he's confident. He's going to come in and focus on playing football, focus on beating whoever out he has to, whether it's Trey, whether it's Nate. And he's going to come in and be the best he can be.
To me, that says it all right there. I do feel in this process, as we talk too much about Jimmy G and not enough about Trey, there is a perception building that Trey is a mental midget. He needs to be petted, and he needs to be told that everything's going to be okay. And even if you tell him everything's okay, you got to prove it to him by getting Jimmy out of this city so that Trey's fine. Like, you can hear it. Kyle talks to him all the time. He even said yesterday or earlier today, he said, I speak to Trey a lot. Jimmy is not as communicative. That's not his thing. Plus, by the way, Jimmy also knows he's trying to get out of town. Like, everybody gets it. The future is Trey. Nobody needs to jump and freak out to prove that. It's understood. These are all professionals. They get what's going on here.
It comes down to communication, and they've done a great job of communicating, going back to last year where everyone was afraid that, Jimmy G, what's going to be the psyche of Jimmy G when they trade 3 first-round picks to draft his replacement? Woe is me, Jimmy G. Well, what happened was they told him what was going to happen. They told him that he would have a chance to compete for and be QB1. Jimmy Garoppolo took the news, probably had a rough 24 hours, and I think he spoke to that as much, and then went about the job of being the best quarterback he could be. He won the job, and Kyle Shanahan mentioned that yesterday, that Jimmy Garoppolo beat Trey Lance out last year. Trey Lance wasn't ready to start week 1. Jimmy Garoppolo led you to the conference championship game. Jimmy G's psyche turns out was just fine because they communicated. Same thing with Trey Lance. Do you think Trey isn't aware of the fact that A, they're trying to trade Jimmy G, B, he is QB1 regardless of Jimmy G's status, and C, Jimmy G very well could be around come OTAs, although he won't play, and come camp when he's healthy, Jimmy Garoppolo might still be around. Trey Lance is okay with it. He knows it's his job to lose in training camp. He knows he's getting all the reps between now and then. There's no mystery. There's no fragility. It's just something that fans try to project on the young man.
It's something we don't give to professional athletes that I'd like to point out. Like, they need to, do you understand how mentally strong you have to be to get to where they are? Like, do you know how many incredibly professional level talented athletes don't make the pros? And the reason usually is that they don't have the mental strength to do what these guys do. It takes a lot in your life to be all buttoned up, to get a lot of attention, to be told when you're 12 years old that you're the future, and then keep your head on straight, and then to get millions of dollars when you're 20 and not have it go to your head and send you on a bad track. These guys, by getting to the professional ranks, are already showing you that they've got the mental wherewithal in order to handle this. So why do we suddenly treat them differently upon arrival? Like, oh my gosh, you've got to make sure that everything's all buttoned up. Let me give you an example. I was working in San Diego, and it's a very, very different sports market. Phillip Rivers, late in his career, was like one of the only famous athletes in the whole city. The Chargers hadn't left yet. The Padres were, the Padres, running around in blue and white uniforms with no stars. And Phillip, at one point, the thought was brought up, the Chargers took Mike Williams with their number 1 overall pick. I think it was the 7th overall pick, whatever this was, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. Now, the idea had been brought up, it might be time to draft a quarterback and start grooming him behind Phillip. Phillip publicly stated, boy, if they would have done that, I wouldn't have liked it very much. And he got ripped. He got ripped in a city that never rips him, because it was essentially him saying, even though you pay me at the time, whatever it was, $23 million a year, even though I'm the only recognizable athlete in this city, and even though this has been my team for my entire career, a decade and a half, I mentally wouldn't be able to handle it if you put a competitor behind me. And he got criticized. These guys, by definition of who they are to get where they are and the money that they make, you have to handle that. That is part of the job description. You can't handle somebody behind your back, then you can't handle this. So we got to stop the baby gloves with Trey Lance. He's fine. He is absolutely fine.
The only time athletes have a problem, and they rightfully can and should have a problem, is when there's no communication or dishonesty. If the coach goes to you and says, hey, Jimmy, you're our guy. No matter what, we're loving you. You're our future. And then 3 days later, you trade 3 first-round picks and you move up and you draft his replacement. Well, that, right, to quote John Dickinson, that's a problem. If you tell Jimmy G up front what you're doing, and then you do it, and you stick to your word, and you communicate, yes, this is a grown man and grown woman business. It's the same thing in our business. We have a lot of egos. We have a lot of occasional lineup switches, personnel switches. You've got this person here, that person there. If you communicate to your people, no matter what the business is, and you're honest with them, well, you may not like it, but at least you've been given a fair shake. You've been given a square deal. And it's the same thing for Trey now as it was for Jimmy a year ago. They've told Trey what the story is. It's your job, but we've got this Jimmy situation. And I don't know how much of the ins and outs Trey Lance wants to know or needs to know or demands to know, but any question he has about the situation, they're going to give him an honest answer.
Willard and Dibs brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Pick your battles. Still looms. Is the Warriors' focus in the right spot? And boring is bad. We already knew that, but we'll explain more. Room for your phone calls and texts as well at 888-957-9570. That's also our Comcast business text line. Willard and Dibs is on 95.7 The Game.
We're here for you and all the ones who get it done with 24/7 customer support and access to product specialists to help you find what you need. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here at Total Wine & More, you'll find what you love and love what you find.
I'm looking for a whiskey that will blow my buddies away.
This single barrel bourbon is a surefire hit.
Oh, yeah. Whoa, did you hear that? I feel like a rock star.
Well, finding this bottle at that price, you totally are. Find what you love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Pickup and delivery available at TotalWine.com. Drink responsibly. B21.
Diarrhea. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Andre Iguodala on his podcast. Evan Longoria is already hurt. Just some news and notes. We'll bop around a little bit before we get to pick your battles. With the Giants and Evan Longoria's injury coming out yesterday, Lamont Wade as well, if you're just joining us, both of them are going to be totally shelved for 10 days with no evaluation, and then they'll look at them. Wade with inflammation and a bone bruise in his knee. Longoria is actually having surgery, so his is going to be a lot longer, but neither one of them are going to be in the opening day lineup. And I know, and it already feels like a roster that you're like, I don't really see the thump in the lineup. But last year, here was a characteristic that was fascinating. You heard from a lot of watchers of the Giants who were fans of other teams. My gosh, they're lucky. Our team's been hurt all year. And the Giants, gosh, they're just so lucky. There's not one starter that didn't go on the IL last year. Not a one. They handled injuries as much as any team out there, and there really was never any dip. So the depth that they built, it worked. I don't know that it is going to this year, but to me, it's another wait and see, because we watched this happen last year, and you roll your eyes and go, oh no, and then somebody came up out of the minor leagues, and we went, wow, that guy's really good. That's how they found Tyro Estrada when Brandon Crawford got hurt.
And you're going to need to have the same model no matter if you suffer more injuries or not, because last year we went through the offensive totals, home run hitters, and you got production from both sides of the plate at the majority of spots on the diamond. And that's the way the Farhan and Gabe approach has to work, because you don't have the Dodgers lineup. You don't have the best starting lineup in baseball. What you should have, what you're trying to have, is an elite 1 through 26, where even a 1 through 40, if your 40-man is better than the other team's 40-man, that's what you're trying to bank on. To your point, Mark, about players up, players down, you had Chadwick Tromp come up behind the squat and come up and contribute. You had a multitude of guys at a multitude of spots coming in and producing. The only downside early is you don't want to have these guys get injured. Lamont Wade, late night Lamont, was such a key piece in the second half of the year. And Evan Longoria, Alex Pavlovich joined us earlier and said he's one of your few everyday guys. And if he's healthy, Longo would probably play 90% of the games at third base. And, early on, you're not going to have that. And so that hurts one of your few spots that you weren't going to platoon.
Yep, absolutely. Although Wilmer Flores, when pressed into duty, Longo missed half the year last year. Wilmer did a really good job. And at the plate, they're the same guy. In the field, they're not. But Wilmer kept it together along with, in the second half of the year, Chris Bryant doing some things over there, who, by the way, was worse than Wilmer defensively over at third base when he got there. So we'll see. We'll see how that shakes out. And then there's the Andre Iguodala comment yesterday after the game when he, like Draymond, used the platform to speak a little bit about his podcast. Here it is.
the NBA as a whole has gotten away from the fundamentals. It's more of a pickup game. I don't want to be one of those old guys that kind of nitpick at the game, but just the reality of it. And, the great players are very fundamentally sound. You just go down the line. LeBron, fundamentally sound. KD, as skilled as they come. Kyrie, as skilled as they come. Steph, as skilled as they come. And then they have a work ethic to them as well. So I don't think I'm nitpicking at it. It's just the true essence of the game. Your bottom isn't really that low. That bottom's still high. And I feel like now we're at a point where the bottom is getting lower and lower. And we got to keep, as gatekeepers of the game, we got to do a better job of making sure that we're taking care of the game. I'm giving y'all too much. It should be on my podcast, by the way.
Okay. There's two things that come up in my mind when I hear Andre say that. He very, very, very much sounds like a guy who's about to retire. And here's what I mean by that. This happens not only in our lives, every business that we're in. Once we've been in it for a little bit, we start to whine about the direction it's going. They don't make them like they used to. Players aren't as good now as they were back in my day. And then also the mention of the podcast, which we brought up with Rick Barry. He didn't have any issue with it necessarily. But when you've got a guy that's been hurt for the majority of the year, and we know it's been well documented, the way you've talked about him always calling himself a vet min guy and sort of expressing frustration about his salary. When you start bringing up the podcast a lot, I know how a lot of Warriors fans think, and they're like, my gosh, are you guys still Warriors, or are you just setting up life after basketball? Is what it sounds like a little bit sometimes.
Yeah, and he's setting up life after basketball. And the notion of the game, we're gatekeepers and all that, well, the predecessors to your era look at your era of basketball and think, well, we didn't do a good job as gatekeepers either. And when you try to become the gatekeeper of the product, you have to first look at what the league wants and what the league is looking for. And what the league is looking for is an unbelievable explosion of offense. It's highlight dunks. It's the three-point shooting. If they really wanted to make the game more like it used to be, they would extend the three-point line. They would widen the court. They would make the three-point line a true three-point shot. They would make the key an area where a certain amount of physicality and defense could still go on. They would get rid of this ridiculous, and this is what Rick Barry was talking about, the traveling that goes on. Well, it's because they wrote this thing in the rule book called a gather step, which there was no such thing as a gather step in any other level of basketball in America. Forget Europe where you can take 3 steps, but high school, college, there's no such thing as a gather step. The amount of carrying on every dribble. So the league doesn't want gatekeeping done. They enjoy the highlights. They enjoy the up and down kind of AAU feel that Andre was saying they need to clean up.
I also want to pass this along before we sort of go further on that. Rita Oak is now tweeting back at people who are saying that they really, we got a lot of feedback that people enjoyed that conversation with Rita. If you missed it, Odyssey app, subscribe Willard and Dibs. You can listen to the whole thing. The artist who's drawing Jimmy G every day until he's traded. Rita has said, now publicly, Dibs, I think it went well, but I was a little nervous. Apparently you intimidated her.
Well, and when you're as big a fan of her work as she is of ours, undoubtedly, I'm sure the Odyssey app reaches to the great city of Porto in Portugal. So, butterflies on both sides. And, again, Rita Oak _art, if you want to see her art on Jimmy G. One of our great listeners at Rockin' New Era 84 retweeted the one of George Kittle painting Jimmy G in the scene from Titanic, where Jack, when Jack is painting the nude. And in this case, it's George Kittle painting a nude Jimmy G. Just some genius art in there from Rita Oak.
By the way, I thought you'd also be excited to know that it's going down. Young Jock is currently leading. Now, our poll, it needs more votes. Let's just be honest. We have not gotten enough votes. So please go to @WillardandDibs on Twitter and vote. We're trying to get Jock's walk-up song. We're not going to be able to present this to him if we've only got a handful of votes. So we need more votes. But in an incredibly small sample, this is like getting excited about an NFL team after they go 1-0. But after very few votes so far, it's going down by Young Jock is the leader And in second place, right behind Other.
Oh, wow.
And I very, very not surprisingly, my song is bringing up the rear. Mine was less about the song and more the fact that it was the title track of Jock Jams. But PSA by Jay-Z is coming in third, and then I'll go over here and bring up the rear. I voted against myself on our poll.
Wow.
So I'm okay with it, but I wanted to put it out there for consumption. Right now, though, it's going down. Young Jock remains in the lead, Dibs.
Yes, and the station will retweet the poll from our account, and then the votes will come pouring in. Walk-up song is always one of those curious things because some players really get into it and they change it up and they're really hyper-focused on it, and other players I don't think even pay any mind to it. But I was thinking about it, I guess, in the Super Bowl when Snoop and Dre and all the rest of them were performing. Barry Bonds' walk-up song, just boom, 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 da-da-da-da-da. I mean, it just one of the more powerful connections with the next episode. When that would hit and Barry would come up, you get goosebumps.
Well, tough offseason also for country music, so we may be dropping more beats at Giants games this year. Buster Posey retires. Evan Longoria didn't have country music, but his was a little bit more of traditional rock. We're going to have to wait a little while for him to be back out there. We know that Brandon Belt digs Weezer and that B. Craw is a big hip-hop guy too, so I think there's going to be a little bit more flavor when Giants start striding to the plate this year.
I think so. And, we've lost a couple of the country bumpkins with Madison Bumgarner and Buster Posey no longer being there. So,
I just wanted you said Madison. I didn't.
Dixie Chicks.
Lady Antebellum.
Exactly.
Good underrated band.
Part of me misses just the old school, and I hate to give a nod too much to the Dodgers and Dodger Stadium, but the old school organ and the Dodgers, the way their use of the organ, I absolutely love it. It just reminds me of being a kid. That's all.
Yeah.
End of Dodger praise, but the Dodger organ, greater than all other musical accompaniments in baseball.
I hear you. And Nancy B. Heffley for years was she was over there doing the deal, and with Vin Scully 2 windows away, it worked. Hot dogs and you love them as a kid and all that, and it's over. That's enough of that. It's over. Vin is gone. Nancy B. Heffley is gone. Let's get DJ BC Raw in here and have some action, which is what we're doing next, because Pick Your Battles is around the corner on Willard and Dibs.
Stanford Blood Center presents The Executive Show with Bob Myers.
We got to decide or figure out.
best of live TV and on demand with no annual contract. Get your TV together at directtv.com.
Requires high-speed internet and compatible device. Content varies by package and location. Restrictions apply.
No one wants to cut corners on a good night's rest, so I sleep on sheets that are just good enough. If you dream of comfortable sheets at a price that won't keep you up all night, look no further than Boll & Branch. Boll & Branch makes the softest organic sheets on the market using 100% sustainable raw materials. As the first fair trade certified manufacturer of linen, you can feel as good about your sheets as they feel against your skin. Plus, Boll & Branch focuses on quality over quantity because higher thread counts are not always better. Their signature hemmed sheets are made from lightweight organic cotton that gets softer with every wash. And they come in 7 colors from twin up to California King. Best of all, Boll & Branch gives you a fair price and a 30-day risk-free trial with free shipping and returns. So experience the best sheets you've ever felt, only at bollandbranch.com. Get 15% off your first set when you use promo code SAVE at checkout. That's Boll & Branch, BOLLAND branch.com. Promo code SAVE.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Roger Waters is coming to Chase Center on September 24th, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Enter for your chance to win tickets on our contest page at 957thegame.com.
Relax. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's going down. Young Jock still setting the pace, 48.8% of the vote. PSA Jay-Z has moved into the second position. Other is polling at third and then my Get Ready by 2 Unlimited has a total of 2 votes.
Ouch.
Good news is neither of those votes are mine. I even voted against myself.
Wow. That's a move, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, these are just ideas. We're just brainstorming here, people. That's all we're doing right now.
Yeah, help us help you, San Francisco Giants production team.
Yeah, and Jock. I mean, they get to choose this, and I mean, we act like it's just for fun. Listen, if you were going to walk into the office, what are we hoping for out of Jock this year? 410 ABs? That about right?
Yeah, lefty, a lot of chance to DH, outfield unsettled. You figure righties pitch 2 out of every 3 games roughly. It might be closer to 3 out of 4. So, yeah, we'll call it 400 ABs, 25 homers.
400 ABs, 450 ABs. Half of them will be at home. So let's call this 225 ABs just to be safe.
Or PAs, not ABs. PAs, plate appearances.
Okay, yeah, plate appearances, maybe more. So call it 250 times he's going to come to the plate at Oracle Park. If they were going to play something for you to walk into the office 250 times, which, by the way, for an average human being, that's just about every single time we walk into the office, post-pandemic, take out weekends, holidays, what have you. I mean, that matters, doesn't it? Wouldn't that matter to you, what you're going to play? You do not want to be annoyed by what they're playing as you walk to the plate. That matters.
I suppose. I mean, I hope it doesn't really play into your success or failure as a professional athlete. And, ultimately, our show, we have a show open, and it may not be the show open music that I would choose, but whether or not I like it or dislike it, I don't allow it to color my performance. I'm better than that. I'm more professional than that.
Right, I get that. But
I wasn't consulted on the milquetoast music choice that was rolled out.
It could always be adjusted, but I will say this: like I think music can frame your shape of mind. You ever go on a long drive and then based on what comes up on the iTunes playlist, I mean that can put you in a better mood. And doesn't a happier person hit the ball farther? That's what I believe, at least.
Well, the essence of listening to a music playlist, you're listening to it to enjoy it. The walk-up music is just a way to bridge your feelings to a fan vibe. I don't necessarily think it's as endemic to the enjoyment experience as a music playlist is. Shout out to Shivani Bonfal, who I follow on Twitter. She shared a Spotify playlist that goes about 10 plus hours. I just checked it out because I'm a curious guy, and I am loving it. Her Spotify playlist she shared.
All right, beautiful. Well, there it is, and now you're in a better mood because of it. Although, maybe it's not because of the music. Maybe it's because you're in first place in pick your dang battles. We're rocking and rolling this week. Can we get a standings update, please? Thank you. I appreciate that. Are we at 5-2 setting the pace over there, Dibs? Is that what we got?
Yeah, really 5-1-1, but pushes or losses.
I know.
But I would love to be able to throw up a 5-1-1 to more accurately reflect where I am off of last night's push. But yeah, in first, 1 win away from the safety zone if, in fact, one of you 3 and 4s loses.
All right, and I'll own that label. Me and Spadone sitting there at 3 and 4. Kyle at 4 and 3. And because I was the most recent loser out of the 3 and 4 group, that means I will take this leadoff position. I will take pitches. I will see a lot of pitches, let my teammates see them. But then after that, I will deliver straight to you the Utah Jazz, -1.5 tonight, visiting the Los Angeles Clippers. The Jazz have lost a whole bunch of games in a row. The key to betting the NBA is knowing the spot. What's the spot they're in? It's time for them to win a game. The Clippers have been very, very bad as of late. So Utah's number is depressed based on their recent losing streak. Tonight is the night they turn things back around. They get a dub on the road in LA, take the Utah Jazz -1.5. And that brings us live to America's favorite throw it in the air and wave it like you just don't care better. That is Joey Spadone.
And gentlemen, I thought about going another coin flip today, but we're not. We're going to Miami, Dibs, where we got the Miami Open tennis, and we got Francis Tiafoe taking on Francisco Cerundolo of Argentina, and we're going under 22.5 games there.
Hoping for Tiafoe to handle business. 22.5, which would be basically 7'5" and 6'4" would
Correct.
be 22. So.
Or 6'3", 6'3", 6'4", 6'4", anywhere like that. No, we don't want three sets. We don't want 3 sets, Dibs.
And you don't want a tiebreaker. You get into a tiebreaker, a 7-6, 6-4 would be a loser. That would be 23. So Spadoni's hoping for not too close from the great American Francis Tiafoe.
We will we'll be watching that one very, very closely as we go live. Kyle
I don't even want to pick
Madsen
anymore after that.
with this selection. I think I'd like to bail on this entire.
Yeah.
No, go ahead, Kyle. What do you got?
Yeah, so it looks like LeBron James and Anthony Davis are not going to play for the Lakers. The Lakers stink, guys. The Mavs need to win. The Mavs, I'm going to lay the 12 in Dallas tonight.
Okay. Do the Mavs need a win? I think the Warriors need the Mavs to not win. But then again, I'm conflicted as to what seed I'd like the Warriors to get. 4 seed, probably better against Utah in the first round, but it also means Phoenix in the second. Whatever, we got time for that. But what we don't have time to delay is this. Dan Dibley, first place selection.
Spadoni, you know where we're going, and God, there's only a little bit more time for me to enjoy what's become my favorite song. Women, men, secondary, tertiary tournaments. It doesn't matter, Mark, because I love college hoop. Yeah, and tonight is the NIT semifinals, America's first tournament. By the way, for those of you neophytes who don't know, you better recognize the National Invitational Tournament was the tournament back in the day, and it is tonight, gentlemen, because we got a couple of semifinals from the classic venue, Madison Square Garden, St. Bonnie's and Xavier in the opener, but we're going for the nightcap, Texas A&M, the snubbed Aggies. They should have been in the big dance. They aren't. They're not sitting there licking their wounds and crying about it. They're playing basketball, and they're taking on Washington State. Take the Aggies, Texas A&M, and lay the 1.5.
There it is. NIT action. And did you just go Madison Square Bumgarner? I think that's what happened. Madison Square.
So now you're channeling your inner Steiny, and you're highlighting my mistake. Is that?
I'm highlighting
is that
playful.
What you're doing?
I'm highlighting
is that what you're doing?
A playful occurrence. That's what I'm highlighting.
So I make a mistake, a verbal error, and instead of going through and breaking down the cogent analysis of A&M and attorney snub, we go right to the mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to go Flea in Red Hot Chili Peppers when one time was asked about a mistake in a live performance and said, but a mistake is beautiful because it'll never happen again. It's a one-time occurrence. It's only there once. So that moment, Dibs, where you called it Madison Square Bumgarner, that's only going to happen once. And if you were hearing it, boy, you're one of the special people. Kind of like Steiny and Goo. Steiny Goo, you in the building? You ready to rock?
What's up, baby? I don't know whether to call you Tony Romo or Ken Griffey Jr. with the hat backwards.
I thought it was a Kangol based on the way
that's what we said out there.
Yeah,
that's right. You know, just trying to give the young people something to enjoy. Go. That's all we're trying to do right now.
Well, I ask you this because I asked your partner Steiny, and I'm gonna ask Dibs. What the hell's in the water in the Bay Area? The Giants, it hadn't even started and guys are dropping. I don't got to tell you about the Warriors. Somebody tell me what's in the water, y'all.
Is it us, or is this just the perception of every fan that it always happens to us?
It's the perception of every fan that it happens to us.
Yeah. I mean, I do actually, if you want to go NBA, I always refer back to a conversation I had with the man we now call Clay's dad, my old radio partner, Michael Thompson. He always used to tell me, he goes, the reason guys are getting hurt now more, and maybe more serious injuries, like he went through his whole career, he had one major injury, but it was a broken bone. It was none of this ligament stuff that we talk about all the time now. And he said the reason is because when he got to the offseason, he would take his basketball and he'd put it in the back of his closet and he would go play tennis. And that's it. And he would give those particular muscles time to rest, diversify what he was doing to his body. But you got guys now, Team USA, Drew League, whatever it is, it's just constant basketball 12 months a year. And I think there's something to what he's saying. Don't you guys think?
I do, but here's my piece of it, and then I'll invite in the experts in the room, Steiny, who played college basketball, and Goo, who still is playing basketball.
Played Saturday.
I think the other piece of it is you're able to come back from injury now. The torn ACL used to be night-night, and the torn Achilles, you didn't come back from. And, microfracture surgery didn't exist, and Tommy John wasn't a thing. So you got hurt, and it was over. Now you get hurt, you rehab, you come back, well, you're going to get hurt again.
Dave Cowens told me the same thing, Mark. He said that when his season was over, the old-time Celtic, when his season was over, they didn't play all summer. Now, they never picked up a ball in the summer, and then 3 weeks before training camp, they would pick up a ball and start to get in shape. I think, and you know what? Dr. Narav Pandya is a big proponent of playing multiple sports, which I know is not the same as taking a summer off, but apparently by playing other sports, you use other muscles, you get those involved so as to bring them up to a certain level so that those aren't the ones that get hurt.
Well, I mean, I'm a big believer, too, and I think this goes even to parenting at a certain point. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. I wish a lot more parents, and I'm not talking about when they're 7 or 8, but when they turn 11, 12, I know that's the time to really start zeroing in on what you love and what you're good at, but just give the kids a ball bin and a backyard or a ride somewhere rather than a personal coach. And like you see someone who's a little bit good at soccer, okay, we're going to play soccer 12 months, and here's your personal coach, and here's your screaming parent, and let's freak out and be the most amazing. Just let them go play, because I'm with you. Like, love all the sports, then you don't burn out on any, and you don't crush your body either.
Yeah, but the analytics tell us different, and that's why these guys, kids, guys and gals doing it 24/7. But I always thought that was just for the kids to play multiple sports, but you look now and it's just out of control. And I'll say this, I don't know where you guys are at on the worry meter for Steph, but Draymond is the one who's already back, no pun intended, but I'm worried about the back and the disc in the back, because that is not, 2 weeks you'll be fine, or put some, rub something on it. That is, you may have to go under the knife. Who knows? But if you're telling me it's going to be 5 more games and he's going to be wiggle jiggle, I don't know.
He gets the needle before he gets the knife.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's the way it goes. And right now, you're not getting the needle because you want to save it up for when you really need it. Or, it's cortisone or whatever he's going to get. I'm a guy who gets injections every couple of years for his ailments. And, it's a great short-term fix. Long-term, the problem still exists. You got Andre Iguodala unable to sit down at a press conference. Steph Curry can't stand up. Yeah. So, to me, the next, 6 games left, 7 games left, just get through it, and then we'll find out, who's healthy enough to really make this happen.
Man, it's compelling. It really is, because they're going to go into the postseason, and the only thing they're going to have to rely on is their championship pedigree from 3 or 4 years ago, which is, I'm not minimizing it, but they're going to have to figure out how to play together, incorporate some young guys, and the big three has got to somehow pick up their level of play. We'll see. It doesn't
feel like it's going to be enough, does it? I mean, right now, it doesn't feel like that's going to be enough. And it's also the thing, by the way, you could feel it. It was absolutely palpable. It's the thing that triggers the Memphis Grizzlies the most. Like, one of the things, like, they knew that they were facing a wounded animal last night, but they crushed it because, and you could hear it in the presser afterwards. You can see the way Jaren Jackson handled his social media.
Wow.
They are triggered by the Warriors. They do not want to hear anything about what happened 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Iguodala bothers them, didn't believe in them. Like, that's an angry streak. I don't know if these two teams are going to meet in the playoffs or not, and I don't know how it affects the series or not, but I think it's good. I think it's good for the conference. It's good for the teams. It's good for the fans that these two teams sort of bother each other. But what you're talking about, Steiny, is exactly what the Grizzlies don't believe in.
Is experience and gravitas, and the fact that, and ultimately, if you're healthy enough to get into close games in a close series, absolutely it matters. And Memphis is going to have to take it from them at that point if they face off. But the way I'm looking at it now, guys, Warriors are the 3, Nuggets are the 6. If that's your first round matchup,
I don't like it.
I mean, what would be your prediction at right now? What we know where they are right now, you'd be hard-pressed to say, Warriors in 4.
Who's going to stop Jokic?
I mean,
and all those little, I told Steiny in the green room, those road runners, those guards that drive and kick, they got like 3 of them. I don't know, but I'll say this for Dub Nation. I'm going Westbrook. I'll never forget after that Colt game where I thought the Niners were. I thought they were dead, and they end up, Willard, in the NFC Championship game with the lead in the 4th, different circumstances, but that hasn't happened, and the Warriors still have that as hope.
Yep. I mean, that's the thing. Like, we're going to find out in about 3 weeks if this is just a delusion, and I know that there are plenty of fans who feel that way, but it's not going to go away until we know otherwise, which is that vision of like, wow, what if everybody does get healthy? And what if a group that looked one way 2 months ago could look like that again? I'm not giving that possibility up until we see it otherwise. I think it's unlikely, but it's there. It's going to be in the back of our minds until it's not.
And the thing about, though, the Niners example is they just get the one piece. They don't get the whole series.
Right.
It's just the one piece. So you can get up for the
With
one
sauce,
piece. But and by the way, I don't know if you noticed, but Phoenix is 61-14.
It's incredible.
They're going to win 67 or 68. My God.
Yeah, they are.
And the Warriors still got one more with them.
Best team start to finish. And I think that means something.
Thank you, Wills. You're right.
I mean, very few teams, Steiny. We went through this in our 51-week vainglorious run, but very few teams have won more than 65 games in the regular year. This Phoenix team's going to win 65 asleep.
Yeah, they are.
Hey, Willard, I heard your great 945 segment, you and Dibs. I apologize for the bike. I've been there. My kid, who's a senior, is so spoiled. His mom picks him up from school and practice, and we live around the corner from the school. He leaves his bike on a Friday. He goes back Monday. It's gone. I'm like, your lazy ass couldn't have walked as soon as my dad would have made me go get that bike. Why do you need a ride home from school and practice? But I hope they find it.
Bring it home,
and your
girl.
kid's younger than mine. But damn it, go get the bike.
What do you do, Dale Jr.?
The police, that report that they're going to file is going to go nowhere. And I mean, I'm sitting here like, and you could tell he knew not to ask last night. He knew not to be like, so Dad, you're going to replace it, right? And I'm like hell, I'm going to replace it. I just dropped 6 bills on that sucker 2 months ago. No, like you're going to have to walk. You're going to have to go to Craigslist. We're going to have to find something else out. And he knew not to ask, so I'm not coming down on it.
But you're doing a good job.
Yeah, they just kind of tiptoed in like, boy, is there something we can do about it? I'm like, yeah, there is. You can walk. That's what until we figure it out.
The school changes on the weekend. The adults come to schools doing Lord knows what, but somebody is going to get it.
My gosh, when the lights go away, the crooks come out to play, man. It's like, seriously. But you know what I may do, Goo? I'm watching something on Twitter right now that maybe is the answer to our problems. Let's just buy them all. Hovercraft. Do you remember Tsuyoshi Shinjo? Does everybody remember that name?
The great
outfielder for the Giants.
Giants, yeah.
Tsuyoshi Shinjo, who apparently has the nickname in Japan, Big Boss. That's his nickname. Tsuyoshi Shinjo is now the manager of the Nippon Ham Fighters, and they are showing his intro for opening day. This guy gets on one side in left field onto a hovercraft that Star Wars would be jealous of, flies through the stadium, lands on the pitcher's mound, has a full helmet on with a total face mask, gets off with a jacket, unzips it to show the uniform, walks toward the dugout with a big, like, I'm here sort of look. Let's go. Let's start the season. I'm like, you're telling me we need to speed the game up, maybe fewer mound visits. Give me a hovercraft and an attitudinal manager. Everybody would be into this. It's hysterical. You got to see this. I just retweeted it. It's hysterical.
I just thought of Gazoo on Flintstones, Steiny. Yeah.
I'll take a look at it. I know it was floating around there, but I hadn't clicked on the link yet.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Farm to Fame is the name of the Twitter handle, but you could just look. I just retweeted it. It is worth viewing. But anyway, gentlemen, what's cooking? Have a good show. What do you got coming up?
We're going to try to stay positive about the Warriors, Mark.
Yeah!
I'll give you till 12:20.
We're going to try not to write them off. We're going to try not to write them. Joe Lacob's got it under control. And dare I say, we're okay. We're okay.
Don't you dare use that pronoun. Don't you dare try to get in and on board.
Where do you want to start, Goo?
Who do you want to play? And I'm getting worried that we're hearing Utah. I heard Bonte say it, and I agree with him. But is this team playing good enough, Dibs, for you to pick out who you want to get down with?
Warriors' magic number to avoid the play-in tournament is 1. Just so you know.
All right. Yeah.
Last year,
we got
Phoenix.
Phoenix tomorrow night. Not necessarily a good place to
They're
start.
5 up on Minnesota with 6 to go. So let's get out of the play-in first, and then we can talk about the offs.
Okay. All right.
Good. All right. Let's get out of here as well.
All right.
Steiny and Goo coming up next.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
Together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'm watching that Warrior game last night, and I just couldn't stop thinking of Lorenzo Neal.
Uh-oh.
And one
Steiner.
of his favorite sayings, it ain't no fun when the rabbits got the gun.
Steiner.
And the Grizzlies have the gun right now.
Now,
Warrior fans don't like when Dillon Brooks talks smack.
Okay. And he should, though, because Iggy disrespected that organization. And he's rightfully so. But when you say gun, like Phoenix has the gun. They're the top dog in the Western
Memphis Grizzlies
Conference.
had the gun last night.
Yeah. And
they humiliated the Warriors.
The Warriors weren't at full strength.
Neither were the Memphis Grizzlies. They were missing their two best players.
But Steiny, I
Two
think
best players
it's
gone
bigger
for the,
than Memphis.
Memphis.
Orlando humiliated the Warriors. Atlanta. And then we saw what happened Sunday. So I get what you're saying, but Memphis did what they were supposed to do with who they were playing and who was playing last night. That's why I'm not in here with my head hung low. I'm just, shout out to my boy Hung Lu, but I'm just worried about the bigger picture.
Which is?
Draymond's back.
Okay.
Clay's off my list. He looks like on any given night, you know what you're going to get. He ain't winded. He ain't tired. Okay. And Steph Curry. Steiny, I know I gave you the 8 back surgeries between my two parents, Norman and Daisy. They're not pro athletes. But this Draymond injury is going down that road with the rest, the shot possibly the Dibs mentioned. But when I sprained my tendon, the doc said it would have been better had I torn it. So for us to expect this, the chef is in Cabo lounging and sipping Mai Tais. What if he's hampered? And what if he's 75%? Is that enough?
No.
That's why I need a V8.
Well,
a V9.
Make sure there's some vodka in there,
Yeah, no doubt.
and a celery stick.
Yeah.
Man,
talk to me, Steiny.
So many things are going through my mind right now. The first one is, I've been thinking about the last 5, 6, 7 years with the Golden State Warriors, and can somebody show me or prove to me that Steph Curry isn't the culture? Steph Curry is the culture of the Golden State Warriors. And I was just thinking about this. He wasn't even in the building when Durant and Draymond got into their big scuffle. All right? When he gets hurt, they lose. They won 15 games the year he got hurt. He comes back last year, they're competitive. He gets hurt this year. He's missed the last 2 games. It has been an S show the last 2 weeks. Draymond is going off, every other game. Iguodala's got his own agenda about being underpaid. Clay's doing his thing by himself. It's all Steph Curry. They cannot function without Steph Curry.
But why does this
Plain
sound
and
like
simple.
a shock? Because I believe we were saying this about Draymond when Draymond hadn't come back.
No, because people say the Warriors culture, culture. The culture's Steph Curry. Prove me wrong.
I can't. And I think it's disrespectful.
The Memphis Grizzlies are 18-2 without Ja Morant. You're telling me that team is significantly better outside Morant than the Warriors are outside Curry? Why? Well,
they got some dogs. And the Warriors got some hurt dogs and role players. I don't know. But, Steiny, it's kind of funny, man, because the conviction that's coming out of that I hear in your voice about this was the same conviction that I heard from Dub Nation about Dre. When Dre got back, Steph would be this, but they were winning without Dre. I mean, there was some turbulence in there, but that's like saying when Jordan is the culture, or Kobe when Shaq left the Lakers, and Bird with the Celtics, and on and on. I get that, but do you think when he gets back,
no.
I saw the great Whitley Sandretto walking in, and she said, "Goo, not to snitch, nothing to snitch about." She said, "Goo, I don't know if Curry is all that ails this team."
He's not. They've given up 120 points the last 3 games,
and they gave up 120 when he was playing. Mike Brown, we need you.
A lot of people get on Steve Kerr. Last night is a fair reason to get on Steve Kerr. You got to be kidding me getting thrown out of that game. Come on, Steve. It's one thing if you're sitting with Draymond, Clay, Steph, and Andre, and there's no energy, and you want to send a message. But you got the young players playing last night. You got Kuminga and Poole and Moody. You got those kind of players.
But what if
getting thrown out was the easiest thing to do last night? I didn't like it.
But I hear you. I didn't either. But it sounds like, do you think it was premeditated? What if he's just so frustrated with everything that everybody can see that's going on with this team, so much of the unknown, Steiny? And there's a possibility Steve Kerr has went to bed thinking, talking to his wife, honey, even if we get everybody back, we may not have enough. And maybe he just, blew a fuse last night.
Maybe. But that's not the game to do it in. When none of your veterans are out there. Who are you sending a message to? Jordan Poole?
Well, there's a lot of messages being sent, though, right
Jordan
now.
Poole's playing hard. All the young guys are playing hard. Bielitsa's out there trying.
Yeah. And you got Phoenix tomorrow, oh, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, 888-957-9570. I mean, I can ask Warrior fans what they're holding on to, if they're holding on to anything. Or do you feel like the writing's on the wall right now? This is they're 7-15 over the last 22. They've been banged up, but to think that Steph Curry's going to get back and things are going to magically happen, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Okay,
I'd have to bet against it.
Right.
I'd have to bet against it at this point.
But how many times have you and I been wrong?
Listen, and here's the other thing I was thinking of. And, sometimes you just got to, go ahead, Spino, put the rat on the table. Steph, Clay, and Draymond are not as good as they were 3 years ago, and Wiggins is Durant.
Ooh.
So how can they win it?
That's sobering.
How can they win it?
Because right now, injuries are why these three, the big three, can't get back, or what we think they can't get back before the playoffs start. So that's not for sure. That's not set in stone. They could surprise us. But the Wiggins and KD Durant, I have nothing for you. It's fascinating. It's true. But to Andrew Wiggins' defense, he made the All-Star team, and now he's not playing like an All-Star. But what do you say each and every day to me? Why are you going to pick on Wiggins? Why are you going to put it at his doorstep when you got 3 more stairs to go with the guys you just mentioned? So health is wealth. And right now, Steiny, I don't know what they're going to be come game 1. And I'm trying to be positive, but another rat on the table. What if Curry's not ready for game 1 or 2 in the playoffs?
Well, then it's over. Like I think if you're a Warrior fan right now and you're like, okay, Steph's coming back. Okay, we got a shot. But, listen, if I were an optimistic Warrior fan right now, I'd say, all right, hopefully Steph comes back and maybe we can make a run. But I ain't betting on it. If Steph's not 100%, they're going to lose in the first round. They're going to lose in the first round if Steph isn't Steph. And here's what I think. Steph's got to be Steph from the first 20 games. He can't be Steph from the last 50.
Wow.
He's got such a burden on him with this team. I just don't understand how
when did the
he's going to
dynamics
deal
change?
With it. They've been changing all year. Have you been paying attention?
But they looked like they had a grasp on it. And Clay coming back was supposed
Clay
to be.
coming back was some kind of turning point. I think we can acknowledge
I got my hands up. You are right.
Clay coming back.
Fault.
Yes, it is. Why wouldn't it be his fault?
He's a part of the team, and they welcomed him back.
You know what? I'm going to go after everybody then today.
Yeah.
Clay's done a terrible job of integrating himself back into the team. Terrible. He's come back and he played like he's never missed a game in 2.5 years, and he's shooting 21 times a game, which is more than anybody else on the team, and he's shooting the lowest percentage of his entire career. It's like, come on, Clay, stop.
Okay. How much nothing you said I disagree with, but what we talked about last week, my friend, how much of that, because they're not controlling the muzzle. They're not putting the muzzle on Draymond. They're not putting the muzzle on Iggy. How much of that is on the coaching staff to basically the basketball version, hear me out, of checking Clay? Like, they gave him a scholarship that I think he earned coming back to start, Steiny. But how about what you talk about and what you've seen? Hey, Clay, dial it back a bit. And who knows that would even suffice and help. But too many Frankensteins are on this team that I'm seeing that have their own agenda, and nobody's getting checked.
Here's what I think. I think this might be how it ends. We watched The Last Dance. You look at this team right now. You got Iguodala. What's his agenda right now? Why is he keeping on talking about this damn contract of his? He did it last night. He's in the post-game interview. They're talking to him, and he goes, I'm giving you guys way too much. You should just listen to my podcast.
Oh, that hurt me.
It's like, what? Your podcast?
Oh.
You know what? If you have it, don't play it.
The NBA as a whole has gotten away from the fundamentals. It's more of a pickup game. I don't want to be one of those old guys that kind of nitpick at the game, but just the reality of it. And, the great players are very fundamentally sound. You just go down the line. LeBron, fundamentally sound. KD, as skilled as they come. Kyrie, as skilled as they come. Steph, as skilled as they come. And then they have a work ethic to them as well. So I don't think I'm nitpicking at it. It's just the true essence of the game. Your bottom isn't really that low. That bottom's still high. And I feel like now we're at a point where the bottom is getting lower and lower. And we got to keep, as gatekeepers of the game, we got to do a better job of making sure that we're taking care of the game. I'm giving y'all too much. It should be on my podcast, by the way.
Well, what are you giving us? What is that supposed to be, gold?
Apparently so, but yeah, he couldn't sit down either side. He was standing up.
Okay, that's another bad sign. You're telling me Iguodala could not sit down after the game.
I was like, whoa.
Well, that's not good.
Black Rob, whoa.
You got Draymond Green, who's clearly on his own now.
Well, he's injured.
Well, he's also. Well, no, he's not injured. He's been playing. He's been playing. Oh, I get it. I get it. Okay.
What do you get?
I get it. This is all happening because of injury. Every single piece of it is injury.
That's the wow.
No, it's not. There's other things going on besides injury. Injuries just exacerbated this.
Whoa, what? Kuminga?
How's Kuminga look? He doesn't do the little things. I can tell that bothers Steve Kerr. He doesn't do the he just wants to score and dunk. Clay hasn't stopped worrying about himself since he got back. Wiggins, he's lost. And it's all happened without Steph Curry. So I guess there's some hope that when Steph Curry comes back, they can get this thing together. But boy, that's asking a lot of Steph Curry. Is it asking too much? 888-957-9570. If you're a Warrior fan, what are you holding on to right now? What leads you to believe they could get this thing back? Are you of the mind that these games, these last 5 or 6, 7 games don't matter because they're not going to be healthy? Can we learn anything from the last 2 weeks before Steph comes back? Where are you now as a Warrior fan? 888-957-9570. Hey, in case you miss any of today's show, download and subscribe to Steiny and Guru on the Odyssey app. You can listen anytime, any day, all in a single tap. Find Steiny and Guru plus all content from 95.7 The Game on the Odyssey app today.
The Morning Roast is the best way to start your day.
break. Steve Kerr just got teed up. There was no foul call, and he has been ejected. He thought there was a foul on that last drive to the rim, and he is really hot.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that was a big play. It was a big play in that game.
He was hot.
They were down 26. Please.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Is Dillon Brooks becoming one of the most hated opponents for Warrior fans? You know what? Can we play something that he said? And I just want to say that this is probably what got people upset, among other things. Here's Dillon Brooks.
We all had the vision and he didn't, which is perfect. You know, send him back to the Warriors and let him do his thing over there. You know, we were, in the beginning, you know, we were growing a base. We had a base. And we just kept building and building and building, and more guys got on the train, and we were able to, you know, create something like this and keep building this dynasty and this program up.
Maybe
was that so bad?
Iguodala should have Dillon Brooks on his podcast. Boy, would that be giving us way too
I
much.
couldn't believe your boy went cell phone minute. I'm going to give you a one. Cell phone minute.
It was actually Evan then.
Oh, I still give him one, but welcome back, E. I couldn't believe he said I should save this for everybody's a brand.
Exactly.
I'm talking to a guy that calls himself a guru, but Pete Franklin gave me that. I'm not self-anointed.
And if you think that they're not working on their brand more now than they've ever have, you're wrong.
Like Trey won't have a podcast, I believe, this week.
Why? Because he's so busy?
No, because he's so hurt and the team's hemorrhaging.
Okay. You know what? When you wake up out of dream world, we'll continue this show.
Remember, I was shopping for my fit for the parade? You know what? I'll say this to that. You talked about the culture, and it is Steph Curry. That's the best thing at least the Warriors, Dub Nation, I'm preaching to you right now. Take you to church. At least you got that to, it's better than if Steph were in this and they were mired in this mediocrity that they're showing us. At least you got Steph to save the day.
Is Andre Iguodala a basketball savant? Is he just
I'll
brilliant?
give him that. I'll give him that.
Well, then how come he couldn't see that the Grizzlies were going to be pretty good a year or two ago?
Yeah. man.
I could see how that would bother the Grizzlies in a big way.
How it would bother me, and that's why I don't think he went ether on that. That's a Nas song to Jay-Z. I don't think he did. Did that sound like he blew Andre up? He said he sent him back to the Warriors.
He said he couldn't see the vision,
and that's real.
Yeah.
And
see,
what about
Brooks
your boy?
Can STFU.
Oh wow, Jaren Jackson Jr. when he put strength in numbers. So now, Steph aside, Ja aside, I'm being real with you, Steiny. I think Memphis has more athletic scores and more guys.
Don't be afraid to say it.
No, I'm never
Don't
afraid.
worry
That's
about
it.
the fans. Just speak from
Have
your
you heard
heart.
me the last month? I
Speak
ain't worried
from
about
your
nobody.
heart.
I just think Memphis they're more complete than the Warriors. They match. They got goons. They got height. What? Jaren Jackson Jr., he may look like Shaq against the Warriors. You know I don't do that radio.
Yeah, sometimes.
That hurts.
Yeah,
say what you want
sometimes,
and mean what you.
Well, sometimes you like to protect organizations.
Stop.
Damon's in Petaluma. Come on, get us started. We need some positivity. Get me on the other side of the track here. What's up, Damon?
Hey, Steiny, what's up? Hey, my battery's about to run out here.
Uh-oh.
Can you hear me?
Get it in.
Let me just pull over a second. Hey, I agree. Well, even you alluded to it. I think it's over, dude. Us being like a force. I mean, Clay, Steph, and Dre are getting older. Steph's still great, but I think Clay and Dre are best man-on-man defenders. So everyone's talking about, the dribble penetration. We can't defend that. No, we can't defend that. And we don't have a big. And you watch every team we face, and this is going to happen first round. They're going to put the joker or they're going to put their big, dump it down to him, and then we're going to have to overhelp, and then they'll kick it out for the three, and we're just going to get destroyed. And I'm really worried. I think it's over in the fact that we're a force, that we're going to be a contender every year. I think that's done. And Memphis and Phoenix, it took 3 or 4 years, 5 years for them to build that, and all that time we were whooping on everyone, and now it's our turn, and we're old, and we're not that good, and I'm kind of worried. That's all I've got.
Man.
Appreciate it, Damon.
That didn't help you.
I had back east, but you said Australia.
He sounded like he was maybe from New Zealand or Australia.
I think he's called once before, and I think it is New Zealand.
Who's our golf guy that I follow? Is it Fuzzy? Zeller?
Boy.
Hey, mate. He always says that.
Ozzy?
There you go. Look at my voice,
Who?
Madoni.
Ozzy Zeller?
No. I'm thinking of, we had him on.
Steve Elkington.
There you go, our guy.
He's not really well liked in the Bay Area.
What'd he do?
Because he's very conservative. He's very conservative.
I forgot. You're right. The tweets. But listen, I'll say this. I'm thinking of what Dallas is doing without a quote-unquote big, but Jason Kidd's got him playing defense. And that's what really worries me about this Warrior team. Where has the defense gone? I'm seeing Draymond, I'm not blaming him, Steiny, take the ball out the basket too much. I'm looking at Denver, they got a big. I'm looking at Jaren Jackson Jr., they got a big. I'm looking at Ayton. What do the Warriors have? Looney? And I love Looney. He ain't
Looney's
big enough.
a free agent at the end of the season.
Pay me.
They're not going to pay Looney.
Wow.
How can they pay Looney?
That's a scared laugh. What do you got if you let it? Oh, Wiseman will be ready.
Oh, yeah. Adam's in San Francisco. What's up, Adam? How you doing, man?
Man, I'm just trying to digest everything you guys have been talking about the last 15 minutes. About is there any optimism to be had? Andre's agenda, Draymond. I'll start from here. That the Warriors were looking really good at the beginning of the year. Let's get past the 18-2.
All right, we got Adam. You got to call back because you've broken up twice now. Let's go to Joe. Joe's in Walnut Creek. Hey,
Give
Joe,
it to us.
what's going on, man?
Hey, man, love your show. Steiny, shockingly, you said something that galvanized something in my mind. You inferred the Last Dance. Well, in the Last Dance, you had Rodman, Jordan, Pippen. They're all doing different things. Here you've got Steph making movies with Shaq. You got Iggy doing podcasts. Draymond's a broadcaster. And Clay's going 1 for 12 from 3 and still trying to shoot himself out of a slump in the game. You could make the argument the vets are the problem and have been the problem this year with the Warriors. It's proof that they should not sell off all of their young assets because guess what? What do vets do? They get in there later in their career and they start thinking about a life after basketball, and they're not as dedicated. So Don't sell off the farm. I haven't given up hope. I still think the Warriors got something for this year, but, man, I'm telling you, I would not sell any of their young assets for this core because they're all distracted, man. That's how I feel.
What do you think, Goo? Basically what the caller's saying is...
I know what he's saying.
He's saying, whatever you do this offseason, don't trade Kuminga and let's say Moody or Kuminga and Poole for a ready-made veteran. He does not want to do that.
Okay, well, first, before I answer that, Steiny, I don't agree with that part of it, but I came in last week. I told you and Spadoni, you guys don't remember. I said, we can make an argument that the big three aren't carrying their weight. Now, there's reasons. They've all been injured, coming back from injury. So with that, I don't think it's because – I didn't know he was doing a movie with Shaq. You got to be curious, caller. But I'll say this, Steiny. You go get, if you can cash in these chips with Poole, or you keep Poole and maybe Kuminga, Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody, I don't know. But if after hearing Andre say what he said, and he may not be a part of this, they're yearning for that vet, that big boy. I would look to see what they're going to do. And now, all of a sudden, after that info Andre shared with us yesterday, it just... I cannot wait. I want to be delayed.
Okay, go ahead.
I can't wait to see how management is going to approach this offseason.
Well, let's see what happens. We got to see what happens in the postseason.
I'm going to say this to that. I think we're already seeing what's happening because people are talking, players are talking. And now that, volume, I know now that Andre didn't go rogue with that assessment about.
Of course not.
He said the disrespect to the championship core. So that was just them and nobody else.
Goo.
And this is what you gave us, some youngsters?
Marcus Thompson reported that the big three went to management during the offseason and basically asked them to shovel along a young player pick to help immediately. They did not do that. They doubled, they kept Wiseman. Bad luck there. He got hurt. They used the 7th pick on Kuminga. He looks like a good player, but he's not a 25-minute player a game on a championship team. Jordan Poole has really come into his own. He's still never played in the postseason. They have no expectations for him. So I do think there's a little bit of... What word are you looking for? The word is not disillusioned, but I do think there's a little bit of a rift where...
Dissension?
Not dissension. That's way too strong. Okay. But it's like I think the veterans kind of know. Right. I think they know.
Before you get the next call.
I think they know that they're in trouble.
Well, we can see that. But to that, so do you think Joey Lightyear said, you know what, to hell with going that route, we need some youngsters. I'm thinking about the future, but I'm also thinking about the big three and what they got left. Do you think he draw the line in the sand, or because we don't know what he tried to go get and who was what big boy was actually out there?
Bradley Beal was probably out there.
Yeah, but remember, okay,
I'm just saying,
didn't say he didn't want to come here, but remember how he was saying, I want to stay in D.C.?
But they could, they could have gotten Bradley Beal, you would think. If they're starting to, hey, Wiggins and Kuminga.
Yeah, that's just the piece of the puzzle that I think we're missing. That, like, what's Joe thinking now? Damn, I should have went in and got that big boy?
Doesn't matter
and
now.
That's why I feel like this offseason, and I ain't writing the season off because, Steiny, I still think they got action, but people got to get healthy, and that disc, that herniated disc, is not Curry, is my number one concern.
Here's what the biggest worry for me is. Short term and long term. Let's say Steph gets back, plays 2 regular season games, and boom, now we go to the playoffs. I don't think they're going to be able to stay healthy throughout the playoffs. I absolutely do not think they will be able to stay healthy for 10 weeks.
That's scary.
Because they're about to play the hardest games of the season in the postseason. And I look at a game like last night, and I get it, Curry's not there, but Memphis... They're physical.
They're grimy.
They're physical.
Yeah, right.
And
they're good.
They kind of put it on Jordan Poole a little bit. I know he had 7 for 17, but
so did Boston.
Kind of came alive when they were down 20.
And guess what? You're going to face good defenses the series in, series out. Like, that's waiting on you, pal.
And God forbid like Steph have a setback, and now we're heading into next year, and we're looking at those contracts of Steph, Clay, and Draymond,
like the Giants,
and you realize, oh my goodness, we may only get 50 games apiece out of all three of them. I know. You know what? That's worst case scenario. Maybe I should let that go for now, because you still have to. I mean, you were saying, what can they do? Well, they can't do anything now. They got to play it out.
Yeah.
And how it ends is going to be how it ends, and then I think how it ends will dictate kind of how they move forward. Anthony's in Benicia. What's up, Anthony? How you doing?
Good afternoon, fellas. I'm doing fine. I appreciate you asking. So, the last caller referenced The Last Dance and stuff like that, and I was actually just telling a coworker that it's probably the end of our dynasty. I mean, we had a solid run, but like, these guys aren't spring chickens anymore. I mean, I'm only 35, but I can't run and gun with 21-year-olds anymore. And these other cats are super athletic, and they're ready to play. And like, injuries, they're starting to plague us. And like the other caller said, folks are starting to have their own agendas. And I just think that it's more realistic I think fans have to be honest with themselves and see the writing is on the wall. Like, we're asking for way too much to go right in a season where so many things are going wrong. I think that, you can say maybe we keep the young guys in the beginning of the season, and if everything went well, it would have been like, oh, that's a great idea. But now we're looking at it now and being like, oh, maybe we should have got somebody. We just don't know. Like, you can go either way with that. But I think what we're seeing right now, the Warriors are fighting an uphill battle that is going to get the best of them. I just think we're asking for way too much to go good. So Guru, we gotta wait and see what the young guys have, because I think our dynasty is over. And if I was playing GM, I probably would get rid of Dre, not for anything personal, but just the fact that he doesn't score. And I know shooters will always be able to shoot. Like Reggie Miller always says, I can shoot, but I can't run up and down the court. So we'll get more out of Steph and Clay longer than we would get out of Draymond because of the way he plays and what he doesn't give us on offense.
Well said. Appreciate it, Anthony. Appreciate it. The other thing is, like, there's nothing to do right now if you're a Warrior fan except cross your fingers. That's all you can do. It's like they can't do anything now. There's 8 games left in the regular season. They got to hope Steph comes back. They got to hope that they can get by a first-round series with whoever while experience some chemistry and growing pains. Can they do it on the fly 5 years after their last title or 4 years after their last title?
Okay, that's real, but let me just add something to that. A little sauce, Steiny. What if you're the Warrior fan that has your eyes on now, but you want to feel good about the future? And the future is Clay going to become Clay again with a year off? Curry averaged 32 PPG last year, and that was because he had damn near a year off. Is he going to come back next October and be ready to go? Will Dre ever be remotely close? So it's scary to me everywhere you look around.
That's what happens when guys get older. They're getting older.
I pointed at you. I know, go ahead. I want to share something that happened last night.
They're getting older. Go ahead. You can share it.
So JD's your guy. I was talking to JD, Bonte, and I'm sharing. We didn't get into an argument. We got in debate last night, and I just want to share with you. So Andre Iguodala in his post-game presser says, I wasn't out there, so I couldn't teach. If you ain't out there, I couldn't be the leader. And I threw my remote, and Mr. Hill said, Goo, if you're not playing, you can't lead. I said, well, what's he been doing? I always thought he was on the bench guiding these guys because he's a basketball savant. So you're telling me now he's a mute? He can't play. So the jig is on. He won. The Warriors got nothing from them physically, and you're telling me because you couldn't play, you can't talk to these young cats about what you're seeing with your shorts, with your outfits on every night? That's bull crap. What do you say to that? And I wish I could talk to Trey about how dare you go there like you're in year 3 of your career when you're a Jedi Knight, and I looked at you like a coach, and you should be telling these guys not what you're doing, what you would do. But then you want to go on the podcast and say these young, we're good vets. But you stepped to the mic and you told us you haven't said anything because you couldn't play. You ain't been playing. So which one is it? Andre?
He's been hurt. It's hard to be a leader when you're hurt.
So you can't teach because you're not playing? So the Warriors have struck out twice, giving them the contract.
Contract.
You ain't
minimum.
playing, and now you can't be a mentor to these youngsters.
You're talking about
are you a mentor?
I'm gonna do what Dickinson does to me. You're talking about a Hall of Fame player. You sure you want to keep going like this?
No, I'm just.
It's a Hall of Fame player. You're talking about Andre Iguodala.
I can't say anything.
The 510, and this
playing.
is, you know what? Let's get into this too. The 510 says, guys, 11 minutes. 11 minutes. And he's clearly talking about how many minutes Clay, Trey, and Steph have played together. Fair enough.
Oh, man, I feel better.
How many are they playing next year together?
Well, it'll be way past.
Oh, great. Yeah, I hope so. Maybe it'll be, 37 minutes?
Well, it should be in the playoffs. How many are they going to play?
Let me ask you a question. If you're the Golden State Warriors and you're Bob Myers or Joe Lacob, do you really go into next year saying, let's count on 65, 70 games from Dre, Clay, and Steph? Can you do that?
I think you have to, Steiny.
Oh, my gosh.
I think they are.
All right, well.
And now
the odds of all three of those guys staying mostly healthy for an entire year, what do you think the percentages of that are? I'd put it less than 20.
Well, let's say this about Clay. We're talking about his shot selection, but physically, Steiny, there's been no setbacks. So I almost want to remove him from the group.
No, go ahead. That was a bad joke.
No.
But no, Clay, that's what I was saying yesterday. Clay might be like the healthiest of these three guys right now.
Is Dre a lifer here? That's the rat on the table. And I'm not trying to run anybody. Who am I to run anybody out of town? But what if somebody came calling for him?
Is Dre a light? Who?
LeBron, his buddy.
Okay. What do they have?
AD.
Oh, that'll be straight up. I can see that.
No, but you'd have to. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Would
you know what?
If you're Joe, would you listen?
You'd have to listen.
That's
the point. The Warriors have to listen now. Now, Draymond and Kuminga for Anthony Davis?
But he's always hurt, AD.
Welcome to the club. 888-957-9570. Guru and I have to calm down, or Guru and I have to realize with the rest of you that this thing ain't looking good. Is the writing on the wall? It's all sponsored by Outdoor Supply Hardware.
No fooling. Outdoor Supply Hardware is paying your in-store sales tax for one weekend only, from April 1st through Sunday, April 3rd. Bring your list and let Osh pay your sales tax. Outdoor Supply Hardware. Find us in your neighborhood or at osh.com. Exclusions may apply.
So are you going to trade guys because they're hurt? Like, if health is their big problem, why would anybody trade and give up something significant for an older player who's starting to break down?
Well, I was thinking about that's one scenario. I was thinking about leaving the big three intact and moving, Wiseman and some of the young guys and see what you could get. Because there's a big part of me that knows Dre is a lifer. But every time I think he's kind of like, man, if I was management and Dre said this, he's kind of lost something with the organization. But at every turn, they have his back. And that's why I feel like he's a lifer. But again, I could see the other side to where let's run it back.
They're not running it back if they lose in the first round. No chance. No chance.
Last time they were in the offs, they had a death lineup. They don't have one north size this time.
And that has nothing to do with me. If the Golden State Warriors lose in the first round of the playoffs, you think Joe Lakem's going to run it back? But the problem is, let's take a look at the Warriors real quick. Yeah. Steph Curry, he ain't going anywhere. No chance.
Why would you want him?
Draymond Green. What can you get for Draymond Green making $50 million for the next 2 years and hasn't been healthy in 3 or 4 years? Who's going to give up a lot for Draymond Green when everybody knows he's more valuable to the Warriors than to another team? Klay Thompson, you're probably not trading him, but even if you were open to it, you ain't getting much for Klay Thompson. You're just not, because that injury is still fresh in the minds of people. All right, well, who else we got?
Kuminga.
Okay. Nobody wants to trade Kuminga. Like, if you hear Warrior fans talk, they'll be like, man, we can't trade Kuminga.
But you can't get anything for free, Steiny.
Exactly. Oh, we could trade Wiggins. Okay. So now you're talking, and I always think that's funny now because why would you want to trade your all-star? I thought he was an all-star.
Yeah. He was a product of his environment, and he balled out. I'm going to say this about Draymond, because it kind of reminds me of Garoppolo. We thought there would be many suitors for Jimmy G before the injury, and because you brought this up earlier about Draymond's first half. Now, if you dangle that Draymond and he's that Draymond, Steiny, you can get a haul.
You can't count on Draymond to be that player for a whole year.
Yes, well, I'm frightened, but if somehow he answers the bell and he's that guy, you got action. I could see him playing with LeBron. Wait
a minute. Do the Warriors have action, or is he going to play with LeBron?
Well, we got to see how this back, and I think it's going to be after the season. Is there surgery? What's the prognosis? Like, how does he heal?
Like, to me, it kind of doesn't matter how he heals. Whether he heals or not, he's not going to play a full season next year. Like, why?
Well, I'm just thinking since they played Memphis, Ja's missed 20 games, so that's like. When I say, hey, you know what? Dre's going to play. What's their record without him?
Who?
Ja Morant.
18-2.
Yeah, so that's 20 games. So when I say a player plays 62 games,
right?
Do you say, Guru, that's an injury-riddled season or not? That's par for the course nowadays.
Are 3 guys playing 60 games?
No, I'm just keeping it to 1.
I'll tell you what, if somebody said to me right now, Draymond's going to play at a high level next year for 62 games, I'll take it.
Okay,
but he's not. Because I don't think he can anymore.
Damn.
Now, you might. Let's go to Tom. Tom's in San Jose. What's up, Tom? How you doing, man? What do you got? Tommy. See you later. Casey. Casey's in Marin. Hey, Casey. How you doing, man?
Hey, gentlemen. I think the question that I have regarding the Warriors is, what would the Warriors have to attach to Draymond in order to jettison Draymond's contract off of the Warriors? And I say this with 100% love and respect for Draymond. He's a unicorn. He's a one-of-a-kind. But this is a situation I wish the Warriors had a Carmen policy on their staff to jettison a player a year before they're invaluable to their team based upon their age, injury, and contract. Is it going to be a Moody? Is it going to be a Moody and a number 1? I think it is a realistic conversation.
Yeah, me too.
We had. Draymond cannot be on this team next year at all, and it's not based upon who he is as a person, who he is as a leader, who he represents as a as a stats machine when healthy. It's based purely on he's way too overpriced for the age and the player that he is at this current stage of his life. They can't have him on this team, and if they continue to have this fan favorite, let's keep these names on the team just because of what they used to do, it's going to ruin this team for many, many years.
Wow. Thanks, Casey. The one thing I agree with Casey on in a big way, and I'm not saying they're going to do it, but if you look to trade Draymond, you're going to have to attach a Moody, a Kuminga, and maybe a pick to Draymond. Now you might get something. Draymond, Kuminga, and a pick. Okay, now I'm listening if I'm another team. Draymond? I don't want Draymond alone. No. Let me present a different scenario from the 510. It's fair. This is very fair, and I think maybe we should talk about this. Steiny, don't you think the Warriors are ahead of schedule? Most people thought they would challenge for a championship next year. There have been so many injuries allowing the young guys to get valuable time. The sky is not falling.
So that's called run it back.
Yep. That's called run it back. That's called, if it doesn't work this year, Steph got hurt at the wrong time. Clay got hurt for half a season, and Draymond was hurt the second half of the season. Let's run it back, and the big three's going to, turn the clock back?
And I don't think Joey Lightyears is thinking like that, to the caller's point for the 510. Hell no. He ain't playing. Tomorrow is not promised, Stein. He ain't, next year's the target date. They thought they had action. Nobody saw the chef getting hurt. He's coming back.
To stop it. Then that's your fault. That's your fault. Nobody saw the chef getting hurt. He's been hurt 3 straight years.
Well, we were in the home stretch of the season, Steiny. They were number 2 seed.
Come on.
You can't say an injury is imminent. You kind of thought you got through the hard part of the schedule. You're not coasting, but you're jockeying for seeding. Nobody saw, you know what, I knew it was going to happen then. This is ultra bad luck. Well, and now it may go into the offs.
I cannot believe that you're actually saying who saw injuries coming with this team. Come on.
I mean, their
best players are 32 and up, they've all been hurt.
Clay didn't get hurt. Clay returned from getting hurt. Okay. So, with that said, physically...
So do you think Clay's going to play 80 games next year?
No, and they may not want him.
He may not play the second of back-to-backs for the rest of his career.
True. But I'm going to say this about Moody in this offseason. If I'm Moody, Steiny...
Who's Moody? What does he have to do with anything?
I'm about to tell you, just his mindset, I would want to get traded. Because you ain't starting or you ain't cracking the rotation.
You take Moody or Poole?
Anytime well, you got to get Poole. Wiggins is gone. You got to get Poole.
Wait.
You got to...
How are you getting rid of Wiggins?
My number one goal is you better find a way is to get Poole into this starting lineup because all the people Jolly Ranchering around town thinking you're going to throw a number at this kid. Throw a number at him, and he's just going to accept this 6-man role. He may not want to dance with you.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter if he takes a contract or not. He's going to be back next year, Jordan Poole, unless they want to make a big move. Bobby's in Antioch. What's up, Bobby? How you doing, man?
Good. How you guys doing, fellas?
I'm doing well, man.
I think there's no way we can get rid of Draymond. This man has been a leader on our team, along with Steph and Clay, this whole time. These guys are meant to be together through their careers and retire as Warriors.
Okay, you know what?
Right. When he's healthy...
My bad, Bobby. Go ahead.
When the man's healthy, and yes, he does get hurt often, the back issue sucks. You know, these guys are... Clay coming off of serious injuries, he's going to have an off year. But when Draymond's running the floor, he opens it up for Steph and Clay. No one does that. And his defense, this man is the defensive player of the year every year when he's healthy. He's in that talk. Like, how do you get rid of a leader like that? We need this man on this team. This man needs more respect from the Bay Area and this fan base, and stop trying to give up on him and get rid of him. Like, this team wouldn't have championships without Draymond.
Thanks a lot, Bobby.
He's living in the past and reading resumes. That's great. What about now, Bobby?
Here's the other thing. Bobby said something that was on the text line, too. Right now, it's about the big three, and everybody's like Bobby. They're going to retire Warriors. They are. I would bet
right
against
now,
that.
you would.
Yes, I would bet against all three of those guys. Someone's not retiring a Warrior.
Wow. I would bet that they're trifecta, that they'll be here.
Okay, well, let's say they are here.
All right.
Ooh, how do you get better? How do you get better? You're paying them 55, 45, and 30, essentially.
Well, if you don't do anything, you hope you hit on Kuminga, Poole.
You hit on them. I'll give you. You hit on Poole, you hit on Kuminga. You going to win a title next year? How about the year after?
I mean, see, Steiny, I'm not ready to say that can't get it done. I want to know how healthy they are.
They're not going to be healthy.
But see, you don't know that. You're predicting that.
Okay. So, listen. Okay, you're Bob Myers and Joe Lacob. You're actually going to go into next year thinking that your big three, you're going to get 64 games out of all of them. 64.
Man.
Well, okay.
Yeah. But what's the escape plan?
The escape plan is to think about making a big
right,
move.
But it takes two to tango.
You're right.
And how do we not know Joe didn't try to do that with those picks last year?
Because I don't think he did last year.
Right.
Well, he might. Well,
you know, like who was that big boy?
He wasn't breaking up the big three before they had a chance to play together again. So this year was like, let's get the big three back. Okay, guess what? They never all came back. So, all right, let's do it again next year. Let's give them a chance to play together. I'm out.
I'm out, our boss. Do you, since you just brought Joe up, you find it strange? And I'm asking you, because I'm not saying it's strange. We hadn't heard anything from him lately.
No.
Normally we hear something.
It's
like, how's he feeling?
Well, somebody will call him and ask him. Like, the one thing Lacob doesn't do is duck.
No,
he's
I'm not
gonna,
saying he
should. He should come out and give a State of the Union?
Just you usually hear from him. You know, we haven't heard him since Wiseman, the news. Remember how we talked about last year he heard us on the station, or the people on the station, you know, a lot of the callers were saying that Wiseman didn't have a great rookie season. He came out and said, well, that was after the fact, but Steiny, he came out and let you know he thought he liked what he saw from Wise. The disappointment, where the team is now, and the injuries. You're worried, Joe. That's all.
I don't know.
He ain't Jerry Jones.
Let's go to Nick. Nick's in San Jose. Hey, Nick.
Hey, fellas. How you doing? Love your show. Listen to you guys every day. Just a hypothetical, Steiny. You might not like it, but let's say Steph comes back healthy this year and the Warriors make a run.
Okay.
Not saying they win it all, but maybe get to the finals. What do you think that does for his legacy? I'll take your answer off there. Thank you.
I mean, his legacy is so safe and sound.
Yeah, cemented. Right.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, and it's kind of like why I came out today and said, let's cut to the chase. Steph is the culture. Like, what's happening to this team right now is proving Steph's value and what his legacy is. Like, they stink without him.
Well, the defense is just that.
And that's not even him.
Right.
I don't know. Junior's in Fremont. What's up, Junior? How you doing, buddy?
How's it going? First-time caller.
Sweet.
I love the show, man.
Thank you.
I want to touch on real quick. So, even when Steph comes back, the guys, they don't play defense. I see a lot of guys just standing around after the rebound. Even they get double-teamed, we're screwed. Wiggins can't score. Klay Thompson touches the ball and he shoots it. So there's no rhythm. There's absolutely no rhythm on the team.
I agree. They're not on the same page. And I don't think they can get on the same page.
Defensively, too?
No. Because they're not as good. Draymond is not as good as he was defensively. Klay Thompson is not as good as he was defensively. Steph's fine. He's average. Wiggins? Okay. I mean... Okay.
At what point in the league, Steiny, were they number one in defense?
It was early in the year.
Man, remember that?
Did it occur? I don't know. Tom's in San Jose. Hey, Tom. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, thanks. Love the show. Listen every day.
Thank you.
I would just like to say my beef's more with Kerr than anyone else.
How come?
I think he's become Popovich West. No one ever plays. If you crack a fingernail, you're out a month. Playing golf twice last month. Iggy's playing and 4 foursomes ahead of me. There's zero value on the regular season anymore. To buy a ticket to a Warrior game on the road or at home is the worst value in the NBA because you get three non-star starters or G League players, and they're all going to miraculously get better with about 4 games left in the season. So I think Kerr has done a horrendous disservice to the NBA, to the Warriors, to the way they treat it. These guys are proven pros. I think you'll all find they're going to rebound and somehow look like themselves. The defense will come back when the games matter. One thing with the big three, they're not rich. They're mega rich. And it's a little harder to get up and not do the branding and your businesses and all the rest. And my other point would be, I do believe they'll make one more run with the big three because they owe them too much money. It's almost impossible to break them up. Right. And the only player of value, you're not dumping Wiggins. You're not going to trade. The only player that brings you back the 4th star next year is trading Jordan Poole.
You might be right.
Comments off the air and love your show.
Thanks, Tom.
Wow.
I can't add much to that. The one thing I should have asked Tom, though, is he said, I do think did he mean make a run this year or this year or next year?
Yeah, one more run is what he said. But I'm like, I wanted to tell him, Steiny, that could be this year. Because, it ain't looking good, but it ain't started yet. They still got that. Your marks, set, go. And then they get shocked the world.
From like St. Peter's. 510. The big three will be broken up after this year. Kerr will move on, and Mike Brown will be the head coach.
Mike did the presser yesterday.
That's crazy.
What about the rat on the table with the call?
What?
I know basketball and golf aren't the same thing. I know that physically you don't exert the same. But to be hurt and not be playing, but you're golfing. If I had $1 for every caller that said they see my man on the golf, does that just bother me? Maybe I was raised differently, man. Damn. But you golfing. I would be ashamed to be golfing.
No, you wouldn't. When you're making minimum?
See, but I don't have minimum in the bank.
Listen,
I got M's in the bank.
Listen,
be a leader.
I like Iguodala.
I
really
like him too.
I like his cynicism. I like the way he makes no bones about it being a business, etc. If you think what did you expect? This is who he is. He said, I'm not even playing for Memphis, and they're like, don't even bother to show up. We don't even need you here. The dude, this is who he is now. He's 38 years old.
Oh, he reminded us yesterday.
Of what?
That he was that old. Not too many people played in the NBA at that age.
And he doesn't either.
Right. Hey, man, I never had personal vendettas, man, but I know when somebody's playing the system. And to hear him say...
He's been playing the system for a while.
Yeah, but I thought he was helping these youngsters. Oh, you know what? When I'm playing, I can't say nothing. Please.
Bay Rob. What's going on, Bay Rob?
What's up, fellas? I've been listening for a minute. And just like you say, Goo, let's put the rat on the table.
Help us.
I agree with you, Goo, on Iguodala. If they wasn't going to use him, they should have went got somebody else. But I'm going to put the rat on the table as being a basketball player myself.
Put it on again.
Uh-oh.
You can't win the game if you can't rebound. Look at the last couple of championships. The Lakers pounded on Miami. Why? They couldn't rebound the ball. They was too big for them. Milwaukee pounded on Phoenix. Why? They couldn't rebound the ball. They was too big for them. What Phoenix gonna do? They went pick up some extra big men. They even went got Damon. You know what I'm saying? Milwaukee don't pick up some more big men. That's our main problem. We cannot rebound. So this is my thing. Why put Draymond in that situation? Draymond was the best defensive player when Bogut was on the team and Draymond was able to run around.
Yep.
We And now we expect him to be the defensive player of the year after we beat him and broke him down.
Wow.
Go get us some big men.
Thanks, Bay Rob.
Wow. I don't say wow.
Somebody,
what he's saying, guys, is
size matters.
That's true. If you had to point a finger, because I know that we love doing that, who you point a finger at? Lacob, Myers, or Kerr?
Boy, that's a great question.
I'm not pointing a finger.
Why not?
Because they thought they had
what kind of talk show host are you?
Hey, listen,
get in the game.
I don't have a strong opinion. But listen, they thought they had Bay Rob. They thought they had Wiseman coming back.
Yeah, they did.
They thought they had a healthy Draymond. But is there something to know Bogut or Zaza or McGee to where Drake could freelance?
I think
be Ray Lewis?
Yes, but he was healthy back then.
But what he's saying is
younger.
This is the byproduct of banging and being Joe Frazier, because that's what he is. He's Joe Frazier, chopping dudes down.
Joe Frazier was punch drunk at the end of his life.
Who wasn't? But he beat Ali.
Once.
Philadelphia.
Once.
Yeah.
Scalina. Scalina's in San Jose.
Hey.
What's going on, Scalina? Real quick, Scalina, 510 says, I've been hollering and screaming trade for Karl Anthony Towns for a minute. You ain't getting Karl Anthony Towns
Not
right now. They might be better than they're better than the Warriors right now. How about that?
That's your coast.
Scalina, what's up?
Hey guys, getting pretty heated there. I like it.
It's great.
Hey, so I'm thinking back when the Dubs won the championships, right? We had guys like JaVale, the Blur, a young Iggy around the younger three. How do you get better? I really think we need another guy like a JaVale. And I'm not sure that Wise, when he comes back, has got it. He's sounding more like Greg Oden. And I think you need that switchblade player like a younger Iggy, who was able to lock down guys in the championship, in the finals, what he did to LeBron and such. And I really don't think Wiggs is enough with the older big three. I think you need a guy who's more aggressive as your third scorer, like a Beal. Like I don't know who else can get there who's got that.
Well, wouldn't it be Poole?
Mentality.
Wouldn't it be Poole? Scalina, wouldn't it be Poole in a perfect world?
But I like Poole guys, but I just think he's not consistent enough, and his defense is not good enough. I just think he gets worked too much on D. At least right now. Maybe he can improve on that.
Yeah.
I just think that's what I think, guys. And I think they're missing that. And I don't know how they got away from being such a stronger defensive team earlier than year, but I think Iggy hit on it when he talked about those fundamentals, guys. Those fundamentals on D, the footwork, the ball pressure, ball you man, all those little things. Me as an older guy, I remember learning all that stuff, and I think they have gone away with that. And I think they can improve there, but I do think the roster does need improvements. I mean, from what looking back at how they won other championships.
Appreciate it, Scalina. All right, I see Joe, Lee, Reggie, Carlito. People want to talk Warriors. So if that's what you want to talk, that's what we are going to talk. The Golden State Warriors. What did I see? So they started 18-2.
Yep.
Now they're 48. That's 30. And 20, so they're like 30-26 since their start.
Well, they've been injured.
Yeah, I know. You got to protect them, don't you?
Stop.
You got to protect them. Nah, I mean, I'm just 888-957-9570. Can they get it together? Yes or no? Hey, if you're looking for all the best Warriors content from 95.7 The Game, text Warriors to 20357. That's Warriors to 20357. Make sure to click the link, then hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Powered by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
We didn't see Trey Lance's package at all.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Guru. I'll tell you what, the Warriors, I can't go for that.
I'm going to give you a 2.
7-15 in their last 22. You like that, don't you?
Jesus.
Let me see what else I could do here.
Nah, you did. You try. You don't want to force it. Don't let me forget my gripes, Steiny.
Oh, I won't.
Yeah.
510 Steiny, serious question. Do you want the Warriors to do well?
Where'd that come from? You don't see that.
Yeah, 510.
Our job is better when they ball out.
I don't care.
I do.
Curry's been the best thing
Well, that's
happened
true.
in my career.
That's true.
Yeah.
I tell you what, if Steph Curry could extend Draymond Green's career as much as he extended mine, we'd have a ball game with the Warriors right now.
I tried to do my Dibs laugh.
Don't do that.
That's a half.
Yeah,
Yes,
I appreciate
it's
it.
not
I'm fighting for my life.
415 says Draymond was a lock for DPOY before the injury, and now Steiny's saying he plays mediocre defense after 3 games back. Well, it's been 8 games, and he's clearly not himself.
He told us. I appreciate what he said. They're worse when he's on the floor, which ain't true. But
well, it's been
what happened last night? Rob Lowe
minus 24 and minus 20.
No, he didn't play last night.
No, I know, but the 2 games before that, he was he was team high plus
yikes.
minus. Let's go to Joe in Burbank. He's got me intrigued. What's up, Joe? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing fine. Hey, you guys are fantastic. I just want to let you know that. I'm a little nervous, so bear with me, and I've been a Warrior fan since the Run TMC days.
All right.
Once again, you guys just told a rocket. I wanted to ask you something, and, I'm not sure sometimes if I'm watching the same game that everybody else is. And the reason I say that is because, I'm watching teams like Dallas, who supposedly is toward the bottom on three-point shots, Wizards, Orlando, San Antonio. They're all supposed to be poor shooting threes teams, and when they play the Warriors, they lick their chops, and they every time the game is finished, and when it starts during the game, the announcers say, these guys are not usually that good. So, it kind of looks to me like one of the biggest parts and the problems of their game right now is the poor three-point coverage. And you guys can help me out. Maybe my math is not that good, but I thought on the Wizards game, I thought they hit something like 16 or 24 threes.
Yeah, something.
Think so?
So they were over.
That, right, guys?
They shot 57%.
Yeah,
from 3.
Yeah, well, something like that. And then after a lot of games, you look at that the 3-point shooting, and these teams are running up high totals for their. It's just amazing. But anyway, when you look at it this way, and I won't keep you guys. I know you got to take a lot of other calls, but let's just look at this one way. Okay? If they got 16 threes, that's a total of 48 points. And once again, you guys can help me with my math. If they had got out of the way and let them drive to the bucket and didn't even cover them, it would have been 16 2-point shots, layups for 32 points. That's a 16-point difference, gentlemen. 16 points. They got a problem in the 3-point coverage.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do, Joe. And here's what I think. That team, we're comparing this Warriors team to their championship teams. Well, their championship teams, when they went small, they were big, and they had unbelievable length. They had Klay Thompson, who's long. They had Durant, who's extra long. They had Draymond Green, who's long. They had Iguodala, who's long. So they could play the 3-point line much better. They could switch everything. And they were a great defensive team. Now let's look at what's going on. Well, they have Curry. All right, let's say he's the same player defensively. Draymond Green, he's missed half the year. He's their best defensive player. Klay Thompson, he's missed half the year, and he's not the player he was. So they don't have KD. They have Wiggins. Wiggins is not as good a defender as KD was when he left here. They have young players, Poole and Kuminga. Both are below average defensive players. They don't have the defensive players and the two-way players, dare I say, that they had in the past. They just don't. Livingston, the 650 says, another good call.
No, that was well said, but explain to me or call it a fluke. Talk to me, Steiny, about why this group early on was the talk of the town and why a lot of people said it was defense that had them with their top seeding. Something fundamentally has changed, or and I'm just talking to you, what was it? Is it the coach? What something changed? And I'm going to say this about the three. It starts with dribble penetration. They're getting killed on the point of attack, and everybody's driving. The Warriors collapse.
So who's getting beat?
The guys
who's getting beat first?
Everybody.
Okay. Well,
everybody's getting beat off the dribble, and they're just, look, you're over there, Johnny, here it comes.
But
and
you're enamored with Poole, but he can't keep anybody in front of him.
Okay, you know what? You got me there, but what's changed when the metrics were telling us this Warrior team was a top defensive team? And that's when I was like, Steiny, they might be able to do something.
Who was playing the first 20 games? Iguodala. Okay, he's taking the rest of the year off, so they got worse defensively. Draymond Green. He's a shell of himself defensively.
Speak on it, man.
He played the first 20 games. Here's the other thing. If you heard Warrior fans tell it, and I don't mean this sarcastically, Steph Curry was having the best defensive year of his career.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's three guys who were really good early who aren't right now. So there's three players. I mean, there's a big part of your answer. Klay Thompson, they're playing Klay Thompson now instead of Gary Payton II. They got worse defensively.
Wow.
When they take Payton off the floor and put Klay in. This isn't the team from 2018.
Last thing, I want to read this team, 510. Because I told you Warrior Twitter, they kill Kerr, Steiny, and that's still going. But do you watch a Warrior game? Because I haven't, to where I say, it may be one or two times this season, or I say, why is this guy not in? But from the 510, Kerr, what changed is Kerr doesn't know how to manage rotations. I don't believe that. And I don't believe that's why this team is not playing better defense. Now, Twitter will have you to believe he can do no right. But come on, Steiny, have you watched a game where you say, oh, Kerr, I might have did this instead of doing that?
No,
because you would say it to me or us.
But I don't that's not one of my, I'll even say it's not really one of my strengths to say, look at a game that's close and, Steph Curry goes for a dumb steal against the Denver Nuggets, and a guy hits a three. Why wasn't Payton in there? I just don't do that. I mean, goodness gracious, you're going to take your star player off the floor because he's not smart enough to stay with his own man? I mean, come on. I guess you could blame Kerr for not having Payton in there, but I got to blame Steph Curry for that. The other thing is, name me an above-average defensive player they have on their team right now.
I'm going Gary Payton II.
Okay, but he doesn't play much anymore.
Why is that?
Well,
that we brought up right there.
You want to take Klay Thompson off the floor? You really want to take Klay off the floor? Bump Klay back down to 27 minutes?
I'll tell you what.
Put Payton back in there?
I'll tell you what. All bets are on come this when we get to the offs. If that can get better our chances of winning.
I don't know that it does because you get much worse offensively. Reggie's in Houston, Texas. Wants to talk about Coach Kerr. Hey, Reggie. Thanks for listening, buddy.
First of all, I feel sorry for Coach Kerr. I think against the Memphis Grizzlies was a microcosm of what's been transpiring the latter part of the season. If you gentlemen go back to when the Warriors played Utah,
mm-hmm.
and the Warriors got destroyed on the boards. And Coach Kerr, when he had the press conference, he said it was obvious. He said, we were too small. And Coach Kerr is the type of person, and I respect him so much, he's never going to throw Bob Myers underneath him. He's not going to roll over him and do something like that. But all you got to do is read between the lines. The Warriors are getting killed as far as second chance points. And I want to answer the question. Someone made a comment before, said, why are the Warriors giving up so many threes? Well, if you stretch the defense is out to the perimeter, and the other team knows that the Warriors have no interior defense as far as a big to rim protect, all they're doing, they're playing outside in. So what happens is when you get that dribble penetration, they put the ball back out, you leave them wide open shooters. I've seen this continually take place. The Warriors in the second half of the season, and last, as far as Bob Myers is concerned. When he was on last Monday, I've never seen so much tap dancing before in my life. You go into a season, and the only person that you go into a season with playing center is Kevon Looney, knowing you're putting all your eggs in one basket waiting for Wiseman to come back, which is utterly ridiculous. You had an opportunity to go out. Even if you had to get Steph, Draymond, and Clay in the office and say, hey, look, this is what we need to do. Can we restructure some contracts so we can make some more room salary cap-wise so we can get some necessary players or get a big? Even during the buyout, there was rumors that they were going to try to go get Robin Lopez. No effort. Now, here we are. We're maybe 2 weeks away from the playoffs. Bob Myers has done absolutely nothing to address the problem with having a big man in the interior. It's ridiculous, and I don't understand what is his logic behind not doing this. Yeah. You can't blame Joe Lacob, because Joe Lacob, the only thing Joe Lacob wants to do, he wants to win. He doesn't care about as far as playing as far as taxes is concerned. If you put a product on the floor and he knows that they're going to win, he doesn't care. So my question is, when is Bob Myers going to take accountability for not doing what he's supposed to do as far as addressing this problem?
Hey, Reggie, fair. It's all fair. Here's what I would say. And I'm just trying to give you an answer, but I'm not saying I'm right at all. You had Looney, and I think the Warriors they've always felt like we're at our best when Draymond plays 5.
Talk to me.
Okay, so now you got Looney, and then you got Draymond to play 5, and now we got this second-year guy who hopefully will play. And I just think they kind of got caught. Draymond got hurt, and Wiseman never came back. And so that's what kind of they're dealing with right now. Does Myers deserve criticism for that? I guess so, but I don't know what he was sniffing around for. And I'm also somebody who's like, let's just give me a name. Just give me a big name. Big man name.
Drummond.
Marcus. Okay, Drummond.
Yeah.
I don't think Drummond helps the Warriors.
On them second, like Reggie talked about, those second half.
But okay, he helps for 5 or 10 minutes a night.
But 1 minute, one possession can be the difference in a win or a loss.
If you think that's not all right. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing that they couldn't be bigger. I'm just kind of disagreeing that certain big men just don't work for the Warriors.
What do you consider Bielitsa?
He's a stretch 5.
All right. But I'm with you. And I'm Reggie. We call a spade a spade. Draymond at the 5 was everything, Steiny. You had Loon Dog, and you thought Wiseman was coming back. That I'm gonna call it a 3-headed monster. And you had a 2-headed monster until you thought Wiseman was gonna be ready to go. And Looney's the only one that's held up his end of the bargain in regard to being able to stay healthy. And now I'm worried about Looney in the off, Steiny, because he's giving you everything. Is he going to be able to hold up?
Who knows who's going to be able to hold up and who's not. I want to get this text in from the 510 because he's right on the money, and I didn't mention this. Gary Payton II broke down when he was forced to start and play 20-plus minutes a game instead of when he played 15 or fewer. I kind of agree. Like, it happened again last night.
No, I saw it.
There's a play that happens, and then the next thing you know, he's kind of playing on one leg.
Yeah, he did say that before yesterday's game.
I mean, it feels like he gets that leg or ankle or knee hurt every game, but he's just so tough, he's going to play through it, but I think it's affecting him. I know it is. Because it's obvious, like he's not running like he liked to run. Let's go to Carlito in Alameda. Hey, Carlito, what's going on, man? Here's some... Make us upbeat.
Hello, gentlemen.
Yes,
hello,
sir.
gentlemen. You know what? I know we're on shaky ground right now. We have on one hand we have a prayer, on the other hand we got a can of V8 with some vodka in it. But here's the elephant in the room. We're not in the playoffs, so this isn't over. Once we're in the playoffs and we start seeing things, then it's crazy. Here's another thing in terms of trades. If I was Bob Myers, I would tell Draymond Green, you want to go see LeBron James? Guess what? You play for the Los Angeles Lakers now. Thank you very much.
Where are we with Draymond? Are people just sick of him?
It's sick.
Who are you?
And Brownie Blends, our guy,
895-7.
one of his best friends, I guess I could say, Steiny put a post on trying to defend those comments about going to see LeBron. The town came out in droves. You know, I went to read the comments, and I commented. I couldn't defend it. And you're right. Where are you at?
With who?
Draymond. Because he's on the mat. When he tells you he's got nothing but he feels good, I'm almost like, do you think about shutting him down? He can't challenge anybody at the rim. And we know why. He has a herniated disc. Like, what are they risking? Oh,
wait, what was that?
Wow, I didn't like that either.
Shut up, Draymond.
Oh, I thought it was Shut Up Guru.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't think I've
you
ever said. I called you a liar once.
And walked off. You pointed at me. But do you think about possibly shutting him down until the playoffs start?
Who?
Draymond.
Who cares?
No, come on. You got to give me better than that.
Like, seriously. Like, I don't want to be a jerk, but okay.
All right, you play Utah. That's what we're...
Okay, rest him, and now you look and it's like, geez, he hasn't even played.
But we're resting him to hope that the disc are better come game one.
Here's the fat rat on the table.
Ooh.
Draymond's out of shape right now because he hasn't played. So he's in a nightmare situation. He's in a nightmare situation where he's not in great shape for Draymond.
Wow.
But he's not healthy enough to play long enough to get back in shape.
That's a double negative.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
I hadn't even thought about it.
I don't know. Are people more sick of Iguodala or Draymond?
Well, it's Draymond, but Iggy's in there. He's catching up.
Boy, that's a great question.
Let's go to Mercedes in Chicago.
Chi-Town.
What's up, Mercedes?
Good afternoon.
Hey.
I'm just with you guys in the sense that our team doesn't have the right mindset. It feels like everyone is disconnected to what is going on. And I don't think the playoffs will solve that because they need to be focused by this point in order to get to the playoffs with the right mindset. And even if the health is not falling through, like if you have the mindset of fighting through games, thing that we're not doing, we're not defending, we don't have any offense. We are dreadful and painful to watch at this point. It looks like the 2020 season all over again, and I don't even know why. Because we have essentially the pieces that we had at the beginning of the year, and nothing is falling through because no one is connected in the things that they should be doing. Nobody's defending. Wow. We have Draymond. Draymond is not in the Warriors right now. I don't know where he is, but he's not a Warriors player at this point. He's a forecaster or whatever he's trying to do. He's not. He doesn't have the interest right now, nor the body to play for us. His focus is not enough.
Hey, Mercedes.
So how are we?
Yeah, go ahead. Finish up.
How are we supposed to eye in a championship, as he said that we would win, if nobody's falling into the place that they're supposed to fall?
I mean, great connected is the word. They don't seem. They don't even Okay, here it is. I'm going to say this. I kind of. Where's the joy? Oh, how come they're not playing with joy?
He was at the Chase Center watching Duke Saturday.
Who?
The chef.
Oh, they played with joy with KD. You notice how it's easier to play with joy when you win? Mm-hmm.
I don't know, though. Everyone was... Remember when KD went down for a little bit? Oh, it's so great to see the old big three back, Steiny. Remember that? They're playing with joy now. Yeah. KD, oh, no.
I was saying that. I'm one of them.
Well, yeah.
How you like it?
Mercedes had some goo in her. She turned it over. I like Mercedes.
She's right. I mean, they don't look like... Well, first of all, they're definitely not having fun. They're definitely not together. They're not together on the court, and literally they're not together off the court because Steph ain't around right now. And he's the glue.
And you heard, you talked about Clay after Sunday's game. Steiny, it wasn't defeatist, but he sounded like the airs. I don't know.
They know.
See, that's what I don't like. They know what?
They know.
They know. That's a good, I can't think of the rap song.
They know. If that's what it feels like.
Well,
guys like Iguodala, you can't say that Iguodala and Draymond are the smartest guys in the league.
Okay, I'm gonna say
but
something
that they don't know that their own team can't get it done.
And this is why I'm taking issue with him.
Which one?
Iggy.
Okay.
he's like, you're a part of what this was supposed to be. But now that you're talking about stuff, giving us the inside info or scoop, when it almost comes off as disrespectful, I feel like he knows now is the time. I don't got to let the body cool. Everybody can see something's up, and here's my 2 cents. And I'm a question management and riding with these youngsters, and that's disrespectful to us. And you were in Miami last year. Man. Oh, man. I'm just different, I guess.
How so?
I just care about what guys say and what they do, and how dare you.
No, keep going.
I worked in corporate, and we always had people that would call in sick and the company not doing good, and we didn't hit our goal, and they would stand up. You guys, shut up! You ain't even been here. You know, that time, but you didn't say it. But you know what I mean? You're ready to have a couple pops, maybe you go out on Friday.
I do kind of know what you mean. Like a guy like Jordan Poole, who's playing in his 3rd year here.
Shut the...
He probably is looking at Iguodala being like, what's this guy doing?
Right.
He almost said it.
When did you play last?
Easy.
Yeah.
Sonny! Oh, you know what? Tell you what, Sonny, in order to give you what you deserve, which is a forum on a San Francisco radio station, I'm going to wait till the other side. 888-957-9570. Yes or no? Do you believe the Warriors can get this thing going, make a run, and I'll just say this, get to the NBA Finals? In case you miss any of the show, download and subscribe to Steiny and Guru on the Odyssey app. You can listen anytime, any day, all in a single tap. Find Steiny and Guru plus all content from 95.7 The Game on the Odyssey app today.
Big, fat choke artist.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, Steiny and Guru.
I'm smiling.
Why? People think when you smile, then you're smiling because the Warriors are struggling.
This has nothing to do with the Warriors. We'll get right back to them. But this is the beauty of Twitch and the text line. They're like Google sometimes.
Okay.
So I said, they know. That was a rap song. I couldn't think of the rapper.
Right.
Shody Low from the ATL. They know. Of course. Shout out Shanaski79 on...
Actually, I think it might be from Decatur.
That's still Atlanta.
No, it's different.
It's Georgia.
If you think that I know that guy you just mentioned is from Decatur,
Shody Low.
I have no idea where he's from. It's the first city that
it was
came
either
to me.
that or headlines by Drake when they do. They know.
That's
they know.
Actually,
voice, but
actually, the way I do it is, you ever see the movie The Dead Zone with Christopher Walken?
One of my favorites, but I haven't seen that.
How could it be one of your favorites if you haven't seen
he's one of my favorites. King of New York? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, there's a movie called The Dead Zone with Christopher Walken. Did I say Stephen Walken? Christopher Walken.
Yeah, Pulp Fiction.
He's got a sixth sense. He can see the future.
Right.
And he wanted to kill the president, this guy, at the end of the show, and Walken knew it.
Spoiler alert.
And he knew it. And he killed some people. Like, there was stuff happening on the way, and Walken goes into their house one day, and this guy who's the killer lives with his mom. And Walken, like when Walken touches a person, that's when he can see the future or see something. And he grabbed the mom's hand and he goes, "You knew." You knew, meaning you knew your son was doing what I was doing.
So you can touch the person that's died and see their past, right?
No, she was alive.
Okay.
So
because they made a show with this, by the way, that was on USA like 10 or 15 years ago with Anthony Michael Hall, and he can touch the dead people.
Weird Science.
Then, yeah.
Okay.
Who played the drink it?
Kelly LeBrock.
No, who played the president?
Martin Sheen.
I gotta check it out.
It's a good movie.
Yeah.
It's a Stephen King novel.
West Wing?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a Stephen King novel that got turned into a movie.
Did you read the book too?
No. This book I read was an article. I got to start reading books.
Last one I read was, not that you asked, Richest Man in Babylon.
Who was it?
It's not. It wasn't the actual. It's Rich's
Long
band.
forgotten.
That's right.
You don't know who it was?
And listen,
I would
it
have
was
thought
about
they'd
how you
explain who
stack
it was
money.
by the
And
end
don't
of
let
the
me
book.
forget my gripe. Next segment.
You can do whatever you want.
It's our show.
If you think I'm gonna,
remember?
No. If you think I'm gonna,
for Guru's grapes.
Let's do it,
Guru.
That was the first.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
You're starting to piss me off.
It makes me so mad. Oh, please don't make me angry, pal. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
King Kong ain't got on me.
It's time for Guru's Crops.
Mother sucker.
Steiny, I am so sick and tired of meter maids. You know I got a newer car, and it didn't come with a front license plate, right? So I'm trying to get around because I don't have, the tools to go ahead and put the front license plate on. Every day I park for the last 8 days, I get a $121 ticket from the same meter maid. Okay, let go. And so today I had to write a book. I had to write a book and leave it on my windshield. I'm a supercommuter. I'm getting it done this Saturday. Please don't I got like 8. But it's the same guy. Just give me a break. I'll slap it on there this weekend. Do you get fulfillment writing the same fix-it ticket every damn time? Find something else to do. And I tell you, if I could give him a knuckle sandwich, I would, and not get in trouble, go Will Smith. But I can't. I'm a lover, not a fighter. But he looks at me, and he doesn't know I know it's him when I walk in the morning. And I went to him. I said, hey, look, I know what you're doing. I'm trying. I got it. I'm putting it on. Just quit doing. And every day I walk out there, there's a little envelope on there, fixable, correct. Just quit being that guy, meter maid. Relax. I got the ticket, and I'm getting it taken care of this Saturday. But how many are you going to write for the same thing that I'm going to evaporate them all when I slap it on there?
All right. I got a few questions.
I had to get it off.
Is this happening in San Francisco?
Yes, right across the street every day.
Why are you not parking in a lot?
It went up to $32.
Dude, I park in a $15 lot. I've told you this 17 times. There's an $18 lot.
Yeah, I was paying $20, and then went up to $32. See you later, bye-bye.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
How much you paying now?
$14.
No, you ain't.
No, I swear.
You're paying $135, it sounds like.
No, well, you got jokes. But, yeah, just, you think I'm going to have one after I left the book on there today? I wrote it, too. I said, hey, I'm getting it done. I put everything. If there's a ticket on top of my essay, I'm going to be hurt. But, Steiny, don't do your job like that.
Do you think he really remembers your car day to day? I don't think he does.
Oh, look at this guy. Dude, I'm going to text you today, you three.
Everybody wants to know why the hell you don't have a screwdriver.
It doesn't have holes on the car, so I got to have the drill bit, which I ain't good at that.
Tape it up. Just tape it.
If in traffic and I'm going 80 and it fly off and hit somebody.
So what? It's a license plate.
No, I'm going to get it done professionally. But
P1 listener, Guru's right. I got a temp job at the City Police Impound. SFMTA is jacking the community.
Oh, it's out. Steiny, I'm going to stop because they could be a sponsor. But yeah.
No, they can't.
Man.
Maybe they could.
But
San
how many
Francisco,
times you got to write the same one? You know what call who? Come on.
Well, seriously, if you fix it, do they all go away?
All go away.
Okay, well,
you sound like my dad when you say alternative, like, hey, you only get half of them to go. No, they all go away. So what are you wasting your time for?
Because you might not get it. How long do you have to get it fixed?
30 days. But it'll
when
be
was
on
your
there
first
this Saturday,
ticket?
and it's $25.
When was your first ticket?
8 days ago.
And you've gotten 7 tickets?
7. Back to back, Berman.
You better get that fixed ASAP.
Well, yeah.
And I'm not talking ASAP Rocky.
Look at
Oh, you like that,
It's
don't
a 4.
you? Thank you. Hey, Goo, you know you can put your license plate on the dashboard
that doesn't.
where it is visible.
Is that? Nah. Is that true?
You can tape it to the front of your car. There are a lot of people here saying, Goo, what are you doing?
People don't understand about tape in air, in wind, in rain. That thing will fall off and fly up and hit the next car. Then I got an insurance claim.
Tell Guru to use the thick, double-sided tape to mount his plate. That's Jason, the fist of Dub Nation.
Depreciate the car? duct tape.
Do you think at this point the meter man, maid, woman just knows that, all right, I'm on the lookout for Guru's car?
No. That's what I'm really trying to say.
Like they got a quota to fill.
No. Steiny, we've made eye contact, and then they act like, no, I'm not there at that time. Yes, you are. If I have one today, I'm going to be hurt. I just had to get that off my chest.
The one thing
it's overkill.
You got to pay the meter.
It has nothing to do. I'm paying my meter. So my meter's paid, but you see I don't have a front license plate.
But in another issue, sometimes you don't pay the meter.
I don't
have license plates that comply. You don't pay your meter,
paid, dude, on the new car.
You drive in the carpool lane.
You are just
now.
A mess. Nobody asked about any of that. My meter's paid because I don't have 2 tickets.
Mike says, how about plastic ties?
It'll be done Saturday.
I'll bet it's not.
I bet you.
I'll bet you're going to get somebody to do it for you.
Yeah, the gas station, $25. And I don't have a drill bit to drill the holes in there. If you drill them the wrong way, you're done.
You're not done.
Why would you want to drill the hole in the wrong? Stop.
I'm with the 209. There are literally plate brackets that don't require screws. You just snap it on. Snap it. Let's go to Sonny. Yeah. Wow. Let's go to Sonny. Let's talk about the Warriors' 3-point defense.
Oh, my bad. Wow, I'm going to look into that.
Hey, Sonny.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing well.
Good. First of all, thanks for having me on,
Sure.
Sonny. I just want to touch a little bit on. I heard someone talking a little bit earlier about the overhelping and the threes, and why does it seem like every team shoots well against us? I think it goes all back to, and I have conversations with my buddies about this all the time. I think it all goes back to the root of the problem of different timelines, right? With this team, it's the young guys versus the core, and which one are you trying to prioritize? And I think what the franchise has done is, starting from the top with Lake Up, and they've tried to thread this needle as opposed to, giving the core the best chance to, or the highest, probability and advantage to try to go win the championship. They've tried to thread this needle to not be, not go into the dark ages after the core is gone. So, and I think a lot of it's coming back to catch up with them with the, they did not go get a big, even if, people say like, oh, they're banking on Draymond, Wiseman to come back, which I agree with. Draymond, Wiseman, and Looney, when you like to go small anyways with Dre, is a great 3 big to have. But after the injury to Dre and, the constant Wiseman, setbacks, they should have gone out to get the big. Mm-hmm. And the reason for all these, lapses on defense where the short side corner threes, guys are helping off, shooters is happening because there is no paint presence on defense. It's there's no big to contest shots inside. So what happens when someone, at the point of attack of our defense gets by a guy, all other 4 guys collapse to the paint to help protect the rim, and you get kickouts to wide open shooters. And it's a culmination, it's a snowball effect of not having a big presence inside.
Appreciate the call.
Wow, man.
I think that's part of it. I think personnel is, to me, the biggest thing.
Who controls personnel?
I'm talking who's playing in the beginning of the year. Draymond, Curry, Iguodala, Looney, Wiggins. Oh, Wiggins is great two-way beginning of the year. Gary Payton II was playing a lot at the beginning of the year. Now, who's playing now? Kuminga, Poole, Bjelica, Moody. See what I'm saying? Those guys, Kuminga is subpar defensively. Poole is subpar defensively, and as good as Moody can be, he's still a rookie.
Right.
So they're not good. They're not as good defensively.
So what are you? I'm asking you because I already know how I feel. So nothing's going to change game 1 come to playoffs. Their defense is going to have to be their offense.
Well, Draymond ideally comes back, and is Draymond, and Curry is Steph Curry.
Throwing flame.
And Iguodala. Iguodala.
How did he look last night? Or does that not even count? He couldn't.
Did he play?
He couldn't sit at the post-game presser.
Did he play?
I want Iguodala.
He was the only guy plus in the plus-minus.
And they lost by 28.
Well, but still.
See, you're the guy that wouldn't do that.
No, I
find a positive and a negative.
What do you mean? That's what I do.
Please. That means you'd be positive. You're not. You're cynical.
please.
Like the tickets. You say all the other stuff I had going on.
No, I mean.
It's all good. It's natural.
Lee's in Fairfield. Hey, Lee. What do you got, buddy? How you doing?
What's up, fellas? Hey, man, I'm sitting on my couch knowing Weissman may not come back and Draymond is suffering from a back injury. If I'm the G, I'm sitting on my couch saying, I better have a backup plan just in case this doesn't work out. Just in case this young fella knee doesn't come back healthy, I'll have somebody ready to go. And then I got a question, Steiny.
Sure.
What is a 10-day contract, man? How does it work? Because a lot of teams have brought different players in via the 10-day contract. So is the Warriors cap issue so bad that they can't even bring in a guy on a 10-day contract? And then you made – I'll take that one off the air. And then you also mentioned, Steiny, all bigs don't fit. Presently, only one big fits right now. I don't know if Bielitsa fits. But nevertheless, he's on the team, and we're doing with him as best we can. And then I know you talked about what big was out there. So I went and looked it up. A young man by the name of Moses Brown, 7'2". I think he just got re-signed another 10-day contract to the Dallas Mavericks. I'm just saying, we're struggling in a position, and Bob Myers was kind of laughing about it last week, like, oh, we made a mistake. You're the GM of a major franchise, man. You can't see that we might be in trouble in a couple of weeks if we don't have a big. And they did nothing to address it. And a lot of the callers have called in regarding that. All of us can see it, but Bob Myers. Let me know what a 10-day contract is, Steiny. Thanks.
All right, Lee.
Wow.
You can only sign anybody to a contract if you have a roster spot. The Warriors have 15 guaranteed contracts right now. So if they were to sign anybody, someone would have to get cut, essentially. So you'd have to cut Bielitsa or maybe Damian Lee, somebody like that. No, Chioza's on a two-way, so he doesn't count.
Oh, wow. We're going to see Chorizo. Just go ahead. I didn't do that. They did. Yeah.
You know, I'm a big fan of calling people by the right names.
No, I'm with you.
Why isn't Juan Toscano Anderson playing?
What happened? See that? Now you're rolling your eyes.
I am rolling my eyes.
But didn't you kind of go away and take for granted the secret sauce that you had where you were balling? You're telling me JTA can't contribute at all?
How?
Or
Who's he
get
playing
you a
for?
rebound?
Who's he playing for?
No, I didn't say that. Give me 8 minutes a half. Give me a DMP.
You can't play everybody.
He's athletic. I understand that.
See, this is where you lose me.
Because Bielitsa's getting me.
And this is where you lose me.
I'm over him, man.
This is where you lose me.
And he's not a bad player. He don't fit.
You're looking at this team. They're 7-15. They're 30-27 since their good start. They're a 500 team, essentially, since their good start. We're talking about Juan Toscano Anderson? No, we got to talk about Draymond. We got to talk about Steph being hurt. We got to talk about Clay not being Clay.
But see, you're pulling rank, and I kind of get it.
Well, yeah, and you're letting the big boys off the hook and trying to give it to JTA.
This season was JTA.
How so?
And Gary Payton II. Remember, you threw a rock at me because I said I wanted more him, and we got more him, and then now
they're fringe players. You want to play what? JTA and Payton 25 minutes a game?
I didn't say that.
That's a 30-win team.
I didn't say that, but I damn sure would play him over Bielitsa. Steiny, it is just like the Giant and the other ball player. The other teams are mosquitoes, and the game's too fast. You can't. And I'm like, Kerr, give JTA a shot.
All right, JTA, please. Come on. Oh, JTA.
You would take Bielitsa over JTA?
It depends. I got to see who's playing.
I wouldn't.
I mean, Bielitsa's 6'10".
Yeah, he ain't playing like he's 6'10", though. Because that's tall enough.
Listen, Bielitsa won him the game in Miami. He won him the game.
I'm going to give you that.
Well, was one of the guys.
Follow up.
When you're the 12th man like Bielitsa?
What?
Bielitsa.
But will you just
blaming
give me this?
Bielitsa is being done because you don't want to hurt the feelings of the big three.
Oh, I've already done that.
No, you haven't.
They're hurt.
You're protecting
And Draymond's done. I've said that. I'm telling you, If Bielitsa was a dog, that 6'10" would be valuable, and nobody would be calling to say they need some size. He got a block last night.
Bielitsa. OGB in Livermore. What's up, OGB? How you doing, man?
What's going
What's going on, Steiny and Guru? I call every once in a while, but I listen to you guys all the time.
Thank you.
Steiny, I asked your dad about I played ball. I played D2.
Nice.
And I played with Eric Armstead's father.
Okay. Sure.
I think the Warriors run is over because those legs are old. They've been in 5 finals. Those legs are old, and you see they're breaking down. Look at all the injuries. Look at Steph injuries. Look at Clay injuries, and look at Draymond. They're breaking down. I just don't see it. I see them getting bounced the first round. I really do.
Wow.
Because there's no cohesion. They're discombobulated as a team. You know. Then you got Iggy. Iggy plays golf. While all the other players be busting their butt. And if I was the owner, I would pay him and like, get out of here. We don't need you. You playing golf. You mean to tell me to torque on your swing on golf, but you can't get out here and play with these guys, mentor these guys that we have? I just don't get it. And Steph said that he was only going to play as many years as his dad. Dale played 16 years, so Steph is going to play maybe like 3 more years, and that's it. They need to get that 30 for 30 ready for them because I just don't see them going anywhere. And thanks for taking my call.
Absolutely.
Wow.
They've played a lot of playoff games.
That's been your call.
They got a lot of mileage on them. They really do. Bielitsa did not win them the game.
I saw that one.
No, he didn't win it, but he was a part of it. He won it like he won the opening game against the Lakers.
And I'm not mad at him, Steiny, but man, if that 6-10 was out.
Here we go.
Yeah. Give me some more JTA and less Bielitsa. That's all.
Why?
Because I think he can do more.
Do more what? Foul?
Playing the passing lanes.
Foul?
Rebound.
Let me tell you something.
Keep a man in
He's
front
a
of him.
turnover machine.
JTA?
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Warriors are struggling. They're 7-5. Let's get JTA in there.
See, but that's not how I'm saying it.
It is kind of.
You act like I'm knocking at your door.
You're actually saying that putting JTA for Bielitsa is like going to solve things. Come on. What's it going to solve?
When you put it like that.
Fred's in Richmond. Hey, Fred. How you doing?
Hey, how y'all doing, man? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was just calling that last caller. I just totally disagree with that last caller. I mean, if you're a real Warrior fan, you just know that injuries are a part of the game. I mean, the modern day athlete right now, their prime is over in their late 30s. Look at LeBron. I mean, he's still playing like an MV caliber athlete right now. So I just can't accept. I won't accept anybody talking bad about the Warriors right now. I believe that they're going to play Utah in the first round.
Okay.
That's a nice matchup for them. And if you want to go to the finals, you got to beat Phoenix or Memphis anyway. So why not see Phoenix in the second round? Memphis is a young team. I don't think they're ready to win. They feeling themselves right now.
They got a nasty streak. Those guys
how the youngsters smell themselves nowadays. I mean, they could get bounced in the first round to get with the Clippers. You never know.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you're right.
Yeah, and I've never said Memphis is winning it all, but they're going to be here to stay, Steiny. They got a nice roster.
79-13.
I just can't believe how good they are without Ja.
Last 5 years, these are the number of games that Steph Curry's missed in a season. This year, he's going to miss at least 16. 16 to 18.
All right.
Over 20. That's 20% of the season. Last year, he had a good year. 63 games out of 72. So he missed 9 games.
That's perfect.
Yeah, year before that, he missed the entire season, but for 5 games.
Damn.
Year before that, he missed 13 games. That's a 69-game season, and I'm sorry, but you take that in a heartbeat.
I was just going to say that's a win. Okay,
and then he missed
2 out of 3.
Then he missed 31 games in year before that.
And how many has he? I should know this now. How many he missed thus far since this?
Thus far, he's missed 74, 70, about 11 or 12.
But since this flare-up?
Like 7 or 8, maybe.
Man, but it all starts with him. And that caller, to his point, Steiny, Memphis ain't won a damn thing.
Look at everybody mad at Memphis now.
No, see, but
this is where I get it. This is where I get it. This is where I get it. People don't like me. This is why I get it. This is why people don't like me. Because it's okay when Steph shimmies, and it's okay when the Warriors.
You're not seeing that, though.
You can't take Dillon Brooks.
He said nothing. Are Warrior fans really offended by
they are.
He was talking smack? He didn't say they were going to win it. We don't care what seed we got. Who said that?
All Twitter saying, who does Memphis think they are? Memphis hasn't won a thing. No, they haven't. You're right.
And I'll say this.
What were you going to say, Spada? Yeah, go ahead, play some sound.
We all had the vision and he didn't, which is perfect. Send him back to the Warriors and let him do his thing over there. We were in the beginning, we were growing a base. We had a base and we just kept building and building and building, and more guys got on the train, and we were able to, create something like this and keep building this dynasty and this program up. And
I know everybody's fixated on dynasty because they haven't won anything.
Yeah. I don't think right.
I don't either. I mean, of course, they're not a dynasty.
I believe in the basketball gods.
Yeah. How are they doing for the Warriors now?
Ever since Trey said they don't need us, they don't care where they seed and they're going to win it, it's been all bad and Steph got hurt. I just had to get that off.
Here's the other thing.
Where is Ja?
For all you guys out there that are saying, like, hey, these are freak injuries, that's what happens when you get older.
Damn. I have nothing. Remember, we used Guru. They're old. These things like you were saying this years ago. We still got the offs.
Yeah,
What's going to happen tomorrow night? Are they going to?
Who they playing?
Phoenix. Like, do you think they could beat Phoenix?
Well, let me tell you this. Who's going to be missing tomorrow?
Oh, okay. Well, let's say
Steph Curry. That's it.
All right.
That's all that's missing.
That is.
So why should the Warriors not be able to be competitive tomorrow night? 888-957-9570. Can somebody answer me that? Why shouldn't the Warriors be competitive tomorrow night? Mm-hmm.
You've heard the latest news, traffic, and weather, but there's something else you should hear. Consider getting a COVID-19 booster, as recommended by the CDC. Brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer.
Hey, y'all, this is your girl, Cheryl Underwood, and I want to tell you something. My digestive system used to make me feel sluggish.
Now, back to Steiny
Warriors
Guru
lose.
on 95.7 The Game.
Lose.
Well, just because you can do something doesn't mean you need to do it. My boy Mike Sousa just texted me.
Oh, yeah, Big Mike.
Yeah, well, yeah, man.
The hell is he?
He said it from the union. He says he'll put my license on 10 minutes. And now I'm hearing I don't even need the
It's
whole.
going to take him that long?
Right.
It's like a 3-minute job. 510 is basically saying you're getting hurt because your older argument is flawed. Why is John Morant hurt? Okay, that's fine. Keep the big three together. That's fine. Don't, bring them all back. Bring them all back. They'll all be healthy next year.
You couldn't like Iguodala. You couldn't say what you're saying when they were up until Trey got
what
hurt.
I said in the off season before it started?
A year and a half ago.
When we did shows on
But you
how
had
many
to keep
games
it down a little.
How
We
many games
did.
will the big three play together?
That we did.
And that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. And so what are you going to do? You're going to go into next year. I think they can all play 65. All right, then bring it back. Run it back.
Or you're going to have to make people do something they may not want to do if you try to go move somebody with what you think is a good package. It's stressful.
Here's the other thing.
Because you got Steph, so really it ain't stressful. He's got 3-4 good years left.
Well, okay, if that's what you think. If that's what you think. If I want to play devil's advocate, I could say it's obvious the decline's already started.
Because of injury.
Because he was
the shooting percentage.
Look at his numbers.
Yeah.
Look at his numbers. Dirty, Alum Rock. What's going on, Dirty? How you doing, man?
What up? What up?
Hey.
Man? So first of all, let me start off with, I want to touch on what you guys was talking about when you said Memphis ain't won jack yet. They haven't, and we've been through that already, chasing a regular season record. If that's the way you want to put it. But we have no value in the regular season anymore. This team went to the finals 5 times. So, Draymond, he needed to keep his mouth shut. He went and started talking that championship talk after that win against Miami, that was an impressive win. But he went and started talking that talk, and then look what happens. Things are just going downhill. But Dillon Brooks, let me get to this guy. Was he really talking smack, y'all, or was he just mumbling under his breath? It's like that kid in the corner who's like, you're only strong because you're fat. What do you, where are we going with this guy? He wasn't talking no smack. I'm not offended. I'm a 30-year Warrior fan. Yeah. I'm not offended in any way, shape, or form. And you don't want to poke Curry. You don't want to poke guys on our team. I
agree with that.
Look, I don't think we're going to see Game 6 Clay maybe this playoffs, but that's a big bar to reach. And we've came a long way from Steph and Iggy kissing that title trophy, but we're not done yet. It's just not over yet. We had a shot just with Curry alone last year. If we would have made the play-in, it was going to be reckless for the number 1 seed. So we can't go on this slump with them. We got to be the ones that think positively. I'm like I said, I'm a realist too. And I think the Suns in Memphis, they're going to take care of some business this playoffs. So we're going to end up running into one of them.
Appreciate it, Dirty. As always, appreciate it. I didn't say that was a drop.
And again, I don't think Dillon Brooks was talking mess. I really don't. And how should he feel about what Iguodala did to that team?
Here's the other thing.
He didn't go. Yeah, he didn't go all
Dirty
in.
said he didn't sound offended. He didn't say he was offended by it. He sounded like he was offended by it.
Actually, I don't think he was.
I think he was mad about it.
I'm going to give Dirty
Look at Spadoni psychoanalyzing Dirty.
Well, but also, I think Iguodala made the right decision. He got traded and forced his way out of Memphis to a team that went to the finals that year. I don't think you can consider that a bad move.
No, he games the system as well as anybody. He does. And he would tell you that. I kind of do whatever I want. He said that to our faces.
I don't care if we were at Xerox. I don't like people that. I guess I don't like that premise. Game the system. Go out and be a vet.
Oh,
he called himself a good vet, but how you being a good vet?
He's sweat equitying.
You're on mute.
He's sweat equitying the rookies. Yeah. Here's another thing I was thinking of.
All right, I'm gonna stop.
And we've heard it from a lot of, and they're right. The regular season doesn't mean anything. Okay.
Right.
How the hell can the Warriors have a really good regular season if they're going to load manage the hell out of guys all year long? It's acknowledged. The regular season, quote unquote, doesn't matter to them.
But isn't
so they're never going to win. They're not going to win 55 games a year anymore.
But to that point, isn't everybody else doing the same?
No, not to the extent the Warriors are, because
and they still
have
suffer the injuries doing
players. Right, and then when a guy gets nicked and he'll miss 3 games, they're like, nah, let's have him miss 6. So you tell me how many games those 3 can play. And whether you're putting all your eggs in Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson.
Out of the big 3, I'm being real, Steiny, no homer. I'm feeling real good about, this is physical now, about Klay next year and Curry, this being a fluke. Dre is the one I'm really concerned about. Dre is, like, I could see this debilitating him to where he could never get back to this first half Dre.
Okay, so...
Did I say that right?
This year's a fluke. He's going to miss 16 games, Curry. 2 years ago, he missed the whole season because of a broken hand.
Yeah, but the year before...
Was that a fluke?
No.
Okay.
The 2 years before, last year, how many did he play? I'm going last year.
He missed 9.
I'm okay.
But my point is he's missed 18, 9, 55, 13, and 31. What's a fluke? Stop saying it's a fluke.
I got a Townie story that reminds me of Iggy.
I was going to say you have a gripe, but then...
No, I already did it.
Yeah.
But listen.
We had to accommodate you.
So when I first broke it, real quick, when I broke into the business...
Are we allowed to talk about Townie?
Yeah, right. Uncle Townie.
Okay.
All the tease people.
At this time, I was just getting shifts on the weekend. And he told me in my face, you know what this company should do to save money is get rid of all the weekend programming. And I'm looking at him like...
Why would you say that on the air?
Yeah, I'm looking at Townie like, you know that's where what I do, right? So he didn't even care. I liken that to what Iggy said about the youngsters and the direction the team went. How about that?
Okay.
But that's terrible leadership.
Well, but that's who he is.
Okay.
I mean, like...
But it ain't right, is what I'm saying.
Well,
it was disrespectful
is Draymond
to me.
Right when he does his thing?
But he didn't say this.
No, he said we're going to win a championship.
No, that's different. He's going Muhammad Ali, baby.
Oh, okay, so Draymond's fine. Iguodala's not.
He's not taking you... He's not spilling the tea. Iguodala's spilling it. That's heavy, man.
I will say it again. Last off season... Marcus Thompson in The Athletic wrote a story that the Big 3 approached management and said, why don't you use a pick or some of the young players to get immediate help here? Stop saying Iguodala is telling us something we didn't know or spilling the beans. It's already been spilled. Curry, Klay, and Draymond wanted veteran help. They didn't get it, and we're here. Why is that so...
No,
why is that such a bummer for you?
Because the others went out and played their ass off, and they tried to win a chip. One guy sat on his derriere and has only played 25 games, and then when he's finally about to play his 26, he spills the tea. Like, that should have came, if that's the truth and they all feel that way, Steiny, that should have came from anybody but him. That's what I'm saying. Now you want to talk.
But, like, you're ignoring that this is who he is. You know what I mean?
That gets me more upset.
It would be like, whatever. The narrative that if you're a real Warrior fan, you shouldn't say the truth. These guys were great, and now Father Time and all the playoffs have broken them down. Not to mention the side businesses they have going on. No shame in where we are. Relax, enjoy the past, and get ready for the future. Oh, does that make you feel sad?
It's not true. What do
you mean it's not true? What's not true?
That this team is going to be...
is it over?
No, it's not over. They're the 3rd seed.
You think they'll end up at 3?
That I don't know. You got to tell how many games. Forget where they're seated at. Can they win if Dre is this Dre? That I'm telling you, Steiny, I think about it driving home, man. If this is the Dre we have, I don't think they can get it done.
Okay, what if it's the Steph we have? Can they get it done?
And Dre is back to what he was first half?
Sure.
Yeah, they can get it done.
They can win a championship.
Nobody would want to see him.
I don't. You know what?
Yeah. Well,
you
they
can
win
stick that up your Guglioni. Yeah. Oh, nobody wants to see the. Who cares? Nobody wants to see the Warriors. We were in the green room, and you didn't even argue with Evan when he said everybody wants to see the Warriors. So you said everyone wants to see the Warriors in the green room, and now you're changing it to?
No, you're telling me that Draymond is fixed. That's what I asked you. You said he's fixed.
Not fixed.
Dude, I'm telling you, man.
Do you think they're more likely to hold on to the 3 or fall to the 5?
They're
I
more
would bet
likely
the
to
latter.
hold on to the 3.
No, I bet the latter.
Okay.
You got Phoenix tomorrow. Maybe you shock us. You still got Utah.
They're going to win a game that we don't think they're going to win. How about that?
All right.
Might be tomorrow.
But what if they lose more games than we expect them to lose?
Okay, well, then they're going to fall. Then they're going to fall to 5.
But Utah is not a death sentence. I don't want Dallas. I don't want Denver. That's where my confidence is.
To me, if they fall to 4 or 5,
Utah.
Okay, great. They beat Utah. Hello, Phoenix.
And we're saying they beat Utah like it's nothing.
Do I want to take Burns? Burns wants to come down my road for being a pessimist.
Oh, take him.
Guru's
I
part
think
of
you've
the
been pretty positive today, honestly.
Wow.
Guru's part of the show. He wants to take Burns. I'm not going to tolerate a lot.
Remember George Burns, the great.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Great movie. That was corny, but it was great.
I've seen that one, yeah.
John Denver.
You're on fire.
It was great, yeah. Hey, what's up, Burnsy?
Hey, really good, man. Hey, Steiny, I do like your flow, but man, the last few days,
I know.
You want to be the devil's advocate? You are the devil's advocate. I mean, dude, can you just give me 3 positives of the Warriors right now? Just 3 positive things for the Warriors.
Hold on.
Can you find that?
Hold on.
Let me hear.
No, don't hang up on Burnsy.
He's asking you.
Don't hang up on Burnsy. Kuminga looks like a player. There's one. Jordan Poole has come into his own. That's 2.
Boom.
And Hold on. I can do it. I promise. I can promise. Andrew Wiggins had a heck of a first half.
Okay. So it's just, and you're making such a big deal about the Warriors veterans wanting help. But in reality, what team going to the playoffs, their veterans don't want help? If you ask that question to any other team veterans, are they going to say, no, we're cool. We don't want any help. We just rather stick with what we have. Of course they're going to say that.
Wait,
so I don't really think that's such a big deal.
Two things. One is they asked, we're talking about before the year, not now. Like before the year, it looked like they saw the writing on the wall and said, we need some veterans. Yeah. Secondly, yes, every veteran core would say that, but this is a 3-time championship core. Like do they have more clout than John Collins and Trey Young? Of course. Well, Trey Young's not a veteran. Thanks, Burnsy. Appreciate it.
You handled that well. You got stuck at 2. I didn't like Wiggins' first half because it's about now. Like, what do you feel confident about? Like now. Okay. Those were the 2.
What do I feel confident about? Well,
and I'm gonna say Clay. Clay is turning. No, Steiny. I told you I didn't like his. Okay. I didn't like his aura.
He hasn't had 2 good games in a row all year.
Not much I could do with that.
But he's coming.
And there you go.
He's not.
You don't know.
You want to be the devil's advocate? You are the devil's advocate.
I can't help who I am. Yeah. I am what I am. I am what I am.
All right, Papa.
Steiny, there are no positives. The Warriors are 1-6 in the past 2 weeks.
And losing to just Orlando, Spurs, Wizards.
I think also what happens, everybody's like, what happened when they look, teams teams are different at the beginning of the year than at the end of the year. I was saying,
so they peaked early.
Well, when they were 18-2, I was like, man, it looks like this team's been playing together for 3 or 4 years.
I remember.
And everybody else looks like they've just gotten together. Well, guess what? As bad as Orlando is, when they played that game against the Warriors, they've been playing pretty good defense for the last month or 2. Mm. So, I don't know.
Jordan Poole's got to be a hell of a 6-man because that's going to be his role in the offs.
Poor Jordan Poole's got to go back to the bench. What'd he do to deserve that?
I think he'll be like, this is show me. They said I couldn't do it in the offs because I hadn't. So I think he'll put his best foot forward. But outside of that, when we go down from every bench man, Steiny, I'm a bit nervous. And you've been saying all season long, good, these guys are unproven. Wiggins, he's lost now. He's had 1 playoff series against the Rockets in Minnesota.
Right.
And I'm done saying why he is just back to K-Wig. It's just, again, you told me when he first came, it is who he is. And unfortunately, now with Clay here and him taking the shots, he's just having a hard time being the third or fourth option.
It's not Wiggins' fault. If you want to blame somebody for why Wiggins isn't aggressive, blame Clay. What's he supposed to do? Run and grab the ball from Poole and Clay, who are hell-bent on taking 20 shots a night? That's not his personality.
I'm going to take a crack at it. And I'm not saying he's doing this, Steiny, but if that's how you feel, don't fixate on that. Just be Fred Astaire when you get it and try to be as efficient as you can when you get it. That's insulting. Because he did hit some free throws yesterday.
That's insulting. And that's not right.
Tell me why it's insulting.
Right. It's insulting because you can't say to Wiggins, you've been our best player most of the season. You're our all-star. We've turned you around. Look at this, that, and the other thing. And the minute Clay comes back, he takes all the shots, and Poole is now the most aggressive player in the league, getting 20, 22. Like, there's not 190 shots a game.
Yeah. Do you think Wig
you think
he's
come down
his
Wiggins' road?
His best
what do you want
friend
from him?
Or his confidant? Do you think he's getting that? He's unloading that? Because I know he can't say it to the coaching staff or a teammate. But when you say what you just said, Steiny,
tell you something.
How did you not expect this?
Thank you.
But you make me feel bad for him. But then it's like, just go out there and ball. Don't worry about the order.
Well, he's gone out and balling, and it's not enough for anybody. And you know what? Shame on everybody who thinks, well, let Poole take 20 shots and let Clay take 23 shots and let both them go 8 for 23 and 9 for 20. But hey, Wiggins, we need you to go 9 for 13. Shame on you.
Wow,
Shame on you for thinking that.
Steiny, damn.
I'm dead serious. It's not Wiggins.
You be the efficient one. Oh,
now I am
man.
getting mad because this team,
they
do have it in them.
That.
They have it in them. But they're not together.
Well, why isn't Kerr saying it like you're saying what you're saying?
You know how hard it is to coach?
Kerr said he gave him a halftime speech. Mike Brown said that.
You know how hard it is to coach 3-time championship players? What are you going to tell Clay? Look, Clay's not going to change. I don't even think Clay knows that he's shooting too much.
Well, then that scares me then, Steiny, because what's the title of the jam before game one and the tip last practice? Kerr's got to say something.
Like what?
Hey, let's go.
Klay Thompson's going to look you in the eye and say, dude, I went to 5 straight finals playing this way. You think I'm going to change?
So I'm just, okay, if you are correct, Iguodala can say whatever he wants. There's no repercussions. Draymond, Frankenstein, he's out the lab. I mean, at what point does somebody get buffed or checked?
They're 3-time champions.
Okay,
it's not happening.
Yeah.
You think somebody can put Draymond in his place? You're asking for trouble. You got to dance with the guys who brought you 3 titles. So let's see if they can get it together in the postseason. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they can. Maybe they can.
I wonder what Vegas odds have them at. I'll tell you tomorrow. Liquidate all assets. I guess I can look it up now, Steiny.
Clay's the same guy that said he wasn't going to shoot less when they added Durant. Yes.
That was the best. But then nobody wanted him to stop shooting.
Right. It's funny until it's not funny with Clay. If he's going to take 21, first of all, he's taking more shots now than he's ever taken in his career.
I got that.
And he's shooting the worst percentage that he's ever shot in his career. So there's a bottom line. Can Clay start making more shots? Yes or no?
I'm hoping he can. Okay, yeah. But right now, I get the math that says you're going to be waiting.
There's one thing we hope on that can change. Steph Curry going to shoot better than 38% and 42%
that's
from the
one
field?
I'm confident in.
Okay, yes. Okay, Curry's going to be back to being Steph Curry.
2.
What about Draymond?
No, that's the one.
Well, then you're done.
Oh, my God.
I'm sorry. You need all 3 of those guys to play well. It ain't 2017 anymore.
That's sobering.
I'm not saying it can't happen, but
the Wiggins thing you just did, that was wow.
Listen, Wiggins is going to
shoot 20, 25 times,
right.
Hey, but you go 8 of 13.
That's right. That's right.
Wondering why he can't make a free throw. No, I'm just saying he ain't made him anyway, but
let me tell you something. Wiggins is the new Harrison Barnes. He will
wow, man.
He will get berated if and when they get beat in a series. It will be Andrew Wiggins' fault because we're going to look in the box score and he's going to be 5 for 13. And we're going to blame him.
Wow.
I guarantee. Because, look, we're not going to blame Clay, Steph, and Draymond.
Well, if it's this Draymond and this Clay, I think, Steiny, you'll be surprised. Because people are chattering now about what they're seeing and mixing a pass, and he can fix that. But if Dre is this Dre, Steiny, I'm telling you, man, get ready.
For?
Maybe he doesn't get the Harrison Barnes treatment.
Wiggins.
That is wow. Like you said, it's waiting on them if they do lose.
Of course it is. It's Bielitsa.
So he can't win.
Those 4 seconds Bielitsa played, he killed us. Who do they got coming up? We got any?
Festus Ezeli at 3:30 with JD and Damon.
Oh, JD. But bluntly, I'm just sick of it.
JD
like a little piece of you died.
JD and the Hizzle.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Listen. Calm down, everybody. I think we're going to be fine. We are going to be okay. I think. Have fun, everybody.
You want to be the devil's advocate? You are the devil's advocate.
Tomorrow night, the gunslinging Suns face off against the Warriors at Chase Center.
Jordan Poole with a handle. Comes up the floor and take a 3 off the dribble and Poole!
bit later on. I know there's quite a bit of talk because the owners meeting has got Shanahan and Lynch both saying things that are, on the record without necessarily going all the way on the record about who's going to be QB1 next year. A lot of reading in between the lines to be done from quotes coming out of a very, very nice hotel property that you and I would never be allowed on, JD. Never. No. Where are those?
Maybe as a media member.
Right. If I had like an actual employment reason to be there, but it's out of our price range, I'm sure of it. Wins seem to be out of the Golden State Warriors price range right now, or their effort range, or their skill level, or their availability level. However you want to wrap up the excuse of everything that we just saw, it's not good. I mean, it's not good. Right now, without being pessimistic, JD, I can't see a single thing that makes me want to say they'll all get this behind them. This will be a blip on the radar of a season that ends spectacularly. Like an awful lot of the feedback that I'm getting when I'm looking at the Warriors right now is that this doesn't end well.
It looks like it has the potential to not end well, and not only not end well in terms of this season, but maybe end in a way where it impacts future seasons, because it feels to me, and I'm not sure where you're at on this, but it feels to me as if Draymond Green's kind of doing his own thing right now and trying to work his way back from this injury that kept him out a couple of months. Klay Thompson is just Klay, unabashed. I'm going to be Klay. I'm going to shoot it. To hell with everybody else. We'll see how it all fits. You've got Andrew Wiggins and Jordan Poole who have tried to adjust and are going back and forth between trying to carry the team some nights, trying to fit in with the team on others. You got Iguodala popping off at the mouth about everything under the sun when he hasn't played in 2.5, 3 months. And and then Steph Curry, you're hoping he can come back and just be the glue and the magic and the system and the culture and all of it to tie it together and get it back turned in another direction. The big fear for me right now, Damon, isn't necessarily that this season doesn't end well, but it takes down a lot of what the Warriors had built over the last 8 seasons, the fabric that has allowed us all to believe that they still can contend for and win championships in the future.
Unless you get a handful of young guys, and maybe even a player or two who aren't even on our radar yet, because that hasn't happened yet. Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to pinpoint, did you see the moment when the curtain started to come down on everything good and positive and fun about the Golden State Warriors dynasty? This could be that moment. Or maybe it's not. Maybe we are overreacting just a touch. Maybe this is a situation that is built on who is not up to speed, who is not available, and when you're up to speed and available again, things are going to get better. That is what everyone is hoping for. You could hear the frustration in Steve Kerr the game before, where afterwards he was saying, look, it's not looking good right now, but I know we got it in us. There is no doubt in my mind that Steve has done every single thing, every bag, every trick he's got up his sleeve, every marble in his bag that he could throw at motivating the Warriors to play either harder or better or more efficiently. Like, he has thrown every single pitch that he's got, I think, at that locker room. And that's why he went to break glass in case of emergency ejection last night. Like, he knows that there's not a lot left he can say to this group. They're either going to be motivated to start to turn this around, or they won't. I mean, I think that he realizes that, and that's about as frustrated for real as I've seen Kerr in a long time. And I don't think he was nearly as frustrated with the officiating in the moment as the team belly flopping so hard in Memphis.
Yeah, frustrated and without answers. And I'll be honest with you, Damon, I hated the fact that he played that card last night, because that was a game where you already knew you weren't going to have Steph Curry. You're sitting Draymond Green and Klay Thompson out. To me, you make that move when you have the front end of your roster players, obviously with the exception of Curry right now, out there, and they're not getting it done against maybe a Washington or a San Antonio or an Orlando on the road, and you use it as a motivator for those guys. Because I think for as much as we talk about the ancillary pieces and how everything's fitting, it's the big three or two of the big three who are currently playing right now who aren't consistently able to hold this thing up, and then everybody else is unable to lift it from that point. I hated it, to me. And in the planned developmental game where you're resting two of your future Hall of Famers and Andre Iguodala comes back, to me, that's the night where you stick it out with the young guys and you set an example of, hey, we're going to suck it up, we're going to take our lumps, but we're going to keep fighting, keep matching the physicality, and not get punked the way that they did against the Grizzlies. They got punked last night by Memphis.
Worst road trip since the Dynasty began? I mean, does it feel like that to you? Kind of looks like that to me.
With the exception of 2020, which we don't forget or remember, I think.
Oh no,
happened.
Yeah, that's a total mulligan season. Like that didn't happen. Exactly, it didn't. It's like Godfather 3 never happened. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. Yeah, I think it is. And look, it was. Your point about Steve Kerr riding that one out, I think, is grounded in an awful lot of reality. I also I don't blame him at all. Like, he needed to do something to shake everything up. He needed to let everyone know that we're getting on this airplane, we're going home, I'm pissed, and practice. The next practice we get is going to be a hard one. Like, I am not putting any of this on the young guys. I'm not putting any of this on the fringe guys. This is on Draymond, Clay, Steph, Bob Myers not making a move that Andre Iguodala says should have been made. And even though Iguodala might have a point, he's got a selfish point. And, you know, the way that you were saying that it might be a bad harbinger of things to come, I'm not seeing that yet. I think what I'm looking at is a bad harbinger of how this season ends, but I still see a window for this team to get what they're calling now competing timelines to actually match each other. And that's what they're hoping for. But, yeah, I mean, like right now, the Warriors are just watching teams step around them defensively. They're just, it's like you can Euro step your way to the basket around anybody that is wearing a Golden State Warriors uniform. It's been pretty upsetting, this whole road trip, and we got an awful lot today. Festus Ezeli is going to be joining us at 3:30. Really the only guest we have lined up, a few feelers out. We'll let you know if someone else decides to join the party a little bit later on. But otherwise, we got some bad news for the San Francisco Giants with 10 days only remaining between today and opening day. I'll say this, though. They're hanging the bunting up at the ballpark. Like, nothing can really be bad when they're hanging bunting at the ballpark. I saw that today when I was driving past. Lamont Wade Jr., MRI, inflation in that knee. He'll be reevaluated in 10 days, which means he will not be in your opening day lineup. Evan Longoria, surgery to repair a torn ligament. This team needed a right-handed bat this offseason. Did they pick him up? Nah, don't worry. Longoria is he's going to miss the opening day lineup. So we got some Giants news to get into, along with the fact that Logan Webb has been named opening day starter. We got new rules concerning playoff overtime in the NFL, where it's going to be all Detroit everything coming up soon. A whole bunch of stuff to get into today. No Ray Ratto, no problem at all. John Dickinson in this afternoon. It's always good to have JD around, and we got a lot to get into, including, and mostly, like circling Warriors anxiety. There's a lot of it, for right reasons. Like, this is not, the whole, is it time to push the panic button? No, it really wasn't. But now it's time to unlock the key that allows you to access that panic button. Like, it's there. It might be blinking.
You're holding it. You're not pushing it, but you're holding it.
Your hand is over it. Like, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Stop. John Dickinson in today for Ray Ratto. Damon is with you. It's good to have everyone here. It's a very nice day outside. Let's do it. We will find the positivity somewhere the hell in today. I promise you. We're brought to you by Safeway. At Safeway, they partner with trusted top-quality growers, hand-picked fruits and veg, harvested at the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they're perfecting the art of fresh.
tomorrow night. The gunslinging Suns face off against the Warriors at Chase Center.
Jordan Poole with a handle. Comes up the floor and take a three off the dribble. And Poole again from downtown.
Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
It is good to have you along. If you're listening, you're about to hear no Ray Ratto today. If you're watching, I mean, you already knew that because, boom, we fade in, and who do you see? From Casa de JD, such a late addition to today's show. Thank you for coming in, by the way. I do appreciate it, JD. I know you were a last-minute ad today, and very, very much appreciate you stopping on by and hanging out with us today. For Ray, you can watch us on Twitch, on YouTube. I can pretty much assure you that it is boring when it's just me and Ray. It's probably going to be boring with me and JD. But, you know, you can tune in if you want to. You can tune in if you want to, man. The show will be joined by Festus Ezeli in about 12 minutes. Warriors need a big man. Think Festus can give him 10 minutes a night? Right now. 10 minutes a night, Festus. Let's get him a 10-day.
I think you'd like to have him at this point. The question would become who you giving up for that 10 minutes of Festus, and I think that's where it gets a little murky. Maybe you have an easy, quick answer to that. I know a lot of Warrior fans do.
Yeah. Damian Lee, thanks for the memories.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Wow.
That's just you know, you want to pick Juan Toscano-Anderson, you want to pick Bielitsa. I mean, look, you know, Juan Toscano-Anderson is a great story. I like him a lot. Damian Lee, maybe not a great story. I don't dislike him necessarily, but what you're looking at is the NBA equivalent of a quadruple A player. You know, I mean, they're not real NBA players. We made an exception to have these guys kind of on our roster. And that's where I think maybe this team sort of blew it by not adding more talent, but rather sticking with players that were familiar with their system and their coaching staff and just the way they go about doing business. Maybe that's where they sort of, you know, undid the fringes of their roster more than the trade that didn't happen or the big that was not added at the deadline.
Yeah, they got caught for sure on not having a big, I think, because they thought Wiseman was coming back and Bielitsa could give them a different dynamic if you're factoring in that you're going to have Wiseman. I think they liked and wanted to keep some of the players that were positive players for them last year, but keep them in a lesser role, as in, hey, Damian Lee, JTA, you guys have earned a spot on this year's team, but you know what? You're not going to be the 7th and the 8th man. Maybe you're going to be
11th and 12th,
the 10th and the 10th and the 13th, or something like that. And we're break glass when needed, and the young guys are going to get opportunities to play. Sometimes in front of you, sometimes behind you. Set a good example, and we trust you if we have to use you, but we're probably not going to use you as much as last season because at the end of the year, Damon, the Warriors basically had 7 healthy players that could suit up and play by the time they reached the play-in tournament. And I think, you know, if maybe they hadn't had so many injuries and such time missed from the primary players, that would have worked to a better level. But I think you could say that it did work for at least the first half of the year. It was a big reason why the Warriors were at one point, 41-13.
Yeah, it's such a pendulum swing to how the year started and how it's ending. And obviously, you know, who was out there when things are going well? First name Stephen, last name Curry. You know, his absence cannot be understated or unappreciated or dismissed as, well, look at how good the Grizzlies are without Ja Morant. And by the way, it is pretty damn impressive how good the Grizzlies are without their best player in Ja Morant. But it just
18-2,
dude. What I mean, explain that, right? I mean, what there is. You know what? I will explain it. I'm not going to ask you to explain it. I'm going to take a stab at explaining it. They're hungry. They're hungry, man. Never underestimate the appetite of a hungry person. It's hard to run to the table as hard at dinner time when you've been well-fed for years. And I think you're looking at a little of that complacency, maybe creeping into, you know, a little bit of what's wrong with the Warriors in just a touch, or a complacency not built in not playing hard, but just a belief that, yeah, it'll all come back eventually. It'll come back to us. It's who we are. These aren't important games right now, but when the money's down on the table, you're going to get the best out of us. Like that's either real confidence or arrogance. We'll find out, you know, when the playoffs start. It's the answer will be served to us. I can promise you that. Have we got a little bit of a rivalry between the Warriors and Grizzlies? I mean, it's really not one that the Warriors have done well in lately.
I think the Grizzlies think so. I think Dillon Brooks thinks so with the comments that he had about Andre Iguodala not wanting to come and play for them as they were building it going back a couple of years now. And I think just look at the way the Grizzlies play against the Grizzlies play against the Warriors, and this was on display last night where they didn't have maybe their two best players. The Warriors obviously sat everybody among the big three, but the Grizzlies played the Warriors like they hate the Warriors, like they want to punish the Warriors, like they want to be what the Warriors were 5-6 years ago.
Well, if nothing else, Andre Iguodala is an easy target for them to shoot at, and they have reason to not like him. Iguodala gets moved on to Memphis, and he's supposed to show up to be, the mentor in the room, the same position that he's basically holding for the Warriors right now was sort of the position that Memphis was thinking he'll come in and serve with us, but then no, he didn't want to be there. He works a deal to Miami, and Dillon Brooks has not forgotten that.
We all had the vision and he didn't, which is perfect. Send him back to the Warriors and let him do his thing over there. We were in the beginning, we were growing a base. We had a base. And we just kept building and building and building, and more guys got on the train, and we were able to, create something like this and keep building this dynasty and this program up.
I mean, here's this thing that I would tell Dillon Brooks right now. Like, it's all business, especially to a guy like Andre, and here's how all business it is. If today Andre Iguodala for himself could facilitate a trade back to Memphis, he'd do it. He'd do it. Yes. Yeah.
He'd choose Memphis over the Warriors now?
Right now. Knowing what he knows about this season, what's remaining in his career, and how this year might end, I think he would do it. Look, when Iguodala the other day was saying that, they should have made a move, and he wanted to regurgitate that, go get us, what do you want? Bradley Beal was that the name that apparently, Steph, Draymond, Clay, and Iguodala had sort of settled on, or Marcus Thompson said they brought it to Bob Myers, do something. Look, I like Iguodala. I respect the hell out of him. I liked Iguodala as a player before he was a Warrior. I like Iguodala. And he would be the first person to tell you that what I'm about to say is true. He's in business for himself, not the Golden State Warriors. Of course, there's no amount of future assets that Andre Iguodala wasn't willing to risk for this year, since it's his last year. I mean, of course Andre Iguodala was ready to give up the farm and any concept of youth to keep this thing going in years beyond his own career. He's a selfish businessman and an opportunist, and I'm not saying that that's even a bad thing for him to be, but it's who he is. He's willing to have traded, draft picks, Wiseman, Jordan Poole, whatever combination you could think of, and that might have made the Warriors a little bit better this year, might have given them the single best shot to be successful this year, but it would also turn them into the end of the Kobe Bryant era Lakers. Guaranteed it ends horrifically bad, coming to a screeching halt once people started walking away. Here is what the Warriors are worried about. Not this year. Bob Myers and Steph Curry, who are the only two guys whose worries matter. All due respect to Draymond Green and Klay Thompson, you guys are along for the ride, straight up. This is about Steph Curry and Bob Myers' plan. And their plan is this window's open 4 more years. 4. That's how many years Steph has remaining on his contract. This isn't the Warriors are really doing all these veterans a disservice if they don't go out and win a title this year. Of course that's what Andre Iguodala thinks. Andre Iguodala's got 3 months left as an NBA player. Tops. That's it.
Yeah, and he keeps bringing up the money thing, too, as if, and I think that's rubbed me a little bit the wrong way, almost as, hey, I'm a minimum player, so hey, if I'm a minimum player, that means you're only getting 25 or 30 games out of me. If you had paid me $10 million a year instead of $2.5 million a year, maybe I would have given you 50 instead of 30 games. But you're only paying me 2.5. So
you know what, JD?
I got everybody.
I think that was part of the deal when they made it. I mean, I think that's why Andre Iguodala took it. He said, "Look, yeah, I'll be happy to come on in as a veteran minimum. I'll be a little bit more of a mentor to you." But you're not getting 50 games out of me. Like, I'm not going to work hard for that salary. I'm just, you pay me to be around, and I'll start the year looking good for you and hopefully wrap up the year looking good for you. But you got a lot of players to develop in the regular season that we've all agreed doesn't hardly matter anymore. So, yeah, don't ask me for heavy minutes. You ain't paying me for heavy minutes. I think that Bob Myers and Andre Iguodala had that under-the-table agreement in the first place. He didn't come back here because he loves the Golden State Warriors. If he could have gotten $5 million out of the Knicks, he would have.
The issue, though, is, Damon, it looks like they need Andre Iguodala now, and you don't know if you're going to have Andre Iguodala at the level that he was able to give you at the beginning of the year, because that was the start. Like, bringing him as a mentor for the veteran minimum, like, that did make basketball sense, and it made sense whether he played a lot or didn't play a lot. That part I was on. But when you actually watch the way the season started, he was playing a lot more than I think anybody anticipated, and he was helping them win, and he was a big part of a lot of their bigger wins this season. And now it almost feels like, for all the discussion about the two timelines for this season, for them to max out this season, he's going to have to be a major part of this rotation.
Right. And, he's talking about the two timelines. Andre's only interested in one timeline.
You're right about that.
His own.
Yeah,
so,
you're right about that.
The whole, Warrior fans are up in arms over Andre Iguodala's comments because they came from the Oracle himself, so it must be true. No, Andre Iguodala isn't in this for what is best for the Warriors long term. He's in it what is best for him short term, which, of course, his goals short term and the Warriors' goals short term should be on the same track. But the Warriors are not a short term basketball team. They're not. They can't be. This is why Kuminga and Poole and, Moody and hopefully James Wiseman are the guys that, look, especially with Clay coming back this year for the first time in so long, this really wasn't supposed to be the year. Now, it's not supposed to crash and burn like this at the end either, but this really never in my mind was the year where, oh, yeah, and they're going to go back to the Western Conference Finals and they're going to be a challenger. Then they got out of that, gangbusters pace to start the season. I always thought it was next year that was going to be the very, very important year in terms of how is this still a dynasty holding on, or is it time to start looking to the new chapter? But remember, the window is Steph Curry's contract, which goes far beyond the end of this year. John Dickinson in for Ray Ratto today. Damon Bruce here. Damon and Ray on 95.7 The Game, but it's Damon and JD today, and we're very happy to say hello to Festus Ezeli. Nice enough to join us here talking about what, Festus, we were saying, that's got to be the most brutal road trip the Warriors have had since, 2014, in a year where they were supposed to really be competing. We'll forget the Steph Curry injury year. We'll just wipe that first year at Chase Center away like it never happened. That was a really, really bad road trip.
David, JD, what's going on, fellas? Yes, that was really hard to watch. I'm not gonna lie. I'm doing the commentary pre and post game for the Warriors now, and that was the first time I think in my commentary short career so far where I'm watching the game and thinking, "Wow, I don't know that I can watch any more of this." And that's nothing like the Golden State Warriors that we're used to. Obviously, with the circumstances that they're dealing with right now, with injuries and trying to integrate people back into the system. There's just a lot of moving parts right now for the Warriors, and it's definitely Steve Kerr's job is definitely cut off for him as they're going to these playoffs.
As you look at the last 6 games, Festus, and let's just say Steph Curry's not playing in the final 6. Game 1, round 1, you set his return off to the side there. What is possible to be learned? What does Steve Kerr say in these final 6 games? What does he demand? Because I know he's talked a lot about defense and getting back to the defensive integrity, even without, and it just hasn't happened. So what's left for him to try and implore this team to accomplish in these final 6 games?
Like I said, there's a lot of moving parts of this to this whole thing, right? Like, even last night, one of the positives is the fact that Andre Iguodala came back. And so you're looking at the game like that, and they were down by as much as 30-something that game. And even in a game like that, Andre Iguodala leaves the game, and he is the only plus positive in the plus-minus column, meaning that when he was on the floor, his leadership, his presence, his defense, whatever it is, it helped the team to be positive. And so you keep thinking, you can't judge this team based on what it's showing right now because there are so many injuries and to the key pieces. So what is Steve Kerr saying? When you had 20 games left in the season, you started dealing with injuries. You started dealing with Draymond's injuries, now Steph's injuries. And so you started to think, okay, let's take this one step at a time. Let's build the young fellas' confidence up. Let Jordan Poole keep his confidence up because they need him going to the playoffs. Let's integrate Clay back into the system. Let's get Draymond going, right? And then, Draymond's in and out, and he's not playing back-to-backs, and so that's something you got to manage. And as the games keep winding down, it just seems like they're getting a little bit more and more off. And so what I would do in this case is let's just focus on one thing at a time. Obviously, in the Miami Heat game, that was the one positive, right? In the Miami Heat game, this is the number one team in the East. The Warriors came in with no Draymond, no Steph, no Clay, no Andre, no Otto Porter, and win that game. That is a big step because that means that the depth is there. The young guys can play. They have young talent on this team. You talk about Jordan Poole, you talk about Kuminga, you talk about even all the way to Belly, who was one of the vets. And so they have a lot of depth on this team. And so what you can do now is build that defensive integrity back up, which is get back to the shell drill. They have to now micromanage. They have to now look at each single possession as a way to get better because you only have 6 games to get better before these playoffs. There's still a chance. We're not wiping it off and saying the Warriors can't do it. They definitely can, but their work is very, very much cut out for them as they go into this last stretch here. And it's just about making sure that the defense is back moving together and the offense. We have shot makers on the team, and the offense just needs to get back to the flow, to the moving the ball, to the cutting, the things that they did very well at the first half of the season.
Festus Ezeli here on 95.7 The Game. So I don't even want to ask about should they have added a big man. There's an awful lot of hindsight being 2020. A lot of people aren't second-guessing this. They're first-guessing it, saying that they needed to add a big man. They didn't. I don't really want to ask you about that because that ship has sailed. It's no big man is getting added with 6 games left. So they are who they are, and that's all who they are and all who they're going to be going into the postseason. But so much has been made of how hard it is for a big man to integrate himself into this offense. As a big man who integrated himself into this offense, can you tell me what the challenges are and why it is so difficult?
I don't know why that is a thing, because I think that every big man that has come to the system has thrived. Starting with, myself, Bogut, and Mo Spates, and JaVale McGee coming in later, Boogie Cousins comes in. I feel like big men have thrived under the system. This system is for a lot of people. It's just for guards to move the ball, for bigs to set great screens for Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and for Draymond Green to make plays off of the pick and roll mismatches. And so I love the way that this system works. I love the way the bigs game. If Wiseman was on this team right now, he would be killing it, right? Because what do they miss right now? They need rim protection. They miss those lobs. The lobs that you throw to the big man. When I'm sitting in the dunker as a big man, they throw lobs to the big man when the other guard or other big man overcommits and tries to help on the Draymond's drive, right? You miss the rim protection. You miss the rim running. You miss the offensive rebounding, the rebounding. These are little things that it makes a big difference. And now you can say in hindsight that they do need a big man. They thought that Wiseman was going to come back. They put a lot of faith in him coming into this season. And injuries happen. That's what happens with a lot of different teams. You can't, the Denver Nuggets lost Jamal Murray, was it last year or 2 years ago? They lost Jamal Murray, who was their point guard, that made them lose their season essentially, and they were not their full selves. That's what happens in every NBA season. You have to just recalibrate and adjust as the season is going on. I think that's what the Warriors are trying to do right now.
Festus, so when you look at what's ahead, who are the guys that you know for sure are going to be playing in a playoff rotation? Because Steve Kerr has adjusted it so many different times. He likes to play everybody, and that's a credit to him. Not a lot of coaches are that way. He wants to keep everybody involved. But as you look at it right now, how much are we really going to see Kuminga in the playoffs or Moody? Because he's hinted at it, but then you look at Iguodala last night, and I'm starting to think, you know what? When push comes to shove, I think we're going to know that it's going to be Porter, and it's going to be Peyton, and it's going to be Iguodala, and it's going to be Poole and the starters. And then how many minutes are there really going to be for everybody else? How do you sort of parse that out?
I think that is a little bit of putting the cart before the horse, because in this case right now, you're dealing with a season where there's so many people out with injuries from one night to the next night. And so when you say Steve Kerr likes to play everybody, it's just the idea that he plays whoever is available. And so when you have a season that has been marred with injuries like the Warriors season has been so far, of course you have to play everybody, right? As you get down normally in the regular season, with no injuries, barring injuries, you go down the season and you start to figure out who your key guys are, who the guys are going to be the guys who play well together, who have chemistry together. And then based on those kind of rotations, then you can figure out what your lineup is going to be, who your guys are going to be as you go into the playoffs. Well, there has been no consistency in terms of the lineup so far, because there's one guy out, there's another guy out, and it's just been a mismatch, a mission. I don't even know how you would say that, just a mashup of different lineups. So that's what you've seen so far, and that's why when I say Steve Kerr's job is cut out for him, it's just the idea that as you go into the playoffs, he doesn't know who's going to be the guys, because Kuminga has played well. In a season like this, actually, the young guys are actually playing well, and the veterans are the ones who are dealing with some injuries and they're trying to be integrated into the system. So this is a very new season. This is a rare opportunity for these young guys to really show their marks here in these last 6 games to make sure that they're the ones who are called when the playoffs start.
We go with a smorgasbord of lineups. Should we go with that smorgasbord? Hey, Festus, I tell you what, man, you have been a great addition to the pre and post that I've been watching all season and halftime. You're doing a really good job. It puts even more pressure on Bonte to up his suit game. I mean, he's still living that off the rack life. You got guys who got tailors on that suit.
Don't call my teammate out, man. Dang. That is my guy. Bonte has been doing a great job of setting us up. He actually makes my job very easy. I got Bonte, I got Darrell right to my left, and I got Mully on my right, and it's just been fun. It really has been a fun new journey for me, because I didn't even know that this was something that I wanted to do, but it's a chance for me to be close to the game. Another thing that the Warriors fans have noticed is the fact that I keep saying we when I talk about the team, but that's because I feel like I'm still a part of it, and I feel like I'm still home. And when you have Steph, Clay, and Draymond, who are my guys still on the team, I love it here. So, yes, this is home, and I'm happy to be here.
You're doing a great job, man. I've enjoyed the presence on the show, and just don't totally outdress my boy, because that's my guy too. Thank you.
Steph gave me the nickname Swag Zealy, so I got to live up to that.
There you go. That's pressure. It really is. Festus, thank you so much for joining us, man. It was a pleasure.
I appreciate you guys. Oh, by the way, one last thing. Everybody is listening. I have a podcast called Rebuilding the Beast, where I tell these amazing stories of people's comebacks, and it's really inspiring. And please go follow on Instagram as well.
Absolutely.
Rebuilding the Beast.
Rebuilding the Beast with Festus Ezeli. Check it out. Subscribe. Smash it, kids. That's what they say these days. Thank you very much. Festus Ezeli. Great stuff, man. Guy wants to be a broadcaster. It's going to happen. It is happening. JD, he's going to put people like you and me out of work.
Yeah, no doubt. And he's doing a great job, and we're all in trouble because of it. There's no doubt about it. I've always been a big Festus guy myself.
He knows much more about basketball than we ever possibly could. And 5 days into it, he's already better broadcasters than both of us. So we're in trouble. We're in trouble. Festus Ezeli, really good stuff. Again, my man Bonte is doing a hell of a job. Is it season 3 for him or 2 for him doing pre and post?
2, I believe.
Is it 2? And does COVID blur in there?
I think it's 1. That's how long the season has been.
No, it's definitely his second season.
All right, 2.
If not his first. Is it?
That's 2. Yep, it's 2.
I don't know, but he's just done an awesome job. He's just doing an awesome job. And my kid recognizes him on TV. Every single Jack going, Bonte, zoo, because he saw him met him at the zoo. So he thinks Bonte, he thinks zoo instantly because he met him at his daughter's birthday party at the zoo. So Jack says, Bonte, zoo, every single time he sees him. Even got a shout out. He got a shout out one night from Bonte too on TV. He got very excited about that. Beyond personal childhood shout outs, he's doing a great job. It's a good pre and post game. Thanks to Festus for joining us. That was a bad road trip for the Warriors. We've been talking about it since the show started. When we come on back, JD, we need to get into a little NFL. We'll come back to the Warriors before it's all said and done today. But there is news coming out of the owners' meetings. We got Roger Goodell talking about possible suspensions coming out of owners' meetings. And I will let you know who apparently persona non grata is coming out of owners' meetings. Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance, we have sound. Stick around for that. If you're on hold, stay right there. We're going to come back and talk to you. 888-957-9570. Damon and Ratto with John Dickinson in this afternoon here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Hi, this is George with New Life Property Investments, and I buy houses in cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 925-490-2000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price.
Today to book your visit. Go ahead and text the word Warriors to 20357. Everything that we do that is Warriors conversation goes right there. So that's pretty much the entire first 45 minutes of today's show. John Dickinson in for Ray Ratto today. We've been talking about the Warriors, who have just been wildly disappointing on this road trip. They aren't just losing games, they're losing games in embarrassing fashion. And just to kind of put the fine point on it before we start looking at the 49ers and turning our attention to the NFL a little bit here. You know, someone from the Comcast Business text line, JD, says, I don't want to be negative, but it just feels like a first-round exit for the Dubs. I'm a lifetime Warriors fan. I appreciate everything I've seen, but it's looking like I might not get to see lift another trophy one more time. That's too far. Who knows what next year, the year after, or then even the year after that look like. Steph has still got 4 more years on his contract. This is not his last bite at the apple. But I do agree that I don't think they're going to get a bite at the apple this year either. Even though they're not totally plugged in, they shouldn't look like they're on this much life support.
Yes, although I do think how this year ends goes a long way toward determining how many more opportunities they're going to have at it in the future. To me, they need to end this season with some level of positivity and positivity even in defeat, right? That they came back, they got it together. They won a series or maybe even 2 and ultimately just didn't have enough, but yet you feel like you saw enough to where if you add to it and you have everybody back next year, you've got one more ride, and then we'll see what the young guys have in the tank, because I think the young guys carry you those last 2 years that you'd be talking about after next year. So I think that's kind of where I'm at on it, Damon.
And I think, you know, the young guys either turn into the players that are the foundation of your future, or they become now recognized, honest-to-God, NBA valuable entities that are turned into the trade package that gets you the player that you didn't necessarily take a swing at this year. Like, there will be so many options to better this roster in the future. Like, I agree with you. It's better to end a year on a good note than a bad note all the time. But I really don't see how it's connected other than through a good feeling, because next year is Steph, Clay, Draymond back, all under contract. Wiggins back under contract. Jordan Poole is going to be back. You've got your rookies, obviously. They're going to be back. You're going to have, hopefully, cross your heart, hope to die, James Wiseman eventually stepping onto the court. And I think you trim some of the fat in Bielitsa and, you know, Lee and JTA maybe. Ironically, your free agent is Kevon Looney, right? Like, Kevon is going to be up for a bigger contract at the end of this year. So that's a situation that you're going to have to look at. But I still think that all of the available moves that are in their future are going to be available to them, whether they wrap this up well or not this year. I mean, Bob Myers has got more than just this year on his mind, which might have undercut this year a little bit, but I do think it's the right and proper long-term plan.
But if it fractures the culture because it ends in a bad way, where all of a sudden maybe Draymond and Clay have different agendas, and there's a blame for what could have been that wasn't because of moves that maybe weren't made, a la what Andre Iguodala was getting about. Because I think the other part is maybe Iguodala was speaking for all 3 of those guys, right? Like, we can all sit here and say, well, they're on board with the plan of the 2 timelines, and I'm with you on what Iguodala was saying as far as, okay, his plan is he's got a handful of games plus the playoffs left and he's out. But you know what? He's tight with the other 3. So I think the other part of the equation is going to be, if you don't win it this year, what's the easiest way to get as far as possible next year? And does it pop up again where the vets want some of the young guys to maybe be spent as capital to get somebody else in that gives you a realistic chance, more realistic than this year, to win a title next year. So I think all of that is in play here, and it's all pending how this team winds up ending this season.
Brian is in Palo Alto. Brian, you're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Yeah, I think what the vets think is becoming less relevant and could be completely irrelevant. Other than Steph, Clay's been a net negative on the court, right? So Clay literally makes the team worse when he's on the court. He takes oxygen from Jordan Poole and Wiggins. And quite frankly, Jordan Poole at $3 million a year is a better player than Klay Thompson at $40 million a year. I'm not talking about 2017. I'm talking about 2022. And to me, Poole, Kuminga, I think, is going to be a superstar. Wiseman, I don't have any real belief is going to materialize. But, Draymond has missed 90 games the last 3 years. He's 32. You got to be in some sort of denial to think that you're just going to run it back and get 60 games out of Draymond. It's not going to happen.
No, I mean, I agree with you there. And I was going to actually save it for a little bit later on today in the show. But, Brian, thank you so much for calling. And since you did bring it up, I mean, look, the situation with Draymond is officially, even if it's good, it's not good, right? I mean, even if it's good, it's not good. I really like the self-awareness that he's had, saying, I'm not quite who I want to be right now. He was very, very... he was doing an awful lot of self-evaluation, and he was being hard on himself, and rightfully so. He's not happy with the way he's playing, and that's a saving grace right now. But, yeah, I mean, even if Draymond Green spends this entire offseason getting into the best shape of his life, what has he got? He's under contract for 164 more games. Does he play 85 of those 164 more games? That becomes a real question. And of those 85 games he actually gets out there and plays, how many of them are really like Draymond Green, roaring lion, defensive player of the year candidate Draymond Green? How many of those games do you think he's got left in his body, JD? 30? 40? Does Draymond Green have 50 great NBA games left in his body?
I don't know the answer to that question, Damon, and I'll let you continue, but if you think it's that low, then I'm curious as to why you would think the championship window is open at all for the next 4 years or the duration of Steph Curry's contract. Because the one thing I will say, what I don't see, and this is in line with what the caller was saying, to come back at him, I don't see Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, and James Wiseman being on their own the next wave of Steph, Clay, and Draymond, and they're going to be running it in 2025 like it was 2015. That I think is way over our skis.
I agree. I did not mean to sound like that. Oh yeah, and these next three guys are the next three great NBA players that they'll, whatever they replace Chase Center with one day, they'll be the guys who built that. No. I just think that Draymond, look, when he's out there and he is at his war daddy Draymond best, he is an incredibly valuable piece to this team. But he now has what is two of the scariest words in sports: bad back. Bad back. Bad backs are the kind of things that either, thank God, either the doctor or you or Mother Nature or a frickin' miracle or a priest laid hands on you, you went to Lourdes, got dipped in the holy waters, and you're fine again, or it's a lingering issue that takes down players as great as Larry Bird was. I mean, that's what bad backs are. Bad backs to an NBA player are never a good thing and can be completely career-altering in some cases, if not career-ending in other cases. Now, Klay Thompson might have finally given up the GOAT, whether he meant to or not, or maybe this is just, Dr. Klay reporting to a press conference and he really doesn't know, but this is what Klay Thompson had to say about what Draymond's been playing through.
You got to give Dre a few more games. I mean, he was out with a really serious injury, so it's going to take some time for him to catch his rhythm, and there's nothing wrong with that. Just a herniated disc is nothing to play with, and I know he's our leader, and without him, we won't go where we want to go.
I would agree with that. Herniated disc. You know, we heard L4, L5, maybe bulging disc, maybe a little sciatica, a little nerve pinch. He says herniated disc, a full-fledged disc herniation. I mean, remember when the phrase sports hernia became in vogue a few years ago in sports? Sure. Is it a sports hernia? Is it a hernia? Is it your grandfather's hernia? What kind of hernia is it?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to, but it does go a long way toward explaining why Draymond doesn't look like Draymond. Now, I think part of it is it's been 2 weeks. Let's give it a little time to shake out, and he's not playing the second of back-to-backs at this point, but they're running out of time. And I know Steve Kerr pregame yesterday expressed an awful lot of calm confidence, and I'm sure he's done it when he's been on with you and Ray, that they're going to figure it out, that he believes they can figure it out, even if it is game one, round one, that they have the ability to do it. But every game that goes by that Draymond doesn't look like Draymond, and then you start to learn more as to why that may be, it makes you more skeptical that he's ever going to be able to get back to being Draymond for this season. We can set aside the future for the moment, but for this season, if they're going to have any shot at making a legitimate run, Draymond's got to be Draymond.
Do you think that happens? Because I don't think it's available to him this year. Like I'm hearing a level of self-doubt that if you're not paying attention to it, I think you're missing it.
No, I agree with that, and I think I think it's also if it does happen, for how long? Can he find it in the first round and they win? And then you've got you're 25% of the way there. And I think that's the thing that's becoming more and more clear to me as things play out. It's not a matter of can the Warriors win a playoff series, although they could very quickly be in danger in the first round of the playoffs. I think we all would agree about that at this point.
Well, I mean, it's Draymond Green versus, Jokic. Gobert. Or, in the second round, is that DeAndre Ayton waiting for him?
Well, that's the thing. Can you win 4 rounds with Draymond? Not at that. No, you can't. That's sort of where I've gotten. It's how even if Draymond can keep it together for the first round, we've seen how the playoffs, both in the series the Warriors have won, Damon, and in the series where they've lost during their dynastic experience. Teams just break. The Warriors have physically broken teams, and other teams have physically broken them. And a lot of times that determines who wins the championship and who doesn't. And it's a stretch for me to believe where Draymond is right now. He can get it together, but can he get it together and keep it together for 4 playoff rounds against 4 formidable opponents? I think that's where it becomes a tough ask.
I think that's what keeps Steve Kerr awake at night. Welcome, one and all, to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
There he is. Here's our big guy.
That one gets me every time.
What's great is when we have a guest on who is unfamiliar with that, and we have to play it like for Bob Costas because the interview went long. And they have to hear that. That's one of my favorite times in the show. JD in for Ray Ratto today. It's me. We have nothing kind of but open lines, and we're guest free the rest of the way, which is great because we got an awful lot to talk about. We've been talking Warriors basketball for a solid hour. It's time to turn our attention to the 49ers. Let's start with 3 announcements. Number 1, Ross Dwelly's back, baby. 1-year deal for the tight end. Announcement number 2. Running back Jeff Wilson Jr. is back, baby. Not exactly the offseason you were hoping for, right? I mean, but there it is. 1-year deal for Jeff Wilson Jr. No one thinks he's bad. The question is he healthy enough to play today? And number 3, Elton John's coming to Levi Stadium this October. A 1-show deal, baby. Any interest in going to Elton John?
Yeah, I'd go.
It's a great show.
I'd go see Elton John. This is it, right? Isn't this his last tour as well? I think it is.
I'll say this about Elton John. The last time I saw him, it was also his last tour. So,
okay.
It's one of those.
That's a good point.
He's going to go out.
Fair point.
He's going to go out like Streisand or Cher, which is on brand for him in so many different ways. But he is absolutely going to have at least 3 final tours ever. I mean, Ozzy Osbourne right now is in like his 15th final tour ever. So,
well, the pandemic can mull it up a little bit.
Totally.
And, it was supposed to be 2020, and then that became 2023. Who's counting?
You know what? I'm going to give you a little advice, JD. Anytime you can sell out Levi Stadium, book the stadium and sell it out. Whether it was supposed to be the last JD broadcast ever or not, if you're selling out all Levi Stadium, you should just tell people it's that, sell it out, and then 8 months later be like, it's my last broadcast, and see if you can do that again. So look, Levi Stadium.
My heirs will thank me.
No, generational wealth, baby. Elton John, Jeff Wilson Jr., Ross Dwelly, all in the mix for the upcoming season.
Wait, you said Saquon Barkley, right?
No, Ross Dwelly.
Oh, okay. I thought when you said Jeff Wilson Jr., you said, it's not exactly. I thought I misheard you. You said Saquon Barkley.
No, kidding. I did. No.
Because that would have, I think, 49er fans a little bit more excited at this point.
Oh, excuse me. I did mean. No, I didn't. No. It's not been a sexy offseason for the San Francisco 49ers. I think anyone who follows this team closely would admit to that. Anyone who follows this team from a distance would tell you that. They have not splashed any headline but for what they have not done. And what they have not done is obviously the biggest story of their offseason. They have not cut bait on Jimmy Garoppolo. Let me just ask, before I lead the witness in any way, shape, or form, JD, what if Jimmy Garoppolo is on this roster week 1? What's your first reaction to that?
Asking for trouble. The 49ers are asking for trouble would be the short and sweet version, Damon.
We think alike. We do. Because here's the deal. I'm not ready to crucify the Niners for something that hasn't happened yet, right? We can't really be angry at things that haven't happened. So we don't know if Jimmy's going to be here to trump or hold back what's supposed to be the future in any way, shape, or form. If he is still here, I don't even know if you could make the argument that they botched this thing to high heaven, because if I told you right now that Trey Lance in week 3 broke his collarbone at the goal line and your backup quarterback was then Jimmy Garoppolo the rest of the way, you'd feel pretty good about it, right?
You'd be happy to have that $25 million backup quarterback at that point?
Yes, you would. You'd be very happy to have Jimmy Garoppolo at that point. Having said all that, you are so right. They're setting this up for a level of awkward that almost borders on vanity. You like No Country for Old Men? Have you ever seen that movie?
Sure.
So when Tommy Lee Jones is at like his uncle's ranch and he drives out there and he makes the really ugly pot of coffee and they're having a discussion about how people in his family have been died and killed and whatnot, and he's thinking about hanging it up, and he's basically, saying that it's time for me to just get out of the being a sheriff business. And the old man looks at him and says, not everything is waiting on you. And to think that it is, that's vanity. And I think the Niners are basically going to try to walk the tightrope of having a quarterback room that would spit in the face of what has been normal quarterback room hierarchy since the dawn of quarterbacking time. If they were really to have a young rookie deal and an incumbent who's still in the room at $26 million, who's now supposed to be the backup. Like, I understand that Jimmy is a good soldier and he's a pro. He can't be that much of a pro, right? Like, that's asking for a level of sainthood that I don't know if Saint Jimmy's got in him.
Well, and here's why I think they're asking for trouble along those lines. If you listen to, which I know you did, the final press conference that Jimmy Garoppolo had after they lost the NFC Championship game, he was done.
He's already said goodbye.
He was done.
That's another.
He was done.
Exactly.
Like all we talk about, Damon, is how the 49ers want to move on and the 49ers want to trade him. To me, the internal conversations between Jimmy Garoppolo and the 49ers, it was a two-way street. It was the Niners saying, "Hey, we're going to try to trade you. Trey Lance is going to be our guy." But I also think it was Jimmy Garoppolo and his camp saying, "I did this once. I was a good soldier. I was a pro. I'm not doing it again under any circumstances." And I almost thought the tone that he took in that press conference was putting it out there in a manner where everybody knew it can't be done anymore.
Right.
He kind of burned the bridge, I thought, a little bit, in a way.
You're right. It came across as, you're welcome, don't ask for any more favors.
Yes. Yes, because he put it out there in blunter terms than I thought at the time the 49ers wanted it put out there. It was like, wow, he's gone. And I thought the Niners almost would have said, hey, Jimmy, can you be a little bit more cryptic about it? Because that would help us try and trade you. And it felt like he didn't care. It was, I'm not going to help you. I'm not going to help you now. Right. I already helped you for the last year after you drafted my replacement.
Right. I already carried your luggage from your car to the room. I'm not going to unpack it for you too. Like they're at the minute the NFC Championship game was over, Jimmy was ready to clock out. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind, and you can't begrudge him for that, right?
And everybody in that locker room knew it too. From being, I was in LA, and the championship game, and to a man, everybody that came into that press conference room down at SoFi, there was a sense of finality, the sense of that era of 49ers football was over. Not what a lot of these players can do in the future, but that era of the last 3 or 4 years with Garoppolo, it was done. There was a finality to it, to where, boy, you're asking for something if he's still on the team once they actually have to start practicing again.
And it would just feel like Shanahan is trying to prove, I can go against the normal order that the universe has established for quarterbacks and transition of power. Like, we can basically mentally cut bait, yet not actually cut bait, not contractually cut bait, and have it all come back and kumbaya ourselves through another year of everybody's a good teammate. I just don't think football works like that. If they've got that, then sure, by all means. Once your team is put together, it doesn't matter who gets paid what, as long as the pieces fit. I even saw Jed York today have a really good, like, how many times have you said this? Jed York spoke to the media and came away with a couple of really good quotes. Jed York spoke to the media today and came across with a couple really, really good quotes, and we'll get to them eventually here when we come back from break and tell you what Jed said. But it feels like Kyle Shanahan is trying to prove, I'm smarter than everyone, if he tries to run that back again. Now, I also think that Jimmy should rehab this shoulder as much as he possibly can on 49er dime to make himself ready to go and be traded. I understand why they wouldn't want to cut bait with him at this particular time, even though the mental divorce feels like it's already occurred. But contractually, this guy's still a Niner. Contractually, they think that they can get something out of that other than we're going to cut him and create about $25 million worth of cap space, which, since free agency is basically kind of over, I don't know how you'd be using it anyway at this particular time for a big splashy name that you haven't seen yet. They got caught with a depreciating asset in a receding market, and now we're talking economics, aren't we? It's the economics of football. Class will be back in session in just a little bit. Overtime rules have been tweaked down at the Breakers and the owners meeting. We got some sound from, like I said, Jed York, Roger Goodell, Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch. All the fat cats talk today. We'll come back with some sound for you next here on 95.7 The Game. John Dickinson in for Ray Ratto. It's Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Safeway. At Safeway, they partner with top trusted quality growers, handpicked fruits and veg harvested the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway Produce Department today. See how they're perfecting the art of fresh.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait, you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us.
From the game.
It is good to have you along today. It's great to have JD along today in for Ray Ratto. Thank you so much for being here. We got new NFL overtime rules in the postseason. That's how it's going. The playoff tweak has officially been implemented. Each team, JD, is going to get a possession in overtime in the playoffs. Fine, I guess, for people who think everything's got to be totally even, Steven, you got to cut the baby directly in half no matter what at all the time. Okay, I guess you're happy. This is a win for you. I was more than comfortable with asking the defense to prevent a touchdown to meet in order to keep on playing, like the field goal thing. I get it. Well, if you get sixed, game over. I was cool with that too. Let's call it what it is. This is the Josh Allen rule. This is the Buffalo. This is the Josh Allen rule in Buffalo. In Kansas City. That game was in Kansas City last year, and it was an awesome game. I mean, we wanted more, but we didn't get any more because what happened? Travis Kelce happened. Or was it the week before that Travis Kelce happened? Either way.
Travis Kelce happens every time Travis Kelce plays.
He happens a lot. So the Chiefs end up winning because they score right away in overtime, and Josh Allen, who was playing the equivalent of a quarterbacking perfect game at that point, didn't even get to touch the ball. And everyone complained, or at least enough people complained, where they knew how they have this tweak. I didn't need it. The NFL insists it needs it. Fans say they want it. All right, give it to them. I'm glad it's just a playoff tweak. That's not something that's going to happen in the regular season.
Yeah, I like it. And I think a couple of games come to mind. The one that you mentioned in Kansas City, the AFC Championship game, I think, 2018 season between the Patriots and the Chiefs, where the Chiefs had the big comeback and the Patriots got the ball in the overtime. They go down and score in that one. I think whenever you do have one of these games that is that back and forth, oh my God, as you like to say, maximum football, you just want to see, you just want more football.
Ray's not here today, so, we can play it without getting someone angry and grumpy.
Maximum!
Love it. Love it. Yeah, I think sometimes we just don't want to see games like that end. So to me, what it does, just from a fan standpoint, just from a lover of sports standpoint, you're going to get a shot to see both guys go at it. And if it winds up in the same place because defense isn't being played, then it winds up in the same place, right? There's a very high likelihood, Damon, in that game that from this past playoff, the Chiefs were going to score, the Bills were going to score, and then the Chiefs were going to go score again because they were going to get the ball after the Bills did.
It was an awesome game. It was great. I get why they wanted it to keep going, but eventually you got to end these things. And here's the deal. I was thinking about this. So football, it can only expand so much more, right? You could, I guess you could bump it up to 34 or 36 teams. That there's game number 17 right now. Before you and I die, JD, there'll be an 18th game. Before my children pass away, there will be 20 games in an NFL regular season. There's only so much that they're going to be able to do. At some point, they're just going to say, let's go to 18-minute quarters. Let's just go to 18-minute quarters. We want longer games. People are addicted. They don't tune away at any level, whether it's a good game or a bad game. Fantasy, gambling, everyone's addiction to this sport just keeps them watching. How can we give them more football? Well, we can't schedule more games. We can't really add any more teams. Let's have 18-minute quarters. It'll happen. At some point, they're going to tweak the length of the quarters to get in more commercial time.
Wouldn't surprise me. And I think as far as the 18 game goes, I think that's within the next, I think that's going to happen before 2030. To me, in the next 8 years, it may even be in the next 5 years or so, the 18th game comes in because you're going to want to even the schedule, 9 home, 9 away, enough of this alternating stuff, and you're mixing in the international sites. The other thing that the league wants to do, and I'm sure you've talked about this, but if you haven't, they want to be able to move the Super Bowl one more weekend in the future. because what that does is it puts you right in that President's Day weekend for the Super Bowl, and then you get the President's Day holiday on the Monday as the day after the Super Bowl. You make it a 3-day weekend, and then you also push the NBA right out of their All-Star weekend and make them have it some other time, probably the week before. But I think that's a real just NFL, hey, we're coming for everybody to just tell the NBA, you know what? You don't own President's Day weekend anymore because we're taking it from you with the Super Bowl.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, whatever it takes to make as much money as possible is clearly what the NFL is willing to do. So, more football, more overtime, more playoffs. I get it. How about more Jed York? Normally, less Jed York is the right amount. But today,
what year is this?
You know, look, it was the owners' meeting, and they're at the Breakers in Florida. Jed can afford a corner suite there, so he goes on down, and of course, it's the owners' meeting. So when you get a microphone put in front of your face, I'm not going to accuse you of doing anything wrong by speaking into that microphone. As a matter of fact, there's an expectation that you might actually say something during an owners' meeting. Well, here's what Jed York had to say about what he thinks this long into the Lynch-Shanahan relationship. Let's call it that.
Because we have the right people around, because we have the right culture, like we're willing to be able to fight and figure out how to get better from those near misses to give us a chance to get back into it. And I think it's a healthier group. It's a more productive group of people that we're around. That pisses me off to lose. But there's some things that are just out of your control, and you have to be able to deal with that. And if you're going to deal with adversity, you better have a really, really good group of people with you. And I can't imagine two better people to be with than Kyle and John to get through tough times.
And there have been tough times. There have been tough times really not brought upon by negligent decisions, although like any NFL roster, you can circle a name and say that was a mistake, that's too much, shouldn't have done that, should have drafted the guy who's on the other team. Every single team comes with a list that sounds just like that. But what happens when things go wrong? What happens when you're out of players who are healthy players? Do you still have a good culture? And the Niners can say, yeah. I mean, here's the thing. They have not always played successfully for Kyle Shanahan. I've never seen this team quit on a football game during the Kyle Shanahan tenure. Like, they do play their rear ends off, whether they got a shot to win or lose today. And Jed, I think, is thankful for that. He just said, even when things aren't going well, and even though the world looks at a W or an L to gauge is this success or failure, I like what I see. And I think in some ways he should.
That was the biggest win of the 2021 season for Jed York and for the 49ers. It was the fact that they dealt with the adversity that they did in that season specifically, made the playoffs as opposed to not on the final day of the regular season, and then made a run. And even though they didn't get to the Super Bowl or win the Super Bowl, what that year solidified the culture. Because let me tell you something, Damon, and you know this. If the 49ers had lost Week 18 against the Rams and had not made the playoffs, this whole thing would have a completely different tone. The tone at that point would be you've made the playoffs one time since Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have been here. Now, a lot of different reasons why, quarterback injuries among them. They're all legitimate discussion points. But if you've made the playoffs one time in what would be 5 years at that point, you're not taking the tone that you're taking today if you're Jed York. So that this season solidified everything. It's no longer a house of cards. The foundation of what Jed York believed he had is actually in place now, and this year proved it.
I agree with that. So, obviously, any and all questions about the Niners get to Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance quickly. And Kyle Shanahan has got some things to say about his quarterbacks. I don't have the sound from Jed York, but I want to read you the quote from ESPN.com that I thought was just a great answer out of Jed when asked, hey, what are you going to do with two quarterbacks? You're trying to, if you really do bring Jimmy back, you are going to upset what has been the natural order of quarterbacking rooms. Are you seriously going to try to do that in any way, shape, or form? And I thought Jed York's answer is one of the best he's ever given, saying, quote, "I'm not the coach. I'm not the general manager. They have my authority to put the roster together as they see fit. If that's what it is, then as long as we're competing and we're winning football games, then they have the ability to do what they think is best to help us win. We've made trades. We've had guys that are making a lot of money who haven't been on the field. If we think it's the best decision to have two guys that we think are very, very capable of winning football games and giving us a chance to win the Super Bowl, there's no position it's more important than in all sports. So if we're going to overinvest in something, I'd rather overinvest in the quarterback position than anything else." I'm just gonna, golf clap that from Jen. I mean, it's a very well said. Here is our position. There's no room to interpret what I mean. That's a good answer, and to a degree, I agree with him. Like, whatever it takes to have as good of a quarterback room as possible. Whether, I mean, for the first time ever, you were going to have a starter making a rookie's deal and a guy making $26 million behind him. Like, that just sounds like a great way to divide a locker room and create a toxic situation and make a young guy have a weird development because he's always looking over his shoulder and embitter Jimmy all day and night long. Or maybe he's totally cool making Subway commercials and taking $26 million to hold a clipboard. I mean, like, if I were him, okay. It's a weird situation, and like I said, if the Niners are really going to try to pull it off, they're spitting in the eye of nature, quarterbacking nature. It's vanity. If Kyle wants to do it, I understand why he wants to do it, and I understand why Jimmy's still on this team right now, even though he said goodbye. It's the shoulder surgery that got in the way of everything.
It did, and it tanked the value that the 49ers believed that they were going to be able to get for Jimmy Garoppolo, and now they're holding on to him. And I think at this point, they're holding on to him, but they're also, I think, in many ways, telling everybody that Trey Lance is the guy at the same time. And that's the part that to me could be the ultimate in catastrophic, because that locker room loves Jimmy Garoppolo so much. And it's not that they don't like Trey Lance or don't think that Trey Lance is able to step in and be a good quarterback and have a nice career, but you almost needed the closure of all right, last season was last season, you made the one more run, and now it's done. I think that was a big part of why I was in favor of keeping Garoppolo last year. Give Trey Lance 1 year, play it out with Garoppolo, and see how far you can go. And if it doesn't pan out, then you at least gave everybody in that locker room, you left them without a doubt knowing that at least they tried. Jimmy can hold his head high. Everybody else can hold their heads high in terms of how it ended. They actually won, I think. It didn't look like they were going to, but the way they did it last year, it was clunky along the way, but they won. To me, you're asking for trouble if he's still on the team, given the love and the respect that so many of those guys have, because they'll know if Trey isn't quite good enough to be the quarterback, even though Jimmy's still around, and they'll inherently want Jimmy to be the guy. Like, you have to rip that Band-Aid off, Damon. You have to rip it off.
I think so. But again, goal line play, you're getting aggressive with your new young stud quarterback. You slam them into the touchdown. Niners take the lead, but Trey Lance is slow getting up. What is that? Oh, he's running. He's dipping his left shoulder. Is that a dislocated shoulder? Oh, thank God it's not, but it is a broken clavicle, and Trey Lance is going to miss the next 10 to 12 weeks, if not the rest of the year. Your backup quarterback is Nate Sudfeld. Your backup quarterback is Jimmy Garoppolo. What sounds better? I mean, I know one went to Indiana and the other didn't.
It's Jimmy.
It's Jimmy. So that's the thing. Like, they want to land their quarterbacking room on a balance beam that no quarterbacking room has ever walked on, if they're really trying to.
But let's be honest. But what they really want is another quarterback on another team to get hurt in training camp that has their eyes on being a contender, right, and will give the 49ers a second-round pick or a second-round pick plus blank, and then they'll ship Jimmy Garoppolo off to wherever. Right? Yeah, I mean, that's really what it is.
Of course it is. They are now playing the long game. That's what they're waiting for. And the one thing that I can guarantee the 49ers is somebody's getting hurt. Every year, it happens. It's
true.
It happens. Football is a tough sport. It's going to happen.
Even years have not been kind to the 49ers on that front.
No. We have what is worse for the 49ers ultimately if it is, let's just say, here it is, week 1. Your starter is Trey Lance, your backup's Jimmy Garoppolo, and you have the specter of a toxic locker room hanging over the team, but it hasn't happened yet, so that's not the criticism. The criticism is one of two things, which is more embarrassing. Admitting that Lance might not be ready to play after a full-year apprenticeship season, which is why you kept Jimmy around, or justifying keeping Jimmy around as a backup for $26 million. What's the harder sell?
I think the harder sell would be that Trey Lance isn't ready. If that makes sense. I think that's the tougher sell because you've basically said he's the guy. And if you're saying he's the guy, that means you're either 100% confident you're going to trade him or cut him at some point. You just don't want to do it until the absolute last second. You have to. Or you don't necessarily believe that he is capable, or you're not 100% sure that he is. So to me, that's the tougher of the two. I hope I gave you a clear answer there.
God, you did. Kyle Shanahan says, look, he's not running to the window to trade Jimmy Garoppolo or get rid of him or cut him right now.
We obviously believe that Trey can be a starter, and we're ready to do that. But if we can't upgrade our team in another way, we're not just going to get rid of a good quarterback because we have other quarterbacks on the roster. I mean, quarterbacks are really hard to come by. Some teams don't have any at all. And the fact that we have 3 that we're happy with, that is a good thing. You always want to upgrade your team, and usually only one guy can play. And we know we have all guys that are capable of starting, which Jimmy's done a great job for us. We brought Trey here to be that eventually, and I think that'll be sooner than later. But when Jimmy gets his surgery and we can't upgrade our team by getting some good picks until people feel good about that, I'm all right with that. We're not just getting rid of him to get rid of him. Jimmy's a good player that we all really like as a person and as a teammate. We're going to wait to see whatever helps the Niners in those.
It's not the best audio quality, but Grandy, nice job tinkering with the hisses to get as close to that sound as actually humanly possible. It is amazing that the 49ers value what you'd think would maybe top out as a second or third round, probably in the 4th round, maybe even in the 5th pick for Jimmy, than $25 million of working cap space this free agency. But they made that choice because they could cut Jimmy and have, I think, just a paltry little cap room. Like, what's your dead cap number if you cut that guy? Sometimes it's, well, you can't cut that guy because look at that dead cap number. For Jimmy, it's like $1 million. I mean, he's counting $26 million against the cap. You cut him, it's $25 million in cap room you got to play with. They would rather have the pick that hasn't even been offered yet than that cap room. That says something about the way they go building their team.
Yeah, there's a little organizational arrogance, I think, there, in that
that's vanity.
They love, yes, it is. They love the team that they have, and they think they're going to, with the draft picks that they have, be able to supplement it, and that they've kind of got it dialed, and that they're going to be pretty good. And so I think that is one thing that has at times, I think, rubbed people the wrong way. The act as if you've maybe done some things that you haven't done. Right. At times they come off in some ways, and we've talked about this in the past. They come off a little bit like the Warriors, right? Like the Giants with their, we're going to do this because it's in our DNA and we've got this pedigree, and you're thinking, well, wait a minute, how many championships?
Right. Well, I mean, Bill Newcomb was selling the Giants way. Remember that? And yeah. Well, and then they got rid of him.
I mean, they've got 3 rings in the last decade plus, and the Warriors have 3 in the last less than that. And so it just, I think the Niners, and look, more power to them. I mean, they carry themselves in a manner, though, that I think is not becoming for a franchise that hasn't won a Super Bowl in a long time, at least to some. So they're saying, hey, all right, if we don't get what we want, we'll just keep them on the roster. I still think they're asking for trouble if they do. Maybe it does work out where, like, how do you have both of them on the team and not give them a fair shot to compete to where everybody would know in that locker room who the best guy is? Because that's the other part. Like, to me, you can't if you're going to bring him back and let it actually get to training camp, it's got to be a legit open competition at that point, because the players are going to know if Trey isn't the better guy, and then you got a problem.
Right, and the players will know. Like, whether you declare it open competition or not, every single player is keeping score in their own mind. What worked, who was better, every single practice, every single day, every single rep. And, yeah, that's just, you're asking for an incredibly awkward situation for sure. 888-957-9570. This is Bobby in Oakland. Bobby, you're on with Damon and JD.
All right. Thanks for having me on, fellas. So I got a question. Let's just say hypothetically, obviously they'll keep Jimmy G for the time being. However, they may see some other players from free agency or maybe the June cuts, whatever they may want to add on. Could the 49ers go over the cap and then at the last minute, whether it's training camp or whatever that deadline is, cut Jimmy G if they don't have a trade partner? Or do they have to be under the cap all the way through training camp? I'm not sure what that answer
No,
is.
so how about this? No stupid questions. That's officially not a stupid question because I don't even have the right answer in my mind. Maybe you know this, JD, but I know that the day to get cap compliant has just passed recently. Now, whether you can go above it now and then get under it before kickoff of week 1 is a great question. Why don't, during our next commercial break, we try to find that out? We might need the internet's help for that one. See, this would have been one of those, I know the guy to call, John Clayton. John Clayton would have known this right away. We said, John, we don't even need you on today. Could you just answer this question for us real quick? And he would have. That's why we miss him an awful lot. By the way, the day that he passed away, we tried to book him. Like we put in a call, Lucas did, to his cell phone on the day we learned as the show was ending that John Clayton had passed away. So that's how relevant he was right up until the very end. And we should all be so lucky. So, look, we've got much more coming up. The longest segment, the day, with no commercial interruption, is right around the corner. More on the NFL, because guess what? The owners are unhappy with the Cleveland Browns. Their persona non grata will tell you why, and it's not because they don't care about women. Because they might have upset the quarterback market apple cart. That's why. So we're going to have that. We're going to have more on the Niners, and we will certainly circle back to a terrible road trip for the Golden State Warriors. And what do we know now? What do we think about their immediate future and even longer-term future? So stick around. Guest-free, open lines, 888-957-9570. Damon and JD this afternoon on Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
The NBA playoffs are just 2 weeks away.
We can still find it. I know that.
Will the Warriors be able to overcome their late season adversity?
I believe in our ability to put it together. These last 6 or 8 weeks have been very difficult on our team. It has not been a smooth ride, obviously.
Find out right here on the home of the Warriors. 95.7 The Game.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here at the Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook.
Hey, it's Ken Barkley filling in for Nick Costos. Saturday in college basketball, Duke against North Carolina. Current market, Duke a 4-point favorite, and I like Duke laying the 4 in this game. They were favored by much more than this in both regular season games, once you remove home court advantage, of course, and their offense has only gotten better since then.
That's it for this Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. I'm Nick Costos. Keep it locked here for more throughout the day.
Is online casino and sports betting not yet legal in your state? BetRivers.
Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
It is good to have you here today. It is great to have JD in for Ray today. Here, if you have not subscribed to Damon and Ratto, please do so on the audio app. Everything we do, boom, sent right to your phone. Easy. You don't have to think about it. It's just there whenever you want it. Luckily, JD was there when we needed him. Couldn't come in today. We asked him if he could pop onto the show so late in the afternoon. He is comfortable in the JD cave, wherever that is. It's in an undisclosed location. We keep JD until we roll him out, either to games or the studio. But thank you very much for filling in today, man. We got our longest, biggest segment of the entire afternoon. Are you ready? We're going to go very fast.
We're about to find out. We're about to find out if I'm ready, Damon. It's been a minute.
Let's find
we're about
out.
to find out.
Let's find out. I got faith. We're ready to go. So, Roger Goodell. Oh, buddy. Roger Goodell was talking at the NFL owners' meetings today. And he was talking about how this league has so much integrity, they don't need any criminal charges to suspend a player. They'll do it if they just don't like someone.
We've been very clear with every club that whether the criminal matter it gets resolved or not, the personal conduct policy is something that's very important to us. And so the personal conduct policy does not need a criminal violation to be a violation of the personal conduct policy. So they recognize that that's something that we're going to pursue. We're going to make sure that we get to the bottom of the facts and make sure that how it applies to the personal conduct policy. That's where we are at this point. And when we get to that, a decision will be made on whether there should be any discipline. And if so, what is it?
I don't believe you. I just want to get real right to the case. I don't believe you. I think that whatever decision is reached on Deshaun Watson will be specious and arbitrary, and it probably won't be connected to past decisions about women being treated poorly. Because, look, I mean, we've seen one woman accuse Ezekiel Elliott of treating her bad at, like, New Orleans. And what did he get, like 4 games, 6 games? If he's got 22 women saying he's done things weird, what are you going to... 6 times 22. It's a lot of games if you're going to do it that way. So whatever precedent is out there, anything less than Deshaun Watson is suspended for the entire year means that they're not really, and I don't think they're going to do that. Do you, JD? Do you think that they've got the guts in them to say, yeah, we're going to keep, the new quarterback away from Cleveland for a full season?
Not based on what we know at this point. I would think they probably wouldn't do that. Now, if some things come to light, and I know a lot of the, if not all of the criminal charges have gone away, and I know Roger Goodell's saying that doesn't matter, I do think he's going to wind up getting something. I don't know that it'll be a year.
4 games?
But could it be 4 to 6, somewhere in that range? I think that's definitely possible. Just based on, I mean, it's pretty clear something criminal may not have been going on, but something that shouldn't have been going on was going on, if that makes sense.
Right. It's also, something that we caught an actual NFL owner doing too. So how high and mighty can that group get over this whole thing? I mean, if he does get 4 games, what is that? A game for every 5 women he got rude with, and then we'll just forget about those other 2 women. Again, it'll be an arbitrary, specious number unless they come down heavy-handed, which I didn't really think and don't think they will. But let me offer this thought balloon, and you tell me if you're digging it. So the Browns right now are officially persona non grata in the NFL. They're not very popular at owners' meetings. Watson's contract being fully guaranteed is hardly business as usual, and that has got NFL owners pissed off at one of their own in an unusual fashion. Peter King this morning reported that, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Deshaun Watson are all in a similar group in terms of talent, prestige, and starting points in their NFL careers. Mahomes was drafted in the exact same draft as Deshaun Watson in the first round of the 2017 draft. Josh Allen was drafted in the first round of the 2018 draft. All of them have gotten their second contracts, with Deshaun Watson now being the first to his third contract, and his third contract has got every NFL owner not named Jimmy Haslam really pissed off at Jimmy Haslam because, forget like the whole, well, what about the stuff with the women? Again, the NFL does not care about that. If you do go to the NFL for your morality tales after this, you ain't paying attention. So what does the NFL really care about? They care about unprecedented jumps in the ways of doing business. When Patrick Mahomes, JD, got his near, $500 million contract?
Right.
19% of that was guaranteed. 19. So there's a lot of outs there still. There's also a lot of fortune to be made for a guy who has put himself in line to make that fortune. Josh Allen then turned around from Buffalo and got a ton of money with 39% of his deal guaranteed, which is a big jump from 19%. But you want to know what that is, JD? That's staying in Buffalo tax.
Sure.
If you're going to convince anyone to stay in Buffalo, you're going to do it for nothing short of top dollar.
That's a high tax. There's no doubt.
It is.
Different bracket.
The jump from 39% to 100% is one that has other NFL owners furious. Now, I don't know what NFL owners would do to embarrass Jimmy Haslam down at the Breakers. Like, what are they going to tell him, to meet him on the 18th tee at midnight and then stand him up? Like, turn the sprinklers on, just like Caddyshack. Like, what would 31 other NFL owners do to embarrass the owner that they were mad at a pool party? Like, I don't know how it would work, but they're obviously, maybe planning that. Because this is an unprecedented way of doing business. And it's got people upset. And I'm just wondering, if you won't have 31 NFL owners in Roger Goodell's ear saying, you know what? The Browns even set up this contract to where they're not even eating much money in year one, no matter how you suspend them. So suspend them for the entire year. I'm wondering if we might have a vengeful owner group in that standpoint.
Possible. I think that could be part of the equation. And look, it's also in the grand scheme of things, every quarterback that comes up again, they're going to be able to point to the Deshaun Watson contract, and that's going to become somewhat of the baseline, and that's going to be a bridge farther than I think any of these other owners are going to want to have to go based on one outlier of a contract as you just laid out.
So the next canary in the cage, it's not the canary in the cage. I always get that wrong. It's canary in the coal mine.
Coal mine, yeah.
It's Lamar Jackson, right? Is he in his final year right now? Is that where Lamar is? Because what he gets, what the Ravens value him, what other teams would value for him, that's a debate to begin with. Like, the guy's a stud. He's also a limited thrower, or maybe that's perception. I don't know. He's awesome. Like, I'll trade you Trey Lance for him right now. You know what I mean? It is his last year. What's he going to get? Is he going to get a 100% guaranteed deal? Because this is not something that is available to anything other than the elite. Justin Herbert. Let's talk about Justin Herbert. What happens when his deal is up? Go Ducks. With the Chargers, do you think his agent's going to ask for what? 85%? Hell no. He's going to ask for 100% guaranteed, right?
I want Deshaun Watson money plus $1. I'm like, the price is right. I want plus $1.
Right. 556, Bob. 557. 557.
That's right.
I love when the person at 556 nails it, and they also get the $100 bonus, and they turn to that person who came in 557, give them a little bit of a finger on the way up to the stage. I like that.
Yeah.
I like vengeful contestants row on A Price is Right. Now, I knew this was going to come up. Someone on our Comcast business text line, JD, says, well, I know Kirk Cousins' deal wasn't nearly as big as Watson, but his contract was 100% guaranteed. That comes from the Postman in Capitola. You're right, but it's a different circumstance. It's a much different circumstance. I don't remember the NFL turning the Vikings into, persona non grata at that year's owners' meetings for a number of reasons. Number one, Kirk Cousins was never at any point in that contract about to be making break-the-market quarterback money, nor was he being charged for a whole bunch of possible happy endings. So, there was a level of Kirk Cousins that was also getting screwed around with in Washington, which also garnered a little sympathy. Remember, he had 2 seasons franchised. So everyone kind of felt bad for him. The guy never got his long-term deal. The at the time Redskins franchised him 2 years in a row.
Top 5 money for that, though. Top 5 money for that.
It is, but it's a risk to a guy who is, they didn't give him top 5 money because he was a top 5 quarterback. They gave him top 5 money because they didn't want to commit to him any longer than 1 year. And then they did that again, which is where it turned into dirty pool a little bit, I think, in the eyes of a lot of people. And then there's also this. And this is maybe the most important point of it all. The other NFL owners looked around and said, hey, if the Vikings want to do that, cool. Fine. That's why they're the Vikings. They're about to
that ain't going to work.
Kirk Cousins guaranteed $82 million over 3 years. Go ahead. If you want to do that, got no skin off our back. It's not going to change the balance of power in football. You want to do that? Gone. That was a big part of that, too. You know what Kirk Cousins really is? I was thinking about this. Tell me if you think this is a pretty good comp. Kirk Cousins is Jimmy Garoppolo with 3 to 4 more big throws actually reaching the end zone every 6 or 8 weeks that prevent you from moving on from him.
I like it.
I think
it's well said.
He's not great. He's not bad. He's Jimmy Garoppolo with 3 more 60-yard touchdowns a year.
Yeah, and I think an inability, though, I think, in a game where he's not playing well to right the ship. That's actually the one area where I think Garoppolo is better than Cousins. Cousins is just wrecked it. Jimmy actually performs pretty well in big moments, even in big moments where he's maybe thrown a wrecking interception or made a boneheaded play. Cousins tends to melt after a bad play in a big moment. So it's you're onto something with the comps between those two. I like that. I think you're on the money with the area where Cousins has the advantage. I also think there's an area where Garoppolo has an advantage.
Yeah, but again, if someone wanted to give Jimmy Garoppolo a guaranteed $80 million a year, no one would say, well, that's a bad way to go about doing it, other than saying that's a bad signing. No one would be angry at the team that did that, because if you want to do that to yourself, go right ahead. You're not upsetting the balance of power. So Cousins really doesn't count. Deshaun Watson has upset. But here's the thing about Deshaun Watson. I think he should be suspended for the entire year coming up. I also think that when he does start playing again, the Cleveland Browns are going to be a very good football team. I don't have to like him to know that he's a good quarterback. And that is finally a level of honesty that I don't even mind the NFL telling us. I'm surprised they did it, because they love to have that, moral lessons bumper sticker. Put it on everything. They never really cared, and this just proves it once and for all.
So who's their one-year stopgap quarterback in that scenario? Is it Baker? Who's reportedly not going anywhere now, like Jimmy.
Well, they 1,000,000,000% got to get that guy out of the room. If Baker Mayfield's attitude problem was an attitude problem before Deshaun, what is it now, right? I think they got. Yeah. They got to, and now
would they want Jimmy for a one-year stopgap?
I just created the perfect landing spot for Jimmy Garoppolo.
1 year at Jimmy in Cleveland.
Who's got more picks to trade than the Browns? Oh no, wait! They just sent all their picks to Houston, so I don't know if that's going to work out at all.
Well, all their good picks.
Yeah,
they got plenty. They got plenty of the Jimmy Garoppolo range picks.
They might. I mean, here's the thing. What if how about give me 3 4th-rounders? By the way, welcome everyone to your 5 o'clock hour. Just a little late.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game.
There he is.
KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Good to have Ray part of the show some way, somehow. He is out today. John Dickinson is in. Welcome to the last hour we got for you today. And look, getting back to the Warriors. That was terrible last night, and it was terrible the night before, and then it was terrible the night before that, and it was decent for one night in Miami. Luckily, the Miami Heat, they melted down too. If you really wanted to have a long memory, the argument could be made that the game in Orlando was the worst game of this road trip, and that's a mouthful because it almost got worse by the game after that. There was a regression to not just the level the Warriors were playing at, how hard they were playing, who was available to play. It was a mess. And JD, not counting the Mulligan year, that first year at Chase Center, I think that is the worst road trip this franchise has had since 2014, since the year where they decided, yeah, we're kind of putting a little culture of winning here together, to this year. That was awful. That was about as bad a week and a half of basketball as I've seen from them.
It was pretty bad, and I actually think the Orlando game was the worst game because that was a game where you were playing the worst opponent of the whole trip, and you actually had Draymond and Clay available in that game. Like, that's the game under no circumstances should you lose. I'm surprised in the games where they've decided to give everybody the night off, essentially, of the big three, and Steph was going to be out regardless. But, all right, Clay's not playing, Draymond's not playing tonight, Porter's not playing. I'm surprised in those games that there haven't been more games like last night where it's just god-awful. They've actually been deceptively competitive in a lot of those games, more competitive in those games. The Denver game sticks out, the Miami win. They won a couple earlier in the year. They've been more competitive in those games than they have been when they have one of the big three playing or two of the big three playing. So that's peculiar to me. So I'd probably vote Orlando. But last night just shows you that this team has such a long way to go to recover and rediscover themselves if they're going to make a run and get everybody back and try and contend for a championship now.
It was disappointing. You could tell that Steve Kerr was out of ideas. He gets ejected, which is, it's not who he is. And I think he just didn't know what to do. I think he might have even panicked a little or overreacted to what he saw. And I know that you think it was certainly the wrong night to get ejected. And I do believe you got a great supporting argument that I want you to tell everyone why it was the wrong night. I think they've set up the wrong nights to rest guys. Like, if it's preventing back-to-backs, why aren't you setting up better players to compete against better teams and give your understudies a better chance to win against lesser opponents? Like, how do you rest Draymond and Clay against Miami, not Orlando? How do you do that with Memphis, especially being on the schedule? Not that there's anything to play for with Memphis now, because Memphis is the 2. But how could you not do that with Memphis, knowing that they got their knives sharpened for you, and you're going to, we're going to go for it against the Wizards and then still come up short there? That's embarrassing.
I agree with you on that. But the Warriors go out of their way to say it's not about the opponent, it's about the schedule itself, and it's about whichever game falls. Like, they've gone out of their way to say a number of times, hey, the seeding doesn't matter, the regular season doesn't matter, and I think that's unfortunate because it does send a mixed signal. Steph, Clay, and Draymond, Iguodala, you don't need to worry about those guys punting on a game, let's say. But for some of the new veterans that are trying to help a team get back to contention, I don't like it there, and I especially don't like it for the younger players where you create these developmental type situations and you say the expectation is still to compete and win, but the reality is on a lot of these nights you should be overmatched. Now, again, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, there have been some teams that I think have flat out looked at the Warriors on those nights when the big guys are not playing and have given a half-ass effort against the Warriors, and that's been part of the reason why they've been able to hang in some of those games. But I'm with you. How I would do it, I would play my guys against Orlando as they did, try to get that win, let the chips fall where they may in Miami, which they did, and they actually got that win. Like, it's been all jumbled up, but I'm with you. I would have played them in Washington and not – or I would have not played them in Washington, maybe played them in Memphis. But, again, that ship is beyond sailed. As far as the Kerr ejection, I hated it. Like, I hated it. To me, you do that when you have your main guys playing and you want to spark them. Again, in one of these games like the Orlando game or the Spurs game or the Washington game, spark your guys to go get a win in a winnable game. Don't quit on your young guys and the back end of your roster players on a night where you go into it overmatched.
I mean, here's the thing. It didn't bother me until I heard you talk about it. Now I'm like, you're right. I think you're right. Like, I didn't mind Kerr saying, I'm done with it. I don't need to. Looking at you guys would bother me anymore. I'm out of here. I'm going to yell at this ref loud enough. There was also a foul on Jordan that he didn't like, so maybe it was the moment that got away from him. Either way, Mike Brown had to finish that game after Kerr got ejected, and Mike is, always looking for the positive side of things. But he said, look, this isn't about who's on the floor. It's not about who's not on the floor. It's about if you're playing, you got to play better than that.
We can walk away knowing that we got a little bit better in the second half. At the end of the day, we can't wait on Steph. We can't wait on Draymond. We can't wait on anybody. Whoever can put on a uniform is going to have to go out there and play, and we've done it before. It was a big team win for us down in Miami, and we were missing most, if not all, of the guys that played in the playoffs for us in the past. So, I got to, Steve, myself, the rest of the staff, we all have a lot of confidence in the guys on this roster. And, we're going to keep trying to push them and coach them and teach them. And our veterans are going to help out in the locker room to get these guys ready to go play a playoff game.
Hey, they're going to need all the veteran help and good advice and health that they can get between now and, what are the 6 games left? Is that it? Are we at the final 6 games of the year?
6.
Hey. So, look, they have to cram an awful lot of fixing this into a very little time before high-stakes poker is being dealt at the card table. Draymond's back right now is just officially concerning. Again, Klay Thompson said this, talking about Draymond a couple days ago, and he was the first one to use the H word.
You got to give Dre a few more games. I mean, he was out with a really serious injury, so it's going to take some time for him to catch his rhythm, and there's nothing wrong with that. Just a herniated disc is nothing to play with, and I know he's our leader, and without him, we won't go where we want to go.
He said herniated disc. It felt like the Warriors went way out of their way to not say herniated disc. I don't know if Klay is an actual doctor who's getting it medically accurate for the first time and sort of telling tales out of school, or if he's just, assuming in his own mind that that's the problem with the back. Here's what I do know. I know bad backs. I have one. I had a herniated disc. I've had a discectomy. I had sciatica. I should be playing shuffleboard somewhere in Boca Raton. I mean, I'm that old. That's how I am 47 years old. My back is 74. Backs ruin you when they go bad. And I'm really afraid now for Draymond. I mean, I really think that here's the way I think it goes for Draymond. If an off-season program is all he cares about, and he comes back roaring into next year in the greatest shape of his life, he's got 2 more years under contract, and even under that scenario, if the back is fading on him, he probably's got 40 to 60 good games left in his career where he's really a difference maker. He's everything you hoped he could be. I mean, that's how bad backs work, man. They rob you of your athleticism. They rob you of your ability to move and rotate and roll faster and close out on that shooter and jump high enough to where you just tipped and grazed that corner 3 with your fingernail, and that counts as a block, and that's a block, and Draymond is blocking corner 3. Like, You don't block corner threes with bad backs. You don't rotate over and have Jokic leaning on you for 30 minutes a night with a bad back and think you're going to get away with it for 2 years. Look, next year he's under contract. After that, it's a player's option that he will be picking up for $27.5 million in his age 33 season if you now have a bad back Draymond Green. He's a really smart guy. He's a really smart guy, and he knows enough about sports to retire a Golden State Warrior, right? There's no doubt. He also, I think, knows enough and sees enough of the landscape, JD, where there is an opportunity for players who can talk to make more money out of the sport than in the sport. I mean, there is no doubt that hundreds of millions of dollars in broadcast contracts await Draymond Green, because you can broadcast till you're 60. You know, he's got 30 years of broadcasting in front of him the minute he wants to retire. Hundreds of millions of dollars will be made in a television studio. At what point does Draymond have a better chance to go and make money off the court than on the court? And I wouldn't be surprised if his back is really deteriorating that he makes that choice. I mean, how could you ever walk away from a $27 million player option if Turner's ready to give you 100 over 4? That's how.
That would be how, and he's already setting that path at this point. I mean, what he's doing in terms of broadcasting and the podcast and everything else while he's actually playing for the Golden State Warriors. And I mean, it's incredible to me. It's unprecedented in history to have a player doing what he's doing in terms of that. And so he's already laying the foundation for whenever that transition is going to take place. I'm telling you, hearing you talk about the back, that's scary for Warriors fans. I don't know that we're to that point yet, but looking at him not being right, it does make you wonder, okay, well, when is he – because he was talking when he came back about all of the exercises that he did and how he put in the work, and Rick Celebrini had put him in position to be able to move in ways that he didn't think were going to be possible, and almost trying to put the positive spin that if he keeps up with these activities, he could in some ways be better than he had been previously.
Ramping up. That was
none of that has come to fruition.
He's ramping up. When Draymond comes back, he is going to hit the ground running. Defensive Player of the Year level Draymond, War Daddy. Look out, everybody. Draymond gets on the court, and his post-game press conferences have included more realistic self-doubt than I've ever heard a player express in a post-game press conferences since he's been testing out his own back. He doesn't like it. He ain't happy with the way he's feeling and moving and playing right now, nor should he be. Look, former players with broadcasting talent are worth more to content creators than they are to their own teams these days. And Draymond's smart, Draymond's a businessman, and Draymond knows that his back will give out long before his mouth does. So I'm really wondering if, how bad would it need to get before he starts doing the full-on career reevaluation? Because I don't think there's another team waiting for Draymond. And I don't think he should ever go to another team. He knows that his value tops out with the Warriors, and his career arc is best served retiring a Golden State Warrior, not sputtering to an end on a team that doesn't matter, that wasn't the Golden State Warriors. He'll eat for free in this town for the rest of his life. I mean, there's just no doubt. He is an icon in this town. But I don't know what we can count on somebody who was a triple single with a good back to be a better player at age. I mean, we're talking, he's 31 right now, 32 next year. Player option year would be 33. Backs don't get better at 33. So this is concerning. Very, very concerning. How many good games do you even have out of Draymond's remaining 2 contractual years? That's a legit question that the Warriors got to be worried about right now. And then you turn to James Wiseman and you go, well, what's that going to be?
Well, and the word is scary for me, Damon, because, and I come back to it, because if Draymond is not going to be Draymond with any level of consistency, not only does that mean the Warriors can't win a championship this year, but for me, that means they can't win a championship next year or the year after that. And I know you got to hold out, and what does Kuminga become, and Wiseman down the line and all of that. But I'm of the belief, I became of the belief that the best chance the Warriors would have as this season went on, and they got to 41-13, and they had done so much of the regular season legwork to put themselves in a position where they were a top seed. I had come to the conclusion that this, in some ways, was going to be the best shot, because it's also becoming increasingly clear that it's going to be harder in future years as each of the big three get older for them to play together enough to where you could be 41-13 with some regularity, because you kind of have to do that. Like, you can't be the 6th seed and be getting older and then say you're going to run through the playoffs and win a chip, right? Like it's 2016 or 15 all over again. So it really is startling, because I thought, and now look, they've given a lot of that back because of the injuries in these last couple of months. They're actually in an odd way, Damon, they're going to wind up being the team at the end of this thing that we thought they would be as the best case, 4 or 5 seed and win around 50 games and maybe have a shot in the playoffs to win a round or two. It just, nobody would have thought that it would have been all gravy at the beginning and all struggle at the end. I think we would have thought it would have been a little bit more uneven to get them to that high 40s, low 50s total.
Yeah. And look, the Comcast Business text line says the Grizzlies are kicking butt without Ja Morant, unlike the Warriors. Well, you know what they got? They got a bunch of starving kids on their team, dying to eat. Who in the Warriors' big three is starving or dying to eat? Again, when you don't have that. And I've always said Draymond's greatest attribute as a player is the chip on his shoulder, which no matter how big his mansion gets or how many thread counts are in his bed sheets, he wakes up angry and he plays angry, and he's always looking to prove something. And, for those who are saying on the Comcast Business text line, like, Draymond's way too much of a competitor to walk away before. And look, Draymond will never be less of a competitor who's comfortable walking away. Draymond Green will be punching old men playing checkers in a nursing home one day. Like, he's never going to drop the competitive nature of his life. So when is it the best business decision to walk away? That is something a bad back will make you think about.
It is, and I also think Draymond is so smart, and this pops into my head from time to time. Draymond Green is so smart that he knows when other people may not, whether he's capable of playing at the level he needs to play at, that's acceptable to him, but also the level that he needs to play at in conjunction with the level that the Warriors need to play at if they're going to win a championship. Players know when they're capable or not. And I think to your point, Draymond is smart enough he may look up at some point and be like, we can't because I can't. And at that, and we've seen in the time when he has to play without Steph Curry, he gets ejected more. He's not admitted that he wasn't into it when Curry wasn't around.
Right. I'm not having fun anymore.
He is the guy that would say, I can't do this at the level that I want to do it at. It's driving me crazy. I got to get away from it because it's driving me crazy.
It could happen. It could happen. Look, I've watched a lot of basketball in my life. I've watched a lot of Warriors basketball in my life. And, I'm going to reserve the word stunned. But I'm going to be surprised if this particular season leaves fans happy with the way it ends. I'll be surprised. Like, right now, nothing is pointing to that ended well. They get beat to open looks all over the court. No one is hitting a shot. And if you're telling me that a team based around 3 old guys, with one admitting he's got a bad back, one coming back from a 2-year absence, and the other is injured right now and he's not even playing, if you're telling me they're still going to be the hit the switch crew,
hit the switch,
good luck. And
here's the other thing, Damon. You hit the switch, And it's Steph in 2022 and Clay in 2022 coming off the 2 injuries. And Steph's having, by his standards, a down year, right? Draymond, we've spent the last 15 minutes talking about how he's not himself. Clay looks like Clay once every 2 or 3 games, but then looks like a volume shooter in the other games. And now you had Kevin Durant for some of that run. Now your Durant slot is Wiggins and a bunch of young players and young vets that haven't been in the playoffs ever before as your strength and numbers guys. So even if you want to try and make the comparison to 2017 or 2016, if you want to compare Wiggins and Harrison Barnes, for crying out loud, fine. But this team isn't as dialed as the 15-16 teams were to
not even
just
close.
Flip the switch.
Yeah, not even close. Mike in San Francisco, you're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got, Mike?
Hey, D. Bruce, long time, no talk in a while. And with Uncle Ray out of the office, it feels good that you can use the soundboard as freely as you like.
Sure. Any requests today? We'll take some requests. How about this? Just to let you know that it's good to be back on the soundboard. Oh, no, wait, where'd he go?
I was going to say, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Oh, awesome. Okay, all right, so I'll get to it. Well, JD, first of all, good call earlier in the program where you were talking about that Memphis play us like they were playing super frosty last night, and I looked like we were none the wiser. I mean, we were down a few people, and then Memphis just came out like gangbusters, and it looked like they had a chip against us, and that's something new to me, and I guess new to us as a rivalry being reborn. But I really wanted to get to was I think myself as a fan, and maybe even the fan base, started to realize that the Warriors kind of lost their fastball, and they hitting the switch used to be that they could be down by 20, and then 5 minutes later we're up by 5. And now I think we're putting all our chips into the playoffs to hit the switch. And I'm afraid that this version of the Big Three being injured and doing load management and everything they've been doing to get through the season is not the same. So I think hitting the switch won't be the same as it was previously.
Hit the switch!
That's all I had to say about it.
I agree.
I love it.
Ray's out. We can have fun. Oh, yeah.
I think I got my swagger back. Oh.
Look.
No, stop it.
Look, we know what great basketball is. We know what great basketball teams look like and what they feel like, even on the nights where they're not playing a great basketball game. And right now, the Warriors ain't that team. They're just not. And that's why I think Kerr is just, out of answers and just angry and pissed off about the whole thing. And he's getting ejected. And getting back off the road and getting home will be good for the Warriors, but they don't have much time to sharpen this blade. Again, 6 games until we're playing. It did feel like a rivalry has been born between the Warriors and Grizzlies, and that's because the Grizzlies got no love for the Golden State Warriors, and they got no love specifically for Andre Iguodala, who, remember, left them at the altar. Here's Dillon Brooks last night.
We all had the vision, and he didn't, which is perfect. Send him back to the Warriors and let him do his thing over there. We were in the beginning, we were growing a base. We had a base, and we just kept building and building and building, and more guys got on the train, and we were able to, create something like this and keep building this dynasty and this program up.
Again, there's no dynasty yet, but I appreciate the youthful enthusiasm that the Memphis Grizzlies play with. Andre Iguodala booed every time he touched the ball last night.
This is the second time playing here, and I think that's just a part of how sports and fans have become, where they're more into the games with their emotions and feelings, and obviously the narrative that can be driven, especially from those that are of wealth, that control the media and in our ownership position. They can kind of control the narrative that how it goes out there. So I'm understanding that a true story isn't always going to get out there. So you deal with it, you move forward. That's why you start seeing athletes start speaking out a little bit more, having their own platform. platforms. I had a journalist say, I think it was Chris Broussard said, why are athletes taking our jobs as journalists? And I was like, I feel like we have a platform, and it's always been that relationship where it's just, shut up and play. That's a part of that we're not speaking up enough about. And I'm just fortunate enough to now I can be in that situation where I can kind of explore that avenue. And it's like, what was the athlete really thinking, and get that out more? Because to me, that's really a sad situation that's kind of upset me, but I just understand Foundations of America. That's really how that's been working, especially against someone that looks like me.
All right, hold on. Wait a minute. Memphis isn't booing you because the Foundation of America is shook against someone who looks like you. You said, I don't want to play with you guys. The team remembered that. That is not a media-driven. What did he say? Hold on. Wait, I want to get the quote right again.
This is the second time playing here, and I think that's just a part of how sports and fans have become, where they're more into the games with their emotions and feelings, and obviously the narrative that can be driven, especially from those that are of wealth, that control the media.
Those that are of wealth that control the media. Okay, so the guy who writes the story in the Memphis Grizzlies newspaper, local newspaper, does not come from wealth. Andre Iguodala has made more money than everyone in the media. How about this? Andre, select any 10 people in the media who aren't on television. You've made more money than all of them combined in their lifetimes. There is no wealth in media. It's not like the head of TNT is calling the set saying, make sure the narrative is out there that Andre Iguodala is a bad guy. Stop it.
I think what he's getting at, and I think what he's getting at is that the ownership, those of greater wealth than he, in the ownership maybe of the Grizzlies or running that franchise, have been able to twist the narrative as to maybe him not wanting to play there or whatever.
Dude, he's walking,
that's just a guess.
Talking, living bulletin board material for a team. He is. If I were the Memphis Grizzlies, sticking it up Iguodala's pupkis every chance I got would motivate me too. There's nothing worse. There's nothing worse than the guy's like, nah, I ain't even interested in playing with you. And that's who he was to them. He could have been a mentor. He could have been a role model. He's like, nah, I don't want to be in Memphis. I want to be in South Beach. Get me there.
Yep.
That's
even at $16 million a year, by the way, because they were willing to pay him that was the last year of his previous deal.
That's right.
That was a $16 million season that the Warriors had to get off of because they were hard capped, and Memphis was willing to take it on because they thought they were building something special and wanted some of the secret sauce that Iguodala had been able to provide the Warriors group from years prior.
Now, the one thing that Iguodala did get right in last night's post game was just about how, trading buckets is cool in an NBA game now. It used to not be that way.
Like I said before, the intent now is the game to become more of a pickup. It's just like, I'll score, you score, I'll score, you score. And it's like, we don't get mad anymore when someone scores on us. That's the true essence of basketball, is competing. And it's like, I don't want you to score. And obviously this is a scorer's league. I know that more than anyone because I'm a defender, but it's just like, I'm gonna make you work as hard as possible to get a bucket. And we want you to get your weak spots. And it's like, we're getting away from the nuances on defense to, you got guys, Melton's just an amazing shooter in transition. He's been doing it well for all year. He's been playing well. And then Bane's been doing it as well, attacking or shooting a three. So you're trying to take that away from guys and then you let them get to it. It's like you're not paying attention to detail. And that's just something that the art of the game is slowly but surely fading away. And we got to figure out a way to bring that back.
He's right about all that. Nobody's getting angry when they're giving up buckets these days.
That's it for me. When Iguodala talks basketball, I love it.
Yes.
When Iguodala talks everything else, for me, it's a tune-out. And I'm not saying he's wrong about everything that he's saying, but the rest of it is a tune-out to me. All the business stuff, and I'm not making enough money.
Right. Well, as I said, he's in business for himself. Of course, he would trade all Golden State Warrior future assets to make this year, his last year in the league, as great as humanly possible for Andre Iguodala.
You know how many times I've heard, and here's the other part, and this is, not to steal from the show that's on before you, but the rat on the table, Damon, is
I don't have that sound effect on my board, so I just did it for it.
It's a good one. Is, how many times I've had somebody say to me in the last 6 months, I've seen Iguodala playing golf here, or Iguodala's playing golf there, or Iguodala was like, more than one hand's worth of times. Maybe not two full hands, but you got this injury, and then you can't play, but you're playing golf for your minimum salary, and that's fine. But don't act like you're put upon, and it should be more. And you should, I don't know. It rubs me a little bit the wrong way. Dan.
Right. You can't talk about no one's out here grinding no more, and they didn't play me enough to play hard. all in the same kind of season. Anyways, let's go to Eric in Millbrae. Eric, you're on 95.7 The Game. Hello.
Yeah, what's up, guys? To me, this team isn't the Warriors that were coming up with Steph, Clay, Draymond in their peak. And obviously not even close to the KD Warriors where they could flip a switch. I don't think that's this team. And unfortunately, I think for Draymond, I think at this point he's pretty much done. I think he's more focused on building his media empire post-NBA basketball career. And he's not going to hang it up because he wants that $50 million the next 2 years. And he's more valuable to the Warriors than no other team's going to take his deal. And I just don't think he's the same.
Except for maybe Turner. I mean, that's the thing. If I'm Draymond and I got what am I worried about my last year $27 million player option? If I'm a shadow of who I used to be, if TNT's ready to sign me to a 5-year $110 million contract, I'd walk away from 27 for 100. You know what I mean? So that's the way that could possibly work out for him. But look, you have a declining skill player in the first place at maximum strength with zero health issues. Draymond, was never a big scorer, certainly defender supreme. The minute he is anything less than a roaring lion defensively, his spot in basketball hierarchy gets reevaluated immediately. And it doesn't end up well when he's anything less than a fire-breathing dragon defensively. Der Kaiser in Der Gilroy. Jawohl.
Long time no talk, Bruce. How you been?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. So I got a few questions for an Indiana alumnus like yourself. Now, why do you think Indiana made the first tournament in 6 years? Why do you think that is? How has this program hit the skids, having their first 20-plus win season since 2016 when they made the tournament?
Well, I know that our audience listening in the Bay Area is really worried about Indiana basketball, especially now that they're out of the tournament. So thank you for the phone call. But look, Indiana wasted. They fired Kelvin Sampson over something that 2 years later was totally legal. So that was a huge mistake. Ever since firing Kelvin Sampson, you go to Tom Crean. Tom Crean is a huge loser unless he's got an NBA draft pick in the top 5. Unless he's got a lottery pick on his team named Victor Oladipo, Dwayne Wade at Marquette, or Anthony Edwards at Georgia, Tom Crean's going to have a bad season. And then they hired Archie Miller. And Archie Miller looked like a really good coach coming out of a mid-major. He took one bite of the Big Ten, and the Big Ten kicked him right in his nuts. So there you go. That's why that didn't work out. It's been a disaster since Knight left. Thank you for bringing it up. It really makes me happy in the middle of a show. Go Hoosiers. Here is our NCAA tournament. And it was good to be back in the tournament because they got to lose in horrific fashion in a terrible game after winning in horrific fashion. And JD, our point of pride now, the highest rated play-in game in NCAA tournament history. You're welcome, Dayton. You're welcome. And we had the cheerleader. It's all about setting precedent. Our cheerleader got the ball off the top of the backboard, and then the same thing happened in another game. And without even blinking, you had a cheerleader going up on somebody's arms and getting that board down. We have set new precedent for ball stuck up on shot clock. Cheerleaders will now be involved. So you're welcome, America.
Yeah, I think it was Arkansas that followed suit in their game at Chase on Saturday against Duke.
Leave it to Musselman. Leave it to Musselman to take a look.
I'm surprised Muss didn't get up there himself. I'm surprised they didn't have Muss do it and then
with the shirt off.
5 or 6. Yeah, and then he could do 5 or 6 interviews about it afterwards.
This is Mark in Sacramento. Mark, you're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Thank you for the time here. First of all, 50-year Warrior fan. Went to Game 2 in 1975 as a young kid, so I loved this team throughout my life. This might be one of the most disappointing second halves of the season I've seen in decades of caring about this ball team. It's terrible what's happened, this kind of implosion for various reasons. But I wanted to just acknowledge your comments about Andre Iguodala. To me, are right on point, Damon. And I don't know who your colleague is there, but to
that's
me,
JD. That's John Dickinson. Come on.
Oh, JD, John Dickinson. Good man. Andre Iguodala has a lot of narcissistic traits, similar to Kyrie, but not quite the same. He's first of all, his comments are way out of line. He's criticizing management in the middle of this team's complete free fall. He has no insight. He feels better than everybody. He's a great player, fantastic ball player, and maybe teammate. He's very obnoxious. I think he feels superior, and I'm glad Dillon Brooks called him out. And that's a real shame that he's taken this moment to criticize Myers and the organization when this is one of the worst collapses I've seen in decades of this following the Warriors.
Well, and thank you for the call, Mark. I appreciate it. I'm afraid you are spot on. This has been a very disappointing. I mean, this has been a couple months of free fall now, not just a bad road trip, which was really bad, but it's been going in the wrong direction since the 18-2 start. And the thing about Andre Iguodala is he does carry so much respect, rightfully so, for a career that has, a ton of mileage on it. He's in business for himself. Andre Iguodala is worried about Andre Iguodala's future, not the Golden State Warriors' future. That's why he was willing to trade the whole kit and caboodle for whatever they needed. What Sabonis was going to get him over the top this year? Was that going to be it? I'm willing to give you Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman for Sabonis. I could see how maybe that would help you this year. In the years following, I don't like it. Somebody here on the Comcast Business text line asked the question. The Spurs won 3 in 5 years, and then they won another title 7 years later with the same core. Why can't the Warriors do that? Wasn't exactly the same core, but I hear you. Let me tell you, the Warriors can do that. If Jonathan Kuminga is Kawhi Leonard,
yeah.
If Jonathan Kuminga,
if he becomes the best player of all four of them,
exactly.
Then yeah.
So that's how that happens. If all of a sudden James Wiseman shows up and he's Hakeem Olajuwon, you know what I mean? Like that's how that happens. That's how that. By the way, he's not going to be Hakeem Olajuwon, but that's
David Robinson. Anyone? The lefty. Little jumper from...
Give it to me.
Maybe?
Look at it this way. If you gave me half the Admiral, if you just gave me Merle, I'd take it. Keep the ad. I'll take the Merle. That is how the Warriors would keep a good thing going because Wiseman, Moody, Kuminga, or Jordan Poole is literally... Jordan Poole is Bradley Beal. That's how you keep going. And that's why you don't trade Jordan Poole for Bradley Beal. Because Jordan Poole could be Bradley Beal. And that's why everyone wants to think that this year is the Warriors' year to either win another title or good luck, everybody. Nope. There is a 4-year window. It is the remainder of Steph Curry's career that Bob Myers needs to be most concerned about. Remember, I know you all want a parade. Joe Lacob doesn't want to bottom out selling a pair of tickets for $700 at Chase Center. He can't. That's why the 2 timeline thing is in play. And it could work. It just isn't working right now, that's for sure. When JD and I come back, we got one more segment left. I saw bunting down at the ballpark. Let's talk a little Giants in spring training. They mollywopped somebody today in spring training. We'll get into all that next year as we wrap up a good afternoon on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware.
No fooling. Outdoor Supply Hardware is paying your in-store sales tax for 1 weekend only from April 1st through Sunday, April 3rd. Bring your list and let Osh pay your sales tax. Outdoor Supply Hardware. Find us in your neighborhood or at osh.com. Exclusions may apply. See store for details.
In this era of low interest rates and high inflation, investors from all walks of life are questioning whether the traditional 60% stock and 40% bond portfolio will continue to meet their retirement income needs. Lucky for these investors and you, YieldStreet.com offers...
happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The Morning Roast from 6 to 9.
So what I'm getting at is when I hear all this criticism about Steve Kerr, all the stars that are making a ton of money are missing tons of time this year.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
I've talked to people who have been in NFL front offices. Releasing him now does a whole bucket full of nothing.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
Hopefully Steph comes back and maybe we can make a run, but I ain't betting on it. If Steph's not 100%, they're going to lose in the first round.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
It's not good. Right now, like an awful lot of the feedback that I'm getting when I'm looking at the Warriors right now is that this doesn't end well.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, the block is hot. Shamari Block, Dan Devone coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. It's been great hanging out with John Dickinson in for Ray Ratto all afternoon here. JD, as I was driving in, looking forward to working with you today. Drove past the ballpark. I do every day. They're hanging up the bunting. Hanging up the bunting at 24 Willie Mays. It's pretty.
It warms my heart, Damon. Like few things in sports than the bunting on a beautiful brick ballpark.
The cockles of your heart?
Oh, every ounce of it. The cockles and things that aren't the cockles.
The ventricles, the rest of it.
Arteries.
Let's do it, baby. We got the Giants.
The Laser Show.
11-6 winners over the San Diego Padres today. Let's see what happened. We had a home run.
Who says they don't have enough offense?
The Laser Show.
Well, maybe on opening day we might be saying that because Lamont Wade Jr. underwent an MRI yesterday. He's got inflammation on the bone bruising on his left knee. He's going to get reevaluated in 10 days. Guess what's also in 10 days? Opening day, which means he's not going to be playing on opening day. Neither will Evan Longoria. Surgery today to repair a ligament in his right index finger. The finger will be immobilized for at least 10 days, meaning he won't be in there either. The good news, Tommy LaStella.
The Laser Show.
Joey Bart.
The Laser Show.
And not that he'll be asked to hit ever again, because I got the DH in the National League now, which it sucks, but okay.
The Laser Show.
Hopefully Logan Webb is pitching those. From the mound, he is going to be your opening day starter. Logan Webb, he comes so far so fast.
Yeah, pretty incredible. You think about it. And, I mean, it went from at the beginning of the year last year, is this guy going to be in the rotation or is he going to be kind of a swing guy? They need a fifth. Could he pitch out of the pen maybe a little bit?
You want to stretch him out? I don't know.
All of a sudden, maybe a little time in Sacramento, and oh my gosh, he's an ace pitching, the biggest games of their life, of their season and of his life against the almighty Dodgers. And man, I mean, it's incredible. And now an opening day starter, just an extension of everything he was able to accomplish last year.
Have you seen the story where Elon Musk had some kid tracking his private plane wherever he went? And like Elon Musk wanted to pay the kid like $50,000 to stop doing it. And, the kid instantly basically says, if it's worth $50,000 to you, it's worth 100. I'll take 100. You're you're the richest man in America. Like, forget it. And anyways.
How about $1 million?
Exactly. You got that in your couch cushion, Elon. There is a cottage industry built around tracking private planes. And one of those industries, one of those people in that cottage, I guess I should say, was tracking a plane today from Jupiter, Florida, heading to Augusta. Hello, friends. Tiger played 18 at Augusta today. I'm not telling you he's entering the Masters. He has not made an official decision. But that guy got into a car wreck 14 months ago that everyone thought would mean we'll never see him play golf again, maybe. And Tiger arrived this morning at Augusta Regional Airport on a Gulfstream private jet, same kind that you drive, JT and JD. and see, that's the thing. Private jet and you was so bad I even got your initials wrong. Look, he's there. I mean, would Tiger play the Masters, the first championship of the season, before he's officially even saying he's back or not? I mean,
why not? Why not? I mean, you're Tiger freaking Woods. Why not?
Why not? You're Tiger freaking Woods. Do you know how many times he said that to himself in his life? Why not? You're Tiger freaking Woods. Look at that Perkins waitress. Take a 7-iron. I'm driving this car right now. Why not? I'm Tiger freaking Woods. It's been said. It's been said many, many times. That was a fun show today. Thanks so much to Festus Ezeli for stopping on by. Thanks for the identity crisis the Warriors are serving to us on a silver platter. It makes content easy around here today. Thanks so much to the NFL for having a situation with the Cleveland Browns that have made Jimmy Haslam the least popular owner in the entire bunch. Thanks to the don't know really what to do with Jimmy Garoppolo. No offers have been made 49ers, so we might bring him back and try to upset quarterbacking room hierarchy in a way that no other team would ever try to get away with it, but that's who Kyle Shanahan is. I don't know if Ray may or may not be back tomorrow. If he isn't, JD, might we book a date?
Yeah, if you need me tomorrow, I'm in.
All right. Well, if you're not in, it's because Mr. Sunshine is back in the room.
Well,
I've never put
we're all
them in
better
my
for
mouth
that,
because
I
I'm not
suppose.
curious to find out what they taste like.
On that note, thank you very, very much to John Dickinson and Festus Ezeli, all the calls, all the listeners. We thank you so very much. Again, Dan Devone and Shamari Block coming up next to take you into your evening. So enjoy it all. I hope you certainly do. We'll be back tomorrow with either Ray or JD, and that's the way it goes. Dems to breaks. Dems the out. I tell you what, man. If you're not back tomorrow, let me ask you, how excited for this Final Four are you? I'm ready. I want this Final Four.
I feel like it might be the best Final Four in 30 years. I've been telling people that for like 4 days now. Like, this is going to be freaking incredible.
Duke UNC in the national semifinal is going to be one of the single greatest rivalry sporting events you'll ever see take place in your life. The setup is like a movie script.
It's a dream. And then you throw Kansas in, who's been in so many Final Fours themselves, and Villanova, obviously, lately, historic program, but lately they've been back in the fold in a big-time way. I mean, I can't be more excited for it. And I used to be, Damon, I know we're up against it, I used to be just a little – when I was a kid, I had the little kid joy for probably till I was about 18 for the Final Four in college basketball. It didn't die in you. It did kind of die in me, but I found it coming back this weekend, looking toward next weekend. I really did.
I'm going to tell you the same thing your guidance counselor should have told you. Go to Indiana. You screwed it up. Although, proud Sac State Hornet?
Yeah, Sacramento State hasn't made too many tournament appearances.
Not a lot of Sweet 16s for the Hornets?
No.
All right. Well, your next life. We'll give you some candy stripes to put on. In the meantime, thank you very much, Lucas, Grandy. Good stuff all around. Stay tuned. Like we said, Dan Devone, Shamari Block around the corner here on 95.7 The Game. For JD, I'm Damon. Thanks for listening. And please do remember, sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
When I adopted her, she was a mess. Scabs, itching, licking, missing fur, hot spots. So I get the Dynovite. DINOVITE.com. And the Lico Chops within a 4-week total. Sheba is 105 lean pounds of shiny, smooth, happy dog. And she loves it.
You won't believe how happy your dog will be.
Dynovite for life.
DINOVITE.com. Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents. And
Doug.
Check it out, Limu, a roadside carnival.
Step right up, folks. Test your strength. Come see the fire-breathing baby.
Let's fan out and tell people that Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you